secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ, as that announcer guy said here on DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. Bobby Belt will be in 30 minutes. As yesterday, what?
It's just so weird to say that. He's still just keeping up the 6 a.m. bit.
After the season
ends. Still keeping it up. We're good.
I thought maybe he would get guilted into 5:30 and coming in a little bit earlier, but
He don't care.
no. He's holding strong.
No, he's holding. So he's got 87 jobs. If he loses this one, it's no big deal.
That's true. That's right. So yesterday after the show, we got word that Stephen Jones canceled his appearance, his weekly appearance on the... What's this music?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Turn it up.
It was new. I just found it.
It's got a...
I feel like I'm going to the jazz club.
I know. It's got jazz.
I thought it was good 5:30 vibes.
And it's kind of like, you can tell there's a good beat to it, but then it also sounds like something grandma would listen to.
Yeah. Sounds a little jazzy. Okay, keep it up. Let's see if the Totos know the vibe. It's a vibe.
It's a vibe.
It's a
Love
vibe.
a vibe. So like some people don't get art. I don't get horns.
Oh, you don't like a trumpet? Good trumpet
I
in
don't
there?
not like it. I just don't get it. Like sometimes, like it's okay, like in a ska song, but like the slow, like we're gonna go to a jazz club. We're gonna go to this jazz club in Fort Worth, like coming up, and I'm excited to go. But like also at the same time, I just don't get horns. Like I don't get it. But cool. It sounds good. I just doesn't move me.
Yeah.
What about like the Timmy trumpet and stuff?
Oh, Narcos.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good beat.
That was awesome
That's
with the
good beat.
Mets.
Yeah.
That was awesome. Okay. There you go.
Yeah.
That's a good vibe. I
That's
like
a good
that.
vibe.
Know the vibe. It's a vibe. It's a vibe. So Stephen Jones cancels with the KMC masterpiece, and then we get word that Jerry has canceled with us today to wrap up the season.
Oh yes, that's the accountability is just it's peaking. It really is. It's really starting to peak over there.
Yeah.
And I almost called it Valley Ranch. Jeez, how old am I? It's really starting to peak over there at Frisco. They can't wait to get out in front of it and be accountable.
So a couple of Tolos, great responses, and I'm sure one of these theories is right. A couple Tolos said, hasn't he done this in the past? And we went and looked last year, because last year, Jerry's his outrage with the way the season ended all played out on the KNC Masterpiece. They had him on his usually scheduled time. He had another unscheduled call-in where he was listening and he was just ticked off, and he wanted all of us to know how furious and how outraged he was. And look, it did lead to some changes. Like, they were ticked off with Amari Cooper. The Randy Gregory saga, with the way that played out. The Cowboys made some changes. They drew a line in the sand with Tank Lawrence. And they're like, you're going to take a pay cut, you're going to restructure, or you're out of here. It looked like Tank was leaving. So we looked in the system to see if we had audio from Jerry last year at this time, January 18th. We did not have him podcasted. We do not have a Jerry interview that Peyton could find from last year. So is this the second straight year it happened? It looks like it, but what else could it be? What else could it be? He spoke after the game. He was broken up. He was emotional. He was teary-eyed. The first thing that you think, and well, I'll just be honest and take you behind the scenes, because I don't think the bosses are awake. We had heard rumblings that a press conference was going to be scheduled yesterday. So we're going back and forth with management. Yo, is there a press conference? And would the Cowboys really schedule a press conference to fire someone? I don't think so. It would be it would be a major move. It would be good news. It would be the announcement of a hiring. Maybe you're retaining someone. If they let go of a coach, I don't think that unless it was Mike McCarthy, I don't think that they would set up a press conference. The press conference obviously never took place yesterday, but there were discussions about one, but no Steven and no Jerry as they had been scheduled.
Yeah, if I remember right, the other times that, like, he had canceled a couple years back, that was the week they had they made some changes on the coaching staff. They didn't fire the coach. It was some change on the coaching staff, like with the OCDC years ago. And I don't remember him coming on with us the week they fired Jason. But remember, they didn't fire Jason on Black Monday.
Oh yeah, it took weeks.
It took like a week and a half, 2 weeks. So there was plenty of time, but they had canceled a lot of things. So I don't think there's ever a set standard protocol on what they do.
Yep.
I just think it's like, if he's feeling it, he's feeling it. If he's not, he's not. But I think it's a great idea. I think it's a completely great idea to completely ignore everybody else and just fade off into the sunset.
Yeah,
it's a great idea.
Ignore your responsibilities.
Absolutely.
What we agreed to as a radio station, and just say nope, not going to do it. So I like the first word that you used, accountability. And Tolos are coming in. Truckwreck.com text line. Fake outrage. Fake outrage means nothing. They already pre-booked. They couldn't reschedule their vacation. Spring break is coming up. So those mocking messages are coming in.
They pre-booked the vacation. They knew they were going to lose. So they pre-booked the vacay.
So look, in making a couple phone calls yesterday, and nothing came out of it in terms of a solid report. But the first name that came up, if all this does mean a change is coming, the first name that came up was Kellen Moore. I think if this does mean something today, if this does lead to something, and the possibility was also brought up by someone I spoke with, maybe they're just conducting interviews with other coordinators today. Dan Quinn is thought to be taking Brian Schottenheimer with him. Brian Schottenheimer was an offensive assistant here this year. And if Dan Quinn goes and takes a job, the thought is he would take Brian Schottenheimer. So maybe you're interviewing Brian Schottenheimer. Yesterday, someone threw out the name Frank Wright. You talk to Frank Wright. Nathaniel Hackett is a name. Mike McCarthy has like youth sports ties or babysitting ties
babysat him
to Nathaniel Hackett. So maybe yesterday was spent interviewing those individuals before they get taken to other jobs with the hiring process going down.
Maybe that is it. Hackett he's been up for the Jets OC job. And the Jet fans are losing their minds that they would bring him in. And it's like, guys, there's a difference between, being an OC and a head coach. Like, you could be an elite OC and a terrible head coach. You can.
Well, it's hard to get past what just happened in Denver when he was in charge of the offense.
Yeah, but like, when you're in charge of the offense and the head coach, you're also in charge, multiple different things. Wade was an elite defensive coordinator. He was just a so-so head coach. North Turner was an elite OC. He was just a so-so head coach. Wanstead, all those guys. It doesn't mean Charlie Weiss can't be an OC or Josh McDaniels.
So if I told you just hypothetically that this could be about Kellen, what would your reaction be? Would you get it, or would you defend Kellen Moore? Would you reject it?
I wouldn't reject it. I don't think Kellen was the problem. Look, to me, if your quarterback plays his game, plays great, doesn't matter who the OC is, you're gonna be fine. Manning rolled through a dozen OCs. Brady has rolled through several OCs. They were still the same. Aaron Rodgers has rolled through a dozen offensive coordinators. Now, different ballparks, right? Different ballparks. But if you're truly a great quarterback, when Eric Bieniemy leaves the Kansas City Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes' game won't dip a little bit. It won't even dip a little bit because it's about him. I think blaming the coaches or the coordinators is just a convenient, easy way for the fans to scapegoat somebody. Because you can't scapegoat the quarterback all the time.
Cowardly on the Jones boys' part. Oh, they got nothing more to sell. They got nothing else to sell. No more hopium. These are the messages coming in. It's just not a good look. That much is absolutely true. And if you believe in accountability starting at the top and people taking their cues from the leadership and the ownership, it's a weak move. I'm not just saying it because it's our show. It's Steven that didn't go on KNC, so that's not our show. It's just a bad look. Unless you're up to something big, unless you're up to something major. Because Jerry is, for the most part, he's been accountable. He shows up here for very, very tough discussions, and he showed up after the game after they were eliminated.
He has. So I don't think that's a he's hiding or ducking. They may be busy. They may just be doing all kinds of exit interviews before everybody skips town.
Plus, we don't have any. Today, Mike McCarthy's job status was not going to be on the menu of questions, not at least from me. It was all going to be about Dak Prescott for me. It was going to be about hitting a ceiling, shopping, belief in him, maybe some Kellen Moore questions. So that is the setup for today's show. No Steven yesterday and no Jerry today here on DFW Sports Station. All right, this owner may be in play in Washington. We thought he was eliminated. Do we need to be worried about this potential owner of the Commanders? We have a Damar Hamlin conspiracy theory out there. Man, people are wackos. People are just wackos with the Damar Hamlin conspiracy, and we got a problem. We got a problem if you're thinking about taking your family or your kid to a place in town. Could be an inside job that's letting all the animals loose. It's the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ. Just getting started on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Coming days, and we want to tell you about it here on Sean and RJ. Thank you for being a Tolo day after feeling. day after feeling as you were worked up. You don't usually get that invested in humongous games unless it's for your Tennessee Volunteers. You were worked up and invested because of our hatred for San Francisco. How are you feeling a day after the aftermath?
I mean, I still feel largely the same. I'm a little bit more calm today than I was, but I still feel largely the same. I mean, I'm upset. I really hate that team, and I really hate that. I can't say the fan base. The city was once great, and it's just a cesspool now. It's just a terrible place to be. I'm just upset.
Who do you hate on the team? What do you hate about the actual team, or is it more about everything surrounding?
Oh, it's just everything surrounding it. You know, I blame the team for all the ills of the people that root for it. Like, I don't truly like. There's nothing I really hate about the Eagles, right? I love their quarterback. I like the coach.
Should hate the coach.
No, man, he's goated. But like, you know, I just don't like the city. I like the city. I don't like the fans. You know, they're just annoying. So like, you typically blame the team for by proxy.
This Thursday night, we're hosting our Rangers Hot Stove Show. A lot of Tolos were saying, all right, how many days till baseball season? Well, in our building, you can roll on over here to the Fan from 7 to 8 p.m. in our performance showroom. It's going to be Jared Sandler and the Get Right. And we want you to be there. Completely free. You get to hang out with everyone here in the building. We're going to have a Rangers pitcher as well. No sign up. Just make plans to come to the station this Thursday. Watch the Fan live. You can go ahead and get pictures with the player that we have coming in right here on the Fan. And then it's going to be Fan Fest this Saturday. That's how you know it's really starting to get going. You can meet your favorite players, all kinds of autographs, interactive activities. Just go to TexasRangers.com. Tickets are $10 for adults, $5 for kids. Great way to spend the day. So we'll see you Saturday at Rangers Fan Fest. But before that, Thursday night with Jared Sandler and the Get Right, 7 to 8 p.m. in our performance showroom. And Sandler did a hockey broadcast last night, adding to the arsenal.
Yes.
You know what that was?
Yeah, it was sled hockey, right? It was it was the sled hockey.
I don't know what the hell that is.
So it's for
sled hockey. What do they have, dances
like
with the
cars.
wolves out there?
No.
Dragging you on the ice with the animals?
No, it's let's see. It's
bumper
it's like,
cars.
it's basically para ice hockey. Like for Paralympians.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so disabled folks, physical disabilities, they're playing hockey. So like you see these little tiny chairs.
Oh, okay.
Like they're sitting down on blades, like they're sitting on skates.
Para
basically.
ice.
Yeah, so it's cool. I assume this was in Frisco at Dr. Pepper or Comerica, wherever it's called now, where the Legends play. I don't know. I've stopped paying attention to that arena ever since
they're dead to you.
They are dead to me ever since I was unceremoniously fired.
Well, I
with
apologize
great
for my
prejudice.
statement in a bumper cars. I didn't realize what I
Yeah,
was talking
good job,
about.
Peyton.
I didn't
Pretty
realize.
insensitive.
Jeez.
Pretty insensitive right there.
Should have done my research.
All right. Jeff Bezos resurfaced yesterday as a possible owner and buyer of the Commanders. Would he be willing to sell the Washington Post? Why does the Washington Post matter? Because the Washington Post for years, even since I was there, went after Dan Snyder. And the thought is Snyder would never sell to Bezos because his publication has always been out to get him. Well, yesterday, after Bezos and Jay-Z were ruled out, all of a sudden Bezos' name popped back up.
Yep. So there you go.
And this does worry me. You asked in the email, does this worry you? It would concern me. I mean, when you have someone who's always successful, well, Steve Ballmer is going to do anything. He's got the most resources. He's a passionate nut job. He's going to try to win at all costs, no matter what. Why would I not think the same about this dude?
I agree. I agree. So Bezos is going to try to do a gesture of goodwill here by going to Dan and saying, listen, I'm going to sell the Washington Post. If you sell to me, I'll sell the paper. And, it'll also free up some assets for him. Not that he needs to have assets freed up. He's Jeff Bezos, for crying out loud. I know his ex-wife got like half of everything, but I'm sure he's okay. He probably doesn't know he probably knows where his next meal's coming from.
It just really hits me during Christmas when literally you think of every house basically in the whole country, in the smallest towns, in the biggest cities,
Buying from him.
getting those Amazon deliveries.
Every day.
Every.
I mean, how many?
And they're so freaking efficient. Like it's normally always there.
Always there. And the next day, I can't. And I live literally a mile away from the Amazon facility.
Well,
I can't tell you how many times I've ordered something at 8:00 in the morning. And it's there by 2. Same day.
You said the new school way of doing things with the kids these days. They're not going to Walgreens. They're not going to CVS. They're like, why would I get out of the house? Order it from Amazon.
And it's so easy to return. You literally just click return and you drop it off at a UPS store.
Yeah.
You don't even have to package it up.
Yeah.
Like that's the number. Half the stuff that I don't return in my life is because A, there's not a box store to go to, or B, it's like I got to find a packaging for it. I'm just too lazy to do that. But this, I mean, I ordered one thing a week from Amazon. One thing a week, easily. And he's going to wind up buying the Commanders, and now they're going to have the most efficiently run football team in the world, probably.
And a new stadium, probably that'll be pretty sick. We have a problem at the Dallas Zoo. The first story was the leopard that got loose. I never got a major update. I just didn't know randomly this leopard was roaming around the Metroplex. Well, finally yesterday, because of a follow-up story, I went and looked it up. They found the leopard unharmed, returned to the zoo. The problem is that it looked like someone cut the gate.
PETA!
Cut the enclosure. Be careful. Cut the enclosure that the leopard was in. It wasn't like someone just let the door open. It wasn't faulty, fencing. The leopard didn't just hop out. Someone cut the area in which the leopard was living. Well, yesterday, we had a vulture story leading the local news. Yeah. Like this 35-year-old vulture was found dead, and now the zoo is wondering if all this is an inside job. I'm like, y'all don't have cameras? Y'all don't have DFW security at your different exhibits out there? So a leopard and now a vulture story. Yeah. We got problems at the zoo.
Here's the issue for me. I've been to many of the zoo in the world. I don't remember ever seeing a vulture exhibit. Like, aren't vultures like
They're offering a $10,000 reward.
Yeah.
This is an endangered species.
I know. I vultures were like always the bird that was like, ugly.
Yeah, you don't want vultures around you, right?
No.
That means death.
That means you're dying. You're literally dying when they start circling. The leopard thing was funny because it was like, wait a second. Everybody kept saying this was a non-dangerous animal.
I know.
And I'm like, what do you mean it's a non-dangerous? It's a 70-pound cat.
No, I read it. I read up on it, and it said, it's not really threatening to humans. About a 30-pound dog, equivalent to a 30-pound dog, not dangerous to humans. I read that yesterday, and my wife was like, what?
Okay.
You kidding me?
Go up to a bobcat and see the same thing. Okay. All right. I don't know. A lynx. Lynx sounds pretty dangerous.
So now the Dallas Zoo has maybe an internal problem. The leopard loose and the vulture gone.
You got an inside animal activist. That's what's happening. Inside job.
Yep.
It's an inside job, man.
Inside activist. Everybody okay weather-wise? I know that we were looking at rain and maybe some freezing conditions in the forecast. I woke up dry around me in East Dallas.
Oh no, it wasn't dry. It was raining when I left Fort Worth this morning. I was fishtailing everywhere. I either need new tires or they need some new roads that aren't puddling up because that was my little sensor kept going off, like my back of my tire. I could just feel it. I was at 10-2. I'm never at 10-2. Never. Never at 10-2.
You get anything in the rock?
Nothing. It's dry over there. Just got the wet lake.
Rock.
That's about it.
Rock.
The rock.
All right, so be careful if you are dealing with some weather conditions. Sean Sharif, Art J. Choppy, Peyton, Ryan, and Bobby Bell getting ready to walk in. Well, look at that look. He looks fresh.
Did you?
He looks rested. Oh, he shaved the head.
Shaved his head.
Oh, get on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Why does Bobby Belt have the different haircut? And what do you say to Zeke Elliott wants to return? Zeke Elliott wants to come back to the Cowboys. The report that came out yesterday, and why did the Jones boys cancel on the radio station? Next.
Keep the volume. From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
You can't come in here. You can't put your hat on now. Come on. I just asked the Tolos to tune in. Fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
Bobby Belt shaving.
Ooh, with those white lights, it really looks like it's receded roughly.
Well, without the hat on, Sean and I have tried this. Without the hat on, you can't. My eyes can't see.
Oh yeah,
lights anyway.
yeah. No, I'm just This is a pretty aggressive look, especially when you look on the cam. Look how far back that goes right there.
We got you.
We need to get me a hair sponsor.
We got you taken care of. Blumenthal's on it.
Let's go, Stephanie.
What's going on? What you shaved
I was
face
already.
and now.
Well, the face was I used the wrong guard, and then it was too late, and then I had to go the rest of it. This was. I was already thinking it was time to do a reset, do a shave again, and yesterday, as I was already thinking it, Reggie came in and he went, "About time to cut that hair, huh, Bubba?" I was like, "Ah, crap."
That's it, Reggie.
Yeah, Reggie saying it. I was like,
no,
because I was already thinking it. Like I was thinking about doing it before I got on the plane. I didn't have enough time on Saturday to do it. And then when Reggie said something the very first day, I'm like, all right, see, like it is time. That confirms my thought. And so I woke up this morning. My kids haven't seen it. The wife hasn't seen it. I literally woke up this morning at like 4:00 and
this
did it.
morning. So do you normally buzz your own? You cut your own hair?
Like the last 5 or 6 times I have.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I thought the wife was against this look.
She doesn't love it, but she did.
Like
what
you
she
just
did,
had a bet with Wolchuk to where you weren't supposed to shave your beard.
which I didn't clean shave. There was still a shadow. As long as there's a shadow, it's okay. She's okay with.
Okay.
She doesn't want completely clean. This, she's okay with as long as the only aspect is I'm going to have to wear a hat probably for like 3 weeks, a month, because she likes how the hats fit when it's down this short. But otherwise, she doesn't want to see my head.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Choppy, as our insider on this topic and manner, what's your assessment here?
I honestly go shorter.
You mean like
This was a 4.
a 4?
A 4.
Mm-hmm.
You mean to get rid of all of it?
Well, you could go a little bit shorter.
I did a 2 by accident a couple,
that's
like
nothing.
last year, and she was horrified.
That's like nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this morning when you make the FaceTime call for the kids to go to school, what is it going to be on the other end?
The youngest will scream. She leans into it. When I shaved my face the other day, she screamed and she was like, "Get away from me. Get away from me." And so she'll be pretty bad.
And your wife?
She'll go, "What did you do?" And then she's like, "You're gonna have to wear a hat for the next month." She'll say that.
So she doesn't like that. She wants you to have
She does no. She doesn't like the see. She likes the in between. So she doesn't like my beard being too long, but she doesn't like it cut short. She likes like the 2 weeks of growth, and then same with the hair. She likes it growing out a little bit, but she doesn't want it getting raggedy, and she doesn't want it being buzzed down.
Okay.
She's very particular.
Fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Roberto, I just want to make sure you're not going through
Putting my hat
anything.
back on now.
Okay. Just want to make sure this isn't any crisis or any.
No, I'm not about to have a really long, reflective Facebook post or anything. Don't worry.
Okay. Yeah, because you're too good for Facebook.
Right.
All right. We talked about this to open the show. What do you make of Steven and Jerry Jones canceling on the radio station yesterday and today? No Jerry at 8:30 to recap the season as usual.
So I think Jerry did cancel on you guys last year.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah.
We couldn't find it in the system.
And I know Jerry canceled on you at the bye week when they traded Amari and fired Paul Alexander. I remember that. And I remember the following week when he came on and you guys asked him, "So what was the deal? He said, "I knew what we had going on and I didn't trust I could keep my mouth shut." And so it does always, Steven canceling doesn't necessarily pique my interest as much as whatever Jerry does, because it's like, oh, what secret doesn't he trust himself with?
Because you said Steven was irate right after the game.
Steven looked pretty mad after the game. He was he didn't have, like, a lot of other people looked kind of sullen or sad or whatever, or it wasn't emotionless. He just looked kind of just frustrated and fed up. I don't think fed up with anybody in general, just sort of like, man, another year. Like, I think it was one of those kind of things.
So would you lean more towards someone losing their job, coaching interviews, assistant interviews, or we just don't want to talk?
I mean, they were definitely interviewing their own coaches yesterday. They were doing the exit interviews, and they've got a lot of the assistants are without contracts. A lot of them are coming out, and so.
Like, can you say who?
Yeah, I mean, I think Robert Prince has one, and I think the coordinators have one. I don't know.
And Robert Prince is who?
The receivers coach. I don't know if any of the others do. Like, I'm pretty sure Philbin is out. Maybe one or two of the defensive coaches still has one, but Philbin's out. Al Harris, I believe, is out. Doug Nussmeier, I think his contract's up, and so I mean, there's a lot of guys who are up for review.
If I guessed that this could have something to do with Kellen Moore, would it surprise you? I know how you feel about Kellen, but someone I called about this yesterday said Kellen Moore is going to have to answer. They're going to sit down and say, why did we score 12 points? Why didn't the interceptions stop? Why do I have these questions about a guy I'm paying $40 million to? Where are the other receiving weapons besides CeeDee Lamb? Kellen Moore is going to have to answer those questions.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think that's I don't want to say it as easy as like, oh, Kellen Moore's on the hot seat, or oh, Kellen Moore's going to get fired, or anything else like that. But if you tell me this week they're looking for a new offensive coordinator, I would go, okay, that makes sense. That would make sense for them.
I will say this.
Wouldn't surprise me.
It would not surprise you.
Wouldn't surprise me. I don't necessarily think it's the right thing to do, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Me either. I don't know that it's the right thing to do, but if you feel like something needs to change on offense, it's much easier to reset the coordinator than the quarterback right now.
Yeah, you're not resetting the quarterback, probably. We'll get into that possibility and discussion a little bit later on. I will say this, and this will probably make you want to keep Kellen Moore, Bobby, and never criticize him again. yesterday, as Dan Orlovsky was deleting his post towards me after I had to sun him, after I had to check him, and he deleted his post. I watched them all on TV, and he went at Kellen Moore. He was breaking down some of the plays, and he did throw out the disclaimer. He's very dear friends with Kellen, but if he was in the building, he thinks someone should go up to Kellen and say, this is basic offense. This stuff is too basic, and you got to be a little bit more creative. Oh, and I couldn't wait to relay that to you, that your lovely, lovely Dan Orlovsky was agreeing with you over some generic Kellen Moore offense. And Rex Ryan really broke it down as well. Now, when it comes to defense, I listen to Rex. I respect Rex.
And feet.
When it comes to defense and toes.
Well, I guess you could say that he knows what's easy to stop.
Well, he was talking about the predictability and why the interception. First off, the first interception he blamed on Michael Gallup. And then he was talking about the receiver the corner able to jump that route and pick it off because predictability of these Cowboy routes. So that was Rex and Orlovsky agreeing with you, Bobby, and Broadus.
Well, first off, I will say.
Now what you think?
On Dan Orlovsky, blind squirrel found a broken clock. Like that's what that is. That's
that's putting two.
It's mixing the idioms. But I mean, occasionally you're gonna be right, even by accident, and that's Dan Orlovsky is the proof of that. The other aspect is there's a lot of disagreement. I think with. I still think MG gave up on the route. Like I think he didn't. Dak certainly has his own problem there, but I think Gallup gave up and didn't fight back to the ball. There's a lot of other players on there yesterday who were saying this is absolutely not Michael Gallup's fault. Justin March, who used to play here, had tweeted, he said, this is a fire zone blitz, 3 under, 3 deep. He said the edge rusher up top was supposed to take the running back in the flat. And he said it looks like the corner saw the back open and he started to run at him and was just in the spot to pick it off. So he doesn't even think the corner was driving on the route to pick it off. He thinks the corner was driving to go get that guy and then just happened to be there when the ball got
Here's
thrown.
my question. If Dak was throwing to Michael Gallup on that play, that ball typically needs to be in the air before he even makes his break.
Dak was late. Dak was late. Your receiver needs to help you.
Sure, but if your Dak's on time, it's not picked.
Yeah, but he didn't come back to where he was supposed to be on the route.
That's the Orlovsky breakdown as well that Bassick was loving. He was timing Dak's hitches, and he said when you get to the third hitch and the third pause, you're late. You're already late. And when Dak is absolutely at his best, I always come in and talk about his rhythm. 1, 2, 3, out. He was in rhythm. He was in the zone against Tampa, and Orlovsky did slow down and isolate that hesitation, the stuff that Steve Young. We were watching the Monday night pregame when Steve Young and Eli Manning and Peyton, they were breaking down Dak's hesitation, and they kept talking about him not seeing the field and not seeing defenses the way they would expect him to in year 7. That has been a theme that people have talked about here, at least for the last 2 weeks.
The biggest coaching mistake I think Mike McCarthy made was not Mike Nolan. I think it was letting Kitna go. Kitna was the best thing for Dak's development. We've never seen him make a bigger leap than he did with Kitna. And Kitna came in, and the biggest focus for Kitna was the footwork. That was the thing that he drove home the most with him. I think Kitna said the first 2 weeks they didn't pick up a ball, where they were literally having him practice just on his feet. Like, don't even worry about throwing. I'm just getting your feet right. And so I'd love to see somebody like that come back in here. I really like Doug Nussmeier. I think Doug Nussmeier is really good. I just, maybe you've reached a point where that's capped. Maybe you've gotten all you can out of that. Maybe you, if you want to keep Doug Nussmeier, they've done this already with him. You move him to another spot. He was the tight ends coach initially when he was here. Maybe you move him around, have him look at another position. But in general, I still think that it would have been nice to keep John Kitna here through these last 3 extra years of development.
And now let's get to the Zeke report. 10 hours ago from Michael Gelkin, Dallas Morning News. Zeke wants to stay with the Cowboys in 2023, and he's willing to accept a pay cut in order to achieve that, a source says. Kevin Hagan did a great breakdown yesterday. You also sent us the numbers last night of trying to get to about $3 million. That's how low we could be talking here?
Yeah.
As the majority of the total is saying, no. Yeah, we're good. No.
Yeah, I would want him down around 3. I don't even know that the Cowboys would make him go that far.
Around 300,000. there is no. I mean, no.
I'd love veteran minimum. He's not going to take that. But I mean, that to me, I don't know that he would take even $3 million. I know he says, "Oh, I want to be here. I'd take a pay cut," but like realistically, what does that mean? What is your look? Here's
quickly. Tell me how old Zeke is.
20. He's 27. He'll be 28 in July.
He's 27.
Which that's 40 as a running back.
Oh man, 27, and we're already like basically treating this as the end.
Yeah, I mean that's why they call it the 27 Club. It's about running backs who are over the hill, and when they hit 27, they no longer perform. But the thing with Zeke is,
Chop, how many yards did he end up with this year? Guess.
675.
876. 876, 12 touchdowns, 3.8 a carry.
You can throw in the 2 playoff games. He still didn't hit 1,000 yards.
If you add the playoff games?
If you add the playoff games, he still didn't hit 1,000. So, I mean, that's how that he's just, look, bottom line, he's not an effective football player anymore. He's just not.
He averaged 2.3 in the postseason.
He averaged under 3 yards per carry in each of the final 4 games. You look at over his last 29 games, he's averaging 3.5 yards per carry. 29 games, basically 2 seasons.
All right, so what are we willing to keep him at?
Nothing. No, I'm serious. Like you find somebody in the, and you don't re-sign Tony Pollard either. You find somebody in the 4th round and you make it work.
Here's what I don't.
That's what you do.
That's
what Philadelphia would do.
It's nice to say, oh, I'll take less money. I'm willing to do this or that.
The spirit, Brad Shane would say.
Okay.
What he brings to your team. All the old school guys. Well, Michael Irvin. You need that toughness in the grind.
This year was great. Last year was a bit of a process to get Zeke to accept I'm not the guy.
Right.
It was a bit of a painful process at times last year for them, like in the building. And so it's easy for him to say he wants to be here until they say, well, how about $3 million to be a backup? And then he goes, well, that's disrespectful. No, like I was willing to take a pay cut, but that's what you're basically, you're going to have to ask him basically, hey, we need to cut your salary to 1/5 or less of what it is.
All right, y'all.
Yeah, 1/10.
That's the decision. You willing to take him at $3 million? Does it have to be less? Or just no, it's over, and him playing center should be the last play of his Cowboys career? That's Inside the Star here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Should the league outlaw the play that ended Tony Pollard's season? The Giants are making their future decisions. Aaron Rodgers traded, Lamar Jackson disrespected, and Tom Brady gone around the rest of the NFL after this. But Sean Shreve here for the Tolo.
February 4th inside Revolver Brewing at Texas Live. Details to come, but mark your calendars. Party hard with us at Fanville February 4th at Revolver Brewing at Texas Live. We can't wait to share a toast with you.
Thanks to Texas William. And we're going to address this George Kittle conspiracy theory coming up in a minute. A lot of Tolos have been sending this to us, but Tom Pelissero just tweeted 20 minutes ago, the Cardinals are flying in Dan Quinn tonight for a second interview for their head coaching job. Quinn also is a top candidate for the Broncos and the Colts, who want to bring him in later this week. First big domino falling soon, ? From Tom Pelissero. Cardinals flying him in. Second interview tonight.
Okay. All right. I would think that Arizona and Denver would go with an offensive guy. You couldn't pay me to hire a defensive coach as a head coach. I want offense. All I care about is the quarterback. I want offense. Defense will find somebody else to deal with that. I'd be surprised if I have Kyler Murray, who has regressed, and Russell Wilson, who stinks, and I would hire a defensive guy for that.
So you wouldn't hire Belichick?
Belichick is totally different. He's the best offensive coordinator and the best special teams guy and the best defensive coordinator in the NFL. He literally does. I mean, he does everything. Whatever he does, he's the best at.
I don't know. I do obviously understand a deference to the offensive coaching staff in general, like those sorts of minds. That's how games are won these days, and that's where you really need the tactical advantage. But, I think when you see what Saleh had a lot of success this year in New York, and I think Quinn has shown that he can, what he did in Dallas, and just if you're looking for just, hey, I'll bring in an offensive coordinator and I need a leader of men, Quinn, there's nobody better than Quinn to hire.
Yeah, Dan Quinn's just the right type of guy. I don't know if I would look at it as X's and O's as the leader, like the guy that everybody absolutely loves. But this is interesting. Through some birdies that had been whispering to us, I thought Sean Payton and the Cardinals was just going to get done. I thought that was going to happen. But flying him in for a second interview, maybe that's not the case. Colin Cowherd keeps talking about Denver and Payton. So maybe I need to separate Sean Payton with Kyler Murray out of my mind.
I think the other thing is also, too, is that all they got with him was a virtual on the day they were leaving for San Francisco.
Who?
Arizona. And so Arizona interviewed Quinn, but it was a virtual probably from the hotel in San Francisco or before they left. And so it was probably shortened. And so I'm guessing it's, hey, season's over. You finished your exit interviews with the Cowboys. Why don't we just fly you out? So, it's notable, but I don't know that it may make sense just to be like, hey, let's get you here in person to talk instead of just that Zoom interview we had.
What do you think about your Dan Quinn's agent representation? You're advising him where?
Oh, if my choices are Indianapolis, Denver, and Arizona, if I were Dan Quinn's agent, I would advise him to go to Arizona. And then Denver 2, and then Indy. Although I guess
I think I'd consider Indy 1, and then maybe 2. Denver's definitely 3, unless they're gonna tell me how I get away from Russ. But Indianapolis, right? It's not gonna. I don't think it's. What do you think of Irsay, and what do you think of Kyler? What does Dan Quinn?
What do you think of Ballard?
Well, he's Jesus according to the league.
But that's what I'm saying. What do you think of Ballard? Do you want a say in personnel? If you go to Arizona, you have more of a say in personnel. Is that not something Quinn wants? Does he want to work more with like a revered scouting staff the way he has here in Dallas? Those are some of the things. There are attractive things about all three of those jobs. I think I could make a case for all three of them being the top one.
How are you going to sell me on Denver?
Because I think that especially if you're bringing Brian Schottenheimer with you, there's evidence that Schottenheimer knows how to use Russell Wilson and can get him back to. Okay, you can roll your eyes. I'm just saying this is the pitch.
I can roll my eyes. But your pitch isn't a pitch. The man is done. It's over.
Right.
It's finished.
Even still, if Wilson is the guy, is there anyone better to bring him back other than to know we knew what kind of limitations to play him with in Seattle? I can do that again. He had more success. We're talking about he's 2 years removed from Schottenheimer having him playing high level.
It's a dead body. It's a horse. It's a glue stick.
He's not a dead body.
It's the Denver Bronco glue stick.
He's not any good. He's not a dead body.
Okay, well,
he still has
the same thing.
He still has a good arm. He still has legs. He still has talent.
I want that wheel. Bronco glue. So
Look, he's less washed than Tom Brady.
Who, Russ?
Yeah, that's for damn sure.
Yeah, I mean,
He's not washed from a.
he's more. Is he more
age,
mentally
ability.
washed?
Yeah, he's just a he's a fragile child right now. That's what he is.
Okay.
And his teammates hate him. That's the most disturbing thing is that his teammates hate him.
I'd rather go gamble on Indianapolis finding a QB and Kyler Murray. Denver for me is 3.
Yeah,
not even close.
Looking back now that Indy has the 4th pick.
Yeah.
I would take that over Denver, but Arizona's clearly one. They have a quarterback.
Yeah, but is he a cancer? If he's a cancer, then we need to include that in the Russ discussion. If this guy is if he is a ultimate prima donna who people hate, Patrick Peterson would tell you that, you may want to stay away from that as well if he's uncoachable, unreachable.
He doesn't want to be a leader. He doesn't want.
That's fine.
Yeah,
You are and you're not, because you are, but I'm just saying in general, it's such a default leadership position in the National Football League where it's expected of you that it's really tough to just say, well, we just won't have our quarterback be that. Well, he's got to stand in there in the huddle and make 10 guys believe on every snap. Like that's hard. If you don't have that and you don't want that, that's really hard to deal with. Now, to me, it's by far the best quarterback situation of the 3, clearly. Yes. And the ability that he has is really intriguing, I would guess, to anybody who wants to build around somebody. Go, oh, I can do this and that with him.
Yeah.
I mean, it's...
Where's this leave Sean Payton?
Denver.
Cabo.
Dallas.
No. I mean, he doesn't
might need a coordinator.
He doesn't have to take a job. Like, he can just sit and wait.
Yeah, roll out your example of John Gruden.
Every single year,
It's true.
John Gruden was up for a job. And every single year, he said no. And he got further and further away from the league and more desired. Every single year. He was up for college jobs. He was up for NFL. I mean, every year the Cowboys are going to get John Gruden. I mean, these groomers, they weren't even rumors.
Texas.
They were groomers. University of Texas, University of Tennessee, the Dallas Cowboys, this team, that team. I mean, every year it was a new team. And he got more and more and more popular.
The hype built.
The further away he got from being an actual NFL head coach. So Sean Payton didn't have to take a job today. Sean Payton could take a job in 3 years.
But also the question at that point, like Gruden was happy doing what he was doing. Like, does Sean Payton have that itch? Like to stay away is the thing. Is he gonna that would be my thing with Peyton, is that I would wonder if Peyton would just get such an inkling and like, I got to be back on the sideline, got to be back doing my thing, but that he would take a job maybe a little hastily that he didn't necessarily want.
Right. Wait for the right one. Okay, so that's Dan Quinn interviewing again with the Arizona Cardinals as they're apparently getting ready to fly him out again tonight. The George Kittle conspiracy theory, the controversy that the internet has started and put out. Was George Kittle ineligible on the 30-yard, I'm not even going to call it the George Kittle play. That was the Trayvon Duck. That was the Trayvon Ducks play. And look, this is a 30-yard completion. I love, this is what happens when you get eliminated and you're on the losing side of things. This is cheating. This cost us. It was just a 30-yard completion. Set it up, Bobby, what people are trying to argue about.
So people are trying to say that Kittle was ineligible because they were saying that he is not.
Because your follow-up, first I was destroying Diggs. Your follow-up on Twitter reaction to the play was, how was Hankins on him? How was our...
Gallimore, yeah.
Gallimore, I'm sorry.
Gallimore ended up like running around in a circle and chasing him, which I have no idea how you end up putting Gallimore, who was inactive last week, as a 330-pound defensive lineman chasing Kittle down the field.
Because he was ineligible. It was cheating.
Yeah.
That's the only explanation.
Yeah, and so the rule that everybody's pointing to is Article 6, Section 1A, and that is players who are not on either end of their line or at least 1 yard behind it when the ball is snapped are ineligible. And he's behind it. Like, I mean, I don't know what the argument is necessarily. He's not closed off. Juszczyk is there behind him. He's eligible to me. But there's a complaint that says, no, he's cut off from the line of scrimmage. He's not a yard off the ball. He's there. He shouldn't be eligible. And you can tell that he's blocking it first, and then he freelances and he just goes, and that shouldn't have been legal. But I agree. I think this is the Well, the ref respotted the ball. If the ref didn't respot it, we spike it, and Dak throws a 35-yard Hail Mary, and we win against it. Like, it's that same sort. It's cognitive dissonance.
Are you seeing this the same?
I have no idea. It sounds like a good argument to me, and I want to keep the story going. So, yes, I think he was an ineligible receiver, and the Cowboys got screwed. They need to go back to this point of the game, 9-9, and pick the game up from there. 5:18 to go in the third quarter because, quite frankly, it makes things look bad. It makes the Cowboys look bad. And it makes the referees look bad. And I'm all for making the referees look bad, but I want the NFL to come out here and explain this. And I want the
Dean
coach.
Blandino?
I want Dean Blandino. Hey, Peyton, get Dean Blandino on the phone right now. Get him on the line. Get the red line. The red line.
So, Bobby, you think this is good and legit?
I think he's fine. I get what people are trying to say. I understand the argument, but no, I do think he's okay there. I think he's eligible.
Speaking of the referees, Warren Sharp thinks the league needs to outlaw the tackle that got Tony Pollard hurt.
Yes. That tackle, the hip drop tackle, where basically you wrap the guy up from behind and then drop your hip,
like dead body weight, like my 2-year-old throwing a tantrum, right?
Yeah. So
melt down in the grocery store, dead body.
They got rid of the horse collar. Basically right after Roy Williams snapped T.O.'s leg, they got rid of the horse collar tackle, and this is sort of an amendment to the horse collar. This is the players figuring out, okay, we can't tackle from the neck. Let's do it from the hips. So they wrap them up by the hip from behind and be nasty. And they drop their hip and they land on their leg. It's kind of what happened to Mahomes, and it is what happened to Pollard. So 2 guys got hurt. One guy mattered. The other one didn't. Tony Pollard's the one that mattered in this game. Patrick Mahomes didn't matter because they went on a 98-yard drive, apparently. So whatever.
System quarterback.
Absolutely.
Quarterback.
So Warren Sharp's like, they've got to get rid of this. And everyone seemingly is like, yeah, you're probably right, but like you're going to defensive guys have no chance anymore anyway. But I think he's right. I mean, like, this is a dangerous tackle.
Yeah, I mean, again, Justin March, the former Cowboys linebacker, he was on Twitter during the game. He said that he thinks it should be outlawed. That's a linebacker saying he thinks it should be outlawed. He said, I can't tell you how many like ankle injuries I've seen when guys, yank and drop down. He said when you do that, he said I've seen so many guys get their ankles snapped doing that.
Can't outlaw it. It's unfortunate. It's just too tough to police. First off, you're screwing the defense again, and then they've already done a nice job, I think, in terms of judging helmet to helmet full speed, all the other things that they have to be on top of. And then you want me to determine if you drop your body weight when you grab someone by the hips. It's too difficult. It's way too tough. It's unfortunate. It's a tackle. This is one of the ways you bring someone down and tackle them to the ground. I just think it's too difficult. You're screwing the defense again. I think it has to stay. I think it's too tough.
You are screwing the defense, but injuries are, for owners, they do not want to see offensive players get hurt.
Sure.
Defensive players, we've got so much, history and studies on this that, just give me depth on defense and stars on offense, and you can't have your stars getting hurt by a preventable tackle. Yeah, I'm with you. It's too hard to play defense now, but I mean, if it's that or having Patrick Mahomes get hurt for the AFC Championship game, then I'm going to outlaw the tackle.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up right here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Thank y'all for being Tolos. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Another reason to hate Dan Orlovsky, and it has to do with food. And why is Bobby's high school in the news for a breaking scandal happening this morning? Let's see what Bobby knows about it next on The Fan. But first, I know about Headlines coming up at 7 o'clock. Little station argument broke out over jeans and washing them. 7:20 during the expressway. And no Jerry Jones today. Jerry has canceled on us. Just like Steven did yesterday on the KMC Masterpiece. Doesn't mean anything. We'll get into it coming up in about 20 minutes. But Bobby Belt, something going on at your kid's school right now?
Well, it's not his school at the moment. He's still in alternative schooling.
How's that going, by the way, after he got caught with the vape?
Wife is really irritated because it's like a 10-minute drive.
Oh,
and,
gosh.
And you have to no. It's a 10-minute drive, and you have to get, if you're not there 20 minutes early, you will get stuck, a mile deep in a car line that then you're not picking them up till 20 minutes after the school day ends. And so she's like, it ends up being like a 45-minute trip just to pick him up from school because you got to get there early and park and wait and then like move forward. And so
make him walk. I guess he could vape while walking.
He could.
Yeah, he could. And we're not gonna allow him to have
kids
that.
not ride bikes anymore. Ride the bike.
Ride
to
the
school.
bike, man.
I don't even know that this school lets you leave on your own. Like I think you do have to be picked up.
Is he like in line? Like he's reformed? You can feel it. You can sense it.
No, I don't know. We'll
Tucking his
see.
shirt in now.
We'll see.
Shaving.
Yeah.
Making his bed.
I don't know. He got a new. He was actually excited to show me the CD Lamb shirt he got from Rally House the other day. Rally House, a station sponsor here. He was excited to show me that yesterday, but no, it was not tucked in. He was just wearing it. But yeah, this is a bit of a distressing story. WFAA and a couple other stations yesterday had the story. The headline: North Texas youth pastor, high school coach, and volunteer firefighter among 46 arrested in commercial sexting, Homeland Security says. So they were set up about 10 days ago at a hotel in Southlake and a hotel in Frisco. Whoa. And they were just basically doing the To Catch a Predator thing. Where they, interact, set up a meeting online and say, hey, come on out. These are the terms of it, everything else, blah, blah, blah. And then when they show up, cops are there and they're like, you dumbass, and they arrest you. And so that was what was the story. But the tie-in for me, the local tie-in, is that the Marcus football, which, as you can see here, wearing a Marcus football hoodie today.
Oh, wow.
The Marcus who?
Marcus
The Marauders.
Marauders.
Marauders?
The Marauders, yeah.
What is that?
Like,
what did you say?
That's lame.
Oh.
Lame mascot.
Lame. Everything's lame.
Pepe.
Lame. It's lame.
The Marauders.
The Marauders. No, but the Marcus High School offensive coordinator, Tim Morrison, was the high school football coach that was arrested in this sting. So,
whoa,
yeah, that's not great. But it went quietly. Then now, what the interesting thing was, it was kind of blowing up yesterday on Twitter. Just somebody was tweeting about it and going like, "Why isn't this getting more attention?" Blah blah blah. And I guess some local elementary school principal in LISD was like chirping about like, why are you embarrassing the family and people make mistakes and blah blah blah. And then that got extra blown up of, oh look, now somebody with the school district is defending the yeah. And so it became a whole thing in the community yesterday. So I didn't realize I was actually wearing the Marcus High School hoodie until I was walking in this morning.
Way to support, Bobby.
I was more worried about shaving my head than what hoodie I was wearing. But yeah, once I realized I had it, I mean, go Marauders still, they
yeah, I still root for my high school, even though our coach was a,
right,
shower filming pedophile.
Yes. It wasn't the players. It wasn't any of them that did it. So still go team. But yeah, a little bit of a bad story coming out of the school yesterday.
Okay.
By the way, I had to look up Marauders for it because I knew it was a raider, but I was like looking for the exact definition. The exact definition of a marauder is a person who marauds. Doesn't really help out, I think, if you didn't know what that really meant in the first place.
What does it mean?
Like a raider.
It's a raider, like a...
Okay.
Yeah, a person who marauds. A band of English marauders were surprised and overcome is how you can use it in a sentence.
So, as if you didn't have enough reason to despise Dan Orlovsky in town, he deleted. I found it funny. He never responded to my tweet yesterday as he tried to troll the radio station. I went back and looked. He deleted his tweet coming after us. But the Dan Orlovsky message that has gone viral is what he does to his tacos. He is a Bobby Belt, Kevin Hagelin-esque eater, known to have horrific plain food taste. Orlovsky, he's not a food person. And the other night he tweeted, cucumbers in tacos, that's where it's at. And it's got this hideous photo. I mean,
terrible photo.
It's an awful photo.
I feel bad for the camera.
Chopped up cucumbers in his taco.
Yeah. Now, normally I support you doing whatever you want with food. I don't criticize food because I can't taste what's in your mouth. And if it tastes good to you, then fine. This is just weird.
Food subjective?
Yeah, food's a gamble. It's a gamble. I get it. I don't. Bobby likes to go to chain restaurants because it's all the same.
But why do I get criticism from you guys all the time if it's just it's subjective?
Well,
you know,
I'm not agreeing with Choppy. I'm a food elitist.
You are for
I'm
sure.
a food shamer.
You are for sure. Which, by the way, I just want to point out that this exact line is the same line that Daboll was using last week when talking about Philly. So once again, as much as you hate Daboll, you're proving more and more how much you're just like him.
How?
Because he said the same thing. I'm not one to judge somebody's food taste.
I'm not judging his food taste.
I'm not going to do that. So you're Daboll.
That's fine. He can find his way into a correct opinion every now and then. But nobody.
But look at this plate. This is first off. Is there anyone? How many people don't use paper plates? That's really what this is about. Well, it's about the cucumbers.
I don't use them.
You have a
he uses fine china.
You have a maid.
The palace.
You have a maid.
My dad refused to use them. If my mom
If
my mom ever handed my dad a food on a paper plate, he would pick it up and hand it right back to her.
God.
We were.
He was like, I do not go to work to eat on paper plates.
Without washing the dish, though, he
didn't do a damn thing.
After Chi-Chi had the latest baby, we went and took him like dinner one night, and Kristen was like getting stuff ready, and she's like, I gotta go to the store and get plates. I was like, why are you gonna get plates? She's like, they just had a baby, they're not gonna want to do dishes. And so she like brought that, and that was like the wife communication, because Eric's wife was like, oh, and you brought paper plates, thank you. Like they were thrilled at that. So wife loves paper plates. I don't care.
Orlovsky's plate is this very colorful paper plate, some Uncle Ben's rice pilaf, and this taco with cut up cucumber in it.
So straight. I love cucumbers. I don't know if I put them on a taco or not.
Put them in a taco. So
can't imagine.
Orlovsky getting roasted again for another food opinion.
It's funny, when I tweeted you guys about there's nothing to eat in the entire city, John Owning from Pro Football Focus replied, and he said, if you're in San Francisco proper, this might be the worst food take of all time on an app that has Dan Orlovsky. So that is his. Is 100% his MO.
San Francisco is great food. I have no idea about San Jose.
I can get rice-a-roni anywhere though.
That's not really San Francisco. It's fair, but it's not.
Paper plates where it's at. If we don't have them, because I'm not gonna touch a dish, so I gotta Instacart them. I'll Instacart paper plates.
I only have 3 plates.
Really?
I had 4. One of them broke.
No way. You have 3?
Yeah. Like I said, I used to have 4, but now I have 3. When I need to buy more. I obviously need to buy more.
You broke it like you dropped it, or you were angry?
No, it broke in the dishwasher.
So not American Beauty, like
good reference, but no.
All right, what is this Damar Hamlin conspiracy theory? Conspiracy theories in the 6 o'clock hour this morning.
So there is already and I know occasionally they pop up on the fan text too. We had a couple of them during the Damar Hamlin incident.
Couple of what?
A couple of people who say, you know why he dropped. It had nothing to do with football or anything else.
Oh, COVID people.
He was vaccinated. And he's another one of those. And so because of that, he's been kind of subject to a lot of theories related to that. And the most recent one he got caught up in is that while everyone else was thrilled to see him in attendance for the Bengals and Bills game, he wasn't really there. No, this was a body double that you never really see his face.
Because it was snowing.
It's snowing.
It was snowing. You could not.
He's wearing a mask. Why didn't he speak? He didn't speak to anybody.
He did the heart.
No, but it was, if you look, the structure of his hand heart looked different than it had previously.
The emoji.
Yeah. It didn't look the same. But people were like, why isn't he talking? He didn't talk.
I will say this. In watching Michael Irvin, NFL Network pregame, and they were like, Damar Hamlin is in the building. This is what I remember. They shot his family walking in. I never saw
They shot
DeMar.
him?
I only saw his family on camera. I only saw the family walking in. I did not see DeMar. And then we saw him in the midst of the snow. It feels like I'm doing a show with Larry Johnson right now and John Stockton. Between the conspiracy theories and the vaccination.
We had, here's some of the tweets we had. People reacting to the pictures.
Have you ever gone to Larry Johnson's Instagram?
I have.
Oh,
I have.
my Lord.
Yeah, it's out there, man.
No oxygen tank, no interview, no clear visual of DeMar Hamlin's face. Weird. Somebody else goes, DeMar Hamlin was born in McKees Rocks, Pennsylvania. His parents are Mario and Nina. And then they have this little image here, and they're like, this is a death record database. Did DeMar Hamlin pass away? Is this really DeMar Hamlin at the Buffalo game? So that's the new theory, is that he's got, like, I guess, 6 dozen body doubles a la Saddam Hussein. Like, it's one of those things.
Look,
but,
I support all conspiracy theories, and I want to keep them all going.
oh, I do too. I love conspiracy theories.
I mean, I want to be able to go on the internets and just see article after article after article about this. So, conspiracy theory, or just, likely. I don't know.
Or just stupid, like a lot of people in this country are, just flat out stupid.
You're a sheep, Sean.
I wonder
Sheeple.
if every country has this amount of morons that can be brainwashed and has their crazy conspiracy theories. Probably.
No, that's not true. We have more.
You think?
100%. All these other countries, they're simps. They just go whatever the government tells them. Okay, that's why we're Americans. We fought back. Okay, we fought back against 3%.
USA.
Okay, we fought back against the British. Everybody else in Great Britain and Europe and Asia, they just say, oh, okay, we're just going to take what you give us, but not us, because we're Americans, and we don't deal with that. And we will question our government.
And I'm proud to be an American.
Why did
You go live in
at
your
least
600
I
square
know
foot
I'm
little
free.
IKEA house, and we're going to live here in America.
Why did Jerry Joe? God. Oh my God.
It's going to be such a great place when I run again. And number 47's here. It's such a great place.
Why did Jerry cancel on us? Zeke wants to come back. Will McClay on what they need to add, and the Stars losing overtime. Headlines on a Tolo Tuesday next. Of course, now.
studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Time for headlines on a Tolo Tuesday here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Bobby Belt, take off the hat real quick. He just FaceTimed his wife as he got up this morning and shaved his head at 4 a.m. She was not happy. Should have recorded that on FaceTime. She is not thrilled whatsoever. Stephen Jones yesterday canceled his weekly appearance on the KMC Masterpiece, and then we got word that Jerry will not be appearing this morning with us at 8:30. Didn't get a reason why. Don't know what's happening. Don't know. My God.
That's garbage.
That's garbage.
Garbage.
Thank you, Russo.
Garbage.
Choppy, what do you think? Should we speculate or reculate?
Both.
Antonio Brown?
We should absolutely regulate on this. This is not the first time this has happened. And it's not going to be the last time this happens. Hopefully, we're still around. We can do it again. But it's not going to be the last time.
I'm sure it'll happen next year, so we'll probably be around.
And guess what's going to happen next year? This is how insignificant this is in the grand scheme of things. Next year when this happens, we're going to ask, has he ever canceled on us before at the end of the year? Because the same thing happened last year, and it probably happened the year before, and it's probably happened a million times. And in the grand scheme of things, our lives are going to move on, and we're going to forget about it.
So is this because they're going to fire someone, they just don't feel like talking, or they're conducting more interviews at the Star?
Yes, absolutely. Correct. They're exit interviews. They're trying to get all these people, exit interviews before, they leave town. They're probably going to fire somebody, and they're probably going to trade somebody.
I've gone back and researched. I've managed to find 3 times that he's canceled on you guys.
Okay.
I'm sure there's more, but I've found 3 instances.
Or rescheduled.
Yeah, but in general, like, hey, this isn't happening this day. He did do it last year at the end of the season, so there is that one. He did it, interestingly enough,
Which will make KMC Friday 10:30 even more of a tune-in like last year. That's where he went off on everything.
he canceled during the bye week in 2021 after Slater's report came out. So about the players thinking the coaching staff was bad at their job. So he canceled then, and then he canceled right after the Washington game, right before they traded for Amari Cooper. And he explained that one to you guys the following week, where he said he canceled because he didn't trust that he was going to be able to keep quiet that they were trying to trade for Amari.
So this leads me to believe he's either really, really ticked off, upset, or they're going to do something. Not that they're just interviewing, Brian Schottenheimer and maybe Nathaniel Hackett.
He didn't seem ticked off after the game. So I mean, to me, reckless speculation
And regulation.
I think it's. I think there's some sort of job evaluation going on for coaches right now, and he doesn't want to get asked about any of it while they're making decisions.
Will McClay was on last night, Cowboys Hour, with Brad Sham on this radio station. And the true general manager, at least when it comes to picking players, was asked if they got the most out of the roster this year.
I think it's a fair assessment because starting in April when the players came in and started the off-season program, you could see it kind of building. And then, as much as everybody put into it, the belief in it and, all the things that we had to go through, your quarterback goes out early in the season. You rally there. People are saying you can't do this and that. And the way the coaches and the team and the players rallied, and the new guys that had to step up in new roles, and the young guys that played and did things and join. It's a hard thing to do when you get young players and to put them into a team that's established and then try and, kind of carry that momentum forward. And they did a really good job with that and the belief. And that's why it's like you said, there's a little bit left that we were hoping we could get out, and we didn't get it.
All right, so this sets up what I asked Brad Sham yesterday. Was it a successful season? You and I voted yes.
Yeah.
If it was just a flat yes or no, was it a successful season? We would say yes. Bobby, your vote would be?
No.
Wow.
I mean, look, because to me, it's just it's success in a vacuum. But to me, it's like the grand scheme of what was Mike McCarthy brought in here to do, and what have they really been trying to accomplish since they paid Dak has been to get past the divisional round. I'm not one of these ones who, I know Nick said it yesterday where he's like, well, what is it? Like, you got to win the Super Bowl every year? No, not win the Super Bowl every year, but in order for it to be like, this was a success, do something you haven't done in 27 years. Something that's sort of a reasonable baseline.
They did something they hadn't done in 30 years.
They won the road playoff game. That's great. Happy for that, but it does. And I mean, there are successful aspects to the season, but ultimately, at the end of the day, did you accomplish what every year we talk about, which is get past this?
Thanks, Coach.
When was the last time?
There's two different ways to look at it. One, what we all thought before game one started, we were all wrong, except for Choppy. We were all wrong about what this team would be. Then you can reevaluate once you see them play. And once we saw them play and saw 12-5 and all that, we still knew and said that they were not better than Philly or San Francisco, that they definitely weren't better than San Francisco. You were the leader in that clubhouse. So if we were wrong before the season about how good they would be, and then during the year we knew they weren't better than the 49ers, how can we be upset?
Because you can exceed expectations and still fail. Expectations are no, success is not about my expectations. So success is about a standard. If you don't achieve the standard,
but you don't
I don't
have a
care.
Standard. You haven't won anything in 30 years. There's no standard.
That's my point. Like, the standard is get past what you've done this entire time, and then we'll say that was successful.
They did. They won back-to-back double-digit games for the first time since they won the Super Bowl.
They didn't advance past where they've been anywhere for the last 27 years. Though, so it's not. No, it's not. It's not.
Arbitrary round.
Do you think they did more than what you thought?
Yeah, like I said, they exceeded expectations, but they failed to meet a standard.
Okay.
Look, here's the thing. They don't have a standard. This whole the bar has been set in this organization by Roger and Troy. That bar has been rusted and has fallen apart.
I'm not even shooting for that.
There is no bar.
I'm not even shooting for that. I'm not even talking about a Super Bowl. Just get to the championship game. You can lose by 60, and I would have said, yes, it's a success. You didn't get there. That's the standard.
877-881-1053. I'm tweeting it out right now at 1053SS on Twitter. 877-881-1053. I'm just interested in yes or no. That's it. Was it a successful season? Me and Chop say yes. Bobby Belt says no. Brad Sham says yes. All right, so Will McClay, what about the future? 3 to 4 good players away in the draft or free agency to really be a Super Bowl contender?
I think that's fair. I mean, other than the Rams last year who, threw a bunch of stuff together and it worked.
But they mortgaged the future.
Yeah, and part of this deal is building for the future while you're having success. And we've had 2 seasons with 12 wins and, all of those positive things. And so when you build a culture like Mike's trying to do with the team and, all the coaches, you build that and then guys believe in it and then now it becomes part of your fiber. Then that's how teams grow and they stay consistent with the opportunity to win for a long amount of time. And I think that's what we're building towards. And again, we still have some free agents we have to re-sign. We've got to rebuild this thing. You got to go through the draft. But if the pieces are in place to put them into and they understand what they're getting into and you get the right kind of guys, you can continue that momentum going forward.
All right, we got some breaking news 16 minutes ago from Adam Schefter. Bill O'Brien has returned to New England. He is being named the Patriots offensive coordinator. He was there from 2007 to 2011. He returns to coach Mac Jones. Whom he briefly worked with at Alabama.
Okay.
Matt Patricia experiment, a failure.
So now I'm sure Matt will stay on somewhere with the organization. They love him there.
I don't know, because there was a report out a couple days ago that said now that Detroit's basically done paying him, because he was basically working for free in New England, because Detroit was paying him out. Now that he's not being paid, they were talking about how they may just completely
whatever.
move on.
Who cares? Matt Patricia, he still uses a pencil. Will this?
Wow, pencil shaming.
10 out of 10 times.
Every day you use a pen in here.
Because I don't have a pencil sharpener. But if I did, I would. There was a pencil sharpener right there.
You don't have to have a pencil. You should get the ones that you.
The twist thing.
The twist.
Yeah. I'm gonna get you the NFL pencil set and a pencil sharpener.
Pencil over pen 10 out of 10 times. Not even close. Especially you got to get a good graphite though. But I think it's a good move.
He's a great move.
He's a good OC. He's a good coach. He's a good head coach.
We ended up being too hard on him in Houston.
He's a terrible GM. He was a terrible GM.
He seems like a jerk.
He does seem like a jerk, but
That's his reputation.
He went to the playoffs with four different quarterbacks took him to the playoffs. It's 3 or 4. Like, that's really, really remarkable in today's NFL.
I agree.
TJ Yates.
So
the postseason.
Make or break time maybe now for Snack Jones. The Dallas Stars taking on Buffalo last night. Here's what happened in OT.
Near corner. Now Tage Thompson. Far side scores! What a pass! And Owen Powers, first of the year, is an overtime winner in Dallas as the Sabres pick up 2.
First of the year from a rookie defenseman. Sabres TV with the call. 56 seconds into overtime. And their 41-year-old goaltender stopped 29 of 31 shots in his 700th career NHL appearance. Stars lose 3-2.
This game was lost in the first 4 minutes. The Stars Buffalo had a turnover in their own zone. Stars had a point-blank shot, and they made a nice save. He made a really nice save. They had another chance early on, too, at a point-blank, and nothing.
The guy who scored was 8 days old when Craig Anderson made his NHL debut with the Blackhawks. And Buffalo is trying to make the playoffs for the first time since 2011.
They haven't made the playoffs in a decade? God. Was Ryan Miller the goalie then?
Jamie Benn and Robertson scored for the Stars. Ottinger made 22 saves. They earned 1 point, so they move 1 point ahead of the Jets for the Central Division lead. Coach DeBoer said, I'm going to go glass half full. We've been playing a lot of good hockey and found a way to get an important point. So that's what happened last night at the AAC. All right, we have fan events to tell you about, and the first one is going to be Thursday night here at the radio station. You don't have to sign up. You don't have to pay. You don't have to register. You just show up here at the station for Rangers Hot Stove from 7 to 8 p.m. in our performance showroom. It's going to be the Get Right with Reggie and KG along with Jared Sandler and Brock Burke, Rangers pitcher. No sign up. You show up. Get your picture taken. Meet Brock Burke right here with the fan. And then this weekend, this Saturday to be exact, it's going to be Texas Rangers Fan Fest. Tickets $10 for adults, $5 for kids. Just go to TexasRangers.com for your new look squad. Headlines here on Sean and RJ. Man, we got some drama playing out in Buffalo. Not with the Sabres, but with the Diggs brothers. We'll get to that. And the Gene's argument that broke out here on the radio station because of the G-Bag Nation. We need your vote on the controversial subject. That's next right here on The Fan.
But let's get you over to the great.
Lawyers Frankel and Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Good Lord. This Cowboys website story. What a joke. You want another example why they are the number one team in all of sports despite not winning anything, really? This website story. We may have to get Derek Eagleton on to explain it, or Eatman. Maybe Eatman here in the show, even though he's not supposed to come on today. Good gosh. Herm Edwards, internet, Twitter, settle down. We'll get to that after we chime in on a station argument that started yesterday, Bobby, on the G-Bag Nation.
Yeah, so on Sunday when I was in the on the pregame show, Eric Chiafalo randomly threw it to me and said, Bobby, how often do you wash your jeans?
This is on the pregame.
Yeah, which I assume is just a reference to we were at Levi's Stadium. And so I had said, I don't know. I was like, isn't the Levi Wrangler recommendation like, I don't know, like once every 2 weeks, which I found out later it is not that. It's much more infrequently than once every 2 weeks.
Much more
infrequently.
Yeah, but Levi's aren't really, they don't, like a lot of new jeans are different material. Levi's are like coarse, hard, 7 inches thick.
Yeah, they are. But I had said 2 weeks, about every 2 weeks, I wash them, or ask the wife to wash them. But either way, no, she'll come to me and say, "Do you want me to wash your jeans yet?" And I'll just go, "Sure."
Fred Flintstone. Wow.
So okay, we'll ask you how often you wash your jeans here in a second, Sean. So that they played that, and I think Chiafalo thought he was going to get backing. That like, look how weird Bobby was. He said he washes his jeans every 2 weeks. And then it kicked off this debate with the G-Bag Nation.
I just want to bookmark that Bobby Beld is an every 2 weeks jeans washer. Yes. And at some point, we will revisit this conversation coming up in the relatively near future, how often we're washing our pants.
Listen, that's not a recommendation from Mr. Levi, okay? I promise you, he wants you not to wash his jeans.
Yes, I've heard that.
Yeah, not wash the jeans. Yeah. These pair of Levi's I have on, they've been to the cleaners once. Wow. And I've had them for a few years, buddy.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Great jeans.
There is a huge conversation to be had here, and I just wanted to lay out the evidence, and then we'll circle back on it at a later
You treat them
date.
like shoes.
Okay.
They're the one clothes item that are kind of like shoes. Maybe you wash them if they get super muddy.
I have this weird thing about any pants I wear, and it really just comes down to what did I pee at a urinal that day? And if I did, I feel obligated to go ahead and have to wash those things.
Yeah.
So the swamp rear and stuff like that, you don't wash those after that? I mean, if you're in the summertime?
If it were me, Broadus, I probably
I'm not wearing super denim crazy jeans in the hot summertime anyway, though, really.
So winter wear.
I guess you're right. That's
Wait a minute, you're like a rodeo guy.
Yeah.
You're like riding horses? What do you like? Got the Bermuda shorts on, the horseback? What do you got?
The rodeos aren't really going down. It's trail rides in the summer. A lot of trail rides happen in the summer.
You're going hoochie daddy on them things.
Yeah, no doubt.
Ooh, chafing.
And then if I do, I got 2 pair of jeans that I do for that situation.
All right.
You know what I mean? If they get too dirty, then you go ahead and wash them.
Do you smell them? Like, have you ever like picked them up and they're like, oh, these aren't.
Yeah, that's when it's time to buy a new pair.
Oh,
facts.
So if they get smelly, you buy new pairs.
Yeah.
Good, air them out.
Okay, so I tried to write down everybody's tendencies. Did I hear correctly, Lucius, once a year?
Now he did say cleaners, so I don't know if he only washed them once, or is he just saying I've only taken them to the cleaners, like to deep clean once, and maybe I wash them a little more frequently than that.
I've never seen somebody deep clean their jeans in a steamer. They throw them in the wash. Maybe he means the laundromat. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like maybe he does that. Maybe that's how he works.
Then I wrote down Chiafalo. Every time he uses the urinal, so that's every day here at the station. You're on a 5-hour show. You are going to pee at this urinal,
unless he uses the toilet to pee.
Unless he uses the toilet. So what would be the difference? The
splashback.
Splashback.
Now listen, I get it. It's disgusting. He's probably true. I just assume that my body is essentially covered in pee and poop at all times. I assume that walking through society, that there is poop particles just floating all over me. My beard is probably covered in them. Everything about me. I just assume I'm going to get dirty, and I just have to live with it. I wash my jeans basically every time I do a wash, which is like once a week. Maybe I'll go over 2 weeks.
But you don't wear jeans. I mean, you only wear jeans that I've seen in 12 years. You've worn them maybe to a dinner function that we have or Topgolf. For some reason, you wear jeans to Topgolf. But that's it. That's the only time I've seen you wear
I
them.
wear them during the week. If we go to dinner, if Sarah and I go to dinner, like I'm not gonna wear like sweatpants or whatever. I'll wear jeans then and on the weekend. So yeah, I probably wash them every 4 to 5 wears. But it's not like every.
So Chia follows a germaphobe.
At least with that, I guess. Yeah.
But he wears his open face Crocs everywhere in the entire world with his gangly toes out, and he's fine with that. He's fine wearing his Crocs everywhere.
He's not a germaphobe. He washes his hair once a week.
I don't.
Yeah, he's not a germaphobe.
Then I don't know what it is about this specifically. He has a problem with urine, I guess,
Maybe.
is the issue.
But
Specifically.
I mean, he talks about poop all the time.
He talks about the bathroom all the time, in general.
So I don't know. I'm
very complex young man.
Now the Levi CEO did make headlines back in 2014 when he said that he hasn't washed his pair of jeans in more than a year, and he said generally
is that because they want them to be more comfortable?
They just say
they break them in.
I guess there's not a need for it given the wear down. It's a thicker fabric. It doesn't need those sorts of cleans. And when you clean them, you are wearing the fabric down. There was another jeans company said that they recommend you don't wash them for the first 6 months you have them. That you shouldn't do that.
Dirty. That's
just what it said. And then realsimple.com, which does one of these like little home tips and stuff like that. They suggest they recommend washing after every 10 times you wear your jeans. I'm an every 2 weeks guy, roughly. And I'll wear my right here. I would say these jeans here have not been washed in probably a week and a half.
Okay.
Roughly.
But how many times have you worn them, though? It's the same jeans that you've been wearing,
5.
though?
Probably 5 times.
That's too much.
Where do you stand on this, Peyton? You were very opinionated on the text chain last night.
Yeah, so I only have like 3 pairs of jeans. So like I'll rotate them and stuff, but I'll throw them in the dirty.
Does any man have more than 3 pairs of jeans?
I have 2.
Okay.
Let's see. You got to have a slim fit. You got to have a skinny. You got to have a boot, and you got to have a moto.
You wear the skinny jeans?
What's a moto?
That's the one with the little patches on the leg here.
Okay, the Troy ones.
Yeah. I got skinny. Yeah, I wear them quite a bit.
But yeah, no, I mean, whenever I do laundry, I'll wash them and stuff. But if they sit there for a couple weeks, I mean, I'm not stressing about it. But yeah, I'm not wearing them 3 or 4 times.
Okay.
If you don't wear underwear, you got to wash them more. Obviously.
Yeah.
Obviously. And by the way, like the Levi guy, I get it. He's saying that. Levi is based in San Francisco. It's like 50 degrees there. They don't know what a Texas summer is like.
True.
Okay. If you wear jeans on a July day, you have to immediately wash them. The amount of butt sweat.
No, you say you're gonna do it, and then you eventually you're
Hose them
lazy,
down,
and then you
spray
grab
with
them out of the
some
hamper.
Febreze. Yeah.
Grab them back out.
254 says Bobby Belt is either a liar or he's a liar that you don't wash your pants every 2 weeks, but you can't take a shower after somebody goes to the bathroom. Like the whole little rule I have about not showering for 2 hours after, and then be okay with wearing jeans for 2 weeks.
Great point.
Different
great
because
text.
that's exactly, it's the opposite, is that I am so hyper aware of my own cleanliness that like I don't feel like I'm wearing out jeans and making them that dirty. That's the difference there.
Ted on Twitter, I'm so happy this is being brought up. I'm a 2 to 3 week cycle. Yeah, I'd say 2 to 3 weeks. 2 to 3 weeks for the cycle. But the lead story here is that jeans just need to be eradicated, period, for guys. They're awful. COVID exposed jeans. They did. Now, especially for our job. Jeans suck.
Dude, what do you...
They suck.
You want to take shots at Whataburger, too? You coming into Texas, taking shots at jeans?
Oh, is jeans a Texas thing now?
Jeans are absolutely a Texas thing.
I guess jeans is more Texas than anywhere else. Yeah, they're like... Women have solved this with the black...
the yoga pants.
The yoga pants. They can wear those things out to a club. They can wear them to a nice dinner. We have no we have no option like that. And we got to put on these jeans that you got to break in again after you wash them. You got to do squats. COVID exposed jeans suck. They're overrated, and we need a true alternative for going out to nice events.
That's why I do khaki pants. I'm a khaki pants guy.
Actually, the solution to it is kind of like the stretchy waistband jean. Those are more comfortable, right? Where they'll expand a little bit on you. There's some give in there in the waistband, but I've turned on jeans. I'm out.
We need we got to get you the.
I don't want
the stretchy jeans.
I just
no, not the no. You're thinking jeans nowadays. Like if you buy like Levi's, you might as well just no.
Yeah,
I'm talking about like the Joes or the Hudson brand, like the ones that are like super comfortable. Like my jeans are as comfortable as sweatpants.
Wow.
The problem is the belt. The jeans itself are super stretchy.
Yeah.
You wash them, you don't have to break them in. You know, the skinny jeans are more comfortable than anything else. I know I'm telling you.
No.
I will let you try mine on.
I'm not
you
trying your jeans.
You will buy
Let's do that.
6 pairs of these things by the end of the week.
There is a distressing amount of people on the fan text who say their read for washing the jeans is just turning around and smelling the rear area of their jeans.
That's what I would do.
You would bury your face in that and smell it?
I can't tell you how many times I've buried my face in my own pants. I can't tell you the amount of time I have smelled. See if I have. Oh, do I need to wash this? Like, you know, can I get away with this for a couple hours? Can't tell you the amount of time.
Who was texting about underwear last night? Was it you reversing underwear and?
Yeah, I was kind of comparing it to like it's like not washing your jeans because we were talking about you can go 8 to 9 times with wearing jeans and stuff before washing them. I was like, that's like me flipping my underwear inside out and wearing it the next day.
It's not even close.
Yeah, it is.
July in Texas, you're gonna turn your
summer,
underwear inside
it's
out.
different.
Disgusting.
Normal day, normal weather.
Yeah, there's zero comparison to like cotton underwear or whatever, and jeans and denim, and also you're talking about exposing directly to the underwear, Peyton, and then you're reversing it, whereas there's at least an underwear layer between you and the denim. And so, yeah, absolutely. Every 2 weeks, I've gone longer. I've gone longer than 2 weeks.
How often do women do it? That's more important. Ladies.
I asked my wife. She said she will do it after every wear, that she'll do that. She's like, no, I'm not. I'm going to wash. I'm not going to. She's like, I know what the recommendation is. I'm not chancing like being gross. I'm washing them.
Sarah's every wear or 2 wears. Unless they touch the floor. If they touch the floor, she puts them in the hamper.
Touch the floor?
Anything touches the floor, it goes right into the trash or the hamper. Doesn't get reworn. As soon as it touches the floor.
No 5-second rule in the kitchen for food?
She doesn't believe in the 5 seconds. If it touches the floor, it's either going in the wash or the trash.
But she sleeps with you pure naked. That doesn't bother her.
She doesn't come on my side of the bed. I have to go on
She
hers.
doesn't?
I have to go on hers.
Or
Are you the left or right side, Chopper?
I have to go on hers.
I got Bobby. Well done.
It depends on if you're looking at the bed. If you're looking at the bed, I'm on the left side of the bed.
Okay.
877-881-1053. Okay, I just asked my wife. Usually after I wear them, they stretch and lose shape. Sometimes after 2 wears. Okay, so I'm going to guess ladies are more frequent.
Yeah, they definitely wash it more often.
A lot of people are saying this whole freezer thing.
Freezer?
That's a myth.
Put the jeans in the freezer.
Why?
It says it kills the bacteria.
Kills the COVID.
It does.
I thought that was
your
heat.
second.
This was the summertime.
That's
Peyton.
your second Fauci reference in 12 hours.
I got one more.
Terrible man. Terrible man. Liar. Big liar.
877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com. Text on, hit us up here on the show. Okay, let's get to this drama that's playing out with the Diggs brothers. All right, so Stephon Diggs is getting kind of criticized. Man, Cowboy fans are thirsty because I don't know how many trade proposals that got sent yesterday. What can we offer up? How can we get him? How can we get Stephon out of Buffalo to team up? It started with Stephon Diggs kind of going off on Josh Allen on the sideline. And apparently after the game, Stephon left the locker room and one of his teammates had to drag him back. But Stephon was not happy with the season low 10 points that the Bills scored against the Bengals. Well, this is why Eli Apple, just when I want to start feeling sorry for this guy, Eli Apple, he's like the Pat Bev of the National Football League.
Yes.
He's like the Pat Beverly. Stephon Diggs went and explained his frustration and, I'm a competitor. Do you want me to be okay with our level of play when it's not up to the standard? Nah. Well, he's sitting there saying this stuff. Eli Apple on Twitter yesterday tweets T.O. Jr. to Stephon.
Oh, did you see his follow-up?
Wow.
His follow-up, he quote tweeted, he said, "Someone get them in couples therapy. Josh Allen QB and at Stephon Diggs, I'll pay on God."
Eli said that?
Yes. And he's retweeting all these memes of Josh Allen, smiling and laughing when his defense can't put up more than 10 points or he is
trolling them. So he wrote Diggs Stephon tweeted, "It's easy to criticize my reaction. Eli responds with Cancun on 3. And then Trayvon has weighed in this morning at 6:15 a.m. Trayvon tweeting back clown to Eli Apple, who is taking great satisfaction in the Buffalo Bills getting eliminated and Stephon Diggs not being happy.
And you just gotta take it.
Like we have to take
it. Yep.
You
don't get to. They get to talk. Eli Apple gets to talk. He does. Stephon Diggs doesn't get to talk right now. You gotta take it. Stinks, but you just gotta take it. That the Cancun tweet that Eli Apple put out there. I mean, maybe it's more Cabo than Cancun. Maybe more St. Lucia. But you gotta take it. That's where you're going.
We do. Are you heading this next direction? The Trayvon Diggs' liked tweet this morning.
I don't know what he liked.
He liked the tweet, the reply right after he did the clown emoji. He liked the tweet that said, "Tell your brother to come to Dallas. Get him here."
And who liked it?
Trayvon did.
Okay. Yeah.
Get Stephon here.
What would that take?
Yeah, if Stephon can't get along with Josh Allen, I'm sure he's going to just be loving getting along with Dak.
Oh, man.
Amari Cooper was saved by Dak, So
all the Josh Allen. I love how everyone's turned on Josh Allen now. Choppy may actually be the leader in the clubhouse. Josh Allen now is overrated. Josh Allen now he's just a guy. The crazy QB reaction. Jared Sandler was dealing with this yesterday. He's like, I'm tweeting with so many Tolos who say Josh Allen is not that dude. It's kind of like the Chad Henne tweets. I got 3 straight Tolo messages over the weekend when Chad Henne had the 98-yard drive. Does this show, Sean, that Pat Mahomes is a system quarterback? Why does Mahomes need to come back in the second half? They just went down the field and scored. So now Pat Mahomes, Chad Henne exposed Pat Mahomes as a system quarterback, and now Josh Allen ain't that dude.
Dak put up better numbers than Josh did over the last 3 weeks. He
Stop.
did.
So what? So what?
So are we?
No. No.
Yeah,
Stop.
go ahead.
I'm going to hold you accountable.
Go ahead. Let's
when
go.
When you throw that out there, you're about to set up that you have to follow up with Dak Prescott is equal or better than Josh Allen. So what are you trying to say? Are you gonna utter that statement in word?
I'll tell you what I'm about to say. I'm about to say 12 weeks doesn't make a quarterback, just like one game doesn't make a quarterback. It's a defense. It's not a takedown of Josh Allen. It's a defense of Dak to say, look, I'm not hearing, the 5 o'clock segment on G-Bag talking about would Cooper Rush have won this game for Buffalo? I'm not hearing that. Or Josh Allen, he's not that dude. Or there's not these head in the hand Buffalo reactions of I guess he's not the guy. Look at because over the last 12 weeks, Dak was better.
I'm still not getting the entire point.
You can't. I'm just saying that the whole write-off Dak is well, look, this showed you just can't go back with him. Okay, well then you can't go back with Josh Allen either because he was worse.
Yeah, but
he was bad in 2 games.
But we know that Josh Allen
was bad for 12 weeks.
But we
I'm saying he was bad in 2. He was bad in both playoff games.
Yes,
but we know that Josh Allen is a superior player. I like that you're using these 12-game samples, but we know the overall reality that he's a superior football player going to the Hall of Fame, and our guy, we're trying to decide, is he that much better than Kirk Cousins? It's 2 different discussions. We're in 2 different aisles in the grocery store. Would you agree with that?
I would agree that Josh Allen is better. I would not agree
that Josh Allen is special. And Choppy, me and you, this may swerve to an argument between you and I. Josh Allen is special. We know Dak Prescott is not. The Bills have a playoff problem. They need to run the football more. Number 1, Josh needs to stop turning it over as much. But let's not use these. We do this stuff to try to compare Dak to Mahomes. Oh, look at this and look at these numbers. Let's just have a real conversation. It's a stupid comparison, and it's not. It's not anything you can say with a straight face. Josh Allen is special. Pat Mahomes is in that category, and Burrow. Then you draw a big fat line, and then we can talk about other people.
Here's what I'll say.
Yeah, okay.
If you were to take their top 6, Allen and Dak, take their top 6 passer rating performances in a season, how many of them does Dak have?
I don't care.
How many does Dak have of the top 6?
Passing performances?
If you take their 6 highest passer rating performances, for their an entire season, not a game, but
3 or 4.
He has 5 of them.
Okay. So what are you saying?
What I'm saying is that we can't just keep writing it off as like this monumental gap of like
is Dak in a Josh Allen conversation?
Dak is not Allen. Dak is closer to Allen than Dak is to.
He's not closer to Allen than he is to
average
Kirk Cousins.
Quarterback. No,
he's not. Let me say it again. He's not closer to Josh Allen than he is Kirk Cousins.
He's not Josh Allen and he's not Kirk Cousins, but he's closer to Josh Allen than he is
to Mahomes.
than league average quarterback.
He's closer to Josh Allen than Allen is to Mahomes.
He's closer to Josh Allen than Allen is to Mahomes? No. What are you talking
Look,
about?
You're right. Josh Allen has a special
now
he has special athletic ability. First of all, he ain't going to the Hall of Fame right now. That's just the most asinine comment I've ever heard.
Okay.
And you make typically good comment. That was
okay. Well, I'll give you what
disgraceful.
odds you want on it right now today for the rest of our career that Josh Allen's going to the Hall of Fame. I was wrong about RG3 last time I said that.
He might go.
Let the record show.
He might go.
That's not a
but
very
it isn't because of his first 3 years.
What am I basing it off of?
Well, what he would do in the future. Like Patrick Mahomes is already
Like if
going.
Josh Allen continues to play like this, he's going to the Hall of Fame.
Oh, if he continues to play
we can't say he's one beat of Mahomes.
He's not. Joe Burrow is. He is.
Okay, we changed our mind about that in the last 2 weeks. 2 weeks, which you are Mr. Sample Size.
But yeah, and the sample over the last 3 years for 2 years for Joe Burrow far exceeds the career of Josh Allen. Like his career to date. But all that said, Josh Allen's better than Dak Prescott. Let's not.
He is better, but also I want to.
Is Dak Prescott closer to Josh Allen or Kirk Cousins?
He is closer. I wouldn't put Kirk there. I would put
Carr.
Yeah, Carr and Goff. I put both ahead of Kirk.
Okay. Is he closer to Jared Goff or Josh Allen?
Oh, Goff.
Okay, thank you.
QBR. Well, he was also saying Goff is better than Dak yesterday.
Yeah,
so
Goff is closer to Josh Allen.
If you if you want to take QBR too, which does factor in all the Josh Allen running. If you take their top 5 season performances, Allen has one of them. Dak's QBR has the 4 others. So I'm not saying Dak is better than Allen. I am saying that what Dak has done is put himself closer to that player than league average quarterback, whatever quarterback. And it's also ridiculous to try and say that after some inconsistency, some up and downs, definitely. Okay. It's not that he was all the way bad.
So your point is your overall point is let's not use the recent Allen struggles to indict him, and let's not use a fluky turnover year from Prescott to indict him.
Yes,
that's your overall point.
Yes, I'm saying if you're making the argument that you have to move on from Dak, then you should similarly be making an argument that Buffalo has to move on from Josh Allen.
Okay.
That's my point.
Because of the way their careers have gone.
The turnovers, in general.
The recency.
Yes.
Okay.
See,
Fantex?
We can find common ground.
I know, It just takes us a while to get to it. But now me and you need to fight over Josh Allen. So let me turn the heat to you.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's a good player, but I think
he's a great player.
He is not. He is a bad decision maker. That much is true. And you cannot be a great quarterback if you're a bad decision maker. That's his issue. He has improved his accuracy.
Is he Brett Favre?
I don't think so.
That's similar. No, I don't think that's a bad analogy.
Maybe.
Incredible arm
analogy. It's a great analogy.
Incredible arm talent. Guy who's just kind of a cowboy out there.
And the turnovers.
Yeah.
And you don't care about turnovers.
I don't care about turnovers. But he also makes bad decisions. Bad decisions don't always just lead in turnovers.
Okay, what else do they lead to?
Incompletions. Lack of drives, lack of points. Everything.
The Buffalo Bills, a struggling offense?
I mean, in the playoffs, they absolutely were.
Okay, 10 points in one game.
And then
otherwise they're in the number one. You're changing off of nothing. You're going back on your own formula. On game one after game one this year, you said just put the Bills in the Super Bowl. Just put them in the Super Bowl. And they were a good team throughout the season.
They were a fantastic team. Now Josh had bad games. There was a 6-game stretch where he was Davis Mills. Same exact numbers as Davis Mills. Is he a really, really good player? Yeah. His ability, his talent is off the charts. His decision-making is not there yet, that's a problem.
I was interested to look where he was at just for this year. Josh Allen was negative 0.9, so almost -1 on the expected completion differential. So he was he was slightly more inaccurate than he was expected.
So this is his second highest QBR. He had a better QBR this year than last year by 5 points. Yes. Last year at a 66. No one was talking like this last year. His QBR is better. and his like breakout year, the QBR was a 76. So
this is interesting.
Yeah,
now
it
that
is.
Now that I'm looking at it, the last 2 years at least, I'm curious about the last 3. The last 2 years, Josh Allen's completion percentage over. Okay, 2020 is good, but 2021 and 2022, his completion percentage over expectation was negative.
Let me put it like this: if the Buffalo Bills called us and said we want to trade out, we're keeping Diggs. Diggs went off on him. We're getting rid of the quarterback.
Yeah,
and we want Dak. What would the Cowboys have to throw in to make that an equal deal? Just a stupid hypothetical.
To trade for Josh Allen?
For Dak Prescott and what for Josh Allen?
Dak and
it'd be
2 ones.
It'd be the Goff for Stafford trade.
Which is
2 ones and the player.
Okay, so that thank you.
Yeah, I said
Two
Allen
ones.
was above Dak.
Yeah, I just wanted to hear how above.
That's a big,
way
that's
above.
A big
How many first round picks do the Raiders have to send you to take Derek Carr?
And let me say what that proves. That proves Dak is closer to Cousins than he is to Allen. If I have to throw in 2 ones on top of it, you just prove my point.
I think you have to throw in 3 ones to get Kirk for Dak.
No,
or Kirk for
3
or
ones?
Carr for Dak. Absolutely.
3.
Yes.
Minnesota would ask for 3 on top of.
No, I'm saying that Dallas, not
Dallas would ask Minnesota for 3 ones to take back Cousins.
Kirk. Yes.
Wow, Choppy, come on. You know that's wrong.
3, no.
Yes.
What?
Well, you're not going to say because you think Dak and Cousins are similar,
and not 2 ones.
Like they might look.
One
Kirk's
one
a
might
good
be a
player.
lot.
Kirk's a good player. That's what he is. Just a good player. They're not giving. You're not going to trade Kirk and 3 ones for Dak
or 2 ones. We don't have to.
No, but it's not going to be anything anybody's going to like. Yeah, I'm not saying anybody's going to do. I'm saying that is what Dallas would want.
Okay, I can see that's what they would want. They wouldn't get it, but
they would shut it down. They'd be like, okay, we're done.
No, but you are a literal SOB. You know that you are. You get so
My mom's
literal.
dead. What are you talking
get so literal. I'm not taking a shot at your mother. You get so literal when it comes time to get into the topics and the points. I like it. That was good. That was fun. You get so literal when it comes time versus that real world discussion. How many QBRs are the last 5? How many statistical better passing seasons?
If you want to like talk, I'm just saying that if you look at it and you look at over the last 12 weeks and everybody's saying, oh my gosh, look at this 12 weeks, look at the inconsistency. Okay, look at the inconsistency on Allen. I'm just saying, in order for you to then be consistent, not you, I'm just saying the general you, in order for somebody to be consistent that's demanding Dak is out of here, then you're saying that as a Buffalo fan, I would be demanding Josh Allen be gone.
All right, so that's probably the blow up of the day.
Get gone.
877.
It's still early.
877.
Definitely early.
881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line here on Sean and RJ. Where are the Tolos taking it real quick?
Oh, they're all over now.
Okay. This is a 50-50.
Here we go. One more.
I know if it's on the fan text, they're agreeing with me.
Dak, Carr, Goff, Cousins are the same QB. 1 more year until Herbert's there too.
Ooh.
Stats alone for Dak being a great quarterback is a hollow argument. Vegas puts Dallas as the odds-on favorite to trade for Hopkins. Okay. I don't know about that one.
I'll take him.
Why would you trade Dak and 2 ones for a QB that hasn't outperformed your own over the past 2 years? Dak and Cousins are the same quarterback. Josh is minus 0.9 because his average depth per target is sky high, which is probably true. Allen plus a 1 for Dak. Well, he would need more than that.
Yeah.
What?
But
No. Allen plus a 1 for Dak?
No, like Dak and a 1 for Allen.
But
that has to be what it means.
Must be what they meant.
Dak and a 1 is not getting that done for Josh Allen.
Dak is 100% closer to Cousins. Isn't Allen still on his rookie deal?
No,
he's not.
He got paid. All right. The New York Giants are planning to move forward, Choppy, with Daniel Jones.
Yes, they are.
And now their position may be a little bit. Before they were like, you're a scrub, we're declining your 5th-year option, and we're going to kick you out the door. Well, now, do they have to kiss Daniel's rear end a little bit, or will they just franchise him? The franchise tag for quarterbacks is projected to be $31.7 million, but yesterday their GM said that they want to bring back Daniel Jones, and then we got the Saquon contract as well.
So they do want to bring him back. Good. Go ahead. Bring him back. Like, he's a good player. Like, he had a decent year, but I'm not scared of him. You got to ask yourself, is it more likely that Daniel Jones regresses next year in a negative way, or that Kyler Murray and Russell Wilson regress in a positive way, if you want to call it that. What's more likely? I think it's that Kyler and Russ actually play well. Then that Daniel Jones duplicates the same kind of season that he had when he was okay. So go ahead and sign him. And then,
well, we're rooting for a Daniel Jones extension, correct? I think I would franchise him if I were them.
That's what I would do if I were them. I'd give him another year. Let's check it out. See what they can do.
I would, if I was the Giants, I would. I don't think you're going to have to.
Is Dak Prescott closer to Daniel Jones or Josh Allen?
No.
Would you stop? Okay, look, here's the thing, though, Chop, is that when you say, you don't think Daniel Jones is going to repeat that, are you not going to factor in at all, the idea of, he's broken away from 1970s coaching that's been in place there for a couple years, and now he's actually got somebody like Mike Kafka who can help him become who he is?
I mean, look, they want to pay Saquon Barkley $12 million. I don't think they've broken away.
You know what I mean?
You could take Dave Gettleman out of the organization, but you can't take the organization.
But let's just talk about let's just talk about on the coaching staff. Dable, who got a ton of credit for Allen's growth, and then Kafka, who was in Kansas City, got a lot of credit for how they've run quarterbacks through there. And then first year that they're in there together, Daniel Jones makes progress nobody's seen.
Because you respect their new regime. You did.
I do respect the new regime. I think they've got a good plan. But if their plan is to offer Saquon Barkley $12 million, I reserve the right to.
That's front office, though, right? I'm talking about the coaching staff that's working with Daniel Jones.
No, that's fine. Look, but as Herb Brooks said after Jim Craig gave up 10 goals, it's anybody's net. You just scored 7 points in a playoff game. It's anybody's position right now.
But we're all going to celebrate if they give Daniel Jones an extension.
How much is it? That would be the question for me. It depends on how much he's making. I would guess Daniel Jones is probably somewhere in the vicinity of, I don't know, probably close. He'd probably get close 30, to 28 to 30 annually.
Yeah. Aaron Rodgers, according to Adam Schefter, Aaron Rodgers out of Green Bay is a very real scenario. A trade is a possibility. Aaron hasn't decided if he'll play next year. That would mean Rodgers will leave $60 million on the table if he does. And then Ryan Clark reported that the reason that there's so much drama between Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, the initial offer was $113 in guarantees and eventually was bumped up to $133. That was the most Lamar was offered. A reminder, Deshaun got $230 in guarantees. If Lamar accepted that, it would have been the 7th most guaranteed money for a quarterback in the league. And now you know why he may be a little bit ticked off.
Yeah, he may just, you've heard of hometown discounts. He may give them a hometown surplus, a surcharge. He's going to price gouge the hell out of them.
I mean, that would make him by far the highest paid running back in NFL history.
All right.
You're talking about tripling the market.
Well, we're going to have a Lamar for Dak discussion a little bit later on. Someone's having a Cooper Rush discussion. Someone says Cooper Rush would have won that game against the 49ers, and why we have to defend the Dallas Cowboys website from all the national people after yesterday. Next on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to Zerez. Let's get that carpet clean.
And studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Where do we stand with the poll question? As it looks like it is now raining throughout the Metroplex, at least here outside of 75 and Fitzhugh.
All morning. Ugh.
Nap weather,
Gross.
baby. I'll take it.
Are you going to get iced in tomorrow morning?
If it is icy, I will not be in here.
I do have a Comrex at home still.
You do?
Yeah, because they gave me one for
God.
Tampa. I haven't brought it back yet.
How about Spittle's tactics yesterday of, hey, I really like that. I really like the strategy of working during the holidays. Everybody rested up, and I just sat there.
Because you didn't take the time off.
I didn't take any Christmas off.
I didn't either.
And Peyton, he's like, you rested up, right, Peyton? It's like, you just told us we didn't take holiday vacation, but we're also re-energized and recharged.
I have 3 comp days. Because I work
no,
on
you
holidays.
don't. No, you don't.
Yeah.
You might want to figure out how those things work.
Well, next week I'm off 2 days, so.
Oh.
Yeah.
Who's running the show?
It's someone else. I don't know. Some part-timer.
Whoa!
Part-timer. Look at that.
I love it. The full-time flex right there.
Yeah,
From
you
Peyton.
got I've got stuff. I got set up from BetQL. I could do the show from home.
I haven't taken a vacation day since I started here.
It's a month ago.
Want a cookie?
No, I don't. I'm talking about period. Since I started working at the.
It was a month ago.
Okay. All right. I see where we're going today.
All right. Well, let me update the poll question. Was this a success?
Screw you guys. I'm going home.
Guys.
Was this a successful Cowboys season? Choppy and I say yes. Bobby Belt says no. 800 votes from the Tolos. What do you think the result is, RJ? You good at guessing these? 800 votes so far at 105.3 SS on Twitter.
All right. I saw it after 40 votes, so not quite the same sample size.
Not quite.
I'm going to say no is at 59%.
No is at 64%. 64% of the Tolos saying not enough, not satisfactory.
I hate expectation, people. I hate that. I hate that. To me, if you don't have an elite quarterback, you can't expect to win a championship. You can hope, but hope is not an expectation. There are a handful of teams out there that can expect to win a title every year. If the Kansas City Chiefs don't win the title this year, that's a failure. They've got the best quarterback in the world. I'm like, when Phillip Rivers was going up against Brady and Manning and the Steelers, like, I'm sorry, like, he can't sit here and say, it's a failure. Oh, what, you didn't beat the 2 best quarterbacks that ever lived? Oh, darn. Right? Like, I can't say that. I can't say it was a failure for the Cowboys. They don't have the best quarterback in the league. They don't have close to the best quarterback in the league. Sorry, Bobby. They don't have close to the best quarterback in the league. So how could I say it was a failure? When you have a quarterback that's outside the elite top tier, and that elite top tier is probably 2 to 3 guys, then your best expectation is relevant.
So yesterday, some other Cowboy topics that came up. My father-in-law is going to love this one.
Oh, it was a Romo?
Well, kind of. By the way, Romo and Dak, same records now, right? Playoff records, for the divisional round.
What's their road playoff record?
Skip Bayless, who I asked Choppy, how many people believed the Skip Bayless video? That's my litmus test for society. How many people believe Skip storming into his kitchen and throwing away his Dak jersey? What percentage? You said
I
not
figured
not one.
There was not a single person that believed
not
that.
one person. It's got over 2 million views.
And the other 2 things that came out of that is A, the kitchen, and B, he wears shoes that are 5 sizes too big. I mean, look at the size of those. Did you see those? I mean, he had clown.
They looked like clown shoes. They did.
So Skip Bayless, diehard Cowboy fan, went on TV.
Who filmed that?
What was that? As soon as
as I turned it on.
See, that's your karma for your little shot at part-timers.
Oh yeah, Joey wouldn't have done that.
That's your karma. He would have played a Mike Madonna montage. Here's Skip on the backup QB.
Dak Prescott is better than Cooper Rush, but I got to tell you, Cooper Rush would have won that game yesterday.
Wow.
because Cooper Rush is exactly what I needed yesterday. I needed a quarterback who could handle the offense and make just a couple of big throws at the perfect time, just the way he clutched up against Cincinnati and up at the Giants on Monday Night Football. I just needed a couple of throws. He has a little better command to efficiently and consistently run the offense than Dak. I'm not saying he's better, because Dak will go on flashes during the year where you say, oh, that's a top 2 or 3 offense, right?
Yeah.
And he's a edge of the top 10 quarterback. Well, I can't make that case on Cooper Rush, but you watch. Somebody's going to pay Cooper Rush and make him their starting quarterback. He will not be a Dallas Cowboy, and unfortunately going forward, Dak Prescott will be.
Okay. Okay, so this is actually interesting to me, and I immediately just dismiss and won't play any of Skip's stuff unless I think he can get him canceled. He may be right. He oh my God, look at Bobby. Listen, hear me out.
I'm listening. I didn't say that.
Because the way he did this was masterful in the way he phrased everything. He may be right that Cooper Rush, they probably have the same or better chance to win that game Sunday because Cooper Rush doesn't throw 2 picks. Listen to me.
I'm listening.
That Cooper Rush wouldn't have played. It wasn't a guarantee that Cooper Rush would have played worse than Dak. The reason that it doesn't matter, and that is irrelevant, is because you don't go into games thinking that. I could also argue that Cooper Rush couldn't have beaten the Buccaneers, or a game in which you need 30 points. You can't have Cooper Rush, and you don't want Cooper Rush playing quarterback. So it's a very convenient statement to make. That's why he's a weasel. He's a toxic poison that I can't wait to see unemployed at some point in time, even though he's going to be sleeping in millions. His statement is I can't kill the statement for this game, but that's not the way you go into games. And I wanted him to finish. You notice how he didn't finish the Rush statement at the end? Cooper Rush is going to go somewhere else, and I wanted to hear, and what? And do what? Nothing. He will not do anything. And unfortunately, the Cowboys get left. So say on your show that Cooper Rush should be the starting quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys moving forward, Skip. No, but he didn't, because he sat there and twisted it like he always does, so that it would blow up and get the Cooper Rush fans going. Is that a satisfactory reaction to you, Bobby?
I mean, there's 0 chance they win that game with Cooper Rush.
Well, I could argue it's the same or a little bit better than Dak.
I mean, you could argue it just wouldn't be accurate. There's 0 chance they win that game with Cooper Rush. They don't beat that defense with Cooper Rush in there. Cooper Rush
Dak was responsible for 6 points. And San Francisco scoring 6 points.
And I'm saying,
I could argue that Cooper Rush.
I let you finish.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
The problem here is that whatever happens, go look at the Rams game, where even though he wasn't throwing the ball, 10 of 16 or whatever, the 49ers are picking him off 4 times in this game if he's out there. Even if you make this, they ran a Cooper Rush game plan. Cooper Rush isn't going to go execute that any better than Dak did. It was that same everything underneath, and he would turn the ball over. Same thing. San Francisco's too good for Cooper Rush to go out there and just manage them to a victory.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Cooper would have beat San Fran. I think he would have had a better chance of beating that San Fran than maybe Tampa, because Dak was so good against Tampa. Like, who knows how that game has changed? But no, I don't think he beat San Fran. They would have lost that game either way. You really think that he would have beat him?
But it's the phrasing.
For sure.
It's not. He
protects himself. He protected himself there.
It comes down to this: would Cooper Rush have thrown 2 picks and given San Fran 6 points? That's the question.
He probably would not have thrown those 2 picks. He would have been on time to Gallup. And then the other one was a tip ball.
In 162 attempts.
Bad decision, but tip ball.
In all the games he played, he had 1 game with interceptions. That was the Philly game. He threw 3. He did not throw an interception in any of the other games. Again, this isn't a real argument or discussion. I disagree with both of you. I would just bet he doesn't throw the 2 picks. He's not going to help San Fran as much as Dak did in that game. But anyone who thinks that Cooper Rush, is he even going to be the next Mike White? I think that would be a great ceiling for him, for all you Cooper Rush fans. And I'm talking to my father-in-law as well. But that's Skip doing what he does.
Does he want Cooper starting? Your father-in-law?
My father-in-law, he wouldn't. He just wants to sideswipe Dak as much as possible. Even though he was ashamed of me for picking San Fran on NBC5, he said, I can't acknowledge you as my son-in-law. But he's one of these, he'll never fully accept Dak. Never fully accept Dak. And that's a problem around here. You're just dug in. You're dug in on one side or the other, and you're never going to change. But right now, the Dak asses, the haters of Dak Prescott, they are they're winning.
Yeah.
They're winning heading into this offseason.
Right now, they absolutely are. You take the last 3 games he played, they're absolutely winning. There's one great game, and there were two. There was one great game. There was one game that was just as bad as the other one was great, and then there was one where he wasn't good. So, yeah, the recent performances in big moments, they're winning that argument right now.
Kyle Brandt at Bobby's network had a little...
It is mine.
Apparently, at the NFL network, Kyle Brandt, Good Morning Football, apparently had some sarcastic thoughts about America's team after the loss.
There's so much doom and gloom. I go the complete opposite way. This was an incredible, wonderful season for the Cowboys, and I mean that. They won a playoff game this year, guys. That's the 5th time in the last 27 years they've won a playoff game. That's huge. They should have a parade today in Dallas. This organization is not about title games and championships and Super Bowls. It hasn't been since I got my driver's license. This was massive. A win the divisional round would just be gravy. Wild card round, massive. That's huge. It's a great season for them. And Dak's sitting there saying, well, this is unacceptable. No, it's not. It's completely acceptable. You do it every year, and you just get paid, and that's the way the business works. You're one of the highest paid guys in the league. You guys never do anything of consequence. It's the very definition of acceptable. I look at Ezekiel Elliott, one of the highest paid running backs in the league, and he's, I guess, found his niche as a short yardage running back? What? Like he's Mike Tolbert or something? It is very strange. And as far as Jerry, well, we want to put on a show. We're the ultimate showman. I'm P.T. Barnum, and it's the Dallas Cowboys. The best show you guys put on was tuning in to see how many kicks your kicker would miss. Ooh. That was the most intriguing thing. They showed up, they got thumped. Dak Prescott, your hero, your prince, the face of the organization, was outplayed by a rookie, a neophyte who's never been there before by far. And the worst part is no one is surprised. And when you have a chance to throw it to Kevontae Turpin at the end of the game with their season on the line, you have to do it, guys. I don't know why everyone's criticizing that play. It's not just that they lose every year in the playoffs. It's that there's always this massive joke at the end of the season, like a walk-off, like on the SNL when they say goodnight on the stairs to sign off from the episode. And you might be sitting here, oh, the Bills aren't about championships. You're right. I was asked about the Cowboys, but you're definitely right. The Cowboys, since I was in high school, keep asking us, why is this Cowboys team special? This team's special. This team's special. They're never special. I don't know if they're ever going to be special because Dak Prescott was wrong. It's not unacceptable. Not only is it completely acceptable, it's the Cowboy way, and this was just the latest chapter.
Well, we don't need to do a dark roast, Peyton, later in the week for the Cowboys because Kyle Brandt just did it.
It was just done.
Wow.
That was brutal. I really like Kyle, though. I think Kyle's actually very good.
I do, too.
But
I'm just glad that he's a Bears fan. So keep rooting.
Is he a Bears? Ooh.
I think he's a Bears fan.
Ooh.
But a lot of Tolos sent me that, and a lot of Tolos agree. It sucks to agree. It does. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line here on DFW Sports Station. Just a reminder, Jerry Jones will not be on as scheduled at 8:30. He canceled. Stephen Jones canceled on KNC yesterday. Jerry is not going to be appearing this morning as usual to recap the season. Does it mean anything? Are they up to something? We'll get into that at 8:40. But Shannon Sharp apologizes for what happened at the Laker game, and Ed Reed is no longer the head coach at his college. That's next with Sean, RJ, and Bobby right here on The Fan. But have you head on over?
So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Near corner, now Tage Thompson. Far side scores! What a pass! And Owen Powers, first of the year, is an overtime winner in Dallas as the Sabres pick up 2.
Stars lose 3-2 in overtime at the AAC. It was a rookie defenseman. First goal of the season. 56 seconds into overtime. Their 41-year-old goaltender stopped 29 of 31 shots in his 700th career NHL game. But the Stars did make some progress. They were able to go ahead and pick up a point. So
yeah, they should have won. They should have won that game. They should have had 3 goals in the first. They had a couple. Sabres had a couple turnovers, deep in their own zone, and Stars had some point blank shots that were unable to go in. Anderson made some nice saves, but they should have won that game. That should not have been headed to overtime.
Pete DeBoer was trying to be positive, saying, "Yep, we've been playing good hockey. We did what we have to do, and they are once again leading the Central over Winnipeg."
The nice thing is you can actually see them play now. Because they're in the middle of an 8-game homestand. They were on the road for like 9 out of 11.
You mean Valley has fixed?
Oh no, you can watch. No, I'm saying they're at home. Like, you can actually go to the game.
Oh, you got to buy a ticket.
Yeah, you got to buy a ticket. You could. Valley's still got their problems, but it's been like really. I think it's been like since like mid-December since they've had back-to-back home games. And now they've got. They're gonna have what 8 straight.
All right. So over the weekend, Shannon Sharpe went viral for causing a scene at the Laker game. He goes to these Laker games. This, by the way, is going to be the new meme with that sweater and his look-back stare. That's the new meme that is taken over for the week. But Shannon Sharpe starts arguing with Dylan Brooks off the Grizzlies and then eventually gets into it with Ja Morant's father.
Yeah, man.
Who always goes to these games, Steven Adams. Getting into it, Shannon at halftime saying they didn't want this smoke. They do all that talking and jockeying. I ain't about that jockeying. It started with Dylan Brooks. I said he was too small to guard LeBron because, of course, they all have to follow their same scripts, right? Stephen A. has to be the cowboy hater, and Shannon Sharpe had to go on and record his video. Ha ha, I told you it was just a matter of time. Meanwhile, Skip Bayless has to hate LeBron, so that means Shannon has to love LeBron. So LeBron loves Shannon Sharpe. I'm ride or die with him, 367, he said. But apparently Shannon was trash talking with the Grizzlies players. They're exchanging some FUs back and forth. And then Ja comes out of nowhere, and then his dad gets involved, and a whole scene plays out, Choppy, at Staples Center.
Look, this is just for attention. Shannon taking a page right out of the Skip Bayless playbook.
Yeah.
Let's just get attention. So people talk about me, and then they Google.
My deep down conspiracy theory is like they have hatched. Skip and Shannon have hatched these plans.
Of course they have.
To get talked about because they're so desperate to have someone watch of they're arguing with each other. Skip's tweet about Hamlin, Shannon's blow up not showing up, Shannon doing I don't know. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I wouldn't put it past. We need
to get you on the conspiracy theory train, okay? It's fun over here.
It is really fun.
It's a lot of fun. You get to go down rabbit holes you never thought existed, and then you get to laugh at the end of the day because you kind of buy into it, and then you're like, wait a second, am I really doing this? No, I'm not doing this, and then you laugh. But, and I know this is fake because pro athletes don't go after other pro athletes. They don't bother pro athletes when they're doing their craft. They know better.
Wait, what's fake? Like Shannon trolling, or you think like even Dylan Brooks' reaction is fake?
No, I think Dylan Brooks' reaction was real.
I was gonna say I think Shannon was trying to stir stuff up.
Yeah,
it's embarrassing.
It's embarrassing because
be who you are, man. You're Shannon Sharpe. Like you're
in the Hall of Fame.
You go out there like a psycho fan. Like,
by the way,
he should be beneath you.
He looks. Shannon Sharpe, to his credit, looks like in one of those pictures, looks like he's still pretty jacked. Looks like he works out.
He's on the cover he's still on the cover of magazines.
So here's my question though.
Fitness ones.
Of those people that were confronting him,
every single
Ja Morant, Dylan Brooks, Steven Adams, is he winning a fight with any of them?
Every single one of them.
I think he's only beating up Ja Morant. I think Dylan Brooks and Steven Adams especially. I think Steven Adams kicks his ass.
Steven Adams is a monster, but because he's got the reach. He's taller.
Yeah, I mean he's big. He's tough, but Dylan Brooks Dylan Brooks
6'6".
He's
225.
Yeah, and like, I mean, Dylan Brooks is not like just some small dude, and he's half Shannon's age. Shannon's still 55 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But John Morant's like 140 pounds dripping
John
wet.
Morant's getting twisted
And
into
so,
a pretzel.
yeah, like, I mean, Shannon's putting him in a headlock and giving him noogies.
And his dad. And his pops. Well, yesterday, Shannon, on an NFL Playoff Monday, addressed the incident.
As you probably have heard or have seen Friday night at the Lakers game, I want to apologize for my behavior. Guys, I've preached for the last 6.5 years, responsibility and accountability. And I take full responsibility for what transpired. It does not matter what Dylan Brooks said or how many times he said it. Me being the responsible person, me having the platform that I have and having so many people look up to me, I was wrong. I should have lowered the temperature in the arena. Instead, I turned the temperature up and I let it get out of hand.
So he apologized.
That's right. Apologize.
He took accountability. That's good, but that was embarrassing. Come on.
Just enjoy, like, as I'm sure you like, there's so much in there that feels arrogant, though, even in the like apology. Like, as I'm sure you all have seen.
I'm sure you all see this.
Y'all know what I was up to this weekend.
All 2 dozen of you.
Don't pretend like you don't know. And then the whole little like, look, I should have been the de-escalator. But I cranked up that whole arena. I got them jacked. That's what I do. That's the heat that I bring. I had the ability to control exactly how out of hand the whole thing got, and I got everybody crunk. So don't I apologize for that.
How about the Ed Reed story?
This is bothersome. So it's really, really kind of complex. But basically, Ed Reed agreed to become the head coach of Bethune-Cookman, which is an HBCU school. So he agrees to become the head coach. This was like
following in the footsteps of Dion.
Yeah, and this was several weeks ago that he agreed to become it. But like, long story short, like, he never actually signed the contract yet. They hadn't ratified it. So he was just basically working, recruiting, knowing, under the handshake agreement that they were going to get the contract and get the money done. So he gets to the campus and he starts posting these videos on Instagram and on social media about him going through campus and basically cleaning everything up. But he's talking mad trash against the university.
He's talking trash about trash.
He's talking trash about the university, and that whole started like a big to-do.
Been mutton and showing shit. I chose not to. But now I'm out here walking with the football team, picking up trash. But I'm mutting us. Man, get out of here, man. I should leave. I'm not even under contract doing this. I'm mutting us? Man, get out of here, man. They mutting me. These motherfuckers ain't even clean my goddamn office when I got here. I'm mutting y'all? Get your ass, man. Come on, man. All this shit here was trash in front of me. Who you think got this shit cleared out? That building right there got trash in it. It's fucking trash. Jeez. What are you talking about? I need no goddamn donors to come out and help out, because people just want money. That's why I don't with social network. Out of here, man.
He doesn't mess with the social network, but he's
on
it.
On IG Live.
On IG Live. Okay, so after that got out, the university was like, "Yeah, we're not going to ratify your contract. All right, you're talking bad about us." So, and like Ed Reed, Dion had told Ed, like, there's corruption going on at these universities. Like, this is not a great environment that they're in. Like, we're trying to help, but it's not a great environment that they're setting these kids up for. So Ed Reed decides that he is going to speak to the players. So he goes up in front of the players and starts to talk and say why he is basically not going to be their coach.
Hey, young man, yeah, I curse. And y'all done heard curse words before. And they got parents in here. You know I don't want to leave. And like I told you, I want all these recruits. But they got some corrupt people in this world, some evil people that don't care about kids like I do. So I want y'all to hear the truth from me.
Okay, so that was that.
How did that get out? He doesn't do social media, right?
He was being recorded.
He was being recorded.
It was on Instagram Live. Weird.
I don't know. And then, while he's in this meeting at the podium, he gets a FaceTime or something or an Instagram live thing from Dion, and Dion has a message for him.
You got to understand, Ed, God has a time and a place for you, my brother. And I know your heart. I know everything that's going on inside of you. You know, I know you like a book. And I know how you feel about them kids, and I know you do not want to leave those kids. So I'm praying for you right now, man, because this is going to be the toughest thing you ever had to do in your life. Sometimes, Ed, you got to walk away, my brother. I know it's tough. I know you don't want to hear it. But sometimes in life, we got to walk away.
You already know, big bro. I appreciate
You didn't let nobody down, Ed. You didn't let them kids down. You did what you was called to do, and you tried your best.
So he's basically out. He's like, I didn't withdraw my name. I'm not withdrawing my name. They told him to get out after those videos came out.
Look, I don't know how much trash was in his office. I don't know what the state of the campus looked like. I don't know if they're corrupt or whatever behind the scenes. But if I listen to Ed Reed snap like that and sound totally, completely out of control, he's not my head coach. You're out. Like, you're a lunatic. And if you're doing this over at your office, then what are you going to do over the next years that we're supposed to be spending together? I love Ed Reed. Ed Reed is the greatest safety I've ever seen play. It's not even close. I had to sit there and watch Ed Reed while I was rooting for the other local football team make all those plays. But a little out of control on his social media, going off, destroying the university. That's not going to get the contract signed.
It's not. It's not. Now these things do take time. Like,
and good for him for
he wants to make change there. Good for him.
Good for him.
Eddie George doing the same thing at Tennessee State. He has basically flown under the radar there because he had a film crew following him around everywhere. At Bethune-Cookman, by the way, they wanted me to play golf for them. That was my claim to fame. I was going to go. I was almost going to go.
You were going to go to an HBCU?
I know. Would have been fun. Would have been like, a little bit odd, but I would have gone.
Would have helped your street cred.
Definitely would have helped my street cred, man. But there's kids that are on Monday were protesting because they have mold in their dorms at Bethune-Cookman. Like like the football facility's not being state of the art. It's probably not their top priority right now. Like they got kids that have, I don't know, like mold is bad. Like you make you sick, man. Like, so like they've got issues that run deep at all the HBCUs that have to be fixed. And I'm glad Dion and Ed Reed and Eddie George are trying to, because the football team is going to bring money to the school. And that's going to improve facilities. It's going to improve education. It's going to improve living standards.
For those tuning in, especially the national media, Stephen A., we know that you're waiting on us to provide the beginning of your show like every single Tuesday. Jerry Jones is not on. Why is Jerry Jones not on? We explain and try to figure it out next on The Fan, along with a special guest on this DallasCowboys.com controversy. Why did Jerry cancel on us? Next.
But let's get that carpet.
Tolos, you asked for, and it's back. We party at Fan Bowl, the coolest paper football tournament in America. It's going to happen on Saturday, February 4th, inside Revolver Brewing at Texas Live. Details to come, but mark your calendars. Party hard with us at Fan Bowl, February 4th at Revolver Brewing at Texas Live. We can't wait to share a toast with you.
Normally at this time, over the past 12 years, over the past 16 weeks, Jerry Jones would be talking right now through your radio speaker, or if you're listening on the Odyssey app. Yesterday, we got the news that Stephen Jones was not going to be making his usual appearance on the KMC Masterpiece, and then we got word that Jerry was not going to be on with us. So, of course, that sets off some of the alarms. What's the deal? He talked to the media with Bobby Belt right there after the game in California. So why wouldn't he talk today? He did the same thing last year with this show, and he saved all of his anger and his frustration for the KMC Masterpiece going on Friday at 10:30, and also doing a surprise call-in when he was ticked off and called back into KNC. Is somebody getting fired? Are they interviewing people? Are they scrambling to try to stop Dan Quinn from potentially taking assistance? Dan Quinn is going to interview for a second time with the Arizona Cardinals today. He's also interviewed with the Broncos and the Indianapolis Colts. What's going on? Why isn't Jerry on? Is he going on Friday? Why did Steven cancel? We do not have answers to those questions right now.
No, but typically in the past, when we look over the course of the times that he's canceled, there have been things going on around it. It's not usually just we're doing some stuff, we're just disappearing. Last year, they were doing everything they could to keep Dan Quinn, and Jerry, when he weighed in with KNC, had said, I was kind of cagey about coaching details and didn't want to go on and answer anything because I was doing everything I could to save him. So they were actively trying to do something. In 2021, when he canceled during the bye week, that was in the middle of Jane's report about the coaching staff. Players didn't think the coaches were very good. There was a lot of disarray. They were making considerations, I know, at that time about firing coaches at the bye week and didn't. So that's part of it. And then in 2018, he canceled at the bye week with you guys because they were trying to make the Amari Cooper trade and he didn't want to talk about it. So both of them canceling just kind of makes me feel like, okay, whether anything happens or not, they're evaluating something. They're evaluating somebody's future or getting contingencies in place for, hey, if we lose this coach, we need to have this ready. Something is being evaluated. Whether anything comes from that, we'll see. But
because a lot of contracts are up for assistance too, right?
A lot of them, yes. There's I believe, now their contracts are not public, but I believe the majority of the guys are out. The majority of the assistants under the coordinators.
All right. Is that normal for the contracts have to be public?
Yeah. Now the standard in the NFL is 2 years. Like assistant coaches generally are on 2-year deals. That's kind of normal. This group, I believe they were all put on 3 years because they had a year left last year.
So, not that Jerry or Steven care, but it's to me a bad look. It's kind of an example of the accountability problem around here. Your team loses, you keep winning, and you get a playoff win. You want to come on and celebrate, and then you lose, and you don't show up. So that's the criticism I would have for it.
Sure.
Other Tolos saying the Cabo trip can't interrupt that. Spring break, what are you talking about, Sharif? They were never going to show. They have nothing left to sell. It just kind of looks it looks weak. It looks like chicken ass, really. You don't want to come on and talk about your season ending. Jerry talked about it with the media, but that's just the way it looks to many people. That's the way it is.
Which I don't think he's ducking. Like I don't think he doesn't want to answer for it. Yeah. I think that he doesn't want to give something away that they might be working on.
They're clearly working on something.
I've never known Jerry to be afraid of tough questions.
Never.
In fact, he invites them.
He invites them, and my reckless speculation, since that's what they have now invited by not showing up today and yesterday, my reckless speculation will be that maybe Kellen Moore's in trouble.
It's possible.
That's going to be my reckless guess that Kellen Moore may get the axe or may get replaced. I don't know that whatsoever. That's my best guess.
My wonder is, like, he's up for the Carolina job. Is that the one?
Yep.
I don't, like, would they fire him and then him get the job, right? You know, like that, would firing him impact his ability to get another job?
Ask Cliff Kingsbury. He got fired at college, got a head coaching job.
Talk about reactionary. Man, if you've convinced yourself that he's the guy for the job and then his offense gets shut down against the number one defense in the league, and that takes him off of your radar. I mean, that just shows the silliness
It is
of the
Carolina
NFL.
Panthers, right?
Well, it's but it's the NFL.
You're right. It is the
Byron
NFL.
Leftwich was the chosen one last year, and now he's about to be a quarterback coach.
Yeah, I mean, and
the cycles. I mean, it's ridiculous.
And you know, it's funny. Like the people in Tampa say he had 14 bad game plans this year. They were like, he was terrible this year. Okay, I mean, fine. Maybe he was. Maybe his quarterback was bad. Maybe that's what it was too. And that's probably what I you know, if I'm Carolina, I'm not going to blame Kellen. You know, if Kellen was great against Tampa, would he just was bad against San Francisco?
Yeah, I think if Carolina likes Kellen, they like Kellen, and they're not going to be swayed by what the Cowboys think about Kellen.
All right, let's talk about this website story. I cannot believe, even with it being the Cowboys, I cannot believe that this has blown up to this degree. I saw your favorite Dove Kleeman or Kleiman, whatever his name is.
He blocked me finally, by the way.
He tweeted about it yesterday. Then all the ESPN, everyone is putting this on their TV. Dallas Cowboys website tweeted this to recap the San Francisco loss. Dak Prescott gave away the ball twice in the narrow loss to the 49ers in a matchup the Cowboys had a chance to win if they didn't again generate self-inflicted wounds. Herm Edwards, among those at ESPN who are blasting the Cowboys for this story.
That's unfortunate. It really is. When you think about somebody in the organization, and you're entitled to your opinion, but this thing is called team. And when you pick out a certain individual to say you want to lay the blame on him personally, you know, that's just, to me, that I don't believe in that. I just don't. That's not how I'm built. I do think this is a little bit of the Dallas Cowboys problem. It's always someone else's fault. Let me place the blame on this one person because it's not about us as a football team. And they played a game yesterday that I thought they played very good. It was 9-6 into the third quarter. They had an opportunity to win a game on the road. Matter of fact, the Dallas Cowboys got better. I talked about them a month ago saying they needed to win a playoff game. They finally won one. Can't win two in a row, though. So that's their next step. It's just unfortunate that someone would tweet that out.
Shannon Sharp this morning has called for the Cowboys employee who posted that to be fired and believes the team threw Dak under the bus. I want to bring in Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com. He's not supposed to be on today. Nick heard us talking about this story and said, I'll come on if you would like. He's been there for over 25 years. When did you hear that this was an issue yesterday, that this was a national story?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
Oh, we got Nick and Jerry treating us the same today.
Yeah.
Nick? Peyton. Okay.
Well,
let us know when you got him back on.
I think this is interesting. I just wanted to look back. Look at the last two times they lost a playoff game. This was their tweet last year when they lost to San Francisco. Penalties and unforced errors doom the Cowboys as their season comes to an end after disappointing loss.
Accurate.
Rams game. Games are won and lost in the trenches or the line of scrimmage, which is where the Rams won it and the Cowboys lost it. They always talk very directly about how the season ended and the game ended.
They do. The thing is, the rest of the league does not. I went and looked at the other teams that lost over the weekend.
Let's get to it in a second. I want to squeeze Nick in here. He's kind enough to change up the schedule. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. What's your reaction to all this?
Well, guys, you know, I don't have a Nick Eatman impression.
So we can get Jerry Jones on.
Are we doing a podcast? Is that what we're doing here?
So we can get Jerry Jones on every single.
Yeah, this is very 95-7 the game with us.
Do we have him?
I don't know why he can't talk. I don't know.
Go ahead, Choppy.
All right. I went and looked at the other teams. The Bills' Twitter, after they were mollywopped had no mention of it. There was not a story that was posted.
Good use of the word, by the way.
They posted the score. Each time Cincinnati or somebody scored, they posted the score, and they immediately just posted post-game video reaction, and that continued into the next day with exit press conferences, which is a novel concept for teams to do, press conferences the day after they lose a football game. Okay. When the Bengals score, they just put the score up there. The Giants did the exact same. Just interviews, no headlines of anything.
Headlines, highest rated segment of the show.
No opinions given. I don't care that the Cowboys did it. I like that they did it. But it is surprising in the NFL for a team to do this.
It's a little people view this as like a little bit like too harsh.
Correct.
Right? You're supposed to massage and be homers. Like, people are used to homering it up.
Yeah, because like the old adage is like, well, you're not really in the media. You work for the team. You're in the team media. That's not really the media. Like that's like the shot that some of these media types will take at people who work for the team website. But the Cowboys website's not like that. The Cowboys website operates as an actual media arm, not an arm of the team, an actual media group conglomerate.
What would have been an acceptable headline for people, for Herm Edwards, for Shannon Sharp?
None. Literally none. They like literally none.
Cowboys season ends with 19-12 loss to San Francisco or something like that. This is funny. I do think this is a great example of how many times do we get hit on the fan text or anywhere else, Twitter, where you'll get people going like, if we say anything positive about the Cowboys, you're scared. You're scared to lose your credential. You know, Papa Jerry's going to come in and take your access. It's like, okay, look, this proves the very own coverage in the building can be very direct and negative. Broadus tells this story all the time, that there was one time Jerry approached him and said, you're really kicking my ass right now on the air and on the website.
Yep.
And Brian was like, uh-oh. And then Jerry goes, but you're fair. Keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
And then walked. Jerry doesn't care. Be fair. That's it. Mm-hmm. And it's completely fair, the description that the Twitter had. And this is the way they've tweeted from that account the entire time it's existed. The entire time.
Prescott gave away the ball twice in the narrow loss in a match that the Cowboys had a chance to win if they did not again generate self-inflicted wounds. Look, I don't have the relationship with Derek Eagleton as like y'all do. I have no allegiance or special love for DallasCowboys.com. I like Nick. That's who I like the most. That's who I know the most. Hellman, whoever they would give us to rotate as guests. So I have no homerism towards them. You should be happy that they will be a little bit harsher in their coverage versus this kiss-ass homer stuff. I can't stand it. I've never been able to stand it. Bally does a horrific job of saying anything negative or critical. I've told Bassick that. It's just, what's the point of watching if it's just daisies and sprinkles all the time? So good for DallasCowboys.com for crossing the line and throwing their quarterback under the bus. Self-inflicted wounds. They also are going to take the tenor of the post-game press conferences to form this headline. And if you click the article, I wonder how many people actually clicked the article to read it.
None.
How many read the body of the article, which is Dak Prescott takes blame and says his turnovers are ridiculous? Did anyone read that? Did anyone actually click it? Or it was even the team throwing the quarterback under the bus? I doubt it. All right, let's figure out if, they say it can't snow or rain in DFW with driving. Apparently it doesn't work for the phones either. Zeke Elliott wants to come back. Are we going to welcome him, Dan Quinn, with another interview? And was the season a success? Final hour, Tolo Tuesday edition, next.
But let's get you over to QC.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour and eventful Tolo Tuesday edition here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt fist pumping. All right. Jerry Jones did not come on with us. We're waiting to see if there's anything to that. We're going to try to get the phones working back again for Nick Eben at 9:20 this morning. But let's take a little Cowboy break and go around the NFL with playoff overreactions or not.
Oh, man. Oh, baby. Now, one of these could start a pretty big fight. We've already had the fight. It could start a bigger one.
Oh, no.
We could redo this one, but I'll skip the Josh Allen one.
Man, how about Ryan Plemons on Twitter? Sharif getting absolutely cooked by Bobby Belt every morning. It's freaking hilarious.
Gang, gang.
We should start calling Sean Try Hard Sean. I don't know what that last part means, but if you're referring to the Dak Josh Allen argument, I did the cooking. Right. I did the cooking.
No, let Bob cook.
Okay, so.
You can't cook. It's let Bob order.
Whatever.
Let Bob Uber.
Let Bob order.
The card works the same.
Let Bob order from a restaurant he's already been to in a city 1,000 miles away.
All right, item.
Let Bob drive through.
The Buffalo Bills missed their window.
It's no ooh, it's a no. That's an overreaction. How old is Josh Allen? Does anyone know?
I would say 26.
I believe he's 26 or 27.
He is 26 on the dot. So, to steal a line from someone that I've worked with for a while, Ralph James Choppy, the quarterback gives you a chance. He's 26. The window is wide open.
The window is the roof.
That's a ridiculous overreaction. The window is the roof. Maverick windows.
It is, but it's not as much of an overreaction as it sounds on its face, I don't think. Because especially if there's problems with Diggs, if Diggs has any sort of unhappiness there's already a discussion about, like, does Josh Allen have enough weapons? And that defense is starting to get older. They very well may lose Jordan Poyer this year. He's kind of like the heart and soul for them. And so, I mean, it's an overreaction, but it's only slight, I think. I think there's issues in Buffalo that they'll need to fix.
It's a
Don't roll your eyes at me, Sean.
Oh my God!
Say it.
My receipts. I'm gonna let Choppy go first. I've interrupted too much.
It's an overreaction, and at the same time, there's some truth to it because we are 4 days away from the Chiefs missing their window as well. Because this is the Cincinnati Bengals universe that we are now living in.
Woo!
Wow.
And even though
Bengals and Lions just crushing it for the rest of time.
Even though, boy, the Lions, I can't wait for them to be dominant next year. Even though Patrick Mahomes is a better quarterback than Joe Burrow, he ain't cooler. He ain't cooler. It's the Bengals world. We are 4 days away. The Bengals are going to go up as like a 2-point favorite. They're going to beat the Chiefs this weekend, and we may see them in this situation again and again and again and again. We're going to hate the Bengals. We're going to hate the Bengals in 5 years. We are going to absolutely despise the Cincinnati Bengals in 5 years.
When's y'all's draft show?
First one is tomorrow.
Okay. What time am I scheduled?
Are you going to come on the draft show? You going to start studying with us?
I think I don't even need to study.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm the quarterback expert, self-proclaimed.
Okay.
I have all my quarterback receipts, and I'm keeping them.
What'd you think of Brock Purdy?
I didn't watch Brock Purdy.
Oh, okay.
So you were right about him.
No, because you watched Brock Purdy on Sunday, and all you saw was a guy that's just a guy. You saw he'll be out of the league in 3 years.
He'll be. I don't think so. But I caught so much Dak hate, so much Dak shrapnel over the past few years when I said Josh Allen was better than Dak Prescott, and now everyone just sees it, so no one gives me any props for that. I also said that when Tom Brady was leaving New England, you could bring him here. They'd be just as good, if not better. So I knew Tom wasn't done. That was Bill Belichick screwing him over. I always said Dak was not elite or special. We all know that that's true now. My big miss is Carson Wentz. That's my big miss. That's my big problem. And I'm collecting all of you and these Josh Allen receipts. I'm taking note of every single one in the offseason who's talking about Josh Allen not being special, whether it's Nick Wright over at FS1. He's got to do his Chiefs bit, so the Bills suck. R.J. Choppy.
Well, hang on.
Bobby
Belt.
Belt.
I did not say he's not special. He just is not as good as the other two.
But the window, if you think he's special, the window being closed is a crazy overreaction.
The window is, yes, it is an overreaction. But what I'm saying is that
if Josh Allen was the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, we would not be talking about the Eagles winning the division while this man was healthy.
Correct. We would not. But he's not the quarterback here.
Right.
And they're going to win the division for the next umpteen years in the AFC East.
Yeah.
But their window, I don't believe, is as big as the Cincinnati Bengals right now.
And Stephon Diggs, pipe down. Because your career, and there have been legit arguments over Stephon Diggs being the best receiver in the National Football League. You can go back to Minnesota if you want. You can go play in another cold place where you originally started. Josh Allen needs Diggs, and Diggs needs Allen more. So chill out, relax, settle down. The Buffalo Bills will be contenders every single year, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, they will.
But I'm keeping these Allen receipts.
All right. Joe Burrow will win more Super Bowls than Patrick Mahomes.
Mahomes has one?
He's got one.
Overreaction. Just because, I mean, you've already got a one Super Bowl lead for Mahomes. Like, in order to win more, you're obviously going to have to win two. Just think about how difficult it is to win two Super Bowls, period. And Mahomes has shown, like, every year, like clockwork, he will be in the AFC title game. So he's going to be right there to compete for it every single year.
Overreaction. What is impressing you about Burrow? What's standing out to you about his game?
I mean, he's got elite ball placement. He's got elite decision making. He's got a really, really good arm.
Yesterday, Orlovsky said he's the best quarterback in the National Football League. But hang on. Mahomes is the best player, but in terms of like quarterbacking, reading it, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's like the Michael Jordan leadership thing for Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, it's like you could have our basketball coach before he was filming us in the shower. He used to say, "We got a lot of athletes on this team. We don't need basketball players." I get what he's saying. Josh Allen is a special athlete. Joe Burrow's a special quarterback. His decision making is so good. If you like the true typical drop back passer, then Joe Burrow should be your guy. Like, he should be your guy.
Bobby, did you think that was really cool how he threw that ball in warm-ups and did a pirouette 360 and spun back around?
Yeah, I got chills. It was like watching old Nine God play.
Like Joe Burrow walks into a building, his dingus has been in there for an hour. Okay? It just has. Part of him's been in that building for an hour before he even walks in. Like, that's how awesome this dude is. But I agree with Bobby. Like, the one dude's already has a lead, and he's got a home game this week.
And will be there.
He'll be there every year.
There.
So might Burrow. Burrow might be there every year too.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll say it's an over.
Okay.
Brian Daboll will not make the playoffs again as the Giants head coach.
Overreaction.
I mean, they had no business getting there this year. Like, I'm interested to see how much better they can be once they actually start building that thing. So I know you will say, not an overreaction. And you'll say he will never make it back and that he has no neck and everything, but he will.
Well, I have no neck either. We usually used to support each other.
I mean, shoot, what? We're 20 years into like the NFC East champion changing every single year, so I'm sure he'll get one of those one time.
Yeah.
You're right.
Crazy overreaction.
I don't think. Yeah, I think it's an overreaction too.
What made you even think of that one?
Because they are,
like they did it with nothing.
Their point differential said they had no business being in the playoffs. The best, if they were in the AFC, I would say they'll never make the playoffs again.
Wow.
Because the AFC is just so much better. I mean, you've got, like, at some point, you got to look at the quarterbacks that conference has and the ones that we have and realize that we are playing two different sports. It's two different sports. I mean, I would think that, you need an elite quarterback just to make the postseason in the AFC, it seems, at this point.
Good thing the Cowboys have one.
I know, right?
Oh my God, these people on here. You have gotten this Josh Allen. You've gotten this Josh Allen Dak thing stirred up by some of these tweeters.
Me?
Yeah, you.
That was not me.
You. My God.
I was willing to just make a comment and drop it. Then you wanted to stop down and lose a debate to me over it. I mean,
my God. I can't believe some of this garbage that people are tweeting at me. Y'all are insane.
Love you, Tolos.
Sean McDermott should be on the hot seat.
No. Way overreaction.
Why?
Because he's a damn good coach, and he's shown what a good coach is. They had their, like, I picked Cincinnati to win. I think Cincinnati was a tough matchup for Buffalo. Buffalo was my top team throughout the year, but I still thought that Cincinnati was going to go in there and win that game. I think what McDermott's done to help build up Buffalo is outstanding. I would not move on from him.
They have to run the football a little bit more. It's Josh Allen or bust. That's all it is. They ran the ball 14 times out of the shotgun on Sunday. Those 14 carries generated 1 first down. 1 first down. So no, Sean McDermott should not be fired. And you like Sean McDermott.
I like Sean McDermott a lot. Yeah, I don't think he should be fired. I think that maybe next year they could have the discussion, but I don't think so. I mean, listen, what they do.
But there's no doubt that the Buffalo Bills are by far the biggest losers of the playoffs this year. It's not even close, right?
Not even close. Not even close.
Although they had a really tough coin flip matchup.
Of course.
The Cincinnati game is a problem.
Cincinnati's a huge problem.
Are we overreacting by criticizing and laughing at Buffalo for losing to the Bengals? That's an overreaction or not. If you're saying that Joe Burrow's the next and you're putting him up on Mahomes' level, then why are we killing the Bills?
Because you got destroyed at home.
Yeah.
That's
in
why.
your elements.
The Buffalo Bills have the best home field advantage in the sport when the weather's bad.
I will say I picked the Bengals when I saw it was snowing. I didn't realize it was supposed to be that bad. When I sat down, I was like, "Oh, I guess this isn't a good." I would have changed had I known how much it was going to snow, and I would have been wrong. But I wasn't wrong. I'm 10-0, Sean. Just like I am in arguments on this show this morning.
I think you need your first day off in a month. Tomorrow.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Look at that. Okay. The Eagles are that good.
What is
overreaction? They're not 30. What was the final score? 38-7.
Mm-hmm.
They're not that good. I will agree with you, Choppy, though. Like those 2 games, San Fran against us and the Eagles Giants, completely flipped the way I felt about the NFC Championship compared to last week.
Yeah.
But the Giants overachieved.
Yeah, they did. They weren't very good.
They were the JV Minnesota Vikings or the varsity Vikings. That's it.
If they beat San Fran by 10.
Is it 20-10? I mean,
31-21.
31-21. I will
28-17.
28-17. I'll be really impressed. But they're not 38-7 good.
It's an overreaction. Their 2 biggest victories of the season are against the Giants. And then Jalen Hurts with his shoulder hurting managed to beat the Giants. Like they just are dominant against them. They haven't beaten down teams like that this year except New York. They beat New York 48-22 in December. They beat New York with, Jalen Hurts being in all that pain, and then they came back and beat him by 31. That's what they do. Otherwise, throughout the rest of the league, you see when they've played competitive teams, it's been close.
What do you think, Choppy?
I think they're that good in comparison to the rest of the NFC, but I think they're at best the 4th best team in the NFL. I'd have Bills, Bengals, Chiefs to beat them.
It's because you hate the Niners.
No, I don't hate the Niners. I mean, I do hate the Niners, but I mean, yeah, you can bring up their schedule. You conveniently don't bring up the Niners schedule.
But no. Because what I'm saying is, we're talking about, are they that good? San Francisco has consistently been beating teams by like 20 lately. Like I'm saying, the only team the Eagles have done that against is the Giants.
They've been rolling. There's no doubt. They've been rolling.
All right. Around the NFL, overreactions or not, Bill Belichick has brought Bill O'Brien back as the offensive coordinator. That is the news that came out this morning. We have some Kellen Moore news this morning. News on Kellen Moore this morning. And we'll see if our phones work and if Nick Eatman knows why Jerry Jones canceled on us. And can he defend what DallasCowboys.com did that's turned into a national story? Next.
But let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep, located on the east side.
Question. 1,400 votes from the Tolos at 105.3 SS. Was it a successful Cowboys season, Bobby? You said in the expressway. This kind of lit up the text messages at 877-881-1053. 65% say no. They agree with Bobby Belt that the Cowboys came up short. RJ and I voting yes, season was a success, but 65-35 saying no amongst about 1,400 votes from the Tolos as we stand. They're all doing this should Mike McCarthy be fired topic on television. Mike Tannenbaum, cold-blooded yesterday, saying yes, that Mike McCarthy should be fired. And then you had these other shows talking about it. I left that in Tampa Bay. That's why I wanted to ask the question before they won the game. Because for me, and maybe this is, I don't know, maybe I'm dead wrong, and Steven and Jerry canceled on us because something crazy is about to go down. And if Dan Quinn is going to take the Arizona job and Sean Payton in Denver, where does that leave you in terms of a potential replacement for a candidate? But I left that in Tampa Bay because I didn't think it'd be a topic or an issue after they destroyed the Bucs.
I didn't either, and I don't think it should. I don't think it should have, even if they lost the game. He had exceeded expectations. Their win total in Vegas was 9. They hit that by like December 1st. I would not have put them in a had to win this game to keep your job category. But I get that, it is the Cowboys, it's Jerry, and who knows what he's going to do. That question should be long gone and off anyone's mind, in my opinion.
All right. DallasCowboys.com has become a national story for the way they recap the game. Here's Shannon Sharp on FS1 this morning. Then we'll bring in someone from the website to criticize the people over there on the internet side.
What's going on here? I got a huge problem with this. Skip, this is some bull jive. Skip, this is a team official account. Now, at first, I thought they were hacked. I said, somebody hacked this account. And then I looked, and it's still up. So clearly it hasn't been hacked. This came from a team official that runs their social media account and thought it was okay to throw Dak Prescott under the bus.
The story, just for accuracy purposes, reads, Dak Prescott gave away the ball twice in the narrow loss to the 49ers in a matchup the Cowboys had a chance to win if they did not again generate self-inflicted wounds. Now, Shannon Sharp and Herm Edwards are calling out the website for stepping over the line. Nick Eatman is joining us from that website on the Diamond Factory hotline. When did you, first off, do we have you?
I'm here, guys.
Hey! We take the L for that one. That was our bad at 8:40.
That's all right.
When did you realize?
Apparently.
Yeah, right. When did you find out that this was an actual story yesterday?
Just yesterday afternoon, kind of hearing that some national people have picked it up. But I honestly, not till this morning did I think that did I even hear that it was, still had legs and people were still discussing it. It's mind blowing to me. But then again, it's what we're used to, and also, I still, when you read it just now, I know where it came from. I know where it stems from, and it stems completely from Dak Prescott's mouth. So that's kind of why that's why the article was written that way, and it was teased that way. I mean, that was coming from a tease to the article. So, I don't understand what all the kickback is, but it's because we've gotten that freedom over the years to do that kind of stuff. And I obviously know that coaches and players that have been with other teams, they don't operate the same way. So therefore they think that we're throwing them under the bus.
Right.
That couldn't be further from the truth.
Who posts it? How does it work?
It works. We have a social media team, and we have some people that they actually do a good job of kind of going through the article, making it look, a little different than the headline and putting the tease out there. So it's, we actually have a really good team that does that. And I think, and we could have probably done a little bit better in that particular one, just maybe, putting it on the writer As Patrick Walker, who does a great job with us as our beat writer, he's writing that. But again, it's coming straight from Dak.
Right.
Dak's the one that says when your quarterback comes, and that's something that I've always kind of listened for when on a tough loss on a game like that. I learned it honestly from Wade Phillips, because Wade Phillips would sit there and say that 25 players had a good game even though they lost, and then he would put it on himself. So when he put it on himself, then okay, it's like this is your out. If you're trying to be critical, you're like, this guy's saying it's on me. Well, then put it on you. And Dak said that. Now, I wrote in my article, I did not put the whole thing on Dak. I don't think that it was the way. I graded him yesterday. I didn't give him the worst grade in the world. I don't like grades anyways, but I just don't. And so our organization, I mean, from the top, Jerry said it. What he talked for 13 minutes the other day, and half of that was on how much Dak is the quarterback, is the leader, is a great quarterback. We feel that way at our website, writers, social team, all that. I mean, it was not his best game. He said it, he knows it, and that this team is out of the playoffs because they didn't play their best game, and it starts with the quarterback. He got all the praise in Tampa. He's getting a lot of the criticism here. That's not always fair, but that's just the way it goes.
So the reaction to this tweet from y'all's official account has 10,000 retweets, 3,600 responses, and it has generated 15 million interactions since Sunday.
Wow.
This is the best thing that ever happened to y'all. Congratulations. Did you have did y'all have any discussions about taking it down or changing it?
I wasn't involved in those discussions. I know taking down posts like that is probably more problematic than leaving it up usually. Right. So no, I don't, again, I wasn't in those discussions. I don't think so. I mean, because, and that's something that I heard y'all saying earlier about, the story with Brian Broaddus and Jerry saying that to him. He said that to me when I first started working here, 24 years ago. He said that to me about, push me to try to, to do more. And, this was a new thing we were dealing with was the internet and a website. And the Cowboys have always given us the freedom to cover the team, like other outlets or as close as possible, to other outlets. And so, this was really no different. And I can't think of many times ever where anyone's been upset with, from the front office on how we've covered the team. It's mainly if we did something from a competitive thing about, expected free agent or trade or something like that, but not from covering the team on a situation like this.
Nick Eatman, unscheduled, joining us here on the Diamond Factory Hotline from DallasCowboys.com. Do you have any theories as to why Steven and Jerry Jones canceled on us yesterday and today?
Not specific things, but I think you guys are onto something that there's probably something, and I hope it's not this. I hope it's not the, the article. Well, that's not the reason, but
Derek Eagleton fired before Kellen Moore.
You're in trouble, Nick.
But no, I don't. I think that there's still stuff to be hashed out on this team, and last year, I think Jerry realized that. I mean, when I believe, I know he canceled on one or two, but then he comes back, and then they was asked about McCarthy, and he didn't really answer it, and then that became a huge story. So I think they're just trying to figure out where the next move is, what the next step is, and it doesn't necessarily mean it's the head coach or the staff. That there's just a lot of pressing decisions that maybe haven't been answered just yet. And when you don't answer something, even when you're non-committal, that becomes a big story, and that's what all of us kind of feed off on. So that's my theory, is that I just don't think they're clearly ready to answer some of those questions yet.
Nick, everyone talks about Kellen's replacement. The reality is Dan Quinn's probably gone, and I haven't heard or had a discussion about his replacement. Are there in-house candidates or other names out there that you guys have discussed to Replace Dan Quinn if he takes the Cardinals, Broncos, or Colts job?
Yeah. I don't know the in-house ones. I mean, because there's a domino effect there as well, because some of those are here because Dan brought him here, and maybe if Dan does leave, he would go and he would take some of these guys like a Joe Witt or something with him. George Edwards' name has been there. He's been a defensive coordinator. And I believe he's got a really good relationship, obviously, with Micah Parsons, which I think is very important here. And you look at what George Edwards did. And again, that's just one name that I know. I don't know of many others that are on the staff. If I have to look at them, they got a lot of coaches on both sides of the ball. I'm sure that there's some, but it would probably, I'm sure they would look outside as well. Again, all of this if Dan Quinn leaves, but there will be different names. But as far as in-house names, I mean, I know Joe Witt's name's been mentioned, and then also George Edwards would be a good candidate too. But it wouldn't surprise me if they went on the outside here. McCarthy knows, he's been around the league a long time. He knows a lot of people. He brought Dan Quinn from the outside, so it wouldn't surprise me if they went outside if they needed to do that.
When McCarthy was with Green Bay, like third, fourth year in, he switched his defense to a 3-4. They wouldn't do anything like that drastic, would they?
I wouldn't think so, but I'll say this, Choppy. I don't know how drastic that is anymore in today's league. I mean, it was way back when, but I just think that there's a lot of players that are that come from different schemes now. Even we've seen Bill Belichick and other coaches kind of shift 3-4, 4-3 within the middle of the game. So I don't know if they have the personnel to do it, but I don't think that it would be that drastic. If we saw it done in one draft, the Cowboys kind of overhauled their defense and were able to do that. So in the last 30 seconds of me talking about this, the only person I could think of is Chauncey Golston, because I think Chauncey Golston is one of those players where you're like, all right, he could probably fit in a different scheme there. Micah would obviously be on your outside. I don't think that they would do that. I think they're more of a 4-3 front, but I mean, it's not as foreign as it used to be to switch it like that.
Last one. Michael Gelkin reported that Zeke wants to come back and he would be willing to take a pay cut. What would that have to look like in the Cowboys' eyes or in your mind to have Zeke return?
Well, I mean, I think, I think he said that to everybody the other day about it. He definitely wanted to come back. And, I think the writing's on the wall, obviously, that there has to be a pay cut. If you look at other players, you look at the D-Law type of contract, I don't know if it'll be that type of deal. Again, I'm not looking at his contract right in front of me. But I mean, I would think it would have to be, it'd have to be a pretty significant move for him to do that. I mean, he's going to have to take a cut because, he's clearly not the number one back, and he's not going to play special teams. I wouldn't think. So, what does that look like for a team that definitely needs to save some cap space here? It's going to come down to what is he willing to reduce it to? And the weird part is like, okay, you're not a free agent, so it's hard to kind of test the market, what his market would be. I think Zeke's market would be very unique because he's a well-known player, and there might be, he's coming off of 10 touchdowns, maybe 12. I mean, close to 1,000 yards. He split some time. He needs another back with him, like most backs do. He, like I said, provides name recognition and would be like a wow move for another team. So I kind of wonder what that would be, but you don't get to have that market because he's not a free agent. So coming down to a number, that's tricky. I don't know. I don't envy them either side to try to figure that one out.
Thank you for bearing through the phones and hopping on unexpectedly to explain the website controversy. Stay employed. We'll catch up with you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Always. Thank you.
Nick Eatman, Dallas Cowboys. Only with this team when we have to get on a member of the website to talk about the website.
That's it.
That's it. Website.
No other team.
No other team.
Not a single one.
Let's crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece. Do they have any theories why Stephen Jones canceled on them? Next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to the all-new Platinum Ford in
Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece.
Hey, buddy.
Fiery show today. And I think this crosstalk is going to maintain that. Alpha Mike Bassick just said in the commercial break. Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, Corey Majors. What's that smell like?
My mic cover still smells like BO or
Is it
something.
yours?
Yeah, it's the one I talk into, so I guess
Maybe you should wash it.
How do you wash these things?
Like our jeans.
Do we throw them in the y'all's jeans smell?
Wash your mic cover as much as your jeans.
Do your jeans smell? I saw Nick Nepic post about that this morning, about wearing jeans, but I didn't see. Anyway, we have...
Apparently the argument broke out on G-Bag with Bobby and the pregame show over how often you wash your jeans.
Once a week.
Once every 2.
Probably twice a month, I'm going to guess.
Okay.
Yeah, team once every 2 weeks, Mike. There you go.
Jeans aren't really supposed to be washed.
That's what Mr. Levi said.
Really?
Yeah.
Again, that's if you're buying the ones that have like that hard material like the Levi's. If you're buying like the new jeans that are very soft, they're almost like sweatpants, and I think that's different.
Oh.
I would
I would
wash Levi's or Wranglers way less than I do the current ones.
The problem is when you get food on them or something, I feel like you have.
I feel like you have swampage.
Yeah.
It's different here.
Especially Corey has to wash them a lot. He doesn't wear underwear.
Right.
Good for you.
Thanks, man.
What's coming up?
I don't also sleep naked, Mike.
Do you really?
Yeah.
I don't get that.
High five on that one. I do too.
Does your wife sleep? Okay.
Oh my God.
My follow-up.
What are you asking?
Why are you asking about my wife, John?
That's a great question.
No, I feel like it should have to be, both people should have to agree to this rule. Like, she sleeps naked and you sleep naked, but with you and Choppy, just you all are nude and they're clothed.
Yeah, she feels comfortable with clothes on.
Yeah.
I feel comfortable with it. And I've felt comfortable without clothes on since, I guess, high school, like right around graduation time. That's when I was like, I'm going to sleep this way. And we've been married for, Kevin, how many years?
16 years.
Yeah, almost 17 years now.
So
tell me more about your treaty for sleeping, where you're like, we're either both clothed or we're both naked.
I would think that you're both of the same mindset. Like, so she's in bed. And she's
also more likely to get up with the kids.
Okay, well, that's good.
If the kids come rumbling in or anything, she's the one that's going to hop out of bed.
But let me paint the picture. So she's in bed, and she's got her pajamas on. She's got the book, or she's watching TV, or
TikTok,
she's texting on her phone.
TikTok, yeah.
And you are brushing your teeth in the bathroom.
All right.
And you come lumbering out.
In shorts.
Arm is swinging.
Oh, in shorts.
I walk out in shorts.
Oh, you walk out in shorts.
I take them off next to the bed, lay down in the bed, then roll out of bed and put them right back on. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not walking around the house naked all the time.
Now when you get we've all gotten up and think, is someone in my house? Like, what was that noise?
Yeah, shorts first.
Okay, you're not hopping up and running into the living room.
No.
Okay.
No,
that could be a strategical error because Colby always told
Don't
us
fight
not
the naked man.
Yeah. So if somebody breaks into your house and you see a naked person run out, I'd be like, "Ooh, wrong house."
And you?
I mean,
when are your clothes all off? How early?
Mark that. You best mark.
Okay, assuming that we're just going to bed, right? We're not going to get into anything. Then they're off. Just like Corey.
Give me your routine.
I'll take them off right at the bedside.
Okay, so you're not coming out of the bathroom fully naked,
Flipping and flopping.
Yeah.
No, not generally.
Okay,
And
okay.
then she's generally clothed when she sleeps. I think that's to avoid a sneak attack in the middle of the night.
Oh my goodness!
I think it's I think generally if the guy's gonna be naked, the girl should probably be clothed.
Mine started with
a sneak attack.
Mine started with shirts because I didn't like the feeling of feeling choked in the middle of the night by my shirt. So that's when I was like, all right, going shirtless, and then I just decided let's do the whole thing.
Now when my kids stay with me for the weekend, when I have them, I keep boxers on.
Good.
I don't want somebody to come on in and see. They don't need to see all that.
Did you need to tease? Did you tease something?
We have Tony Khan, Jacksonville Jaguars co-owner and AEW impresario at noon today. He'll join us for about 10 minutes, and we'll get after that.
Asked about the 30th anniversary of Raw last night.
The whole interview is going to be about Trevor Lawrence. You know it is. Like, I have questions, but
this is the one time Mike will say, guys, I got this interview.
Yeah.
I feel like you've worn a teal shirt on purpose,
I
like
can't
for every
believe
day
this.
for the last
I
8
have
days.
I have a little bit of beef with Choppy, but this is Choppy and I are together
Whoa!
today. No
Masters,
clue,
baby. That's a master shirt. All right, what's your beef?
All right, so it's not a big beef because what Choppy is saying is correct. The Cowboys exceeded expectations. Their Vegas over-under was 9. But the issue that I have on it is Philadelphia, San Francisco, Kansas City, Cincinnati, they all exceeded expectations too. In fact, Buffalo exceeded Vegas expectations by winning 13 games. So when you get down to usually the final 8,
yeah,
because I know that New York exceeded expectations.
Sure. Yes.
I'm just thinking of even Jacksonville. So when you get to the final 8, it's close to impossible to not exceed Vegas expectations if you get to the final 8. So now,
well, Buffalo's a failure. I'll disagree with RJ on that. I'm not just going by win total.
And I agree too, but if you just go by Vegas numbers say this, then once you get to the final 8, you got to fight your ass off because you're playing all 8 teams have pretty much exceeded Vegas's expectations.
Yeah, right. I think at the final 4, I think today, like I could say every team is pretty much success. You know, like the team.
I think so.
The team you're playing in the conference championship game is also a really good team. Like you can't expect to beat that team. The Chiefs expected to beat Jacksonville.
You know what's interesting about that is I think that the Chiefs have definitely exceeded expectations just because I know they have Mahomes and that's a great organization. But yeah, I felt like so many people were burying them once they lost Tyreek.
Like also, the other thing is like, I know, sorry, Bobby's going to hate me for this one, but like at some point, like, you know, you have to look at, to me, who your quarterback is to what your expectations truthfully are. Like, I think if you don't have Mahomes or Burrow or Allen or whatever, I don't think you could ever expect to win a title. You could hope for it, but I don't think you could truly expect to win one.
And it's not fair to Dak because he is the best, right? Mahomes is the best. But if you give the Dallas Cowboys Patrick Mahomes, they're winning the Super Bowl this year.
Yes.
If you give, to me, my opinion, only my opinion, if Dak Prescott is the quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs, I don't know if they make the playoffs.
Agreed.
Yeah, that's fair, and that's why I think expectations are different based on who the QB is. He's just ignoring.
Were y'all trying to bait him, or is that really what you think?
No, I just want to see his reaction. I forgot he checked out at this time.
I didn't check out. It's just, I mean, like
he's planning his next midlife crisis move after the shaving of the head.
I think the Chiefs win.
That wasn't midlife crisis.
Yeah, they win 9 or 10 games.
Right, they're right on that borderline, but probably I think the Chargers end up winning that division. But it's close.
I mean, they would have gone 17-0 with Chad Henne. We saw how they walked.
That was a
running on the field.
Longest
right
playoff drive in Chiefs history.
Yeah.
Are you guys excited for Friday?
Yeah, Friday's great because Saturday's afterwards.
Yeah,
Weekend's awesome.
What's Friday?
What's Friday, Sean?
Friday will be pent up Jerry Jones if you base it off last year when he did not come on Tuesday to recap the season like he normally does. Steven did not go on with you guys yesterday. I get these texts from Corey. Hey, what's going on? Do you know anything? And I was like, Jerry
you
just
tweeted
canceled
that you were hearing rumblings. So that's what I was curious about, actually.
Right. Well,
rubble on the double.
We had wild, reckless speculation.
Okay,
love it.
My wild, reckless speculation, which the Cowboys have now invited since neither Jones is coming on, is my wild theory is going to be Kellen Moore. That Kellen Moore may be in a little bit of trouble. And if
I don't think that theory is that wild.
Carolina's interviewing him today, the Cowboys, maybe it's a win-win. They don't have to fire anybody, and Kellen becomes the Panthers' next head coach.
You want my wild speculation?
Nope. So what do you think about the Stars losing to... Yes, what is
Jerry's selling the team to Mike and saying, if you think you can do a better job here, you do this crap.
You do it.
That would be the greatest.
Mike McCarthy.
No, you're the only Mike.
So really,
ever.
to really take you behind the scenes,
I can't do worse.
There were some rumblings. Would you exceed Vegas's win total? To really take you behind the scenes, there were rumblings about a possible press conference being scheduled yesterday, and I'm like, they wouldn't call a press conference to fire someone unless it was the head coach. Well, usually a press conference, good news.
You think they'd hire Nathaniel Hackett to replace Kellen Moore?
That's a rumor.
No, I'm
Brian Schottenheimer. Maybe they were interviewing Brian Schottenheimer before he left the building with Dan Quinn yesterday. Maybe they were talking to Nathaniel Hackett before he goes somewhere else.
Yeah.
Someone that I called said with a straight face, maybe they're calling a presser for Jerry to give Steven full GM control. And I started laughing in this guy's face. Like, are you out of your damn mind? Have you lost it? And he's like, well, according to your press conference parameters, it would have to be something that big because they're not calling one to fire a coach. And I was like, okay, good point.
They probably wouldn't
Can
call
you
him to fire a
imagine?
coach.
you imagine if they called a presser for Jerry to be like, I'm giving up the GM title.
Cowboys would have an $80 million payroll next year.
How much does it cost when you trade Dak? What's the cap hit?
You will lose $8 million
Okay.
if you trade him.
All right.
I wonder if the most Cowboys thing to do
That was
would
a
be
troll, by the way.
to have a press conference to announce that they're going to induct Jimmy Johnson into the Ring of Honor to
The
try
day
to
after?
to try to deflect all discussion about lack of ability to get into the NFC Championship game.
We're going to put the Jimster in, okay? It's going to get some of the heat off of us.
You have any theories of Steven canceled on you guys like that before?
Steven is less surprising. But
Because it doesn't seem like he doesn't really want to do it.
For sure. 100%. That is what it feels like. And so
I appreciate that he does it, though.
Yeah.
It's fun to talk to him.
You think if Steven takes over, that will be canceled?
No, other
Steven
people
will do it because he knows that it's good for business, but
it'll be the same.
It will be very much at the end of the day, we have to execute better. I mean, it won't.
Yeah.
You'll just be like, all right, we got that over with.
He's not going to sell. I mean, that Charlotte would be the salesperson in that group, and so that'd be a blast to have her.
Because we all knew yesterday would have been, well, you have to give San Francisco credit. They're a heck of a team, and they executed better than us. And that's why I was surprised about Jerry, because even Jerry, like in the span of your interview, and the same with us, he will no comment and then comment, like even in the interview. That's why I was surprised about him. Steven, I was like, yeah, I got it. You lost. You don't really want to deal with that.
Yeah, which makes me believe Jerry's not scared of anything. Like, he talked to reporters after the game.
Sure.
I don't know if he's more furious than last year. He looked heartbroken on Sunday night, but last year when this happened, he lit up y'all's phone lines.
Yeah.
Scheduled and unscheduled.
Yep.
Calling in. So, reckless speculation. It's fun. Who knows?
It's an absolute
It's
blast.
not reckless if it could be true.
I just thought it was great last year.
How that works?
Yep.
He poured fire on them. We might not bring back this coaching staff. And then a week later, he's like, who in the world thought I wasn't going to bring back this coaching staff? You're like,
I remember.
literally, you said it on 105.3 The Fan. And then a week later, you came back and said, who in the world is thinking this?
The media took it and ran. I'm like, but you did say, huh?
All right, we're back tomorrow morning. Be careful driving on a messy Tolo Tuesday. The KMC Masterpiece is coming up next.
You're listening to GetWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors.
Bobby Belt.
Yeah, does Bobby Belt want to stick around? Mike Bassick.
And Rui Hachimura talk.
And, yeah.
We didn't get him.
And
he's a Laker.
Joey Erickson, a.k.a. Slim Scotty, if you have been listening, and we appreciate it very much. So, my question right out of the gate is, why is it so hard for Cowboys fans to adjust their expectations? All right, so I thought about this a lot yesterday, and then when I saw stuff on social media, it just kind of crystallized it. We asked yesterday if the Cowboys season was a success, and it was closer than I thought. Maybe 60 to 65% said no, but 35 to 40% then said yes, which is probably higher than I thought.
What has Twitter told you since then, since we tweeted the segment out and people read the headline?
Yeah, it's interesting because they read the headline, don't necessarily always listen to the question or listen to the segment.
But they got to give their opinion. Like that's what that is there for.
And that's where I started to think about this. Is I saw a lot of, it was probably about a similar breakdown, and then some of the answers were a little bit, they're more forceful for the no. The people were like, yes, was like, yeah, I thought maybe this was a fringe playoff team, blah, 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 blah. But then there were multiple people who were like, no, what a stupid question. What idiot thought of this? And I thought, well, there are a lot of people who think the answer is yes. And I know the no crowd is really, really hard. It is like really, really more vocal. And so I was curious, why do you think it's so hard for Cowboys fans to adjust their expectations? Because I thought about the rest of the teams in the Metroplex. They have had ultimate success all more recently than the Cowboys. Is the Stars won the Stanley Cup in 1999, made it back to the Stanley Cup final the next year. They were in the Stanley Cup final just a couple of years ago.
COVID Stanley Cup.
Yes, exactly. But in between,
everybody had to play with COVID, remember?
They didn't all have COVID.
Oh, the COVID Cup is what they called it.
Oh, that is actually a really catchy name.
Coughing on each other.
Yes, but in the middle, people were just like, well, that's just the Stars. You know, and like same thing with the Rangers. The Rangers struggled forever. And then they hit fire in the 90s, and then they did it again at the beginning of the 2010s. But in between, everyone was like, yeah, I mean, I just need the Rangers to get me to Cowboys season. And then the Mavericks. The Mavericks were the worst franchise in basketball, and then they were really good, made the playoffs a lot, but in the lull in between, I feel like so many people were like, yeah, this is kind of how it is. But with the Cowboys, it's been 27 years. And if you don't win the Super Bowl or make the NFC Championship, they're like, what are we doing?
Well, I think it's tough because San Francisco's in their third NFC Championship in 4 years. You just start looking around the league. If you want me to say, hey, my expectations should be part of the Redskins Commanders football team organization, then I guess we are exceeding expectations.
Yeah.
If I want to be a Detroit Lions fan, yes, we're better than the Detroit Lions, but it's just tough when you start looking around the NFL and go, gosh, I mean, the Rams make it with Kurt Warner and they have a run, and then they rebuild, and then they look pretty good, and then they've now rebuilt and they've won a Super Bowl with Matthew Stafford, and they've had to change cities. It was so bad in St. Louis. And you just look at Jacksonville, you're like, oh, that's a horrible organization. You're like, damn, didn't they make it with Blake Bortles? Didn't they make it one time with
they did
with Mark Brunell? And weren't they at one point, did they maybe make it with David Garrard? They didn't make it to the Super Bowl, but they made it to the AFC Championship game. You're just like, how come the Cowboys can never figure out? Every team figures out about once every 10 years at least. Kansas City's made it. I know our expectations shouldn't be that we don't have Patrick Mahomes. 5 years in a row now, they're in the AFC Championship game. It's just tough to say, how low do I want my expectations? And this year, I think this was a solid year. It's tough to say, great year, Dallas Cowboys. And I think it's very tough to say that was a bad year. But at the same time, gosh, how low should our expectation be as a Cowboys fan?
Yeah, I think that, you've also had so many pop-up teams, just that you brought up all of them that have just they've come up in that time, had a great few seasons, and then maybe disappeared. And some teams, like the Ravens, popped up, turned out to be really good, and then for the entirety since then, the culture stayed the same. And I think that's one of the things is like you've just seen transition after transition, Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, whoever, kind of chasing that copycat league idea and mindset. You're like, man, the Cowboys were built on this identity of greatness for a long time, and then you got the 3 Super Bowls. Man, the way that the Jerry Jones era started and has gone has been soap opera from the get.
Right.
And so, like, that's where you win these 3 Super Bowls. We got that. And then you break up with the head coach for no good reason other than ego. And that's where the divide came amongst Cowboys fans themselves. And then, I mean, even before that, when Jerry Jones fired Tom Landry, there was a divide of, well, I hate Jerry Jones and I always will. And then he wins the Super Bowls and you're like, well, it doesn't matter. I'm still a Landry guy.
Yeah.
And so like the expectation was set then. And I do believe that the Cowboys fans out there want this standard of we get to the playoffs consistently. Nobody should be touching what we're doing. You're the richest franchise anyway. Why aren't you the best? So that's why, Kevin, I think that's one of the main factors is they are the biggest and boldest at everything except for winning. And that's where Cowboys fans are kind of tired of getting yelled at by everybody else about you guys do this and that. And we can't control what's on the field. We're just rooting for the team. And yet here we are taking the brunt of the arguments and all those things too whenever there's other things that are in play there.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. And I guess kind of...
I know it does.
You usually do.
Thank you.
Though we admit not always.
Not always.
That makes a lot of sense, but it also kind of feeds into my idea about why those expectations might not have become more reasonable along the way, like from the 9-7-2. And I get a lot of these responses. We're not lowering our expectations because the front office and the owners are all telling us they're going for it. They're not showing us that they're going for it. But if they continually don't show you that they're going for it when they say they do, don't you just stop listening to the selling point? Like, for example, all right, here's the most damning statistic coming out of that loss to San Francisco. And don't get me wrong, I was a kid as well when they won the 3 Super Bowls in 4 years. It makes me sad that Brandon has never seen the Cowboys be truly elite. But the Cowboys lost to San Francisco. This is the 12th straight postseason appearance for the Cowboys where they failed to reach the conference championship game. They broke the record held by the Cowboys at 11 and the Cowboys at 10. So the Cowboys have long held the record for longest playoff streak without making it to the conference championship game. Since the last Super Bowl win, they are 5-12 in the playoffs. I get what you want and what you hope for, but shouldn't the expectation line be lower? Like, you can still say, I hope we win a Super Bowl. Right on. But shouldn't your expectation be division round is our Super Bowl?
What was your expectation going into this year?
A playoff win. Actually, that might have been my hope. My expectation was, I think we can make the playoffs.
You said, though, if Mike McCarthy should be gone if he didn't make the NFC Championship game.
No, not true. Is after the injuries and everything like that and the personnel moves, not true. There was a time last year when I thought that might be the case.
Okay, all right. And so I don't know, man. Why do you get into the business if you're not going to run for the whole thing? Be good at it. Go do those things. You have the team. Go make the move. Make a trade if you have to. Like, have the cojones to say this isn't good enough. And that's where people look at the San Francisco team. All the fans are like, yes, the Christian McCaffrey trade changed everything. So yeah, Kevin, my expectation is my team should be going for that.
No. But you expect the Cowboys to do that?
Yes.
Based on what?
The fact that I want it done.
Okay, but that's what you want. Not
that's what I want.
Okay, but that's not what you should expect. What have the Cowboys shown you to let you know what, Corey, you're right. We're going all in.
So you're saying settle.
No, I'm saying.
I have now gone to every bar, Kevin, and seen every girl. And I've decided, you know what? I can't do any better than this.
What are you giving them?
I'm taking this 3 home, and I'm marrying this 3 right now. That's what you're saying, is just to settle for the 3 instead of demanding more from them and getting them to be a team.
All right, I'm gonna use this bar metaphor.
You go to the plastic surgeon.
Oh my gosh,
tummy tuck or whatever it is.
Good night.
You can say it about me too. That's fine.
All right, let's use your bar analogy.
And the Cowboys are the ones that I'm saying here. Kevin.
You go after 10s, and you always fail.
Yeah.
You're going to keep going after 10s?
Why not?
Or are you going to, because it
might
always
trick one.
fails.
I might trick one. The Rams tricked one for like 4 years.
Okay.
Didn't they? They got a Super Bowl out of it and went back and lost. Not everybody is the Patriots, though.
Sure.
Like the Patriots had, and because Jimmy Johnson told Bill Belichick a very long time ago, your coaches, your assistant coaches are going to become friends with the players. They are going to become, they're going to think that they're equals, but you can never be. And Bill Belichick, he said, you have to carry the hammer around. And Bill Belichick made tough decisions for a very long time. It's difficult to make those decisions whenever money is in play here. I spent a lot of money on this quarterback. He's not living up to what I need. Do I need to stick with the quarterback or not? I'm betting most instances, Bill Belichick would figure out I got to move on if he doesn't have great play from somebody.
Like Drew Bledsoe.
And yes, and what was the example that Mike used yesterday? Multiple, I think 3 of the 4 teams in this scenario, they had, I'm not saying they're exactly the same, so listen to me there, but they had Alex Smith, a perfectly usable quarterback, and they're like, he's not good enough.
Cowboys are picking 27th in the upcoming draft. The Chiefs were picking 27 in the draft that they traded up to get Patrick Mahomes. So they had approximately the exact same season that Dak Prescott just had, at least success-wise with the team. And they decided getting to the divisional round again and losing is just not going to cut it.
And I see multiple people are saying, you never settle. You, as a fan, don't have to settle. But is your organization settling?
They've been settled. They're too comfortable.
Then why do we as fans expect it to be different?
What's the benefit? What's the benefit if they go all in, which Mike Parsons wants?
Yes.
What's the benefit to them if they do that?
You could win the effing Super Bowl.
Or that first round pick we gave up for Amari Cooper could turn out to be something great. And then we end up we don't have our Super Bowl. And I think that's the way they play the game.
But see, here's why I hate that line of logic, because you might be right, is we don't go anywhere past the divisional round anyway. So what the hell difference does it make? You have, do we think, potentially a generational defensive player?
Yes.
Okay. And guess what? I know it's only 2 years.
And you had a really good defensive coach, and you're not going to have him anymore.
And guess what? You didn't get past the divisional round. So the reason why I'm okay with like pushing it all in, it was the same thing I said when Dak was still on his rookie contract. I was like, push it all effing in, because you don't ever go any further than the divisional round. So let's say you push it all in the middle of the table. You make those moves, you blow up your salary cap for the next couple of years, and it doesn't work. Well, that sucks. But at least you gave it a shot, and you're no different off than you were before. You think the Cowboys are going to win the Super Bowl next year?
Heck yeah.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Well, sorry.
All the way.
Before you asked that question, I wanted to
Sure.
to
Never ever quit.
Stop it.
And Mike, this discussion with you too.
The time is now.
Oh my God.
And I know this is a very small thing, because the Mavericks felt it. They needed to. They needed to win for Dirk. As much as they wanted to win for the fan bases, they had to win for Dirk. And so throughout that season, Ron Butler, Brennan Haywood, they're adding Peja. They have, dudes on 10-day contracts just to get through the season. And then they still had the talent to go along with it, but they're trying to add that one little piece that, will this take us over the top? The Rangers go get Cliff Lee. I mean, that was like, we look at that move then, and you're like, well, were these guys really going to be big players for us? Was Justin Smoke really going to be a big player for you at some point? Blake Bevan, was he going to be that stud for you? But they went and got the best pitcher that they could possibly get, and he gets you over the top. That's the one that's the one element that I think whoever is making the final decisions, they built a good team. The Cowboys built a good team. You said it yesterday. Yeah. They were the better team on the field.
They were too.
They didn't have the better quarterback. But they put all these things together, put all these things in place yet we're still missing that one element that could change the game for them.
And if they made that dynamic move, even if it failed, I think I would support it. You know what,
I don't
Corey?
think the Cowboys have it in them. I don't think whoever's running the team has it in them to make that move and see that they have this team. They're like, no, these small moves in chess are going to work out.
But that's my point. Then why do we not say that's what's going to happen and not get your heart broken? You brought up the bar analogy.
Because I want it.
Which, okay, and you're spot on with that analogy. There are so many analogies coming in.
Good.
This might be the one that's spoken to me the most. From the 817, this all crystallizes in my mind. You love her, but she's a hoe. Hoe's gonna hoe, but it still hurts when you catch her cheating. That makes all the sense in the world to me. That's what the Cowboys feel like. You know what they're going to do. They're going to go pick up somebody on a 1-year, $2 million deal, tell you that, you know what, he could be the next Von Miller. And you're going to be like, I want you to be right. And then he's not.
They're going to draft really well. They're going to add their Vlad Guerreros. They're going to add those guys that are old and nobody really cares about for that little bit, but they're not going to add the Cliff Lee.
Here's the deal. Twitch is nervous for us, Corey, because Kevin has been pounding the table constantly throughout this whole segment, and they think eventually he's going to start pounding us.
I'm telling you.
Those pancakes are about to fly today.
I'm telling you why that's not going to happen. Bobby was here right until the show started, and he sits in the chair that I like. And so once I get to my normal chair, everything is going to be okay. I think I'm disproportionately fired up.
The pounding is scaring us, Kevin.
Okay, I will stop. From the 469, that was the perfect analogy. That is exactly what I think. I'm going to try to text that person back and congratulate them for having your bar analogy made a lot of sense to me. The hoe analogy really crystallized it all in my mind. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And don't get me wrong, Corey, I want the same things in terms of the Cowboys.
It's not as bad as I do.
I mean, you know what? That's probably
that
true.
Right hand keeps getting closer and closer to you, Corey.
All right. We will adjust. But coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, to wrap up the season and perhaps a little Dallas Stars. We'll do it all next right here on The Fan. 105 through the Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
How's everything going today?
We're doing pretty good. We're actually having some fun this morning. I wanted to discuss logistics with you. Is it exit interviews? Is that already done? What are the next logistical steps for the Cowboys?
Yeah, I think the first thing they do is they do the exit physicals and then the exit interviews. And it usually takes, a couple days to get those done. So I would imagine by Wednesday, they would have, if not all, the majority of those things done with the assistant coaches, the head coach, and then, with some of them, I think Jerry participates in some of them also.
So with those assistant coaches and the head coaches and all of that, like, what do you think that conversation is like, considering these guys are out right now, having conversations with other teams? Kellen Moore talking to Carolina, Dan Quinn on his second interview. Are they saying, hey, we got to figure out how to keep these guys here? Or is it more, we have to start looking ahead to the future and what we're going to bring in?
Are you talking about assistant coaches?
Yeah, well, I'm kind of talking about like the way Jerry and McCarthy and Steven and Will kind of are having the conversations of keeping this thing intact, or maybe even replacing a big section of it.
The coaching staff.
Yes. Not the players. Sorry.
Yeah, they would have had those discussions already.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think it's a reactive thing. I think it ends up being a proactive. I mean, they don't just disappear and say, okay, I'm flying to Arizona, see you. I think they talk about those things beforehand. And, if and it's not just football, it's any business, right? If you should already have a list of what you want to do in case, right? I mean, I think everybody that's in charge of something, either the head coach or, the front office, it's like, okay, if something happened to this guy or that guy, here's my list of who I'd like to pursue. I think you're always working on things like that. So I don't think it's, to me, at least, it shouldn't be a reactive thing. It should be proactive, that you already have an idea of where you might go and what might be available. Remember, it's got to be available. You don't get your pick of the litter when you say, well, I need an offensive coordinator. But it comes down to who's available and who fits into what I want to do. It's not just, hey, I want that guy, right? Well, he might not be able to, leave his current job. I just go back to, after the 90 season, when the Cowboys wanted to get rid of Dave Shula as the offensive coordinator. I think Jimmy and Jerry had interviews with 3 guys before they got down to North Turner. It's about availability also of who you're and again, are you sure who you're replacing? I can find somebody better.
Yeah, valid point there.
So, Mickey, when it comes to Dan Quinn and Micah Parsons was just outstanding Sunday. He just had so many different plays. Brian Baldinger broke it down on Twitter and showed just how many different ways he affected the game. Should Cowboy fans be concerned at all that if they lose Dan Quinn, that Micah Parsons is going to still be used almost as perfectly as Dan Quinn has been able to use him?
Well, I think the first question, if you lose Dan Quinn and you say, okay, this guy's going to be my defensive coordinator, my first question is, what are you doing with Micah Parsons, right? And again, I think sometimes, Mike, we kind of think that these coordinators are independent contractors, like they come in and do what they want.
Right.
The head coach has got a lot of say, right? The head coach has got a lot of say what happens with this offense because he's kind of an offensive coordinator. So I don't think you just turn everything over to somebody and say, okay, do what you want. And I think, there's guys on this staff that could take over this defense and try to continue what they have going. Joe Witt Jr., George Edwards, who had been a defensive coordinator at Minnesota all those years. So sometimes it's not bringing in somebody new; it's handing off to somebody that can continue kind of doing what you've been doing that's been successful. And I think you would have to say for the majority of the season, the defense has been pretty successful in what they've done so far.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Now, we talked about the interviews that Dan Quinn is doing and Kellen Moore interviewing with the Panthers. I was curious if, like, let's say you were interviewing Panthers, Texans, Colts, Broncos, Cardinals. Let's assume you want to take a head coaching job. Is there one of those 5 that appeals the most to you?
Give me the 5 again.
Panthers, Texans, Colts, Broncos, and Cardinals.
Oh,
that's fair. That's why they need new coaches.
Yeah, but you know why they need new coaches? Because they can't sink their teeth into a quarterback.
Yeah.
Which one of those teams do you trust the quarterback?
Probably Arizona
Maybe.
more, but I gotta.
Maybe Arizona.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
And then the other ones, my question to them is, well, what are you going to do about the position? Denver can't do anything about it, right? They got who they got with the contract that they signed. Indianapolis, who do they have? And then the other question is, where are we drafting and who can I take? Like, is there a quarterback out there right now that's the next Lawrence out there?
Right. I mean,
you know,
there's speculation, but you never know for sure. Yeah.
But I'm thinking, you know, usually, I mean, okay, Bryce Young, can I draft him with those teams and where they're at? Then maybe I say, okay, I'm good with that. But again, I think if you look at why those teams need new head coaches is because they haven't solved their quarterback position.
Yeah.
It kind of goes hand in hand, you guys.
When you kind of look at the defense, there are a lot of players that do need to come back, Mickey. I think there are a handful of them. But as far as the ones that you think may be gone, where do we stand with like some of the Donovan Wilsons and some of those other guys?
Yeah, you'd love to bring Donovan Wilson back.
Yeah.
You'd love to be Leighton Vander Esch back. You know, and so, but, you know, again, a lot of it comes down to market value. You know, do you have somebody to take Donovan Wilson's spot? Well, I don't think so. You might hope on Vander Esch, but you don't know. I think Damone Clark, one way or another, will be a starting linebacker for this team. You know, and if you count Parsons as a linebacker, then, you know, that's 2. If you get Vander Esch back, that's 3. And you'd say, okay, I feel pretty good about this. But yeah, I don't know that you've got another strong safety, and you might, if you want to take a chance on Marquise Bell as a safety. And, you know, they were starting to get him ready in a backup position in the last couple of games. He was active, played special teams. But again, a lot of it has to do with your salary cap and, you know, who you can afford to retain and who you can't, depending on market value. And, you know, that'll be established here over, you know, by the time you get into February, even though, you know, you can't supposedly negotiate with anybody, you'll talk to agents and you'll get an idea of what they're thinking and what they're hoping the market value is for some of these guys. Now, and they've got a bunch of things they got to do, right?
Absolutely. Is one of those things having I was going to say tough conversation. It might not be as tough as I thought with Ezekiel Elliott, because he said he wants to be here. Is a restructuring or a pay cut, however you want to describe it, in the cards, you think, for that situation?
Well, I think one of the things you got to remember with that is no matter what you do, you still have to account for 11.9 million.
Yeah.
In money that has to be accounted for
Right.
one way or another. So if you say, no, we're done with him, well, he costs $11.9 million this year. If you say, well, you're done with him on June 1, then it'll be like $6 million this year and $5 million next year. So that part has always got to be accounted for before you even think about the base salary. Now, the base salary for this year is $10.9 million. All right, that's probably a little extreme, and he can say, okay, I'll take a reduction, sort of the way DeMarcus Lawrence did.
Right.
But to do it with DeMarcus Lawrence, they guaranteed him money over 3 years. Now, not as much as what he would have made in one base salary, but something that's guaranteed when you're getting up in age, and you go, okay, maybe I make a little less, but at least I'm guaranteed that, right? Well, I don't know how much down the line you want to guarantee Zeke, and I would think the NFLPA would frown on him saying, yeah, okay, I'll play for $3 million instead of 10.9. That probably not going to happen.
Go ahead.
Even though you want to do it, it's like, okay, but what's out there? And then his agent's going to go, well, let me see if anybody else thinks he's valuable. So there's a lot of that goes into it than just saying, I want to be here and I'll play for less.
I feel like cornerback is probably going to be looked at a lot.
It better be.
Is Bland your opposite corner next year going in across from Diggs?
I think it's one, but who's my next guy?
Yeah, that's, and especially, you're looking at the Donovan Wilson and Curse situation, or Donovan Wilson situation, you're looking at that going, okay, safeties, you had 3 safeties, you had the big nickel, so there's a lot of those guys that you got to try to figure out.
If you're going to continue to play the defense like that, right?
Oh my gosh, that's
somebody else might have a different idea.
Right.
Even if you keep somebody on your staff, you're going, you know what? Next time I play a team that's lining up 2 running backs, one of them's a fullback, and 2 tight ends, I'm not going out there with a big nickel. I want 3 linebackers on the field, right?
Yeah. No, that
you might have a better chance of stopping the run. Now, they did a decent job for 2.5, almost 3 quarters of stopping the run, and then the dam broke in the fourth quarter, where they gained almost all their rushing yards on you when you knew they were going to run the ball just the way they were lining up with, sometimes even just one wide receiver, and depending on what do you want to count, Debo, 3 running backs, because there were times he and what's the guy's name? It was Mitchell lined up in the backfield while Yurcik, the fullback, was lining up like a tight end. So they had a lot of heavy formations out there that you were trying to play with lengthy safeties that might not have been made to play the run.
Well, we appreciate the insight about 49ers, all things salary cap, and everything you bring to us all the time. Obviously, if anything happens out there, let us know.
You guys will be the first ones I call.
Boom. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Thank you very much, good sir.
Okay, guys. Talk to you.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about a little playoff porridge? Believe it or not, all the divisional losers had good things going for them, too. We'll talk about that next right here on The Fan.
Coming up.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, we know loyalty can't be bought, it's earned. Like with our classic loyalty pricing below market value, top dollar trade value, and lowest interest rates. One of the largest selections in America. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Yesterday, thought that was going to be so essential to his team's hopes. 3rd and 7. To the end zone. Open! Wide open! Hurst hauls it in for another Cincinnati touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for a little playoff porridge. Obviously, we were uber Cowboys heavy yesterday, and so there was a couple of more things that we can get into from those playoff games.
Name one.
Well, first you have to tell me which game you want to start with. You want to do Cowboys 49ers, Jags Chiefs, Eagles Giants, Bengals Bills?
Not Eagles and Giants. That was miserable, and I didn't even watch any of the second half, so I don't care at all about that game.
We will. I just saw your answer on Twitch. Hey, by the way, hop on the Twitch, have conversations.
Mike's having fun today.
Mike said your mom argues on Twitch.
In the Twitch.
In the Twitch. I want to go with Jacksonville and Kansas City. I want to see what kind of stats you got.
That was the most competitive game.
Yes,
it was.
Besides
Besides the Cowboys game.
And at noon, we will have Jaguars co-owner Tony Khan on the show. The Jags, I know they lost, but they still had won 8 games as an underdog this season, which is absolutely astonishing.
They were never going to be an overdog this year, though. Like, that just wasn't really going to happen.
Coming off the worst record in the league, that
Kevin
is
Hart
very
on
fair.
DraftKings right now. You seen that commercial?
Oh,
you never
yeah.
see commercials.
No, actually, I did see that one, and it's
not good.
he's in so many things that exist. Is
because he's popular.
All right.
No, I know.
What's amazing to me, being a Jacksonville fan, is that they were 3-7. You kind of forget that. Like that Cowboys game, everybody was so mad, and somewhat rightfully so, because at the time they're still an under 500 team.
Yeah.
They've lost to the Colts, they've lost to the Texans, they've lost to the Broncos. They're 3-7, not exactly going into that game. I think they might have been 4-7 going into that game.
First team in NFL history to make the playoffs with a 5-game winning streak and a 5-game losing streak.
Yeah.
Now, the Chiefs are still doing amazing things. Travis Kelce set the single-game playoff record for a tight end with 14 catches. He also had his 5th career playoff game with 10-plus receptions, the most in NFL history.
So is it impossible to double-team him? Because their wide receivers aren't good. If you want to complain about the Cowboys wide receivers, Patrick Mahomes,
Sky Moore.
Yeah, he's not good yet. It doesn't mean he won't be good. I don't really believe Jalen Tolbert's ever going to be good, but I do believe Sky Moore can be good. I just think to myself, my gosh, after losing Tyreek Hill, and I know they went out and got Juju Smith-Schuster, and like they have guys, but they're just guys. Like they're better than Michael Gallup. They're not nearly as good as CeeDee Lamb. It's like they got 5 guys who are in between how bad Michael Gallup was and how good CeeDee Lamb was, and it didn't matter. He still ran away with the MVP in the end and still had unbelievably great numbers. But then I think to myself, why can't you take Travis Kelce out of a game?
Yeah. Yeah, that's...
Is it that hard? Is it that hard to take a tight end out of a game?
I mean, the games say it's just that difficult to take him out of the game.
I'm trying to figure. I think it does have a lot to do with alignment and ability. Like, he's a different person too, but alignment definitely, he creates a mismatch because you have to honor outside receivers. You do have to honor outside receivers because of the quarterback.
Yeah,
you do have to honor those guys because he can deliver to Juju.
Now,
I don't agree with Hookem 7 a whole bunch of 2s. They brought in some really good wide receivers. I think they brought in some NFL wide receivers that are kind of number 2s and number 3s, but I don't think they brought in anybody nobody in the NFL wants to pay those guys a lot of money.
Yeah. I would be inclined to agree with you about
Valdez-Scantling, Juju, and Kadarius Toney. Those aren't guys that teams were excited about getting.
Yeah, Valdez-Scantling had 42 catches.
Tony was, because he was a draft pick, like everybody kind of was interested in.
F up of a person.
And Dave's didn't want anything to do with it. He was trying to build a culture, and Andy Reid was like, "I got culture. We're fine here."
Yeah.
And like even still, they had to find ways to to create offense for him. I think next year you might see more from him.
And by the way, yes, they are better than James Washington. Hookem. 90% of the NFL wide receivers are better
Yeah.
than James Washington.
Name
we let you know
one.
that in training
All of
camp,
those other ones.
but nobody wanted to listen to us that are Cowboy fans.
Now, you've brought up Patrick Mahomes, and the combination with Andy Reid have now made it to 5 straight AFC Championship
Impossible.
games. That is tied for the second most ever in a row. It is tied with Ken Stabler and John Madden, who made 5 AFC Championship games from 1973 to 1977, and then Tom Brady and Bill Belichick are first from 2011 to 2018.
I was hoping you were saying Landry and Staubach at some point.
I am sorry, I do not.
What a bum. What a bums. They were never Switzer.
Okay, what are you saying? All right, do you want to go Cowboys, Niners, or Bengals, Bills if Eagles and Giants is at the bottom of the list?
Cowboys, Niners. What a game.
It was a heck of a game, and there were surprising things from that. First, I'm going to give you...
I'm still trying to decide if it was a heck of a game.
Did you not think so?
I mean, I guess that look at the score.
No,
that doesn't seem like a good game.
You know,
it was a really good defensive effort. It's like watching Mike. This is watching DeGrom and Garrett Cole pitch. It's like, okay, I'm in it today to watch a pitcher's duel.
It's interesting that you say that because whenever it was, the Monday Night Football game, it was like 55-51 or whatever, or the Cowboys-Broncos 51-48, it's an instant classic. But if it's 10-7, I feel like usually you're not like instant classic.
Out of that game, after the Seattle game, I go, man, maybe Brock Purdy is the guy and they don't have to worry about quarterback forever. And then after that Cowboys game, I think they should have a quarterback competition. Now, he gets another game, right? He gets to play the Eagles this Sunday, but I'm just kind of like, I'm still trying to figure out if Brock Purdy is going to be that kind of Tony Romo, Dak Prescott, Tom Brady story. I know that they're all not in the same category, but that nobody ever thought they would be a starting quarterback, and they end up really being a pretty darn good quarterback.
Yeah, I look at that and I feel like Dak didn't play his best game.
Sure.
Offensive line didn't play their best game either.
But I thought they were good enough.
But knowing that San Francisco's good defense, and the Cowboys are good defense, the score should have been that.
Yeah.
We just expected a better game.
Now, I know you were looking for positivity about Brett Maher. This is going to make your brain explode. Did you know Brett Maher finished the season making 12 straight field goals? Now,
Like even in the playoffs?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
He couldn't make the extra points, but field goals, money. Couple other positive Cowboys notes. Dalton Schultz had 3 touchdown receptions this postseason, the most receiving touchdowns in a single postseason for a Cowboys, for a Cowboys tight end.
Bring him back.
That is no.
What?
I'm still.
You just pointed out that it's the most.
I know.
Why would we not want the most back?
Schultz?
Yeah, I can get it for cheap.
We heard Isaiah Stanback. He's smarter than us at football.
He is.
That guy ain't that good.
And
Schultz can go fart around with another team in the fourth quarter and go try to find better Mexican food. Remember, he thought our
our
Mexican
Tex-Mex
food was
is no good.
Our Tex-Mex is great around here.
You know, see you later, Schultz. Pack it up.
CeeDee Lamb had 10 receptions on Sunday, most by a Cowboys receiver in a postseason game since Michael Irvin had 12 catches in, I'm sorry, Corey, the 1994 NFC Championship game. Also against
You woke
the
up this
49ers.
morning just choosing violins.
I saw that meme, not
Pounding
violins.
the table.
Yeah, you've been pounding the table.
I
You
tried
keep
to
bringing
back
this
off
up.
of that.
You keep bringing up the San Francisco game where Michael Irvin put his heart and soul on the line, and Deion
did.
Sanders ripped it out with a pass interference that wasn't called by the refs.
You guys want to move to Bengals Bills then?
Blowout.
Josh Allen, I thought this was a fun fact. Josh Allen rushed for his second career postseason touchdown. That is now the most postseason rushing touchdowns by a Bills quarterback in franchise history.
Wow, that is impressive.
At 2!
I don't know what happened before Jim Kelly, but they had Jim Kelly and then about nothing for 2 decades, and now they have Josh Allen. I know they had OJ in the 70s,
Right.
but I don't know who their quarterback was.
At 2.
At 2!
Frank Reich.
He's the backup for Jim Kelly.
Oh, yeah.
That's the guy who's setting your record books. Probably still low bar. All right. So that game.
Doug Flutie at one point.
Oh, that's
with
true.
Wade Phillips, and then they lost on the throw it the other way thing Tennessee did.
It's the throw it the other way thing. I mean, I know what you're talking about.
See, I got it
Joe
right.
Burrow started the game 9 for 9 for 105 yards to 6 different receivers and 2 touchdowns to give the Bengals a 14-0 lead. At the end of the first quarter, the Bengals had 10 first downs. The Bills had 8 yards. That is a sign that, okay, but the Bengals were doing just fine.
Bengals are used to the snow.
There was other Buffalo's home field.
Oh, Buffaloes are more used to the snow. Like Montana. Bengals are Bengals
Tigers?
Yeah, they're more
They're
hot weather.
They're like in the Amazon.
Why'd you look to me like I'm
Have you
some
ever
sort
seen
of
the Jungle
animal
Book?
expert?
Big Yellowstone guys.
You didn't see a buffalo in the Jungle Book. You saw a tiger.
Yeah, but tigers were in 1923.
Valid.
They were in Africa.
We need a Mike Likes
How
science
much of that
segment
show
again.
takes place in Africa?
More than you think.
Yeah, quite a bit actually.
Okay, you're right. You're right because my initial thought would have been 0.
There's
So
hyenas and
You're
all
dead.
kinds of things.
all right.
I think the color orange is easier to see through the snow
Oh, for
than
sure.
like the red, white, and blue
For
of
sure.
the Bills.
Yeah.
Maybe that was the difference.
So they were like, they used to be in the snow, and this
Those
is a
little
hazard.
orange helmets. They're like,
Yeah.
oh, that's easy. I got you.
All right, let's talk about Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and how awesome they are.
Yeah, they're solid.
Joe Burrow, that's true. Joe Burrow is the 4th quarterback to throw for 1,500 passing yards in the playoffs in his first 3 seasons. He joins Andrew Luck, Russell Wilson, and Dan Marino.
I think this
Pretty elite company.
Jerry Rice, obviously the greatest wide receiver of all time, but he had somewhat 2 quarterbacks. I know in the end he also had Garcia and he moved to another team, but he couldn't rack up like the greatest numbers ever with Montana because Steve Young in the prime of Jerry Rice's career takes over and is the quarterback. So I think that at the end of the day, Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase are going to set that quarterback wide receiver record so far away that nobody's going to be able to touch the Burrow-Chase combination in the history of the NFL.
Well, here's a couple things to back that up because they are starting at a blistering pace. Joe Burrow has joined Russell Wilson and Ben Roethlisberger as the only starting quarterbacks ever to win 5 playoff games in their first 3 seasons. He's also the 5th QB in the Super Bowl era to win each of his first 3 playoff starts. Jamar Chase joined Randy Moss as the only NFL players to have 3,000 yards receiving and 25-plus receiving touchdowns in their first 2 seasons, including the playoffs. And Jamar Chase has already passed Randy Moss for the most playoff receiving yards in a player's first 2 seasons. And he still has one more, perhaps 2 more games. Or excuse me, he passed Randy Moss for second. The all-time leader is, I kid you not, Charlie Brown with Washington from 1982 to 1983.
Making stuff up now.
So, and then one last thing for you, Mike. The Bengals' first 52 seasons in existence, 5 playoff wins. Joe Burrow's first 3 seasons, 5 playoff wins. It's pretty astonishing.
Maybe someday he'll be as good as Romo and Dak.
Yeah, maybe. Like now. We're the KNC masterpiece
He
right
has
here.
more wins than those two combined.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's it. I'm not a Cowboys fan anymore.
Oh my gosh!
I'm learning where
join me.
I'm learning where tigers are. It's mostly Russia and Southwest.
They like the snow too.
And Central Asia, yeah,
Oh.
and Turkey and
That's
I don't
why
know how
they
to
played
say
so
that.
great. No.
All right. Coming up next, I'm not going to rule out more Tiger talk, but it's supposed to be Mike asks all the football questions.
Like, how much do you care about Sunday?
Ooh.
Coming up on The Fan. Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it is time for Mike to ask all of the football questions. And just real quick, if you need to make time for a good time, Thursday from 7 to 8 p.m. in our showroom, it is the Hot Stove Show with Jared Sandler, the Get Right. Brock Burke will be there. Taylor Hearn will be there. And it's free.
What? Are you kidding me?
That's right.
They're going to play a baseball game downstairs?
No, they're going to talk about baseball.
Seems dangerous.
And
It's a
maybe
lefty
life.
party.
Yeah, that is a lefty party. Do you think if we brought a baseball that somebody would be like, you know what? Let's play.
I'm never going to rule that out.
Mike, you love baseball.
And they say Democrats are left-handed.
What is happening?
Oh, my gosh.
And
Why are you
Republicans are
doing this?
right-handed.
Football questions?
Okay, football questions. Well, they say something about
Mike's
left-handed.
left-handed.
All right, so I know hearts were broken. Hearts were broken on Sunday here in Dallas-Fort Worth.
Yeah.
Unless you're Jeff Ryan, Ryan Drees, my friends who are very happy.
Gross.
How much now do you care about Sunday's championship games that the Cowboys just got eliminated?
I still care, probably at the same level that I usually care, which is pretty high. If this was the divisional round, I could see maybe a little bit more of a dip, but this determines who's going to be in the Super Bowl. So I'm still pretty interested.
I definitely care just because I like the sport. And I'm not invested in the Philadelphia Niners game as in like I want a team to win. I really am not. I want whoever's in the AFC to win the Super Bowl now. Okay. I don't care if it's Kansas City or Cincinnati. I prefer Cincinnati, but that's the way I'm looking at this thing is I'm going to watch that game. And I think I think people should take notes. What did they do so well? How did the Eagles turn into this team? Was it just Jalen Hurts? It was a lot of really good constructive GM moves on their part. What did they build and what are they doing? So that's something I'll definitely take notes from this week.
Okay, and I get it. I think most people, by the time we get to Sunday, will watch the games.
I agree.
But I do think right now, it's still 48 hours. I still think people are, I don't know if I can watch Sunday. I asked my kids after we watched it, Graham and Pops.
Are they out?
They're out. I said, hey, do you guys want to come back to Graham and Pops next Sunday and watch the football games? Like, we don't care. The Cowboys lost.
Wow.
So,
do you think anybody will be watching and looking at Philadelphia and San Francisco and going, the Cowboys would have beat both of these teams?
All right, so that's a good lead to my next question, okay? Because I asked the football questions. You answer. You hear me? Pound the table!
Are you going to remember that in the C block?
No. I forget all the time.
Go ahead, Mike.
Corey's
Ask your
the C
questions.
blocker. All right.
That's Noah.
Let's say Diggs intercepts that pass.
Okay.
Yep.
So McCaffrey doesn't score. Somehow, some way, the Cowboys come out victorious. Let's say 15-12. I have no clue how Maurer made the field goal, but let's just say
I told you he made 12 field goals straight to end the season.
miracle beyond miracles. He makes
Maher.
I don't care what his name is. With Tony Pollard being out for the game, let's just say the Cowboys miraculously won. The Cowboys are going to Philadelphia without Tony Pollard. How much of a chance do you give the Cowboys without Tony Pollard going to Philadelphia?
I'm going to say 35%.
Yeah, this is definitely now a hindsight thing, but that number is maybe about lower. I'm probably 25%. Just Tony Pollard was your second playmaker.
Yeah.
Again, Dalton Schultz benefits from your offense. CeeDee Lamb and Tony Pollard made it. And so, I don't have. Now, that being said, do I think you can find a running back that's explosive that can do those things? I do. Tony Pollard is a very good running back that we all were waiting for him to have this moment, and he finally got it.
There are a lot of people, by the way, saying because it's the Eagles and 49ers, they're not watching at least that game.
When it comes to Kansas City, and I don't know, I think Patrick Mahomes, I'll give my opinion for a second. I think they're in big trouble because of his injury.
Yeah.
How much do you give Kansas City that chance to win with a one-legged quarterback?
I do give them a chance just because I think Patrick Mahomes is magical. And I know what the medicine and the science tells me. Just somehow, some way, I feel like he's going to be out there and he's going to figure out a way to give him a chance, even if logic would dictate that's probably not going to be the case. I think they've got a chance. I really do.
I think this definitely limits what they can do offensively, because how many of his, like, how often does he get the ball, keep a sack from happening because he just gets out in the pocket and goes and does something else? I think that Cincinnati knows that, and they're going to be able to use that to help them even more. Again, Burrow is 3-0 against Patrick Mahomes at this point now. And there's a reason, and it's because the defense stands up for him. So I think this is a better opportunity.
Is it allowable to ask a follow-up question?
Well, you know what? I listened to Dr. Tony Evans this morning in the car, and it was about part of it was about being kind, and I don't feel like I was kind. So now I open up the floor to you guys. Would you guys like to ask any questions to me?
No.
Oh, Corey, may I ask him a question? Do you think if Joe Burrow wins that game and wins the Super Bowl that it's tight at the top for 1-2 in terms of quarterbacks?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think that he would be doing things that Patrick Mahomes did, right? In his third year, second year, Mahomes wins the MVP, third year wins the Super Bowl. Burrow in his second year makes the Super Bowl, third year wins the MVP. Now you're starting to look at it and go, wow, I can't believe somebody's kind of matching what Mahomes just has done early in his career, but Burrow would be doing it.
All right, I do want to ask a question. I go back on it. If Jalen Hurts was to pass his way to a Super Bowl championship, would you then put him up there with Patrick Mahomes?
Gag me.
But I feel like that's I don't want that to happen, but
choke me out.
How
that happens.
How old is Jalen Hurts?
Too old.
Not too old. He's 24.
That would be
hold on.
How old was Patrick Mahomes when he got his first one?
And as long as we're doing this, would you rather have Jalen Hurts as the quarterback of the Cowboys?
Maybe.
Oh my God.
I think he's better, so I guess so.
Wow.
I guess so. It's tough.
Fantastic.
I do think Dak.
Not for
it's
football.
hard to say he's a better passer now that he keeps throwing it to the other team, and I won't do it again.
I get it.
Golly, I won't do it again. We've heard that from cheaters.
So
drug addicts. Hey, I won't do it again. Guess what drug addicts do? They do it again.
Mahomes won his first Super Bowl at 23 and an MVP at 23.
In your face.
And if Jalen Hurts was to win his first Super Bowl and MVP at 24, I guess he's not the candidate for MVP. He knocked himself out of it.
Way off. Yeah, Jalen's way off.
He'll be second. He'll be second in MVP voting and a Super Bowl.
All right.
Gosh.
I've been nice long enough.
He threw 50
I listened
touchdowns
to
that
you,
year,
Dr. Tony
so.
Evans. Thank you.
I feel like if what you were saying was different, he might listen to you more. He's like, I'm out.
All right. Based off of this could be a long answer, and it's okay. I got other questions, but yesterday, Gavin Dawson believes Dak Prescott has 2 more years as the Dallas Cowboys quarterback, and then they're going to move on if he doesn't improve from what he is. I ask you guys this question. How many more years do you think Dak is the starting quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys?
Into perpetuity.
That makes no sense.
I'm going to say 5 to 6. Here's why I don't see that happening out of 2 years is your dead cap hit after this year is still $40 million. Or after next season is still $40 million. You could take it, slice it up, take $20 million hit on both years. And so this next year, he counts against the cap $49 million. Next year, $52 million. And then after the contract's over, he still counts another $25 million against the cap. What the Cowboys do in this situation time and again is offer an extension. So I would say I still think 5 years because I think they're going to offer him another extension.
So through 2027. Your first question mark would be 2028 if he's still your quarterback.
Because I still think they will offer him an extension to try to push those numbers down and even out the money across. If they made a bold move of just moving away from him, then good for them.
You don't think that they'll ever be at a point where they're just like, that's it. We've had enough. We built the best possible team we could around him. We gave him everything we possibly could.
Are you asking me?
I'm asking everybody in this.
I'd like to answer that by saying they went away from Troy Aikman once Troy Aikman died as a quarterback by LeVar Arrington. They went away from Tony Romo somewhat once he died as a quarterback against Seattle. I get he kind of came back and could touch his knees. Like, it was amazing how his hands could get all the way to his knees and trying to touch his toes. But they're like, you're dead. Your back is dead. You can't do it. And Tony Romo never played football again. I know he played the one series against Philadelphia at the end, but I think my opinion is Dak is the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys till he physically can't do it, till his ankle or knee or back or shoulder physically cannot do it. The Dallas Cowboys under Jerry and Stephen Jones do not go into quarterback purgatory. They do not try to draft quarterbacks in the first round. They just go, he's good enough, and we'll deal with it.
The 2024 season, Kevin, then would be the time. If they're going to make a move, that would be the year to do it. It'll eat your dead money, but it costs you no cash.
Yeah, no, that's true. It's just, okay, so you saying before or after 2020?
That season, yeah.
What's your answer is 2025,
No.
the Cowboys will have a new quarterback.
If they're competitive, yeah.
Okay.
If they're competitive but still can't get over that hump,
gonna
and you get
change?
these like that team got to where it was this year, and
You're answering
everybody's
the
saying
question?
Dak. So
I bet $100, Dawson, in 2026, Dak Prescott is still the starting quarterback.
And see, that goes back to, and I think I'm with you, but that goes back to what you said at the beginning of the show. Take the big swing, all right? After the 2024 season, he would be out of contract and you'd still be on the hook for $25 million in dead money. That is still somewhat of a big swing. But if you want to keep him for one more year, then your dead money after the 2023 season would be $40 million. That's a big swing if you're like, we'll figure it out because he ain't good enough. But then the other thing is, if you drafted a quarterback that turned out to hit, that would be negligible on the salary cap. Like, sure, you would be losing $20 million per year, but you'd have a cheap-ass rookie quarterback, and if he's good, you could come out ahead on that.
you're gonna have to collect some draft picks somewhere. Though,
I just
to
don't
do
know.
that. You got to, because if you're gonna make that move, Mike, you said it about Luka. You said it about Dak. Too good. The quarterback's too good for you to have a good draft pick, unless he's injured for the whole season and they have
We
to
saw what
tank.
Cooper Rush did.
Yeah,
That's
so-
what Andy Dalton did.
So
right?
they're going to be stuck in that situation. So they'll have to collect some draft picks in order to make that kind of move. How do they get them?
Unless you, sorry, Mike,
No, keep
unless you
going.
think Anthony Richardson is the guy and you don't have to like rocket up into the top 5 or something like that this year, or if you want to look next year.
All right. How quickly or how long will it take for you to forget this feeling of loss on Sunday?
I think it's going to take longer than usual because I keep going back to the fact that I thought we were the better team on the field. Like I've been thinking about that since that game ended. I was like, I have to do all this crap again just to get back to the spot where I don't think we should have lost to begin with. So, I mean, but as soon as training camp starts, I'll be excited. But I do think there'll be this part in the back of my head that's like, yeah, you know what's going to happen.
Corey, how quickly or how long will it take to get over this feeling on Sunday that the Cowboys always lose?
I think because of practice, I'm already over it. I mean, I've had many years, Kevin, of being able to move on quickly from this. So Sunday, I'll be watching other football teams because, again, I'm a fan of the NFL as well as a fan of the laundry.
Stop that.
I just wrote this as a question mark, so you can. It's kind of Josh Allen is overrated.
Agreed. I absolutely think Josh Allen is overrated. Now, don't get it twisted. He's still good. He's still very good, but I think you've seen some separation between Joe Burrow and Josh Allen. And, you know, because this was the year. The Bills were the favorite to win the Super Bowl. Not going to happen. Josh Allen, favorite to win the MVP. Not going to happen. Josh Allen turns the ball over a lot. Yeah. He is still a good quarterback, like a very good quarterback. But I think you have seen there's a little bit of a gap between him and Mahomes and Burrow.
I think he's fallen off a tier. I think if you wanted to put him right behind Mahomes, I think now Burrow is on the tier, is really close to the tier with Mahomes, maybe if he beats him. And it's not fair because I think Patrick Mahomes is coming in at 50%.
He's crazy.
At best.
Yeah.
But I do think Josh Allen should take a major hit for what he accomplished this year, which to me was He did not come close to what he needed to accomplish.
Really good stats.
My last question, I know we're running out of time, and we'll probably talk about this a lot in the offseason. Where do you have Daniel Jones after, rolling in his own crap in his bed in that Philadelphia game?
I think
when they say you crap the bed,
I think Daniel Jones' ceiling is still middle of the pack.
They get the best out of him the last part of this season here.
If you're a Giants fan, I could see how you feel like this is moving in the right direction. If he gets a big money deal, I think it will hurt their franchise a lot.
I agree with Kevin that it'll hurt their franchise. I do, however, know that he had Jason Garrett as his guy for a long time. And just like with Trevor Lawrence, you saw a different player after a full year with a different coach. And I think the effect of Dabes and his coaching staff made the better out of Daniel Jones this year.
Okay.
Excellent addition of Mike Asks All the Football
I had
Questions.
so much fun that I'm going to get ready to do a commercial.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, from the mind of Corey. Love this question. What's a pop culture thing you never cared for before and you live for now? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right. I hope you're...
Here on 105.3 The Fan, from the mind of Corey Majors, what's the pop culture thing you never cared for before and now you love, or maybe now you live for? 877-881-1053. What brought this to your mind? I had an immediate answer in my mind, but what brought this up?
Well, I was just thinking, and I was in the shower thinking about the show, thinking about you and Mike, Joey or Reggie, depending, kind of depends on the day. And I was like, man, I can't wait, actually, because I'm kind of running out of shows. I finished Bosch, and now I've started Bosch Legacy, and I was like, oh, I finished Kaleidoscope.
You got where you got the blood clots and everything and couldn't play anymore?
Chris Bosch, gotcha. No, I didn't get to that part, Mike. So I was like, oh man, I can't wait till Stranger Things. And then I started thinking about like so I as a kid, I never was a fan of 80s movies, like 80s scary movies or anything like that. Never was. But now, look at Joey. Now, whenever it's on, I'm like, I can't wait to see this. And they keep delivering, right? Like they keep delivering great content, but it is very nostalgic to those 80s, that 80s era stuff. And I just wasn't a fan of like Freddy Krueger and Jason and all that stuff. I was like, nah, I'm good. I'll go watch Care Bears. Or go play some sports. I just wasn't a big fan of it. So I started thinking about, it was 3 things. I have become a Stephen King nerd.
Oh, even though he hates his fans.
Yeah, don't worry about that. Like it makes a lot of sense, especially he wrote a character exactly like that in one of his books that is an author who hates his fans. So like that makes a lot of sense. And because I read everything, Colby turned me on to the Dark Tower, and how I burned through that.
You guys talked about the Dark Tower for the longest time. I just remember
the
how
movie was so miserable.
Yeah, I remember how sad y'all were about the movie.
So I didn't like Stephen King movies back then because I was scared of them. But again, those were 80s movies, 80s scary movies. But now I'm a huge Stranger Things fan and Marvel. All right, so growing up, I dabbled in like X-Men with Wolverine and stuff. I dabbled in some of those comic books, but I was not a comic book nerd.
Yeah.
Now, this might be connecting to the kid. It might be one of the big things because both of my boys love the Into the Spider-Verse movies.
Oh, yeah,
I love them too. They're awesome. But I probably know just as much about the Marvel universe as they do now.
Right.
And I keep up with it. No, I still don't. There are some people that know everything. They know all the stories. I do text Colby and I'm like, hey, what's going on with this character?
Right.
And he'll give me like a whole breakdown on it. But I love it. And I never was a comic book kid growing up. So that's just, as I've gotten older, I was just kind of wondering when you were younger or whatever, you're like, no, that's nerd stuff. Was it Star Wars? Because I know you guys are huge Star Wars fans. I was a Star Wars fan as a kid too.
Now, it's funny when you said 80s movies, I had to go double check this is the name of it. I love 80s movies. And
yes, you do.
There was a movie that came out called Ping Pong Summer, and it's not great.
Okay.
But it was made for me because it's set in the 80s and it's a coming of age movie set over the summer. Like you just hit all of the things on my checklist. Hold on, it's set in the 80s?
Yes.
And it's coming of age and it's in the summer at like a beach club or whatever. Like sign me up. And I watched it. I love that movie because they went all in on all of the tropes of 80s movies. They're like, we could write something original. That's dumb. Let's just and I like really got a kick out of that movie. So that one makes a whole lot of sense to me. For me, it's professional wrestling.
Okay.
Is at the time when I actually should have liked wrestling
as a child,
as a kid,
when you still believed it was real.
I didn't. And I
or
thought
unscripted.
Yes, that's right. I thought it was dumb.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I loved wrestling as a kid.
See, because that's when you're supposed to like wrestling. So I don't know what it was happening with my brain development or whatever, but I was like, no. And then by the time I was like, probably should have aged out, it hooked me. And then they evolved wrestling and they're like, you know what? Let's just go sex and violence on this. And at that time, that was perfectly.
This guy's Benjamin Button.
At the time, that was like in high school and then starting college. That's what, a lot of the culture was moving in that direction, and it really tapped into like what was happening in the culture.
Was it the Trish Stratus?
Yeah, it was
Stacy Keibler era.
It was
that caught
a
you?
little bit before that, but yes, they
That helped.
started taking models and cheerleaders, and
At
they're
that
like,
point-
yes, they're like, we'll make you wrestlers.
They had realized that your age group was diving in on this wrestling thing.
For sure.
And they were like, how do we take advantage? Like Stone Cold definitely like solidified that as a character.
There was a time, and I'm definitely aging myself here, but I feel like you couldn't go anywhere without seeing an NWO or Austin 316 shirt.
Yes.
Like everywhere you went. But it was way after, like theoretically, I should have been into Hulk Hogan and all that when he was like, say your prayers, eat your vitamins and everything. But I really wasn't. And then after you're like, hey, grow up. Then I was like, now I'm into wrestling. And then wrestling grew up with me. So when you were describing that, that is immediately what I thought of is I got into wrestling after a time when I was like, that's dumb.
Yeah.
Why do people watch that?
And I guess with like sports, I was always into the Cowboys. You know, that was something I feel like I was born into. My dad being a fan, my grandparents fans, my aunt, a whole family. That's what we rallied around, right? Like every Sunday or every holiday became we're watching the Cowboys game.
Right.
And so then, and naturally, you know, playing baseball as a kid, you become a Rangers fan because it's your local team. And so like those things I was always interested in. I'm surprised that they've carried over and I'm still as passionate. Like Mike has lost a lot of the passion for the Cowboys because of the way that they've tricked him a number of times. He's like, never going to let my heart do that again. But, you know, he still sticks with sports. That's something that he had growing up. And I feel, Mike, that you were a Star Wars fan growing up and you stuck with that too. I'll also add, I loved collecting cards as a kid, but then there was a 20-year period where I did not do that. And now I'm really interested in it, but definitely is because of you guys. Y'all helped me kind of see what this market's like.
When you're talking about Marvel, you know what I realized, and since you brought up Star Wars, is the Marvel movies, the TV shows, the Marvel universe is Star Wars for Brandon. And because he describes things the same way I did, is he'll still be like, hey, did you know that they're going to put out the new Ant-Man Quantumania trailer? And he's all about it and knows the ins and outs of all the things. Don't get me wrong. I really like those movies. I think a lot of them are fantastic, but they're not live or die for me the way that Star Wars is and was. And I realize like that is his Star Wars is when a new one comes out, he's like, we got to go see it straight away. If a trailer's coming out, I gotta watch it.
Did you look at Star Wars as like the Jesus story? Like, did you compare those?
I could see that. I've always thought The Matrix was more the Jesus story than Star Wars. I thought Star Wars was just a basic good and evil story.
I saw that part of it, but then as each other movie has come out, as they've gone along, it kind of built their world.
That, yeah.
I'm always fascinated though by authors, screenwriters, directors, or whatever that can have that kind of vision to create a world that big. And then George Lucas did it, man. He created a massive world. Yeah. Marvel had a massive world and just said, now we need to put it on the screen. But those writers created that. King's done the same thing with all of his characters.
Still, the craziest thing to this day is this is a while back, is I got the Iron Man Blu-ray because I was upgrading some of my stuff. And I was listening to Jon Favreau, who directed it, on the commentary, and he goes, hey, we're recording this a week before the movie comes out. Like, we're all nervous but optimistic. And I just chuckled. This is all these years later, and I thought, you know what? It's all going to work out just fine for you guys. You're just going to be able to back up the money truck. And you know what the number one answer is on the fan text, though?
Pokemon.
Maybe.
No, okay, I haven't seen Pokemon anywhere.
Video games. From the 430, I hated video games until I was an adult. And I see video games over and over
because when you're a kid, the computer cheats. All right. And the computer cheats and your dad beats you so much in the game that you don't even want to play. You're like, what's even the point at this point?
Right.
So the computer cheated, Kevin. Like that was always the reason that you were losing. But now as an adult, you get to defeat your child, and
Sure.
they get to learn the lessons of loss and how to deal with that. And then you can, go rub it in their face and stuff too at dinner table. Like, hey, you still think you're better than me at Tecmo Bowl? Or you're not.
Man, what a tense dinner table that sounds like. From the 469, Kevin, Blu-rays for old people. Everything is digital now online. I have a little bit of that Gavin Dawson feeling in me when I'm like, yeah, but what about when all of your Wi-Fi and streaming goes down?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
It goes down for like 4 or 5 hours, and then you're back.
For now, I just like
Oh,
having
you're a prepper?
I just like having the physical copies of things. I really do. And then
what happens if they all get stolen from your apartment?
Yeah, then I would be so
And your
mad.
collection's gone.
I mean, I would go
'Cause
out
it did
for
happen
vengeance.
to me.
I know.
That's why I got rid of them. I was like, I'll just have it on
I get
digital.
it. I absolutely understand that. From the 806, trash reality TV. I need to ask my wife if she liked reality TV as a kid, because now, she's going to start watching MILF Manor, or I don't know, maybe I should have kept that to myself.
What?
Yeah, there's a show.
Yeah. Could have said the Kardashians.
Yeah, that's a good point. Look, my wife knows what I think. If there's a chance that someone will find love on an island, she's watching that show.
Have you not heard of MILF Manor?
This is the extent. I know it's a show that exists.
Oh,
and
I need to play the trailer for Mike.
It's on regular TV
Single
too.
women
because
between
it is
40 and 60 seek love with single men in their 20s while staying in a beautiful
What could go wrong?
retreat in Mexico.
The Bachelor is Zach Wilson. So they're all just there vying for the affection. Sports.
Isn't there like a twist though, and some of the boys are their sons or whatever?
Okay, what?
That's what we think.
No, that's
That's a
Joey, are
tease.
you watching the show?
No. I haven't watched it, but I've seen the trailer. Okay, that might be a spoiler, but we don't know yet.
All I know
I'll
is
tell you what will be the spoiler.
it's on. Oh crap! Are we related? Gotta move. I almost threw a state under the bus. I kept that to myself. All I know is it's on regular TV because it is on our DVR right now. So I need to know. But that is the extent. Is I know there's a show called MILF Manor, and
are they attractive? I haven't seen the cast.
That is the extent of the information. And then I saw a few people say golf. They
Makes
like
sense.
golf as adults, didn't care for it as kids.
I don't remember watching golf growing up.
I did not like watching golf growing up, and now I don't watch the random ones, but the majors.
Did you play golf when you were a kid?
I played till I was like 11 or 12. And
Okay.
my dad got me right-handed clubs, so I'm left-handed. So I played and I was okay at it, but then as an adult, I was like, well, let me try this again, but let me try it left-handed.
I'm just still
Hold on,
shocked.
Joey has a MILF Manor update.
Yes. Oh,
I'm really sorry
I want
for
this.
you.
I need this trailer.
This
What in the world is happening
This
in our
is from
society?
the Gavin Spittle, by the way.
What? Is he watching this?
So other MILFs have to watch their sons date other MILFs.
Shut up! Why would you agree to that?
So yes, this is breaking news.
See, but this is what's
Glad
wild
I
to
got
me.
this update.
If there was a show
What
called
channel is this on?
TLC. It's on TLC, I
I'm
believe.
intrigued, and then I'll throw up in my mouth. But I'm intrigued.
But if there was a show called Sugar Daddy Bungalow, people would lose their damn minds about it, right? All these 60-year-old guys going after the 20-year-old girls. People would freak out.
What is the name of that show again?
Sugar Daddy Bungalow.
That's probably a show.
Yeah.
You didn't make that up.
I'm going to tell you right. You need to go
Where'd you read
trademark that.
that?
There's 100% of TV executives like, what did he just say? Oh my gosh. By the
Are
way,
these women somewhat rich?
I don't know, Mike, but I will tell you this. Keep asking those questions because our fans know. From the 469, or excuse me, the 214. Yeah, I saw the first episode. Yes, the sons are male contestants trying to get the other moms. From the 469. Yeah, I saw the commercial yesterday. One of the men yelled, "Go mom." See, I don't want to see that either. I don't want to see some guys trying to hook up with my mom.
No. Well, I mean,
No.
I'm just saying, you spent your whole life, right? And your mom didn't have a man
Sure.
with her, right? Is that?
I mean, I don't know.
You don't know.
As far as I know.
Did you ever have this part of you that was like, I want you to have happiness?
100%. I want my mom to find happiness in whatever avenue that is.
As
I just
privately
don't.
as
I just don't
But
need
not
to
with Mike.
be there, and I definitely won't be like, "Go, mom." I'm not going to lie. If it's still on the DVR, I might have to watch one of these episodes now. Mike's texting is like
this as a show. The MILF Manor.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for on TLC.
Yeah.
I hope I don't like it.
At what point did the Learning Channel just say the hell with it? Like, what are we learning from that?
The relationship between men and women.
The 214. We need to submit that, Joey. Sugar Daddy Bungalow has to be the new G-Bag of the day. Let's make sure we get that sent over to Lucius.
Got it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. That was amazing. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Could this Cowboys cousin help Lamar stay in Baltimore? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, we know loyalty can't be bought, it's earned. Like with our classic loyalty pricing below market value, top dollar trade value, and lowest interest rates. One of the largest selections in America. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
3rd down 2. It's Jackson. Oh my gosh, here he goes. He'll sprint. He's being chased by Howard. Looking behind. You can kiss him goodbye. Touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where there is still a shocking amount of discussion happening about MILF Manor. Don't forget, we will have Jacksonville Jaguars co-owner, unless he's listening right now, Tony Khan, coming up.
He ain't listening. He's making trades and deals for my man T-Law.
At noon o'clock right now. What say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Biscuits with... I don't even know the difference between jelly and jam.
Oh. Help us out. 877-881-1053. Did you see that the Ravens claimed former Cowboy Trayvon Mullen? Reason why that's probably notable, people seem to think, is that Trayvon Mullen is Lamar Jackson's cousin. So people are like, they're already making the moves.
Does that work?
To try.
Did it work whenever we got Giannis's
It did.
brothers?
We got Giannis's brother, and now we have Giannis.
Yeah, we don't. We don't.
We picked up Shlomo Glitzstein, who probably had an agent who had good players. And we're like, but we got your worst player. Will you give us your best player? And the agent's like, surely will, Mark Cuban. Just wait till next year. And then we don't get doodly squat.
I always do wonder, it's exciting to think, oh, we got Trayvon Diggs.
Yep.
That means Stephon.
You're thinking about Stephon Diggs right now,
He's
aren't
mad
you?
at Josh Allen. He already forced his way out of Minnesota one time. Would he force his way to the Cowboys? I mean, Trayvon did say that he would love
We
to
don't
play
have
with
any
his brother.
money. We don't pay people.
But that's what I was saying. Like, it's always interesting whenever you try to connect dots that way. But the reality is, who's giving that person the most money?
You know what?
Unless I guess it's Chris Bryant. Didn't he say it doesn't matter the amount of money?
Oh, yeah.
I'm leaving. I hate this place.
We need to get Roger Goodell for an interview.
All right.
Because if we can, we're going to win the Super Bowl, or at least be in the Super Bowl. Because I'm going to point out to him once again, if you're rigging things, you should clearly be rigging it for the Dallas Cowboys. Do you want yet another example of why that is? Hey, guess what?
Ratings?
Ratings, exactly. Over the last 5 years, compared to this past weekend, the ratings for the divisional round went up 11%.
Wonder
why that is. It's because the Cowboys were actually part of it this time. I think they were only part of it one time in the other years, and obviously they weren't in there last year. Here are the ratings. It is shocking how different they are.
Is this for each game?
For each game. Giants and Eagles. What would be your guess? How many people watched that
Negative 48 after the first quarter. Everybody turned it off.
What
it
number
was pathetic.
are you looking for? The amount of viewers or the rating
the
number?
Millions?
Millions.
14.
4 billions.
What?
14 million.
I would say 75 million.
Okay, that is too high. 28.6 million people
Times two. I was right.
watched that game.
All right, that gives me an idea at least.
That's the lowest.
Because nobody watched that second half unless you were in Philadelphia.
Okay, Jags versus Chiefs. That was a very competitive game.
32 million. Because Jackson.
That sounds like a good number.
Okay, y'all are getting close. 34 million.
Oh, I'm a conservative.
Perhaps,
Like
oh my
guessing
God.
here.
Perhaps the marquee game of the weekend to some people, Bengals, Bills.
31 million.
36 million.
Mike is closest, 39 million. So the divisional round
Al gets 75 million.
ranges from 28 to 39 million. Joey, I wish I would have asked for this audio. I didn't think about it ahead of time. Do you remember last week what I told you the rating for this Cowboys game would be?
50 million people.
No, I don't.
I said 45 to 46 million.
And you were wrong.
I was not wrong.
45.5 million.
Oh, so close. 45.7 million people watched that game. That's 17 million higher than Eagles Giants. And if you want to say, well, that game sucked, It's 6.4 million people higher than the next highest divisional round game.
Wow.
So, come on, NFL.
Or maybe
rig
not.
it for the Cowboys.
Yeah, we're not good enough to do it on our own.
Yes.
Figure it out.
Yes.
Neither was Dwayne Wade, and that SOB got a championship in 06.
Fact.
Thanks a lot, Stein.
Oh, man, one of the Niners players.
Does David Stern?
Sorry. I was thinking
Mark Stein rigged it.
Thanks a lot, Mark Stein.
Why would you do that,
With your
though?
article.
Why would you do that? Why would you rig it for the Cowboys? Once that number hits, there's no way to get to that number again.
That's probably true.
If it was Dallas, Philadelphia, you'd have 60 million people this weekend.
Yeah, you're right.
I think it might even be higher.
And
than
then
that,
next year, and then next year,
It might be 187 million.
Next year,
I
if
don't
it's
know.
Philadelphia
little.
and Minnesota, and you have 28 million, they're going to be like, "What happened?"
Yeah,
and you'll just be like, "I mean, Cowboys." Like that's, and then Jerry gets what, Kevin? Jerry gets all the people coming to him, going, "Hey, can we hold our hat out here and ask for some more porridge, please?" Like that's exactly what they know.
Keep putting me in that game, and you can have whatever the hell
They
you
know
want.
if they rig it for Jerry, then it's going to be such a big boom that they'll never be able to go away from him again.
You've seen the
Do you think both games will get a higher number than the Cowboys-Niners game on Sunday? I don't know the answer. I don't remember ratings for AFC and AFC
evening
Championship.
game will. I say yes, but it'll be like shockingly close. Like you saw the games take about a 10 million person increase. I don't believe both games will hit 56 million.
Tonight, Porzingis and Luka are back. Over under 45 million.
Under.
I'll take the under and
4.5 million.
definitive.
Under.
450,000.
Getting
Over.
closer.
All right.
I'll take the over for
I
that.
think
on that.
Porzingis has a boo-boo and might not play.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Have you
It
seen?
didn't matter. We lost by 1,000 last time he didn't play.
Have you seen the point spread? Shifting to the Cincinnati Bengals.
I know it was one yesterday for KC, and I was like, I would put a whole bunch of money on Cincinnati, which I am on you on Friday.
Okay. Bengals minus 2.5 now. The Bengals are 2.5 point favorites.
I don't see the way that you watched. It was just bravery, everything, guts that you saw Patrick Mahomes in the second half. It's going to be worse. Most people that have high ankle sprains, it's worse a week later.
Oh, yeah. And Mahomes said with the adrenaline wearing off and everything, I think you're probably right about that.
So I think there could be a point where he tries to play, and after a couple drives, you might just see Chad Henne. But then, in the miraculous comeback, he gets hurt. And who leads the Kansas City Chiefs to the Super Bowl?
Bouchel?
Shane Bouchel versus Brock Purdy in the Super Bowl.
Nobody's watching that Super Bowl.
Hopefully Mahomes will
The
be...
Bouchel family will.
Okay,
Yeah,
you know what? I'm there for the Bouchels.
Over under 450,000 people. No, I'm just kidding. All right, I got some more info for you.
Rihanna would be the highlight of that Super Bowl.
Oh, look at that. That's called a segue, my friends.
All right.
Rihanna will be doing the halftime show. We already knew that for the Super Bowl.
Can't wait.
Cheryl
Crow.
Lee Ralph will perform Lift Every Voice and Sing. And then pregame, I got a little bit more info for you. Do you like Chris Stapleton or Babyface?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do. I like both of them.
They're singing together?
No.
It's a duo.
Chris Stapleton's going to sing, and I think Babyface is going to sing America the Beautiful.
Stapleton will sing the national anthem.
Oh, a sing-off.
You know what? I do kind of think that if you're performing like before or after someone, maybe it is
Man,
kind of a
they hit
competition.
every single genre with this, didn't they? They were like, let's just try to make everybody happy here.
Yeah, or conversely, then everyone will complain, which I still think is the most probable outcome.
I'm pretty sure after the halftime show,
people love it.
All of Twitter, if you put a poll up that said good or nah, everybody will put up, why didn't you put great as an option? Most people are positive.
At least I won't have to watch my wife salivate as the Maroon 5 guy took off his shirt that one Super Bowl. Jeez Louise.
Was she like, hey, halftime's not over, let's go run
Remember
upstairs.
there were odds? There were odds on
Oh,
whether
yeah,
or not
if
he
he'll
would
be
take his shirt
shirtless.
off, and I was like,
Absolutely.
yeah, take the odds.
It's kind of...
baby.
I probably shouldn't be so excited about that. Did you see that the Washington Commanders, it's weird that this happened once their season was over, is a couple of days ago, maybe over the weekend, FedEx Field opened the first ever sports book inside an NFL stadium. Now, there's other stadiums that have sports books out, like right outside the stadium, but first ever sports book inside an NFL stadium. Well, we hopefully someday have sports gambling legalized here in Texas.
Pushing for it.
Yeah, and
salt and pepper.
Last thing I got for you, betting favorites for Saquon Barkley's next team if he leaves the Giants.
Oh, if he leaves the Giants?
If he leaves the Giants.
Chicago Bears.
Interestingly enough, it's not the Cowboys, but they are 6th on the list.
Cardinals.
The Cardinals not there. It's the Baltimore Ravens are the favorite, followed by the Bills, Broncos, Jets, and Patriots.
Eagles.
The Jets have Breece Hall.
I know.
He's coming back.
I would be surprised by that. The Ravens,
He'll be back with the Giants. They're going to screw up so bad. They're going to give Daniel Jones $40 million. They're going to give Saquon Barkley $15 million, and then they are going to screw themselves over for 3 years.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Jacksonville Jaguars co-owner and AEW impresario. It's Tony Khan right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Listen. Stream the Fan. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Jacksonville Jags co-owner and, as we dubbed him a long time ago, AEW impresario. It is Tony Khan. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, thank you for having me on the show.
Absolutely. Now, I know we got a lot of stuff to get to about AEW, including a really cool match that y'all are going to have tomorrow night on Dynamite. But first, gotta know, Patrick Mahomes gets hurt. What goes through your mind when you're watching the game? Are you thinking, oh my gosh, this is going to happen for the Jags?
No, actually, I wasn't thinking that. We had Chad Henne here for many years, and I know Chad really well personally, and we've also spent a lot of time, scouting and self-scouting. So I was starting to think about how the game would be different if Chad did play and how that would affect the game. But obviously, Patrick did come back in the second half.
So as a big Jaguars fan, I'm really hoping next year we see you guys in the AFC Championship game.
He's not kidding either. He's a humongous Jags fan.
Love Trevor Lawrence. What do you feel like maybe, not a player per se, but what is maybe that one thing or another thing that can take you over the top and get into a championship game next year?
Well, we had a great group. I think the team came together and did everything this year to really earn their place in the divisional playoff, to win the AFC South championship. The team's come so far. I think a lot of exciting things to look forward to. Big free agency, really excited about the draft, and looking forward to eventually when Calvin Ridley's coming in. So a lot of things to look forward to, I think, for the Jaguars, but I'm really proud of the players and the coaches and everybody who works at the team, and especially the Jaguars fans that have stood by the team and really deserve this. So just like you, I think everybody should be happy with how the team did this year. They've had a great season.
What do you think was Doug Peterson's best attribute to this team compared to what they were the year before?
That's a great question. Doug brought so much to the team. It would be hard to narrow it down to one attribute. I think leadership is a great word, but it's also in some ways a vague word as opposed to describing all the very specific things Doug brought to the team. I think leadership, if I had to put it in one word, but there's so many things that entails. Doug's play calling is excellent. Doug's mentorship of various players, not just on the offense where he's incredibly hands-on, but across the team. He's a great football mind, and he's a great presence and a great person. I really love Doug, and I love working with him.
Now,
he's changed the team.
Sorry about that. You are probably already well aware of this, but in case you weren't, did you know that the Jags were the first team in the Super Bowl era to win a postseason game the year after having the worst record in the league?
No, I didn't know that. Actually, I hadn't seen that stat. That's not surprising, but it is a good summary of, I think, what a major turnaround that Doug and all the coaches and the players were able to pull off.
My last question on the Jaguars, Tony Khan, is at the end of the game, Trevor Lawrence goes up to the tunnel and makes sure that he stops and he gives everybody kind of a five or a hug and just telling them how much he appreciates them being on his team and being a teammate. How much does that mean to you that it looks like you have drafted not only a super talented player, but a guy that looks like he's going to be able to lead a team to a championship?
He's the man. Trevor's the man, and there was no question of that from the day he arrived here. That's the kind of leadership he's shown behind the scenes, and every time he goes out and represents the Jaguars organization, we have a great starting quarterback. Very fortunate to have Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville, but there was never really any question in our minds. I mean, it felt like we had truly won the lottery when he came in. I mean, he's 1 in a million, and we're very fortunate to have him.
Now, as exciting as things had been on the football front, though I obviously I understand y'all lost this weekend after a heck of a season, I was wondering if you could kind of walk us through what the last week has been like for you on the wrestling front, because while so many things in AEW are going so well, we got the horrible news about Jay Briscoe passing away in the car accident and his daughter's having to go to the emergency room and being in the hospital, and just how do you even start to deal with something like that?
It's been one of the hardest things we've ever had to deal with, and it's really been, I think, just the all-encompassing thing that has certainly been at the forefront of my mind, and I think all of our minds for the last week. Jay Briscoe, I had gotten to know him personally a lot in the last year. I think everybody in pro wrestling who knows him has a high opinion of him. He was beloved in the locker room and beloved by the fans. This year, since I bought Ring of Honor and started running that promotion, Jay Briscoe and his brother Mark had been the featured stars of the company. They are original Ring of Honor, homegrown stars. They are Hall of Famers. They are in the inaugural class of Ring of Honor Hall of Famers that had actually been elected before I took over the company. But since I took over, I'd really tried to feature them. I thought they were going to be the top tag team for the company for a long time to come. And on a personal level, it's one of the saddest stories I can ever recall. And I have to say that I just have so many good things to say about Jay Briscoe. And tomorrow night on Dynamite, it would be Jay Briscoe's 39th birthday. And so it was requested by both of these men, by his longtime friend and his great rival, Jay Lethal, and by Jay's brother, Mark Briscoe, that they would come together tomorrow to celebrate Jay Briscoe's 39th birthday by having a one-on-one match fighting in his honor to celebrate the life and legacy of Jay Briscoe tomorrow night on AEW Dynamite on TBS. And it's going to be a great match, and I'm really excited for the two of them to go out there and have this platform to show the world how much we all love Jay Briscoe.
And that gets started 7 p.m. Wednesday for most of our good listeners. Now, obviously, the Briscoes and Lethal, that is a very well-known rivalry. What do you imagine, or can you even imagine from the fans, from the other wrestlers, for Lethal and Briscoe themselves, what the emotions will be like for a match like that?
Well, I think there'll be people all over the world interested in the match. And most importantly, I think there's going to be a lot of people that want to see the match and want to see what kind of a tribute it is to the great life and legacy of Jay Briscoe, who was such a great pro wrestler, but also a great person, really beloved in the locker room, and somebody I really enjoyed working with, somebody that has a great family. And everybody in AEW, we're all going to do everything we can to support Jay's family, Mark, and Jay's kids, and everybody in that family. They're great people, and they lost a great man.
How, with that in mind, how nice has it been to see other companies like WWE allow their wrestlers to go out there and do their own like little tributes to Jay, since they all kind of worked together for quite a while?
Yeah, I think it's been very nice whenever the wrestling community can come together to support the loss of one of our own. I think it's the right thing. And so it's only natural.
And speaking of the right thing, did I also see, it looked like Ring of Honor had a Jay Briscoe tribute t-shirt with all of the proceeds going to his family as well. Do I have that correct?
That is correct. That is correct. There's a Reach for the Sky t-shirt, as the Briscoes would say, reach for the sky. And that shirt is out there now, and 100% of the proceeds being donated to his family. And that is only the beginning. I think we'll do everything we can for that family, but frankly, they're an amazing group of people, and the way they've persevered and you know, I think everybody's rallied around Jay's two young daughters, and seeing their health improved. I think it's really shows what a great community professional wrestling is, and why we all love it so much, and why we all are going to do this for life.
And the last thing I got for you is we talk about Dynamite tomorrow, 7 p.m. Central, is leading into the pay-per-view. I know there are still some hurdles, but it's looking like Iron Man match March 5th at Revolution. Are you a fan of the Iron Man match?
I am a fan of these marathon matches, although it's far from a certainty that's going to happen. I think we'll see what happens, on Dynamite tomorrow. Bryan Danielson taking on the Machine, Brian Cage. And after some tough competition that Danielson's already been through these past few weeks, wrestling every week on Dynamite, I have to say this could be the toughest test yet. Brian Cage, speaking of Ring of Honor, is Ring of Honor World Six-Man Tag Team Champion, former FTW champion, and one of the strongest men in all of professional wrestling. So the battle of the Bryans, Bryan Danielson versus Brian Cage, I'm very excited for it. And there's a very tough test standing in Danielson's way ahead of that potential Iron Man match at Revolution on pay-per-view March 5th in San Francisco.
We have actually had Brian Cage in studio, and that dude is built like a freaking tank.
Yeah.
Well,
he is a monster.
He really, really is. Well, we appreciate every time you get the opportunity to come on, and hopefully we'll have we'll have happier circumstances to discuss more in depth. Congratulations on the Jags' success tomorrow night. Dynamite special tribute match in addition to the regular show, which is usually a banger. Appreciate it very much, sir.
Thank you for having me on. I really appreciate it. See you tomorrow night on TBS at 7:00.
Yes, sir.
There you go. Tony
Go Jags,
Khan.
go.
Yeah. Tony Khan right here on 105.3 The Fan. And Mike, we didn't really get the chance to talk about it, but just real quick is I think we might have thrown it in one of our segments last week, the wrestler who died, Jay Briscoe. He was 38. They were on a 2-lane road, and the car on the other lane just swerved into their lane and hit their van head on. He died. The driver of the other car died, and his 2 daughters, which were in the car, went to the ICU, and still kind of hoping, but just a devastating situation. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the lunch rush and the expressway. We've got Mike Likes It, but also, do the Cowboys need an overhaul or just tinker a little bit? 877-881-1053. You want to text in? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
He is under center, and he's going to fake it to Elliott and step up and go deep. Oh, he's got Lamb down the left side. He got pushed, and he reached up and caught the ball at the 45-yard line of San Francisco.
KNC Masterpiece. They lost, Mike.
Finally.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan as we jump into the lunch rush. Do the Cowboys need an overhaul or just a tinker? 877-881-1053. Real quick, though, going back to our last segment, somebody texted in, shout out to my brother Jared. He passed away recently in the same tragic way that Jay Briscoe did. So very, very sorry for your loss, and hopefully people get their crap together when they're out there driving.
I do get nervous a little bit at nighttime when I'm going to my in-laws. They live in the Glen Rose area.
Okay,
so
yeah.
when you're kind of going down, I believe that's 67, kind of once you get past Alvarado and stuff like that, and you're in Cleburne area and stuff like that, there's a lot of highway there that's 2 lanes or sometimes down to 1 lane where there's nothing dividing you except for yellow lines. And so that can get nervous.
Dude, yeah, people fly on that specifically coming down when we come back from Spring Branch. That's the route we take. There are people flying past me. It's terrifying sometimes.
Quick question about that. Do you feel like most drivers trust themselves? They just don't trust other drivers? Is that like a fair characterization of maybe how some of these accidents happen? They're like, I know what I'm doing, but these other people don't.
I mean, that goes back to what I told you one time. My grandmother told me that. When she was driving, she took a turn, and I was like, "Grandma, they almost hit you." And she was like, "I'm not worried about them. They need to worry about me." And I was like,
Okay.
"Oh my, okay."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Did you have the right of way in that moment?" And there are lots
She's like,
of thoughts.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't.
But
care.
I don't trust anybody to drive a lot of times, Kevin.
Okay, all right. 877-881-1053. You brought this up yesterday, Corey, and we decided that we could hit it today. Do the Cowboys need an overhaul or just a tinker? I already see it looks like it's going to go to the complete overhaul category.
What categorizes an overhaul? And what, because this was kind of where, do you think the whole thing needs it? Do you think that just one section, offense, defense, what needs the overhaul? Or is it just, what, we need to add a couple players here, maybe a positional coach here or there? So there are lots of different levels to go with this.
Yeah, I think personally, if you told me you wanted to go scorched earth and you've decided Dak isn't the guy, in some way, somehow, you're going to burn it all to the ground and rebuild and take your lumps for a couple of years, I'm certainly willing to listen to that strategy, but the Joneses have let us know that is not their preferred strategy, and you did just come off of back-to-back 12-5 seasons. I'm inclined to say tinker.
I'm with you, and I think a lot of Tolos would be like, whoa, Mike, I thought you'd say overhaul. And here's the deal. The Cowboys are a winning franchise right now, and I think that they have a good chance to win 10 or more games next year. That being said, I need them to bring back quite a few guys that they have, but if there's any type of overhaul, and this might sound a little bit weird, I think they might need to overhaul the running back situation.
Yes.
I'm not sure about Tony Pollard and how he's going to come back. Zeke is done. Zeke's a 5 to 10 carry guy a game. Like he proved in the second half, you give him the ball as the main guy and you're going nowhere. Yeah. It's Eddie George when he came to the Dallas Cowboys. He's better than that. But that's about where we're at, the way Eddie George was a Dallas Cowboy.
You're right. We brought it up yesterday. He was 10th in the league in most carries, 22nd in most yards, and 42nd in yards per carry. Ugh. Like, that's not the progression that you want.
This is just a tinker. I don't know the Doug Nussmeier. I don't know him at all. He might be a great guy. He might be a pretty good coach. But my tinker is I have to figure out how to get Dak to stop throwing the ball to the other team. And maybe my tinker is you're back to a rookie quarterback. I love you, Dak. I think you're going to be really good. Like, I'm being a Cowboys coach here. But we're going to take a little bit of the responsibility out of your hands. We're going to turn you into, the way to not turn the ball over is to give you the most conservative passes and plays I can possibly give you. I don't want contested balls from you. And the other thing, too, is I know a lot of people are like, it's the wide receivers. this is my opinion. I don't think if you go out and get another good wide receiver, it's going to improve Dak that much.
Oh.
He had Amari Cooper. He had CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
He had those guys in last year's playoffs, and he put up 7 points until Jimmy Garoppolo self-destructed to give him a chance to come back. I think he would be better with another wide receiver. That Michael Gallup, if Michael Gallup went back to the third wide receiver and you found somebody to be a true number 2 receiver, yes, would Dak be a little bit better? But I don't think that solves your issues because Dak isn't a great passing quarterback.
Can I ask you a question about one of those players in particular? Do you think Michael Gallup will naturally or hopefully be better next year, more than a full year removed from the injury?
I hope so, but I can't remember who said this on the fan, but somebody when I was Toloing yesterday is that you are, it might have been Bobby Belt, that you are 20 weeks into this season.
Yeah.
How did that never get better?
Yeah.
So I think that's the concern. Is this who Michael Gallup is?
Okay.
There are numbers to suggest before he got hurt that he struggles at times to maybe create separation. He struggles at times to catch contested balls. So maybe Michael Gallup, unfortunately, you paid him as a number 2, but he truly is in the NFL somewhere between the 65th and 100th best receiver, which isn't bad. That makes you a third wide receiver, which makes you a starter in the NFL. Yeah. So, but you got to find somebody who you believe is somewhere between the 30th and 60th best receiver in the game. And we know it won't be through free agency. It has to be, you get lucky in the draft. And I say lucky, but Jalen Tolbert's probably not the answer. So you're going to have to redraft that position and figure out, can we draft, I don't know. CeeDee Lamb was a first-round pick. In the first or second or third round, can you get a guy that becomes better than Michael Gallup pretty quickly?
The amazing thing about CeeDee Lamb this year is that he showed he can continue to be anywhere on the field lined up and be the mismatch. Like he did grow into that role. So Mike, for me, I do want somebody that I can line up at one spot and they're going to win. And I don't know that Michael Gallup did that. T.Y. Hilton didn't do that. Noah Brown didn't do that. I know they don't line up all over the place, but I kind of want that one guy that I'm like, all right, I know I got CD in a mismatch right now, but if they switch and roll double coverage on him, I got somebody opposite him that's going to do that. So maybe not receiver. I need a playmaker. And Tony Pollard was that. Tony Pollard was your playmaker. Take Tony Pollard off the field, Cowboys aren't as good as they typically are. And that just showed throughout this season. I don't know that it's him specifically, but you need, and maybe tight end is a different playmaker spot, but I feel like looking at tight end right now, they're pretty comfortable with what they have going with Hendershot and all the other options there. So I do need somebody opposite CeeDee Lamb, whether it's a running back that can be the guy or whether it's another receiver that is a playmaker. That's why Odell was so appealing at the time, is because when I watch him play, he can be anywhere on the field also. And you line those two up on the same side, now you've created a monster mismatch. Put them on opposite sides, you got mismatches. So I agree with Mike, you do need to find another option for him other than CeeDee Lamb. But I just don't know where that is right now. And so, Kevin, for me, do you want to ask a question about that specifically?
I do. Before we go to anything
go
else,
ahead, man.
Is in your mind, you get to negotiate or not negotiate with Tony Pollard. Like, what would be your strategy? Is you're like, well, what do you want? I mean, or are you just like, nah, I'm not in the game of paying running backs on the second contract?
Yeah, I'm probably at that point where I got to find a place to skimp. Is that the right word?
Sure.
I got to find a place to be Kevin and frugal. And so I love Tony Pollard. My problem is sitting and waiting half of a season for maybe him to be completely healed from the fracture. I don't know how long it's going to take or if he's even the same player. I would rather find a guy maybe in the draft that I can say I can utilize that piece.
Maybe the hope is, I don't know, but after 6 months would be the end of June, right? January, February, March, April, May, June. That on July 1st, you would have a complete and totally healthy Tony Pollard. But that is a little bit scary. Look, it didn't matter with Dak Prescott. It didn't matter with Michael Gallup. It didn't matter with Tank Lawrence.
It's a Blue Star special.
Being hurt does not give you a discount at all with the Dallas Cowboys.
Yep.
They're going to ask for probably 5 for 75.
There's no
The
chance
Cowboys
in
are probably
hell.
going to go 3 for 30. and then they're going to be really close to 5 for 75 is my guess. That's the way it always goes with the Cowboys.
That is the biggest flaw with the Cowboys, by the way.
Yeah.
Just in my opinion.
Yeah.
I know not everyone's with me on
I just wonder
that.
if it's daddy fighting with son on that. That's the reason it always ends up being bad, is that Steven and Jerry have different philosophies on the situation, and I don't know. I honestly have no clue how it works out, that how the player always ultimately gets exactly what he was asking for in the end from the Dallas Cowboys. But I don't want to overhaul. This team is close to good enough. The hope is, which this is the scary part, is that Dak becomes better because he can solve some of your issues. And that's the thing as a Cowboy fan is, to me, the major hope is he's the guy that can take you to another level, because I don't know who else can.
Okay, so then would maybe my potential overhaul be something that could accommodate you? That is your offensive coordinator, your offensive coaching approach. We're still stuck in some of the Jason Garrett mode with Kellen Moore.
I can see that.
That's not a fake like take on this. Some of his go-to plays are things that came from the Jason Garrett era. And look at their third down plays are like run to the sticks and turn around. We have seen that for years.
Yeah.
Hey, 4 guys run to the sticks and turn around.
Right.
Nobody knew that was coming. God, we got him with that one. So like I understand some of the route concepts are just poor. That's where I don't love it. And that's when I say some of the nuances of getting guys open, some of the nuances of even playing the quarterback position. I still think Kellen Moore has a lot to learn. And we moved on from the Jason Garrett era. So why did we keep one of the Jason Garrett guys? Because we thought he could grow into something. Well, this 2 years in a row now, and your offense didn't produce in the playoffs. So I'm going to say, and maybe they were holding on to him for potential head coaching future because they love to find the diamond in the rough, and he's cheap.
Exactly what I think.
Like, so those could be some definite options there. But Mike McCarthy is a good offensive mind, and he let Kellen Moore for the most part run the offense.
Yeah.
He should know other guys that he like with offenses that he likes and wants to run. If I'm going to overhaul something, I'm going to overhaul it there. Running back and whoever my second receiver is going to be.
I do hope I'm wrong on Kellen Moore, because I think he's a pretty good to good offensive coordinator. I don't think he's in the category of Shanahan or I'm drawing a blank, the Rams head coach, Sean McVay.
Yeah.
Like, I think there's guys that are better, but I do think he's pretty good. But I hope I'm wrong, because this is the only, if you keep him, we know what Dak is.
Yeah.
Dak under Kellen Moore is not going to change. He's going to throw some interceptions. He's going to struggle at times where you're like, God, are you even a top 15 quarterback? That's where we went to the CBS Power Rankings, and he would fluctuate so much. At times, he'd be the 6th best quarterback, and then 2 weeks later, he'd be the 14th best quarterback, because they would struggle with how he would play consistently to be like, who is this guy?
Washington, Tampa Bay, San Francisco. Washington looks like the worst.
Yeah.
San Francisco looks pretty damn bad. Tampa Bay looks like the best damn quarterback in the playoffs.
Yeah.
It is wild.
And so this is where I hope I'm wrong. If you bring in another offensive coordinator, because I hate doing this, but if you bring in another offensive coordinator, you'll find out about Dak more. I don't think the Joneses will care to ever release him or move on from him, but you'll either find out Kellen Moore was getting the most out of Dak. This is who he is, and he can be no better. It doesn't matter if you bring in Shanahan or if you bring in McVay, which they're not available, but if you were to bring them in and Dak once again struggles with turnovers, struggles with reading defenses, makes the wrong decisions at the wrong time. And he does make some great decisions at great times. And that's why it's so confusing, because at times you're like, is he a top 5 quarterback? And then at times you're like, I don't even know if he's a top 15 quarterback. And that's what's confusing about him. But maybe that new offensive coordinator could get more out of him than what Kellen Moore got so far. But if he doesn't, then we know it wasn't Kellen Moore's fault. It's actually Dak's limitations that we cannot overcome.
So, and Kevin, you agreed with me on their idea of not moving on from Moore because they wanted to keep him just in case.
Yeah, that is exact. You said it spot on.
then are you with me on I'm willing to let him go be something somewhere else and find out about my quarterback before I have to make a decision there? Or do you say keep it together with those two and just deal with it?
My worry is this is one aspect of the Cowboys that is similar to what we talked about with Mark Cuban. I honestly, I do not believe that Mark Cuban is disingenuous when he says we have 3 of the most underrated players in the league. I think he really thinks that. And that...
Which is sad.
Yes. And that's the same thing with the Cowboys, because you hear it from so many different places. Oh, Kellen Moore has had the number 1 offense. Dak has had the number 1 offense. And I just wish we would dive a little bit further into those numbers and be like, okay, but did you analyze all of the points? Or are you saying number 1 offense because we score the most points, completely taking out the defensive points that have been scored the last 2 years and then taking out all the defensive turnovers for us, because you were the first team in 50 years to lead the league in turnovers back-to-back years. I do not think that gets appropriately factored into the Cowboys' offensive production.
I love what you're saying, because nobody watching professional football this year thought the Cowboys had the best offense in the NFL. There's no way you watch that team and go, that's the team that's most dangerous offensively in the NFL.
But the numbers, Mike.
Right. And you know what else with the numbers? And Jeff Van Gundy did this 3 years ago. When remember the Mavericks were the best offense in the history of basketball. And Van Gundy's doing, I think, one of the Clippers playoff games. And he goes, hey, I know it says this, and I get, hey, the numbers are the numbers. Does anybody think we're watching one of the best offensive teams we've ever seen in basketball? Or even, do we even think this is the best offensive team in 2020 in the NBA? And Mark Jackson was there, and the answer from any human being who watched the Mavericks play is no, they're not the best offense of all time. They're not even the best offense in the NBA right now. But efficiency numbers and certain things will say so. And so this is where sometimes we look at, well, look what they did. But nobody really watching the game can tell you, man, you know what? I've watched the Bengals play, and I've watched the Chiefs play, and I've watched at times Philadelphia play, and go, that Cowboys team, nobody can, they're the best offense I've seen. Nobody thinks that. It's just, there's a number that says they are, but they're not. They're a good offense. Don't get me wrong. It's not an average offense or a bad offense. It's good, but nobody watched the Cowboys this year unless you're like related to the players that said that's the best offense in the NFL.
Somebody asked the question, I'm double checking on it right now. Well, what if you, because everyone, when they talk about dead cap, what if you traded him as opposed to just released him? I still think, I need to double check my numbers. I still think that number is $59 million as opposed to the 89. Clearly they would never cut him, but like if you traded him, I think your cap hit is still $59 million. So I do not believe that is a viable option.
I do think, as fun as that is, and I get, we're sports talk radio, we make speculation, we read rumors and stuff. There's a 0% chance that Dak isn't the quarterback.
That's what I think.
Like, he's 100% the quarterback next year. You can, as a fan, you can say, I don't want him. You can say, what is his trade value? This and that. Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones and Will McClay and Mike McCarthy are not even going to even think about changing the quarterback. Like, he's the quarterback. Now you have to figure out, can we make him and the team better than what we just had?
Then the only way would be, and this is something Corey alluded to earlier, is in 1 year, if you wanted to take the dead cap hit of about $40 million and split that up over 2 years, 20 per, but you would have to have your rookie quarterback ready to replace him and think he's good enough, and you could theoretically save money. That's a lot of freaking ifs. What I think is the far more likely scenario is that they figure out some kind of extension so they can smooth out some of that money. But Corey is right, is that could happen, but you need to draft a quarterback now and start figuring that out for next season, and even then it's a gamble.
So what's interesting is I think all of us hit the offensive side. At least there needs to be some restructuring there.
Yep.
Not a single person said what's, and a lot of people aren't even saying it on the fan text. I don't know about the Twitch, Mike. I haven't looked yet. Nobody's talking about the defense needing an overhaul, but it's the one thing that's most likely about to happen. And like, that's the most likely thing is that the defensive coordinator might go take a head coaching job. You can't just, I don't know, like, is Joe Witt ready to just plug him in and everything's going to run the same? Or is he going to have his own concepts and ideas that he wants to implement that may or may not work? Does he have the same vision for some of these players that they can do some of these things? And I mean, go look at what Dan Quinn did when he went out and was looking at Micah Parsons in person? You know, are you going to get that same, these guys going, this is the one, this is going to be a game changer for you in the future?
You're right about that. I guess I just keep thinking about from the concept of what we have now, but you're 100% right. Dan Quinn leaves, you will make some changes. But I keep thinking about, like, what are the metrics of how you judge a good defense? This defense gave up the 5th least amount of points in the league. Their EPA was 3rd. Their DVOA was 6th. So take whatever the hell number you want. Like, this is a pretty clear picture. 3rd, 5th, and 6th. You have a top-notch defense. But you're right. That could all be thrown into question or reevaluation if you get somebody new.
My opinion here, but I think I'm in the majority if you actually watch football with eyes, is when you watch San Francisco, you go, that might be the best defense I've seen. Whatever week, I know there are certain weeks when they played the Raiders, they weren't good. But a lot of times when you watch that defense play, you're like, damn, that might be the best defense in the NFL. But I will say this, at times this year, watching the Dallas defense, like, damn, they might be as good as San Francisco.
Yes.
Right? Now, there were times that Philadelphia was that good too. At times, yes, Dallas at times gave up a lot of points in a game. At times, Philadelphia gave up a lot of points in a game versus the Cowboys when the Cowboys scored 41. But I do think the defense is ahead of the offense. If I'm ranking them, I don't really care how many points the Cowboys scored against the slow-mo Glitzsteins because Dak can do the crap out of that, man. He is the best quarterback I've seen in the history of football at putting up stats against crap teams. I know that defense can be good and slow down good offenses. But at times, I'm worried that Dak can't overcome when defenses throw him somewhat a wrench in what they want to do, and the adjustment doesn't seem to happen for years.
Yeah.
Not for just, hey, well, look what he did Washington versus Tampa. And yes, that's a good example of him overcoming something. But I just feel like Dak is limited. And can we get people in here to take his limitations? And look, let's be honest here. The Cowboys know he's limited too. I know that they love him to death and they'll say all the things publicly in the world. The Cowboys, right, Corey, they have an idea that Dak is not Patrick Mahomes. He's not Josh Allen. He's not Joe Burrow. He's not Justin Herbert. He's not Trevor Lawrence. They know he's not. But have they solved the problem of where are his limitations, where are his weaknesses, and how do we limit those things? That's where it seems like over these last 2 years, they have struggled to help Dak out.
Facts. That is a fact right there.
Yeah, and I'm responding to this person right here and right now because I want to try this just one more time so this message is crystal clear to anybody that is listening. If somebody goes, well, you would only have $8 million of dead cap if you traded Dak. Well, that's only if you factor in the full market value of what he would have cost. His hit on the cap, if you traded him, would be like $58 or $59 million. That's what it is. So if you're like, well, but if you take the whole 49, okay, great. Are you telling me Dak Prescott is worth negative $8 million? That's insane. Like, he's worth something.
What do you know about budgeting, though?
I know a lot about budgeting. I will tell you that.
He writes his own stuff in a checkbook still.
So trading Dak would cost you $58 or $59 million in cap hit. So that's a non-starter.
You at the grocery store, remember the old ladies in front of you 20 years ago that would still write the check and then have to balance the checkbook at the cashier, like after they've got their groceries, and you're like, I just want to use my debit card and get out of here.
Dude, Kevin, do you already know what your taxes are going to look like for this year?
I'm very excited and optimistic about how this year's going to treat us. Think about it. We had a baby. Like, that's an extra tax break. We spent the money on the baby. Now it's time for the return on the other side. We're the KNC Masterpiece. I am actually excited about this year's taxes. Coming up.
Who says that? Who says that? Never.
That's the outside of the love and everything. That's the best part about the baby. Is all right now. Love you, Noah. It's time for some Mike Likes It.
There are people that asked to get induced on the 31st of December, and
we went over that when Avery was born on January 1st. What was the first thing? I think I was like, hopefully, congratulations. But the second thing was, ooh. You guys kind of missed out on that tax break, huh?
I had no clue what you're talking about. And then guess what? Carter comes around. C-section.
Smart. Smart.
Let's get this one out now.
Man, C-sections are disgusting.
Yeah, let me tell you.
Dude, this little head popped out of my wife's stomach, and I was like, what's happening?
Here's a quick
I got a
story
picture.
about that.
It looks like it's from Total Recall.
This is a hypothetical situation. The doctors tell you don't look.
I looked anyway.
But then if your baby comes out and goes into the incubator and they're like, oh, dad or whoever, do you want to come see your baby? You're so excited that your baby is breathing, you forget about what they told you. And you turn around
you see it.
And there was something that looked like a brain on the table. I don't know what it was.
Those are her innards.
I panicked. I had to look down, and then one of the doctors said, are you okay? And I was like, I'm good. And they said, we had somebody already pass out earlier today.
That was me.
I don't look, because they just took all the stuff out. It's like a stuffed animal. And they're like, we'll just push it back in. I'm sure it's more complex than that.
It's like when you clean your refrigerator out.
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh, let's put these olives back in there. Yeah.
God, I'm glad I'm not a doctor, because I would push it in the wrong spots, because when I'm having to do the pantry, you guys saw my pantry or the refrigerator.
Yep.
I'm just getting it back in there.
How are the moths?
Pretty much gone.
Yes.
Pretty much gone.
Nice.
I forget that guy's name. Punch Fisty or whatever. What was that guy's name?
What?
What was
Oh, yeah.
Hard punch or something like
Yeah.
that.
But it
He's
definitely
awesome.
wasn't Punch Fisty, but it was actually something like that.
Yeah, he helped me out. Thank you very
Hard
much.
punches. Yeah.
All right, so here's the question from Mike Likes It. What do you do now? If you're kind of that hardcore Cowboys fan, somewhat, let's say, also hardcore NFL fan, do you now go to basketball or hockey? Do you kind of go, no, I just wait till spring training starts? Do you go, I'm done with sports until the draft or until free agency happens in March? Like, I was just wondering if you guys could kind of text in. Here's the other thing too, is another question to our texters. And please, it doesn't mean we're not solid punches. It doesn't mean that we're going to do this. But if you could say, hey, kind of that Cowboy season is over, and we're still going to talk Cowboys, obviously, but what do you guys like us talking more about once the Cowboy season is over? Doesn't mean we're going to listen to you, but we will, see it.
That's a hell of a sell right there, Mike.
So anyways, that's my question to you guys. What do you guys now concentrate on now that the Cowboys are eliminated again?
Well, I don't know if you know this or not, but Kevin loves wrestling. Huge wrestling fan.
True.
He also loves UFC, so he's got plenty of options. Me, I will be involved in the Mavericks. I am going to make more of an effort to keep up with what's going on with the Stars this year. I've decided that for sure. And
they good.
Football and baseball are my two favorites. It's always been that way for me. So I'm going to get excited about Rangers season. We're fortunate, Mike, where we get this opportunity to go to spring training and be around that too. So that's something that I can't wait to deliver that kind of content to the Tolos. I hope we deliver fun stuff along with the interviews and everything as we go out to spring training. But I am going to be kind of there. I think I do start to pay a lot more attention to the family and the kids because, now Sunday is it's no longer wait for Cowboy Day. So it does become my kids either have to deal with me being around more or love it. It's those two options there. Lots of stars getting thrown in here right now.
Kevin?
I think Stars is a good answer, and I do love the Stars, but my love is for the Stars and not as much I won't stop down on a random Philadelphia Flyers game. That is probably less likely. For me, it's the NBA because I will stop down and watch Nuggets Jazz or whatever because I want to see
how much more college basketball, because you're a college basketball fan. I'm wondering how much college basketball have you watched up to this point, and then do you ramp it up now that it's kind of conference games?
Is usually at the end of December, beginning of January is when I get more interested. Unfortunately, by Duke standards, this is not a particularly good team and injuries have hurt them all year, but I really like college basketball. I realize the inferior product it is to the NBA, or as opposed to what it was 20 years ago, but I do still really like college basketball a lot.
So help me out here. What is kind of the Tolo saying here on
Everything.
What, do they want us to talk more? What do they want? Do they care? Do they just say, hey, just keep talking Cowboys?
Stars with a sprinkle of spring training from the 469. Looking forward for the Rangers and the draft. So NFL, I do think that we do have the benefit
with the 4th overall pick.
No, the Cowboys. We do have the benefit of having Brian Broaddus, draft expert, here in the station. Like, that's always huge content. Bobby does a great job too, and the nosebleeder guys who are now part of the G-Bag Nation, Zach and Eric, they do great content on that as well. And we'll have some fantastic stuff. I don't know. I told you this earlier. I was going to bring it up in the C block, Kevin. Avery wants to scout with me this year.
Oh my God.
He said he'd take on, a quarter of the watching. And so during my updates on draft, I will have an update from Avery. So that's something that I'm excited about this year that I've never had before.
And you said he asked about your list of 5 too the other day?
Nope, never asked that. And he is out. He's back in class after lunch. So he usually listens to.
All right. All right, ask Avery about the list of.
No, don't ask.
All right, so for me, obviously, I love the Dallas Mavericks, but I am very frustrated by them. They're 2 games over 500. So I think if you haven't been following Stars and Mavs, I get it. I'm not a hockey person. I think hockey's a great sport. I just don't have time for it.
Yeah.
So if we talk more hockey, that's going to be up to Kevin and Corey, and my Slim Scotty there, who seems to like hockey a whole bunch.
He loves hockey.
So I'm not going to be able to
that might be
really...
his dream job, is to call hockey games.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to contribute on the hockey talk. Obviously, I love basketball. Was talking to a couple people last night about the trade deadline and about what the Mavericks could do. And we
gave you more of a lead up, Mike, like if we were say yesterday, we would have been like, all right, for sure, Tuesday, we're going all in on the Stars segment. So I need you to watch the game.
I get bored watching it.
Went to overtime.
I know. I try. I don't say I try that hard, but I try as much as I can.
Okay.
I'm kind of a person that seems to be either all in or all out. And I tell you what, the other day I watched Man City play some crap team, and I always said Hageland. Holland?
Yes.
God almighty. He scored 3 goals. He was pretty awesome. And then they took him out with still 30 minutes left in the game, and I turned it off. I'm like, well, if they're not going to play Ivan Drago, then I'm out. Because that's kind of what he looks like on the soccer field to everybody else.
He is gigantic.
Okay, so with
6'5", I think.
With the Mavs, and I only have a minute here, I was kind of asking, I think this is good news for Mavs fans and Luka Doncic fans. This was shared to me, and I believe it. So I'll tell you, I believe it. It doesn't mean it's completely truth. It just means what I was told. Because I said, man, I worry about Luka and how bad this season's going, how bad the future looks for the Dallas Mavericks. That 2 to 3 years from now, when Luka kind of hits that Anthony Davis, New Orleans Pelicans situation, he's going to go, dude, I'm out.
Yeah.
He said, you don't have to worry about that. And this is somebody connected in the NBA. And it doesn't mean this is true or not, but he said, first of all, Bill Duffy, who is Luka's agent, and Nico Harrison are super tight. One of the main reasons that kind of Nico was hired was because of his relationship with Bill Duffy, because Mark Cuban has a horrible relationship with Bill Duffy. And so I think it was honestly really smart by Cuban. I'm not a big fan of Mark Cuban right now, but I think it was a really smart idea by Mark Cuban to go, I have a horrible relationship with Bill Duffy. I trashed him for years after the Steve Nash situation. He didn't really want to send clients here. And when he did, it was like Rondo, who he traded for, and that went as bad as possible. So it didn't really help out the relationship. So Nico and Bill Duffy are supposedly really tight, good buddies. And so hopefully those two guys can work together to keep Luka here and then to add to Luka. So maybe the Luka leaving isn't as bad as we think because the team isn't good if Nico and Bill Duffy are that tight. And he also said that Luka loves it here. He does love Dallas.
Is that good enough for you? Like we talked about readjusting expectations. Is that good enough for you knowing he'll be here but might not ever get optimized?
I think it's a disgusting travesty if Mark Cuban can't win 2 championships with Luka Doncic. That would be a failure amongst the biggest failures in the history of professional sports if Mark Cuban can't figure out how to have a Luka Doncic and can't figure out over, let's say, a 10-year history, this is year 5 for him, that he can't figure out how to win, I'll just say at least one championship, that would mean Mark Cuban's one of the worst owners in professional basketball history.
Now, a couple other things to add, Corey, since you said people's feedback was all over the place. Multiple people said pop culture stuff, and they like hearing about our lives.
Hold on. This is a sports station.
Yeah.
How are we going to be able to do pop culture? We'll have to go like threaten Gavin Spittle to get him to let us do pop
we don't.
Culture. We'll have
Did you
to
hear our segment at 11:20?
Tie him down to his ball chair.
Did you hear 11:20 when Corey said "Sugar Daddy Bungalow"? That was a thing. Happened.
We will have to lock him in his office so he doesn't come in here and micromanage us and tell us that we can't talk about anything but sports. That's just the way it is,
Can
Kevin.
you imagine 10 years from now if Avery's on MILF Hunter Manor thing? And you're like, son,
are we going to have to
Doesn't that
watch
mean that
this
Adrian
show?
has to be on it too? Like, I won't be around, Mike. I'll be dead.
So the
So
mom
no, I can't
sadness
imagine it.
over finding out Avery's
just to
gonna be
make sure I understand, the mom has to be hunted by another person for the guy to
I
be on
don't
the
know,
show?
Mike. I don't know.
I think we have to watch it and have a weekly recap. I think that's just what it
Can
has
we
to.
just commit to one recap first and then see how it goes? Can you commit to watching one episode of MILF Manor?
How many episodes has there been?
I think there are 2
Text-
on our
What channel is it
DVR.
on
Okay.
again?
TLC?
TLC, the Learning Channel.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh my God.
I can't wait to learn.
All right.
Moms be teaching.
Can't wait to learn about MILFs.
That is not. That might be the tagline. I don't know. I will commit to watching one episode of MILF Manor. My wife will be so happy. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Oh man.
Good luck.
Little Caesars and and Micah Parsons. Well, maybe not Micah, but his brother.
What?
Next.
Watch the Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you, Joey, for turning on my microphone, because you know I'm too dumb to do it for myself.
Finally, the C Block.
You know what that means, Mike?
I ask you a question?
No, that's not. No.
Kind of.
Last hour of the show.
Thank God.
What?
Hold on.
This is where we do our best work.
Every person out, he's right. Every person out
This
there
is
that's
where we
working
throw
a
the
job.
pick six that gets dropped. Oh my God. Gallup gets wide open, but we get pressured in our face, so we can't make that throw. And then we get sacked, and then we don't know what to do.
I don't know what you're doing, Mike.
You do.
But this is every person that has a job right now.
We slide
is out
with
there
4 seconds left.
looking at that last hour going, here it is. This is the last hour. I'm going to make it through this, and then I can go focus on my next day of work.
I'm at the post office
what I mean?
already.
All right, so
the post office, that's what's okay.
Mailing it in.
I
have
oh, snap!
Corey, I thought he was going to say something about mailing cards. I fell for that.
We turn our attention, we will get to Michael Parsons' brother in a moment. We turn our attention to Robert Griffin III.
Oh.
Who we've been kind of tracking. I've been tracking this for a while now.
Okay.
Every week he points out how if you outrush your opponent,
right,
you are more likely going to win the game.
Rush every play.
And Mike, I don't agree with that necessarily, but I think being good at both running and throwing the football is important. And I don't know how much Mahomes, like, I got to go look and factor in the percentage of yards he gets for his team rushing on a weekly basis. Because it's not like he runs, like Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
He rushes just enough to add maybe that extra that's going to get you over the top in rushing yards per week. That being said, he says that I think 75% of teams that outrush their opponents are going to win the games. I take you to Philadelphia, New York.
Oh.
Do you know who won the rushing battle in Philadelphia against New York?
Philadelphia?
Philadelphia ran for 268
Yeah, their backup
yards.
running back ran for 112. Gainwell or whatever his name is. And Miles Sanders, he impressed his mommy, and he got 90 yards, I think. So,
268 yards for Philly, 118 for the Giants.
Whoa.
Kevin, that's a win.
Yes,
for
that
the rushing
makes sense.
the rushing team. Cincinnati against Buffalo.
I'm just going to default and pick the winning teams. I'm going to go with Cincinnati.
Mike, your thoughts?
Buffalo can't run to save their lives.
That's true. Cincinnati 172, Buffalo 63. And that's a problem for Josh Allen because he has to be everything for that team. And then so his numbers decline and everything's put on him where he can't lean on anything. San Francisco versus Dallas.
Oh, Dallas did it.
I'm going to say San Francisco.
113 yards for San Francisco and 76.
I thought about you because they showed the stat. I don't know if you picked this up. I don't know how much time was left. Let's say 10 minutes in the game. And they're like, San Francisco has 79 rushing yards. And I'm like, Corey's number's not going to come true.
Oh, yeah.
Remember you said, like, Cowboys win because, and you're like, they got to hold them under 80 yards. And I was like, dang it, they're at 79.
They couldn't do
and
it.
There's most of the fourth quarter left.
Yeah, they couldn't do that part of it. So San Francisco wins. Kansas City versus Jacksonville.
I'm going to say Kansas City. I feel like I know where this is going, but
Jacksonville.
Push. Both of them ran for 144 yards in the game. Exactly
Wow.
144 yards. Maybe, I don't know, maybe 144 and a half or something. I don't know.
Figure it out.
But Kevin, that total would mean that 75% of the teams that outran their opponent won over the weekend. So Robert Griffin III has, I think it's a matter of being balanced enough, but also having something that you can strike big with. San Francisco strikes big with their defense.
Yeah.
And they can run the ball, and then they were moving the ball in other ways. They had a very lucky, hey, we didn't see the illegal man downfield situation.
I have another analytic question for you, Corey, during the C block.
Okay.
I wonder this, because you're not going to have this number. I wonder when you have the lead in the fourth quarter, what's the percentage of run plays that you run versus the team that's losing? What's the percentage of their run plays?
I think I'm going to go look at that because you can look at I've been able to break it down, Mike, because you've asked this question about the NBA, and fourth quarter points for Luka versus, and all the rest of the players. And Luka is pretty high up in regards of scoring in the fourth quarter.
6.2 at last I looked, but he averages like 16 points or whatever in the first quarter.
I think I was surprised to find that Tony Pollard was like second leading rusher in the fourth quarter.
Oh.
And that does have to do with, is that a time when people think you're going to throw and they're protecting that? And they just get caught off guard. So there is a lot of that to go along with it. So that does play in. Terrence Parsons, we'll get to in just a moment.
Brother of Micah.
Brother of Micah.
It's really his brother?
Yes.
Oh.
And he's on Twitter.
Oh, dear.
Should we do it now?
Yeah.
All right. Saw this. He doesn't have a ton of followers.
Okay.
But
we're sure it's really his brother?
I mean, this is Twitter right here. I went to Twitter. I went to the internet and looked up. He has a brother named Terrence Parsons. He is a Madden streamer from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. And there's his Twitch. Yeah, that's him. He retweeted Will Cain's "I love Dak, but it's hard to come to the conclusion that we've hit Dak's ceiling."
Okay.
Or hard not to come to that conclusion. He retweeted Clarence Hill. CeeDee Lamb was the entire offense. Gallup had no catches, a lack of weapons outside. He retweeted, "Hear me when I say Dak did not play well today." He retweeted, "If you squint, you can see where Dallas wins this game. Dan Quinn certainly had the defensive game plan. Dak Prescott wasn't good enough." He retweets many times Dak Prescott not being the best. He also has a tweet where he says, "Man, once you make the playoffs,
him and Tad should go to dinner.
You need 4 good to great games as a QB.
Yeah.
He's going to get it right, but I really want to change at offensive coordinator." And there are some other things as well too. There are, I believe there are some deleted tweets that I did not happen to capture. And
if we only had Odell Beckham.
So, but that being said, Mike, this is I find this interesting because he and Micah may have complete different perspectives on this. Or Micah could be at, dinner talking about, "Hey, I'm really frustrated by this."
Yeah.
And then you take that frustration vent as, "Oh man, I got to protect my brother or my sister or whatever." And I know this because Kevin, you and I had a situation that popped up and my sister and mom wanted to go defend me at every single thing. And I was like, you don't need to get in this argument. This is for me. Let me do this.
It was with the bike thing for sure. I remember because all these people were making up all this nonsense and saying these things. Yeah, my mom said to me, she goes, "Well, I'm about to get on social media and tell them all blah, blah, blah." And I was like, "No, you're not. You're not going to say anything. And we're just going to sit here and wait the idiots out."
If you were a high-level athlete, and Mike, you played at the highest level possible.
Super high level.
You played at Major League Baseball level. That is the...
In your face, everybody listening, unless you played Major League Baseball.
Would you ask your family to not tweet things in your defense or to not tweet these kinds of things? Would you be like, "Hey, that's not a good look for me"?
You know me. I would say you guys need to shut up and shut up now.
Okay.
Because it's not fair, because I might not believe those things. But the problem is, even if I did believe those things, if I wanted them out in public, I would say it.
Right. Yeah.
And then the other thing, too, is now I don't believe those things, but you're making people believe that I do believe those things.
I will go out on this in this world and say, I'm just going to assume that this is a guy he's a streamer. He has opinions. This is the way he feels about it, and it has nothing to do with Micah. I'm going to assume that. But when I see it, and he's like, "Hey, I want to change the offensive coordinator," I'm like, man, he's one of us. First off, but at the same time, I have that feeling. But I will go ahead and assume Micah has nothing to do with it, and I'll leave it at that for the moment.
And from the 682, that's weird that you tell your mom what to do just in this situation. And I think, especially if you have like that, I mean, clearly Micah's on a million bajillion % different level, but when you have kind of like a public job, people do drag you for what? Like, think about, Mahomes.
Dude, there were death threats.
Yeah. Yes.
And I don't want my mom dealing with a death threat because she's trying to defend me for something.
The bike people threatened to kill our children.
Yeah.
That is a thing that happened. And I do not want to include any other people in that whenever possible. But otherwise, I never tell my mom.
Oh, man. Somebody did point out that Mike played at the higher level when he was in the Olympics. So
only qualifiers.
But even still, you have a bronze medal. All right. And then the last thing, Kevin. This is where I really wanted to get to this story.
Okay.
Nick Sirianni.
Mr. Jaundice.
Said that he ate Little Caesars pizza during the Cowboys and Niners game the other day. And Little Caesars pizza is the
poor pizza.
No, Mike. It is the NFL's official sponsor for pizza.
I'm just glad somebody else said that, and that's not on me.
What did you say? A poor pizza?
Yeah.
Oh,
it doesn't taste good, but it's $6, and you can get 2 pepperonis for $12, and get them to your kids fast, and then be done with it.
877-881-1053. More controversial. What Mike just said. Or Kevin's pizza roll take. That being said,
I'm just saying, Corey, if you're at a family event or function or whatever, and they get you Little Caesars, it lets you know, as opposed to if you get it does.
Yeah, kids' birthday parties, you go to Little Caesars and you go, I need 6 cheese pizzas and I need 6 pepperonis. They're like, here you go. Except for the bad Little Caesars, you're like, nothing's hot and ready here. How are you in business? It's your only thing. You're not creating quality. You're creating fast quantity. Create your fast quantity now.
And so Nick Sirianni, he coaches in Philadelphia, and doesn't that area have good pizza?
But don't
the Chicago's and all that?
Don't you think he's just corporate shilling it right there? He's like, hey, there's nothing I like better than watching a football game with Little Caesars and Bud Light.
Little Caesars. Did they make up Detroit style? I'd never heard in my life. I've heard of Chicago and I've heard of New York. And then we got Detroit style. And I'm like, that makes all the sense in the world. That Little Caesars got Detroit style pizza.
I wonder if Joey knows about this too. But when we went up to Michigan, I'm about to flex too, is the Detroit style was everywhere, and so everyone has embraced that. But the highlight of my son's trip up there, because we went to go visit Michigan and Michigan State, we got to go into the world headquarters for Little Caesars.
What?
It's
the world headquarters?
World headquarters.
Because it's a huge globe with Little Caesar standing on top of it, spinning on top of the building?
It wasn't spinning. And it wasn't a whole building. It was part of a building complex. That lets you know also that you got the cheaper pizza. So we went into the Little Caesars. Yeah, but it was like the Little Caesars pizza guy. Is it Nero? So we went in there because my son and his friends love Little Caesars. Why? Because it's hot and ready and cheap. Mike's right about that.
It absolutely is the pizza of middle schoolers and high school boys.
Yes. And so his friends are unironically obsessed with Little Caesars. So we walked in and opened the door, and apparently the door was only open at that moment because they were doing a meeting down there.
I just walked in.
The door was open. I have a philosophy.
It's a $6 meeting.
If I'm not
at a grocery store once too.
Yes, I did. If I'm not supposed to be there, why isn't the door locked? And so
what makes Detroit style pizza Detroit style pizza?
They put the sauce on top and then throw the toppings on top of that.
So the cheese goes on the bread?
Yeah.
It's like
dough?
cheesy bread, and then the sauce goes across the top of that.
Oh, Detroit style.
It is. So we went in there, and the person at the front desk goes, "Can we help you?" And I was like, "Oh, yeah, we just kind of wanted to check it out and take a picture." And they go, "We're not open to the public right now."
Do you think that was intentional, or do you think they forgot to do the tomato sauce? They threw the cheese on, and they're like, "Oh crap, we're about to put it in the oven, and we forgot." Just throw it on top. Who cares?
I could see that.
Detroit
they're like,
style.
"Hey, this is pretty good. Let's call it Detroit style." And I go, "Oh yeah, my son just wanted to take a picture." And then the guy saw my kid, and he goes, "All right, make it quick." And so my son, because they had one of those holographic globes spinning on the floor, and it did look pretty neat. And so my son took a picture, and then you have no idea how much credibility this might show you about his friend group. I don't know how impressed they were that he was at the Little Caesars World Headquarters.
From the 972. Forget you guys on Little Caesars. We know it's cheap and trash, but sometimes you want that. You want it. I can't read the last
Oh, for
part.
sure. Don't pretend like in your life, whether it's pizza or whatever else, you've never said cheap and trash. That's fine. That goes across all spectrum.
100%. It's ready. It's ready to eat.
It's hot.
Yeah,
I've never gotten the
stands
hot
firm.
and ready pizza and it's been cold. I will give them that.
Okay.
It's been ready and it's been warm.
I've been to Little Caesars though multiple times and like we don't have any like ready, and I'm like, that's your whole thing.
You serious?
Yeah.
How can you not have any? It says it all the time. Every commercial.
Yeah, and there's one over kind of in between downtown Dallas and Bishop Dunn, which would be South Dallas, that they really struggle to have anything hot and ready. And I'm like, I don't know how you guys are Little Caesars.
Mike, I was in my car when this happened at Golden Chick once. I thought I was going to fall out of my chair, out of my seat. I could hear, sometimes you can hear the drive-through in front of you. And the lady tried to make her order, and they said over the speaker, she goes, I'm sorry, we're out of chicken right now. Somebody just ordered an 8-piece. I almost died laughing. And then a lady, she was right on top of it because she goes, you know what? If an 8-piece is going to take y'all out of commission, you should probably do something else. I laughed so hard because she made a very valid point. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, NFL executive predictions for 2023. Will any of these things actually happen? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in one should be held accountable for what happens when they hurt you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Near corner, now Tage Thompson. Far side scores! What a pass! And Owen Powers, first of the year, is an overtime winner in Dallas as the Sabres pick up 2.
Boo! Jason Robertson scores another goal. I believe Joe Pavelski.
We still beat him in the finals.
That is true. Back in '99, Joe Pavelski with a pair of assists. The Stars lose to the Sabres 3-2 in overtime. So you do still get the point, which is very important because, Joey, I have to admit, like, the Central Division is really good. I've been surprised at the separation the Stars and Jets have created. Now, if you want to argue some of that is artificial because of how many games in hand the Wild and Avalanche still have, I would be willing to listen to that. But you have created a cushion there.
Yeah, that is for sure. It is pretty surprising. Stars have gotten some help because the Avalanche have been just hurt pretty much all year long. So hopefully they don't, come back into the conversation in the top 2, but they definitely could because they're only a couple points behind the Wild, I believe, who are sitting at 3rd in the Central Division. But
1 point.
1 point. See, that's how close they are, and they've been, hurt for most of the year, like I mentioned. So, yeah, I mean, it's wild. The Stars and Winnipeg are pretty similar, right? They get great goaltending, and they usually score enough to win on most nights. Stars are terrible in OT, 3-8 now, I believe, which is weird because, last season they were incredible. It's kind of one of those statistics that flip-flops every other year, and right now they're just terrible in 3-on-3, and they can't seem to get the job done.
I needed it to be like turnovers where that carried over, and they like the Cowboys, and they were like still really good in the close game.
Just stop whining about a regular season, Kevin.
I'm not whining.
Enjoy the regular season.
I'm ready for the playoffs.
All right, when we get to the playoffs, then you can get upset, but don't just enjoy the regular season and watch out for the Oilers. All right.
Okay, I will.
Oilers.
Trust
watch
me on that,
out
dude. They can score
for
some
the
goals.
Edmonton Oilers. Is the good news?
Connor McDavid.
Despite, man, I'm so proud right now.
It's a great point.
Is in addition to picking up a point last night, and we talked about even with that negative record for a while, it was 1-goal games across the board, but now overtime and shootouts is Dallas Stars still have more points than anybody in the Western Conference. Just be glad we play in the West this year as opposed to the East where Boston thinks playing these feeble other teams is stupid.
I can't believe Boston has a good team in their city. That's probably going to win it all.
They have the best record, and it's not like they padded at the beginning of the year. They're crushing folks
so they're
right
going to win
now.
the Stanley Cup.
It took them like 35 games to lose in regulation at home.
Yeah.
Are they any good at basketball, Boston?
Yes, they're really good at basketball.
They have one of, I think, 5 teams as a chance to win it all there. And
they are the odds-on favorite to win.
The Bruins are going to win
the
the
Cup.
NHL.
Yeah, they blow everybody out.
And you know it's not going to be the Maple Leafs because they're the NHL Cowboys.
Yeah.
They'll make it to the conference semis, maybe.
Mike, do they have a good baseball team?
No.
No? Okay. They did sign Devers back for a big contract.
Trevor
though.
Story, Tommy John done for the year. Lost Alexander Bogarts.
And their
lost
football
JD
team
Martinez,
stinks. So
lost Nathan.
Football teams,
Where did Nathan Eovaldi go? Is he with the Red Sox?
He's with us!
The Rangers, baby.
And he's on USA, too.
Oh, my gosh. You're right about that.
I actually saw Michael Young yesterday, and I forgot he's a coach on Team USA. So he's getting prepared with
that's super cool.
Mark DeRosa
to show right now.
To take hopefully the United States on a deep run.
You want to get him on our show?
I don't know him that well.
I took a picture with him in California.
You know him.
Yeah.
That's because we started the tennis ball debate.
We did start
and like
he remembered that too.
Emily Jones and Michael Young were like, the hell it is that color? And they were like, it's a green or yellow. It was wild. All right. So I was reading this article from ESPN this morning, and if you think I'm kidding, the people in the locker room were heated about that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Is NFL executive predictions for 2023. And I wanted to run down and see if any of these questions are of interest to you. Are you most interested in the fate of Tom Brady or Lamar Jackson?
Lamar Jackson, because I do think I'm on Reggie's final bandwagon. That is, he's been on it for 4 years now. But I'm finally on it. Tom Brady is done.
This is the
He might still
Tom
play.
Brady.
Yeah, but he's done.
He can't be a top quarterback anymore. He's scared of contact, and when you get scared of contact, it's over.
I too am more interested in the Lamar Jackson saga than the Tom Brady soap opera, which has been. Is this the longest running soap opera in NFL history?
Days of Our Lives.
Or the Cowboys.
Yeah,
but
Cowboys.
Yes. I know that's just a catch-all kind of give up right there for the Cowboys.
That's what we need to figure out. What are the longest running soap operas in NFL history? Cowboys, Tom Brady. Okay.
I'll start.
Research.
Shut up and take my money. You've got it. Like, I'm sold. Is Lamar Jackson, and I brought this up a couple weeks ago, and I know some people were skeptical. Lamar Jackson to the Falcons seems to continue to build steam in some circles. So the exclusive franchise tag could put Jackson at $45 million, and they could still trade him and control the terms. Non-exclusive franchise tag would be $30 to $35 million, and then people can submit offers where they would have to give up 2 first-round picks. Do you think 2 first-round picks is a fair amount of compensation to give up from Lamar Jackson? Like, let's say you're the Falcons.
I say yes because of this too. I think we just talked about Tom Brady. I think Tampa's done. They hung on by a thread to go 8-9.
Okay.
Carolina, they don't look like they're in a good place either. And then New Orleans is a somewhat rebuilding team too. If you get Lamar Jackson in that division, I think you win 10 games minimum. I think as long as he's healthy. He does have to stay healthy for 16 or 17 games. I think you win 10 to 12 games. And then I don't know this because he is a unique quarterback. He's not anything like we've seen before. Obviously, the closest is Michael Vick. But is he the best quarterback in the NFC? If he goes from the AFC where all the best quarterbacks are over there, if he transitions to the NFC, is he the best quarterback in the NFC, or is Jalen Hurts the best quarterback? Right now, probably people would say Jalen Hurts is the best quarterback in the NFC, not left, like out of all the quarterbacks. And that's sad for the NFC.
It is.
But if I'm Lamar Jackson, I am looking to get out of the AFC, out of the Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, Herbert, Allen, that whole thing, Trevor Lawrence now. I would just be like, I got to get out of this. If I can get to the NFC, I think for 5 years, I might be able to dominate that conference.
Okay. Interesting point. For Tom Brady, since not as much interest there, if Tom Brady plays, executives seem to feel like the steam is building up for him to go to the Las Vegas Raiders.
Stupid.
Aaron Rodgers or Derek Carr, who holds your interest more there?
Aaron Rodgers, even though I do think he's just going to go back to Green Bay.
Yeah, I don't think there's much new there.
Okay.
So I'll say Derek Carr because that's intriguing for me.
Derek Carr will sign with the Texans. Do you think...
like his brother.
That is true. Do you think that would be a one and done so we can get Bryce Young, Will Levis, CJ Stroud, whoever ready to go? Or do you think they're like, you know what, let's see what we can do?
I like this question, and I'm going to ask this question to Corey. Do you think that would be best for the quarterback to not play him as rookie year?
Oh, the
whoever they draft, whichever quarterback they choose.
In Houston, yes. They don't have a good enough team around him
what
yet.
destroyed David Carr.
Yeah, like that would be my concern is can they keep him upright, and do they have all the right pieces as they go in that first year of coaching? The first year with a new head coach, I don't know. They don't have that one yet. So as they're trying to figure that out, I absolutely think that would be the best option is to have some. Now, problem is Derek might play good enough to kind of leave you in a weird position of do we keep running with this guy or do we try to trade him? But that could be a good position too.
Just play like the Raiders guy this year and you'll be fine. He's horrible.
The thought out there, actually, I'm going to get to that in 1 second, is that Aaron Rodgers perhaps keep an eye on the Jets or the Colts. I can't wait if he went to the Jets for that line from Zach Wilson to come back up, is I'm going to make any vet's life a living hell.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to be like, shouldn't you be binge watching MILF Manor? Like, that's what he's going to be doing.
I cannot. I am going home and I am DVRing the heck out of this thing.
The Rams and the Raiders will make big trades.
Rams have nothing left to trade unless they're unloading, unless they quit, but I don't think they are. With Donald coming back, Stafford coming back, coach coming back, I think that they have to just go, I hope all of our old guys stay healthy and somehow get back to a year ago. What do they trade?
I don't think the Raiders will. Unless they trade Devontae Adams to Dallas. The Raiders love trading receivers
Why
to
do
the
we
Cowboys.
do that?
What?
So we can have
Jerry
Devontae Adams.
doesn't do anything anymore.
I mean,
Steven doesn't
Devontae
do
Adams
that.
is great.
I'll do that. Would you want Darren Waller?
No, he's injured all the time. But I don't think they're trading Carr. Because in my opinion, Carr's like what he needs to do is just say, just cut me. Y'all like.
So he's going to try to leverage that.
That would be my approach. Is
Yeah.
y'all can either pay me or cut me. It's your decision. Good luck.
Okay.
That's what I would do.
What about Jalen Ramsey? Because like I hear what you're saying, Mike. Is you'd have to kind of tear it all down, but Jalen Ramsey is somebody that I think would generate quite a bit
Still
of
really
interest.
good.
Yes,
He's still really good at the position.
And he's 28. He'll be 29 about midway through the season.
Yeah.
Hear what you're saying, even though I turned my mic off, because I found on my thing a preview of MILF Mania.
You are not even paying attention anymore.
Well, you guys shouldn't have brought this up.
But you're bringing up at least the second episode because it said previously on to begin with.
This is.
I only committed to watching the first episode.
I'm only going to watch the first episode too, but I've already gone, oh no. I think some of these women have been on other shows.
Okay. Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert will get paid $50 million plus per year. Now, I understand they're still under their rookie deal, and obviously they'll both have their fifth-year options picked up, but now's the time you can start negotiating the long-term deal as well.
50.
Aaron Rodgers, $50.3 million.
It seems like if I'm Joe Burrow, I'm waiting for that $60 million to roll up on me. Like he's going to win a Super Bowl.
50.3.
He's going to win a Super Bowl.
Okay, well then that's fine. I mean, as long as it's just 0.3.
I was just clarifying. You'd give it to Burrow before you would Herbert,
Absolutely.
right? Not that I don't think Herbert is pretty good. He's still there, but
I think the coaching in that organization's miserable still.
Okay.
But, I mean, and there's nobody there to like grow him out of some of his very bad habits.
a couple more for y'all. Andy Reid wins the Super Bowl and retires? Question mark?
No, I think that dude's gonna just go as long as he can and just continue to coach as long as he's alive.
Great question.
He loves hamburgers.
Who decided on all these face surgeries for these women on this show?
That is not related to what we were talking
I
about.
think it's a great question. Andy Reid wants to know, as an
know
older man, what's up with these face surgeries?
I'll tell you, I'm amazed you even picked up any keywords from what we were just talking about. I did not think you had any idea what the question was. And then finally, will Brock Purdy and Trey Lance legitimately battle it out for QB1? Or do you think
say it the way you originally said
battle it out? I didn't really know what happened there.
I think that's a great question. I'm not going to talk anymore about MILF Mania Manor. I'm intrigued by this.
You don't say.
You hide it so well,
Brock
Mike.
Purdy did not do enough against the Cowboys to make me go, all right, I know he's going to be a superstar quarterback. I was like, look, he didn't lose the game, but he didn't do really much to win the game, which is more than Dak did, right?
Yeah.
Dak did enough to lose the game. So I do want to see what he does on Sunday and possibly what he does in the Super Bowl. And then I want to see what Trey Lance looks like in training camp. So I can't trade either one of them. I wouldn't trade either one of them. I would right now have a competition, but if Brock Purdy wins the Super Bowl, I probably have to stick with him.
Yes. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, we know loyalty can't be bought. It's earned, like with our classic loyalty pricing below market value, top dollar trade value, and lowest interest rates. One of the largest selections in America. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit chat with the fellows from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Peggy. How are you?
I'm doing good. Sometimes I'm amazed we get these shows on the air.
Me too.
Is there anything you guys really care about talking about? Because it's going to get hijacked by Mike's breakdown of MILF Manor, even though he hasn't actually seen an episode yet.
I just watched 3 whole minutes. It's weird, man.
God, it's
It is
hot.
weird.
It was fascinating to hear you guys discuss that earlier and the education that I was getting on it. I had no idea. Walchuk dropped the name MILF Banner on the show yesterday, and I should have sunk more into it because it just kind of went over. And then you guys explained it. I'm like, wow, we're doing this show. And now I'm waiting for season 1 of the Bungalow.
Sugar Daddy Bungalow.
Sugar Daddy Bungalow is amazing. So my wife,
Corey's going to be on it with his passes.
Oh, that's a good
That's
question.
a great idea. No, it's not.
No, it's not. No,
That is
yes,
terrible.
it is. Very good.
I no bad ideas right now.
At the risk of getting in trouble further with my wife, she was listening and she goes, "Why are you guys talking about MILF Manor? Did you call me out?" And I said, "I did, but then amazing things happened and now I need to watch the first episode." Her response, "Hooray!" And so she's like, "That's fine as long as you're going to start watching the show," because I'll get into some of the shows she watches. Like I remember we watched a whole season of America's Next Top Model. I was in, like, because I knew the story from beginning to end, and like semifinals, I'm like, that's ridiculous. How do you pick that lady or that guy? I was furious, and so she thinks I'm going to get into this
Because of their looks or because of like
no,
the
some
techniques?
of their, there's a whole lot of things. It was more than just their looks.
They were sitting down. I just saw 3 minutes of an episode there, and the son is sitting down with his mom.
Told you.
And said,
Like casting
"Mom,
couch?
You're too closed off. You need to be more opened up to like these relationships with these guys that are here who are 23 to 28 years old, and the moms are 45 to 60 years old or whatever. And I'm like, son should never tell mom, you need to open yourself up more to these young guys.
Pause. Yeah. Tom Green's character dated Freddie Got Fingered, by the way, because his dad was such a bad guy. He was like, you need to go on vacation and sleep with Greeks. And the next thing you know, they cut to a scene where his mom is with Shaq. It's amazing.
Oh my God.
That's amazing.
That's your favorite movie. It's Kevin's least
That
favorite
movie is.
This is wild.
We'll have to agree to disagree on that.
Over the weekend, my son goes, yeah, Freddie Got Fingered is Gavin Dawson's favorite movie. And I was like, how do you know that? He's like, I listen to G-Bag. I was like, this is wild.
That's our guy.
It's a wild world,
We
dude.
love him.
Yeah, he's awesome.
And have you interviewed Tom Green before?
No, I don't.
We need to make
Would that be a bucket list for you?
Yeah, that'd be great.
If he's at the Super Bowl, everybody clear out. Like, don't take Tom Green away from
It's a one-on-one. We're just gonna back up.
When Tim sends the Tom Green email, we're all going to be jumping in that thing real quick.
No, RJ's going to say, simmer down now.
simmer
We've
down.
got him.
Well, so Joey has seen the trailer. You've seen the trailer. So, like, how hot are these MILFs?
I didn't think they were very good looking.
Well, we played the audio, and Brian was making fun of the voices. It was when you were out.
It's the address.
Yeah, I believe I played it for G-Bag, the trailer.
Yeah.
Well, it was the smoky, raspy voice.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so happy to be here.
It's that deal.
It's like, I'm looking for a young guy to hang out with. Yeah. And I'm like,
Their
all
face
right.
surgeries, just to me, are horrible.
Oh, my God, Mike.
Did I do wrong there? I'm sorry.
No, but what about the
No,
moms?
that was
I've been in trouble before.
spectacular.
Yeah.
The moms have had bad face surgery, and I just
Do you think they
that
go bad face surgery? Do you think they go back to those doctors and say, what? What?
This is also.
Do you still get to keep your license?
I think
seriously,
I
if you
know.
got like overly, like if you have a bad face, like you do, sometimes you fall down that rabbit hole. You fall down that rabbit hole of like celebrities that face has gone bad or surgeons has gone
I've
bad.
seen that.
And then you keep clicking, and it's like, oh, that's awful. Do the doctors get to keep practicing?
Well, it's another TLC show. It's
Mickey
the
Rourke
plastic
Oh
surgery.
my God, I bet it is.
it is another show. Like my surgery went wrong.
You also need to recognize this is season 1. Once all the other MILFs out there see like the fun that they're having, they're gonna say all the real hot ones will show up.
I guess to Brian's point, I need to see these women's
I
face
like your
before
style.
surgery to see if they did do a better job.
Yeah, I'll check back at like season 3, season 4.
Yeah, some of these women aren't too bad. Some of these women aren't horrible.
Are you doing this too,
Yeah,
Dawson?
Dawson's not horrible.
Because
Yeah,
you got
I was
Kelly
pumped.
Clarkson, and then you got Carrie Underwood. I mean, just
Yeah.
think about that.
Yeah.
I was pumped
The
about the show.
variety.
I didn't know that the Suns were going on the show with them, though. This is an interesting twist and makes it a bit weird.
All I know is that it came up because it was on our DVR and it just said MILF Manor. I was like, uh-oh, did I accidentally push record on something? and then
Accidentally.
And then I asked my wife, I go, hey, what the hell is this? And she goes, oh, yeah, I recorded it. If it's a trash reality show,
What make you think that?
Yeah, look, if there's love to be had on an island, she's there for it. And she goes,
So is my wife.
yeah, exactly. And she likes him because she can just leave the room and come back like however minutes later. And she's like, I got the general idea. I know what's still going on.
Y'all are suckers. Your wives all watch the Love Islands. My wife just watches
Oh,
Serial
dude.
Killer podcast.
Don't rip on Love Island, man.
So I think she could figure out how to get away
Love
with it.
Island UK is some entertaining television.
What makes that one perhaps
The
superior
accents.
to the American?
It's the accents.
Okay.
Well, and I don't know. They're more entertaining, I think, than the Americans.
Do you have the British Siri on your phone or whatever? 'Cause
No,
I have the
I just-
Australian one.
I just never use Siri.
He knows all.
I changed it because
I
of
like to
Corey.
get my
Directions
finger
on my phone.
I like to work my fingers.
Like the Mets doctors.
It is
It's good practice, Corey.
1:52 in the afternoon, for goodness sake.
Hey, that's a good start, you know?
We don't need
Things are
time
cooking.
checks. We know what time it is.
I don't know if everybody in this room does know what time it is.
Everybody's still in school.
Yeah, Joey, get it together.
Party
in there, dude.
time.
Do you have a sports question?
Yeah, what's
I
your sports
probably
question?
did. I forgot
Bring it
what
back
our
to sports.
sports question
No,
was.
I don't think Zeke's going to get, restructured. I think they're just going to let him go.
Is this
Kevin.
the end for
Yeah.
Tyron?
I think,
I think so too.
Brian?
Mavs win tonight.
Okay.
Porzingis, I think, is out, so we're probably going to lose by 20.
because that's what happened.
No, we'll
last
probably
time.
win. I do think we'll win, but in a weird way, we play our worst basketball when the best players sit out.
That is 100% true. Are you also, Broadus, thinking that way about Zeke? Is not a readjustment, just might move on?
I think that you're to that point. Yeah. I think that when you start to talk about, if you look at the overall structure of the cap and what they need to do, that maybe, it's, and you got to look at the play. You got to look how that's all, you could have two new running backs. I know we've done a lot of work. And by the way, you said it's your son, Corey, that's looking
he's
in the draft.
interested.
I'm excited.
Congratulations on that. It's really cool.
Knows my favorite movie.
Yeah.
Great guy.
Yeah. So
Yeah, he's winning today, isn't he?
but he's going to see some running backs in this draft, and I think the Cowboys, they've got just money that they have to spend in other areas. The Tyron Smith is interesting, but I wonder if you run it back thinking that put Tyron Smith back at left tackle and then put Tyler Smith at left guard, are you a better team? Now again, we'll have the same discussions Mike always said Oxnard about when is he going to get hurt? Is Tyron Smith going to get hurt?
Is Terrence Steele 100% going to be back like in August and practicing?
Yeah,
and everything?
there's every indication that how hard and stuff that he works. The medical staff is very confident in him.
What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Hagee, thanks for asking. Nice. Brian Baldinger at 4.
Woo, looking forward
so
to it.
sad.
Roll home about Micah not being
he's
out.
so
Yeah,
sad.
he is sad. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow. I'm not promising MILF Manor reviews. I'm not promising that won't happen, but I know Derek Holland will be here. So tune in.
Oh, he's definitely getting it.
I know what I'm doing when I go home.
2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say don't settle, Kevin.
Don't settle.
MILF Mania Manor.
You can wait 24 hours. You can wait 24 hours. From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We're off and running here on a Tolo Tuesday. A lot of big stuff coming up, including Brian Baldinger at 4 o'clock. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy Scout, NFL executive. Lucius, Wolchuk, Chiafalo, Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The big story is Zeke and willing to take a pay cut. I read about that this morning in the morning news. Source close to, I believe, Michael Gilkin in the newspaper over there told that to him. So that's going to be featured coming up at 5 o'clock. We'll do Keep 'em or Old Yeller 'em. We'll take a look at all the free agents and even some guys who are still under contract. Zeke is one of them. Tyron Smith is one of them. But some huge decisions coming up for the Cowboys, not only on the players, but a half dozen or so of the coaches as well. We'll see how many of those guys we'd like to see them bring back. But man, the Zeke thing is tough because he's an awesome Cowboy, and outside of a rough start, just stuff that happened in college where it made his first year here dramatic, he's been a consummate pro. He's been durable. He's played hurt. All the teammates love him. He's tougher than hell. He'll block anybody. He'll try to run through anybody. Often succeeds. And right now, if the Cowboys move on from him, I would like it to be as smooth of a transition as possible. Like when Witten finally left, like 5 years after he was washed up, I'd spent 4 years on the air yelling at the Cowboys, and Witten caught strays for a half decade from me. I don't want Zeke catching strays, Cowboys. Move on from the guy. Don't drag it out and let a great Cowboys career end when it should. That way it doesn't have to turn into any sort of awkward, dramatic end of the story arc. And, I don't want to sound disrespectful, but I thought it was clear the other day. If you have to lean on him to beat good defenses, he's not quick enough to get through the whole period. Full stop.
I agree.
Are you comfortable letting his final moment be that moment?
I'm not comfortable with it.
That's what it's going to be forever.
But I think that, that's not what he'll be remembered for.
Liar.
He'll be remembered for the greatness that he had as a Cowboy. I mean, the 2016 rookie Zeke was one of the best running backs in the history of football. He was. I mean, that single season was fantastic. But his yards per game have gone down every single year. This was a career low. His yards per carry have gone down every single year. This was a career low. His long for a game in terms of longest carry has gone down every single year. This was the lowest.
What was his? Wait.
27.
I wanted to play a game, but
27 yards.
My gosh,
was the longest he had this year. So, I mean, everything is showing you that the production is declining, and you're absolutely right. In a playoff moment, it was okay, and you haven't had the wear and tear on your body because they did make an effort to say, all right, Pollard, you're the guy. I mean, Zeke was essentially more of the number 2 back this year. So it's not like you had a ton of tread on your tires for this year. He was a relatively more fresh Ezekiel Elliott, and you didn't see the guy that was able to carry the load for you. So as much as I think Zeke's been an amazing Cowboy, I don't see really the benefit to keep a guy around that's more of just a short yardage back at this point.
2 things I'll remember from Zeke. Number 1 is the way his career started with all the legal troubles and things like that he was having or what were going on. I'm like, is this guy going to even make it through his career with the Dallas Cowboys? I think the maturity from what we saw, what he started to what we have today is a completely different player. And I think that part of it you have to give him credit for, because there was times there where I'm like, all the going out, all the doing, all the getting in trouble, all that. Is he even going to be around? Is he ever going to be available? He's getting suspended, this, that, and the other happening. And you're worried about that. But that after that, you never had a problem with him. And then I also want to remember him the way that's this last year that he was willing to let Tony Pollard split those reps with him. It could have been very easy, like, hey, last year I was hurt, I was banged up, that was the problem. I need more of the ball. I need that. He was willingness to allow Tony to develop. Now maybe Tony's going to develop for somebody else.
Yeah.
But those are the 2 things I'll always remember about Zeke. The maturity, the way he got better, and then the willingness to allow Tony Pollard to develop it that the team needed at the time.
I'll just remember, how everybody talked about how awesome that he was internally. And, you didn't get to see a lot of it for the first couple of years because he was going through some stuff and kind of hunkered down and was private. And you kept hearing these stories like, no, he's the life of the room. And it was like, what, that guy who, looks like he doesn't have much of expression on his face ever, but it came to be. And he's a, great Cowboy. But this has to be the end. And I'll go as far as saying I appreciate the idea of being willing to take a pay cut, but the Cowboys really got to let the agent know we just don't have a roster spot for him.
We don't have the money.
You can't get a low enough number.
Yeah.
Our third running back, we need to be a young guy with significant upside that gives us a chance to be a playmaker. We're going to be taking this guy in the 3rd round or an undrafted free agent. He's probably going to play special teams for us. And I just don't think it's that kind of a role. So, I won't put it past the Cowboys deciding to keep him though. You can't be sure about that.
Oh, for sure, especially with the way if he's willing to acquiesce financially, then if he wants to be here, and I think he would find on the open market there's not going to be much people interested in what he's got going on. So it would be best for him. Like, this is how the running back position gets treated. You age overnight, and there's a mutual love and respect between the organization and him that he wouldn't have from any other team. I honestly don't know what other team would be interested in signing him to anything other than a veteran minimum kind of deal. And that's just my guess on it. Now, maybe you can talk to some people around the league broadcast and find out something different, but it'd be like, okay, Zeke taking basically the bare minimum to stay here because that's really the only option that you would have, honestly. So, sure. And what's the benefit? I mean, we can all see on the field, not much, but Jerry would look at it like locker room, team, the friendship between him and Dak, and still the name and the superstardom that he brings.
I think you have to be prepared for both Pollard and Zeke to be gone.
Agreed.
Yeah, I don't think you can go in here and think, we could try and I think you have to be able to is there opportunities? We've kind of, it's now a new narrative that there's backs that you can go out and grab that fit what you're trying to do. I know that Zach and I are doing a lot of work in the college scouting department thing right now, and there's backs. There'll be backs in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round as well that we haven't yet seen.
And I like Pollard a lot, but if it's going to be big money, I would say, well, maybe it slowed down towards the end. Maybe once teams realize they're going to give it to Pollard and he can take it to the house at any moment, you got to make sure you wrap up on this guy, and you have to respect his speed, and we have to maybe pursue angles a little bit different because he comes out of there hot. And as the year went on, like, his yards per attempt was up at 6, and the next thing you know, it's under 5. And so, I think you could find 2 guys in the draft, or even draft a guy and have an undrafted guy come in and give you some dang good production if your offensive line is right. Okay, there is a coaching element to talk about as well as you start to take a look at what will this team be. Joe Philbin's the offensive line coach. Last year, we talked a lot about how it wasn't a good idea to keep him, considering how big of a step back the offensive line took last year. They stayed with him. What do you think of this year? Do you want Joe Philbin back now? Maybe did they have a bounce back year?
I kind of feel like that we look at Joe Philbin, there a lot of what was going on with the offensive line, a lot of the shuffling. You got to give him credit. He did develop Terrence Steele, whether I like to believe it or not. He did. Terrence Steele, is everything they talk about him as a player is absolutely true. Joe Philbin, you got to give him credit for that. He got Tyler Smith ready. They had to mix and match at left guard, sometimes at center. You got to give him credit. He's the best friend of the head coach. He is the best friend of the head coach. Now, if you're worried about the concern of what's happened the last 2 years when it's come to the Cowboys running game, some of the things that have problem, is that a Joe Philbin issue? Or if you're Mike McCarthy, the thing you have to figure out, if they move on from Kellen Moore, usually the coach wants his own, the OC wants his own offensive line guy.
Dang right.
So if
it's so connected, man.
If that, because you got to be able to, that O-line coach has got to know that when you call plays, and they may have to make the adjustments. You have to know that. So to me, this is where I feel like, though, that one might be a little bit, if you see Kellen Moore go, let's see what's going to happen to Joe Philbin. Those are connected pieces.
Would you go as far as to say, because I'm willing to do it right now, that the position coach, like the most important position coach on the entire team, is the O-line coach?
To me, when you start to talk about the two coordinators, it's absolutely the next most important position.
Yeah, after the coordinators,
absolutely,
it's the O-line coach.
Absolutely.
So if I'm getting a new play caller, if I'm a play caller and I'm coming in, I want my own O-line coach.
Yeah.
So that's why if Kellen Moore's gone, is Mike McCarthy just going to go dip into his bag of guys that he knows won't fiddle with what he's already got? You can't fire my friend.
Could Joe Philbin be the OC? Absolutely. He's been a head coach.
He has been. I think he was named the offensive coordinator in Green Bay, if I'm not mistaken, but Mike McCarthy called the plays.
I think you're right. Yeah. If I remember that correctly.
Skip Pete, running back coach, is out of contract. Doug Nussmeier, quarterback coach. George Edwards, defensive assistant and linebackers coach. And then Leon Lett, kind of a pass rushers assistant.
Defensive line
coach.
Yeah.
And Edwards is a big one, because that's one of the in-house names that you hear. If you lose a Dan Quinn, that could be a candidate to maybe fill the DC shoes.
Yep, you're right.
Okay, so that's, the biggest topic here. And 817 asking, can Zeke get to 235 and play a Kyle Juszczyk role? You kind of chuckle about that, but I think Zeke is tough enough that if that's what he wanted, and I'm the coaches, I'm like, hey, I'm up for this front office. Do we want to play with a fullback more?
Not a terrible idea.
Right?
Because Zeke's not afraid to stick his nose in the action.
He loves it.
Not at all.
He wants to be defense so he can tackle people.
Yeah.
He loves protecting Dak because he gets to hit people. So, he's smart. He's tough. If he wants it, then shoot. Maybe that would be a way to extend the career, like other greats have managed to extend their careers.
Well, here's the thing. Kyle Juszczyk is a stud. He also has a play caller that knows how to use him. And that's a huge thing. Like, he's not just any fullback. Like, put Kyle Juszczyk on another team, and it's not the same Kyle Juszczyk. And you can say that about a lot of these Niners guys. Not all of them. But I think, hey, if you have Kyle Shanahan, he's gonna. If you put Zeke with the Niners, I bet they find an interesting way to use him. Much more interesting than what you got.
I would agree with that. Yeah. Everybody shares blame in how this thing has ended early once again. Okay. The other big question then, and maybe the Cowboys are going to have to face this. Would you move on from McCarthy to keep Dan Quinn? As he's doing another interview today, it's with Arizona, right? So a third team has come in and become interested in Dan Quinn.
Yeah, the people around the league that I know, now these are other than Gang of Seven guys, because I was asking them about, they were asking me about Dan and what, they're like, man, this guy sounds like just, everything about him is great. I'm like, yeah, absolutely it is. They seem to believe that the best fit for him would be the Indianapolis Colts. The other jobs, the Denver job and the Arizona job, have roadblocks potentially that you have to deal with. The one with Chris Ballard, though, being the GM there at Indianapolis, they feel like that would be the better fit for Dan to go to. So kind of keep an eye and see if in fact the Indianapolis Colts are the ones that step up here and make a big run at this.
Yeah, a lot to be decided probably in the next week or so with a lot of these. And by the time we're sitting in the middle of next week and heading towards the Super Bowl, I think we'll have a pretty good idea of what's going to be going on with the Cowboys assistants. And maybe it'll be their call. Maybe it will be their option. I know Sean Payton's in Denver. Talking with them. So if they decide to go with Sean, and then, the opportunities can get taken real quick, and the majority of jobs are going to offensive coaches. So, man, fingers crossed. I just hope that you could, but the things that he fixed, the problem-solving intellect of a Dan Quinn married with the communication techniques and the respect that he gets and the ability then to actually teach the sport to people, you're not going to be able to find as good. The only way you would stay as good is if there's a Jimmy Johnson hangover effect where because he helped so many guys on your defense, they can continue to play well for a couple of years, and maybe you can get another good defensive coordinator in there that doesn't mess things up by trying to change too much. But I just, the closer we get to this, the more I'm realizing how special Dan Quinn is, and you're trying to hit lightning in a bottle twice to replace him. Usually you have to get lucky. How many coaches have the Cowboys hired over the last 10 or 15 years? It has been a lot. And Dan Quinn's the only one, that where you're wow, this guy might actually be special. Mike McCarthy is an excellent builder of systems, though. Mike McCarthy, lazy, probably. Mike McCarthy, bad game manager, absolutely. But he makes up for that by building football systems, and he knows how to emphasize the right things to get results. So I don't think the Cowboys can make the wrong decision. To answer that question, I was thinking about that a lot last night and throughout today. I was like, whatever you do there is good,
The thing that I would look at is, I would say when Mike McCarthy hired friends, when it was Mike Nolan and those kinds of guys that he brought, I kind of feel like, though, going outside the box like he did for Dan Quinn was a good thing. Yeah. And now I'm looking at guys like Vic Fangio. I'm looking at Brian Flores. I'm looking at some outside the box, not Dallas Cowboy guys right now.
Agreed.
Because to me, with a guy like Vic Fangio, we saw what he did to Dak Prescott. Now again, this whole thing where people are married to, it's a 3-4-4-3. It doesn't matter anymore. The way that these teams morph in and out of fronts.
All multiple.
Yeah, it's everybody morphs in and out of these fronts. So it's not like, he's a 3-4 guy.
Yeah.
I think if Mike McCarthy would do something smart, would be to continue to look outside your friend bubble.
Amen.
Look outside your friend bubble and then find ways to hire, because it sure in the heck worked if with Dan Quinn. It sure did.
Great stuff. I totally agree. That's why I'm so cynical, I guess, about the confidence in them finding it, because they are going to look in their friend circle.
Yeah.
The Cowboys want something easy, and Mike McCarthy wants to hook up a friend because he thinks people overthink coaching. Yeah. So you're going to get something that's convenient for them, and that's another obstacle. So you have to get lucky that what they want maybe isn't available, and a great candidate gets fired right as you open up your search. That's what happened with Dan Quinn.
Yeah.
The perfect candidate happened to get fired. Otherwise, you weren't going to go out and find him.
Well, a guy like Vic Fangio, he's been successful everywhere he's been as a DC.
That would be awesome. Yeah. Okay, it's time for a sports hodgepodge, Chief. Where are we going with that?
We got a stat of the day and the hard truth about recruiting a prince. That's next.
Okay, let's chant Frankels, though, because All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Segment is brought to you by Soda. Time now for a sports hodgepodge. And here's your host, Eric Chiafalo.
Did you guys see the Bengals players are calling the home of the Kansas City Chiefs Burrowhead Stadium?
Oh.
It's like, wow, that's actually really dang good. And at this point, I mean, what? He's 3-0 in his last 3 versus these guys. Now, I know they weren't all at Arrowhead, but this next one's going to be. And
I think just last year's AFC title game was, but that was the biggest game.
That's the biggest game. They're calling it Burrowhead. I like that idea. Okay, we'll get some NFC Championship stuff going in a moment, but did you guys see the I don't know if you guys follow this on Twitter, but they are pretty fun, and they are simply WTF stats. And they have a map of the United States showing, and they circle all the states that have participated in 16 of the last 17 college football actually being national champions in college football, and they just circle the states of the teams that have won the title, and it's literally just Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, and the top of Florida because of Florida State. It's that's it. There's just the whole map of the United States, and then there's a little circle surrounding all of your last basically 17
the Gulf Coast
national champions. Yeah, and it's just literally all right there. It's Georgia's, Bama's, LSU's, Florida State, Florida, and Clemson. And that's it. The rest of the country is they don't know what it feels like to be a national champion.
South for you, baby.
That's where you're at right now. And Alabama is leaning all the way into the NIL stuff now. They have this whole new deal that they're doing, their advancement program, and it's just like it's their NIL deal, and they're pumping a bunch of money into it, and it's going to be like to help kids commercialize themselves and their businesses. And so Nick Saban was like, "Hey, this is what we got to do now. This is it." And so that's how they're.
That was the message
he
was giving to his boosters last year when it sounded like he was throwing shade at Jimbo.
Yeah.
What he was really doing is saying, guys,
we need
around
this.
the country, kids are getting paid, and we need to do it too, above board now. I know we've been doing it under the table for a long time. It's time to bring this above board.
So now, speaking of NIL and recruiting and things like that, you have LeBron James's son, Bronny.
Yep.
And
down to 3 teams, huh?
So they say, but he also says that the recruitment is open still. So it's open, but they've narrowed it down to 3
open your
teams.
checkbook?
Like, yeah, I would imagine.
Open the vault?
Yeah, that kid really needs a lot of money.
LeBron was just quoted as saying, I think Bronny can go to any college he wants to. All I have to do is pick up the phone. If Bronny says he wants to go there, he's good enough. So people are a little bit upset with the nepotism and, oh, wow, LeBron he's just going to he just picks up the school or picks up the phone and calls the school and that's it. Done deal. I'm like, yeah, that's pretty much how it goes.
Makes sense.
I don't know why we're frustrated about this, but of course that's the case. I'm sorry, 15th player on whatever college. If we have to bump you for LeBron's kid, we're going to go ahead and do that, and I don't know why anybody would be surprised.
I mean, he's good enough to be on a rotation, right? It's not like you're making room for a kid that can't play. And you get LeBron at your home games. This is the best marketing thing we could possibly do for the university.
Yeah. Seems like a huge no-brainer, but one of the recruiters in the ACC, an ACC coach, says, I tried to get involved of like trying to recruit this dude to our school. He says, but you had to jump through 1,000 hoops just to get to the mom.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to talk to the kid. You have to schedule a time on Tuesday or Thursday with the publicist just to talk to the mom. And again, to me, I'm kind of like, I mean, yeah, this is a different scenario, bro. Like, you don't have to venture into these waters, but this is the 1 in a kabillion scenario, and you're going to have to acquiesce to them. That's where LeBron's at now with his status, with his platform. He's earned that, and that's what it is. You think you're just going to call up LeBron's wife on a whim and recruit her son because you coach for some ACC basketball team? You out of your mind?
I'll give this coach a lot of credit, though. I should say this, lost only one kid when when you get the mom involved, that's gonna swing it. Seriously.
Yeah.
Only had one time where the kid went against the mom's wishes that we were recruiting and lost a kid. Lost a kid to Notre Dame that way. But, yeah, he's smart. Go after the mom. Dad, kid, they don't matter. It's mom. You get mom on board, you're going to get the kid.
It's always
works every
mom.
time. No, it does.
No, you're right.
Mom runs the house.
Absolutely.
Those men around the house, they're like, I don't know, I don't know about this one, Betsy. No, he's going to school here, and this is why, And these recruiters know. Go get mom. Recruit mom. That's the most important thing.
Well, it doesn't seem like you can get to mom, and then you can't get to him either. And then an SEC coach says,
that's like the Arch Manning thing. It's like, I don't want the recruitment and the celebrity to ruin the childhood.
Right.
I think that's what you're doing. You're protecting your kid. Just like he's not talking to anybody. We'll sort this out. Like, what's the best destination? But we're not going to spend hours on the phone when we should be enjoying 16 years old.
Is he the best player in the country?
No.
Not
He's
even
like
close,
30th
right?
or 40th.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So is it okay? Now you have to ask yourself, how much is it worth putting everything in to go recruit? I can see now why these coaches are going
number 34 nationally.
Yeah,
right
this is not like you're going for the number 1 or 2 or 3 guy, right?
Yeah.
You're going for the 30th guy? Nah.
It's still pretty good.
If I can't talk to mom and I have to make appointments, I'm probably out too.
Yeah, I mean, that's the decision you would have to make.
Is he
it
a
worth
one
it?
and
Do
done?
I want to do these things?
Is this a one and done?
Probably.
He's probably a one and done, so he can go play with dad.
Yeah. And there's even a chance that he goes and does like some Australian thing and like doesn't even do college and just does a year of whatever type
Study
of pro
abroad?
basketball. Yeah. Just study basketball abroad and collect a check and then go to the league.
Didn't one of the balls do that?
One of the
right?
balls did, I believe.
Yeah, Australian. He was, yeah, we were watching Australia.
Was it the good
Yeah,
ball?
LaMelo.
It was a good
It was
ball.
LaMelo.
Yeah, it was a
Yeah.
good ball. Yeah.
And then finally, we have the trash talking of Eli Apple. Again, they're calling it Burrowhead in Cincinnati, talking about Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City. And Eli Apple is the corner for the Bengals who gets crushed by everybody all the time. It seems like nobody likes this guy. Even his mom comes across on Twitter sometimes like she doesn't even like her own son. But he's winning right now. And we all saw Stephon Diggs kind of berating Josh Allen on the sideline during their game. And so Stephon Diggs went on a Twitter thread, sort of rant of just saying like, "Hey, do you want me to be okay with losing? Don't you want us to raise our standard?
This isn't acceptable."
And Eli Apple just quote tweeted it and said, "Cancun on 3." And so that one was pretty good. And then he also tweeted, "Someone get them in couples therapy," and he tagged Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs, and he says, "I'll pay on God." And he's got his the hand prayer emojis. So Eli Apple is just coming right now for Stephon Diggs and Josh Allen.
Well, I love this story, and Trayvon has talked about maybe in the future he could play with this brother. You need a receiver. Maybe maybe this is the one to go for. All your free agents, let them walk and pursue Stephon Diggs to pair with CeeDee Lamb. Yes, please. Sounds like there's some drama
Big
in
brother
Buffalo.
gets baby bro to tackle.
Oh, that would be great. Well, I don't even need you to tackle.
Could you imagine him lighting up Trayvon on the sideline?
It is time now for the G Bag of the Day, curated by Lucius.
Yeah. Just let that ride for a second.
How we doing?
I'm doing great. I'm doing fantastic. Hey, brothers, I bet those recruiters hate when there's a daddy in the house and he's in the kid's life.
Oh, yeah.
Because then you got to really negotiate. You got to really talk. You
Yeah,
can't be
but
playing
see,
games.
yeah, but see, mom, I'll tell you what, the first thing you do is, like, you meet dad, you're nice to everybody over there, but now you're in there with the kitchen talking to mom.
Mom just wants you to save her baby. Dad want to make sure you're doing the right thing by everybody and you're doing the right.
Mom,
I totally get it.
You're asking mom questions about what she's putting in the gravy there. Stuff like that. Yeah.
Not staying on point. See, Shaq's daddy say, what are you talking about, though?
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? LeVar Ball. Wait, what you gonna do with my son, though, boy?
It's the mom. Go for the mom.
Yeah, I know. You go to the mom. It's a weak target.
I watched the Shaq documentary on Hulu last night. Dad was tough.
They didn't play, and they didn't like him. They didn't like him,
right?
They didn't like him, especially during the recruiting. They didn't like him because he wasn't here for the mess.
He wasn't here for the mess.
He wasn't here for the mess. Mike B is our winner.
It was a nice BMW though. Shaq pulled up in at LSU.
That BMW was wore out.
It was wore out for sure.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Mike Bassick right here. His last play, he ranted about the Cowboys' last few plays right here.
Just run the outside wide receiver, snap the ball. The dude is 15 yards away. Throw it to him. He takes 2 steps forward, 2 steps out of bounds, and you have your 1st and 10 with now 30 seconds to go. Instead, dumb wants to run a 6 or 7 yard route. Dumb number 2 throws that ball. Dumb number 3, who was dumb number 1, then doesn't really fight to go out of bounds. He's like, yeah, just softly push me out of bounds. Maybe he's too stupid to know the rules.
Geez.
So 3 dumb situations, 2 of them by the same dumb. But Dak was a dumb for throwing that too, and probably dumb Kellen Moore called a dumb play. So the dude who's 15 yards off only has to close by 7 yards. Dumbass.
Wow. Wowie.
It was a good day for venting, wasn't it?
I mean, everybody was getting it off.
Bad day for the dumbass.
I lost count. I didn't know which one we were talking about anymore.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them out there. Who put all these dumbasses out here? Let's see. Oh, you guys familiar with the Jerky Boys?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
No, doctor.
Probably not the nosebleed guys.
Yeah. Prank calling.
The prank call.
Yes.
Got you.
Good stuff, man. Go look it up on YouTube if you haven't heard it. They're great. They're amazing.
Yeah.
So this guy right here is doing like a little Jerky Boy style prank calling a car dealership. He's saying that the rats ate the wires in his car, and he wants $4,000 worth of fixtures to go on here.
I bought a truck about 3 months ago. I bought it down there from Stephanie, and I just I popped the hood today. I was going to change the oil myself, and the rats done chewed up all the wires and stuff. I didn't get no warranties or nothing, but that just ain't right. Well, I got it looked at by my mechanic. He said it's about $4,000 worth of damage.
Yes, sir.
And I mean, could you think we could maybe split this bill? You know, I'm easy to work with, but y'all definitely got to help me out somehow. I mean, that's just ain't right.
No, sir.
Can't help me. You can't help me out at all.
Oh, can't do that.
Well, man, I just want to know who I need to come down there and give $4,000 worth of ass whooping to. Who do you think I should ask for?
I guess that'd be me.
Yes, sir. What was your name?
My name's Mark.
Yes, sir. And what hours do you work down there, Mark?
I'm here from 9 to whatever time you want to come.
All right. You think you'll be available around about 2 p.m. to catch this ass whooping?
Sure thing. Are you a pretty big boy?
I am a pretty big boy. I'm about 5'8", 390.
I need to know who I need to be when you get here.
Yes, sir. You just be looking for a guy built like a stump. I'm about 5'8", 320.
All right. Hopefully I can handle it.
I like that confidence.
Built like a stump.
Wild.
I like that confidence.
That's wild.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I like the guy's reaction to it. All
He
right.
was ready. All right. Well, hey, I'll fight you for that $4,000 because we're not going to pay you for that. I don't care. Rats or whatever ate it. I don't care. Coyotes, we're not going to pay you. I had our guy check it out before you put it off this lot.
Guys in the car business do not believe around, bro.
Not until
All right,
about
come on
whatever
down.
time.
We'll be here.
It's all their nicest they have to sell you the car. After that, it's over.
It's done, baby.
Okay. Man, that's funny, bro. Hey, how about this lady? She got kicked off a Spirit flight.
Uh-oh. It's hard to do.
Yeah. Especially when they serve buzz balls on that joint. You know how
Oh,
drunk
yeah.
you get off a buzz ball?
You get hammered. Yeah.
I've never had one. I want one.
Oh, yeah.
It came out after retirement for me.
The pina colada ones are crazy. Yeah, she won the argument, but she lost the fight. Listen to how she threatened the people on the flight.
Take care.
She said, I hope y'all crash and die.
Oh, no. That's not good.
Hope you crash and die, she said. Oh, the pilot's gone.
Hope y'all crash and die. That's how you get on a no-fly list and a felony.
Bro, these buzz balls look legit though, huh?
They will wear you out, bro.
Cocktails in a can?
Yeah, they're heavy.
Yeah.
They're pretty strong, dude. Wow. Speaking of being drunk, how about this one? It's a T-Mobile employee. He was drunk. It looked like he appeared to be drunk during work, and he wiped out some woman's phone. Like all of the information, just totally wiped it out. She confronted him about it, and he sounded drunk to me.
Do you have a supervisor or some kind of a manager phone number for here?
You can.
I know, but he has to have a boss.
Of course I do, but he won't. He'll contact you and tell me what I told you.
What did you tell me? I'm sorry. Besides
Whatever
erasing
you
my stuff.
lost is gone.
Okay, can I ask why you erased my phone?
I did not lose your phone. I have no idea.
I didn't ask you to lose my phone. I asked you, why did you erase my phone?
So whatever is gone is gone. I'm sorry.
Okay, but why did you erase my phone? What was the reason for erasing my phone? Can I ask?
I personally have not.
I don't understand what you're saying to me.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
You're sorry. Like, I mean, all my pictures, all my grandkids, like everything that I can't get back is on my, like, you just erased all of my whole, like, my books. Everything off of here. Yeah,
Help that. So. if you want
But I would like a contact, though, that's above you.
No, I'm Mr. Manager. Yeah, you can talk to me.
Wow! Whoa! That was honestly really impressive the way he was just dodging. The gymnastics were incredible there.
Isn't a T-Mobile employee hammered, high on drugs? I don't know. Hit the panic button.
Or just a genius.
Yeah, or genius. Won the argument but lost a flight on a Spirit Airlines deal. Jerky Boy style, calling a dealership. Mike Bassick ran about the Cowboys. Wow, that's tough. It could go to either one if you ask me. I'm going to go with the Jerky Boy style call.
T-Mobile, baby.
T-Mobile. Lucius.
Jerky Boys.
2-1 will Chuck.
Yeah.
I'm going Jerky Boys.
What's gone is gone. Brian, who are you voting for?
I'm going with the Jerky Boys as
By
well.
a score 4-1. Your new champ is the Jerky Boys guy. Called a dealership. Look for a guy built like a stump. 5'8", 320. Alrighty, we got to go. When we come back, it's time for Brian Broaddus and Krusty's Corner. Where are we going with that, sir?
Yeah, how about 7 things to fix your Dallas Cowboys? We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Always like to mention we got the Love of the Star. Thought we were going to tape it last night. Bobby had to do something, so we're going to tape it today.
You going to battle him on DAC, or how you going to play that?
I'm just going to let it go, I think.
Just let him have his say?
Yeah, well, just see what he says. See what he says. We'll get into it. I'm sure we'll take a bunch of questions and stuff like that. By the way, too, we've got we also got the draft show kicking off tomorrow for
awesome.
DallasCowboys.com.
Let's go.
Yeah.
How many players are you in?
90.
Sick.
I got 100 more to do. I think I'm going to do. I got a really good jump on these players. I might as well just keep going until I get tired.
Get all 7 rounds of guys.
I'm pumped about it.
Did the last 2 games change your mind on how much they need corner?
You know, I went into it thinking that they were going to need corner anyway. I just, when I started December 1st.
But change it for the positive, right?
Yeah.
McQuamu, Bland, Diggs.
I know. I still think they need. I still think, but
overwhelmingly,
to me now I saw a thing we were picking at 27. They pick at 26.
They pick at 20. Well, see, it's because Miami doesn't have a first round.
Miami doesn't have a first
round. Everybody's
pick.
Bumped up.
There you go.
So technically, they do pick at 26.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, well, what the heck? Okay, so yeah, with them picking at 26, same spot basically they were last year. I'm just going to kind of let the board come to me there, and I'm going to look at a couple of different positions. I think that I just feel like there's going to be. I feel like the corner and the receiver position is going to stretch to you.
With you,
and you might get okay if you're interested in offensive line.
Yeah,
that could stretch to you. I think you might be able to get a center. I think you might be able to. Do you think the Ohio State kid?
I see. I don't know if he's a massive upgrade over Biotish.
Okay. Well, that's what I think. There's the positions that you're looking at for the Dallas Cowboys. You're probably going to get some stretch there.
But I think you're in a sweet spot for your positions of need. 100%.
I think that if the board should work right to you, and they were more than comfortable with picking Tyler Smith last year, and so I think that they're going to let the same thing happen. Do you see going up anytime?
I don't think you're going to need to.
You got a player yet you got in mind?
I do have a couple of. If you wanted to go for if you fall in love with one of the corners, there might like a Christian Gonzalez. Like if you decide, hey, one of these corners is much better than the other, I'd go up and get one of those guys. Otherwise, it's really just some of these edge rushers.
Yeah, they got a lot of really good edge rushers.
There's a couple that I think are better than the others. If one of those guys starts to fall, I might say, okay, maybe we get on the phone. But otherwise, I don't think you're going to need to go up in this draft. I think you're right. I think you can stay where you are and just let the board fall to you, man.
I love draft talk. We'll do it a lot more.
Oh, we're going to have plenty of time.
Coming up. Okay, I told you guys 7 things to fix your Cowboys, and I took a couple minutes. I probably shouldn't have done that. But
that was my bad.
No, it's my fault, too. I just love talking about the draft and excited when we get to talk about it.
It's
All
awesome.
Right, number one thing, and this comes from the USA Today.
Back-to-back text just saying Bijan. Different numbers.
Man, I'm just telling you.
Sorry. Back in the draft.
I was trying to get out.
That's the day that. That's my bad.
Especially with Bijan, who
Broaddus
is like salivating
I couldn't get Walchuk to say his name.
Oh, you wanted me?
I was hoping you would say his name, and I was just going to go.
Well, there's a chance that Bijan's there.
Broaddus wants to take a running back number 1 overall. He wants to go what Dick did for
telling
Ricky
you,
Williams is what Broaddus wants to do right now for Bijan.
Bijan Robinson.
Sell the farm.
No, I can't do that. I mean, he's one
Barry
of my,
Sanders, right?
He's Barry Sanders.
You don't need to move up for Bijan necessarily, but if
Gavin asked me, do you think you get him at 27?
Just to get your guy.
I just don't want Philadelphia to get the guy. That's what I'm thinking. I don't need Philadelphia getting this guy. That's what I'm trying to worry about.
But if teams pass and he's sitting there at 26, that is a damn hard player to pass on. Especially when you might be looking at a completely. I don't think
there's anything he can't do.
There's not. I mean, he's a top 5 player in this draft.
He runs great, catches the ball great.
Like 300 pounds below the waist.
Could be 300 pounds below the waist the way he runs.
Well, and he creates for himself. Yeah. Like he's a dude that put up numbers when Texas' offensive line was
Chuck.
You kind of feel like you could just play if Bijan's on the field. You feel like you could kind of play with 9 or 10 guys and get away with it.
I think
on both sides.
I'll tell you what you could do. You could let Zeke be the center.
All-time wild.
Zeke can be the center. Snap it to Prescott and hand it to Bijan Robinson. Only need those 3 players. That's it. You can take on
Zeke will probably need to put on another
final
10 pounds
play of the
or so,
game. Final play of the game. All you needed was Zeke getting run over, Prescott handing him Bijan the ball, and the game would have been tied.
This is beautiful.
They'd been tied. Gavin, stop. Don't do it anymore.
That's my bad.
All right.
He's a freak.
This Anthony Richardson guy. I'm just kidding, Broadus.
Tell you what, that
I know
guy,
you like him too.
If you want a road grader, I'd sit there and take Cody Mock from North Dakota State.
Would you play him at center?
I'd play him at guard.
I'd play him at center.
I wouldn't mind that. He'd be an upgrade over Biotis.
Look at us mocking this early.
Oh, gosh. You guys stop.
All right.
Seriously, don't say draft anymore.
Stop. Okay, here we go. Cowboys need to clear some cap space.
By drafting good players and keeping them on cheap contracts.
This is from
Let's trade up for Tyree Wilson.
This is USA Today. 7 things to fix the Cowboys. Clear some cap space. They say it's high time to take a hard look at the contracts of mainstays like Ezekiel Elliott and Tyron Smith. Releasing Smith, who endured another injury-shortened campaign, the final season of his deal would free up nearly $10 million. And that seems feasible given the emergence of rookie Tyler Smith in 2022. Elliott's guarantees are up, but he's owed $52.9 million in base over the next 4 seasons. Releasing him would save roughly $5 million in 2023, but it's also probably best for the long run. So, be good with that one. Is that some way to kind of get your house in order a little bit?
Yeah, you got to do it. Got to do it. It was time 2 years ago with Tyron.
How about this one? They say re-sign Tony Pollard, Pro Bowler for the first time, or you can draft one of these guys that we were just talking about.
When Bijan Robinson exists, why would you go get
draft
Tony
one of these
Pollard?
guys? But they were talking about this. While the leg injury he suffered Sunday is obvious concern, assuming there's nothing unusually alarming about his prognosis, hard to imagine the Cowboys won't at least franchise him.
Yeah.
You guys okay with
No,
franchise?
those first 2 things don't mesh. No. They only made mistakes for one player at running back over the last 15 years, and his name is Zeke because he sold a lot of jerseys. They're not doing it for anybody else. It doesn't matter how good Tony Pollard is at running or catching or returning. It's that he is unmarketable. He is not a celebrity player.
But he is off a pretty big injury, and that bodes well for his opportunity to get a nice contract from these guys.
I think this next one.
Sign me up.
Facts. History states.
That's the truth,
Hey,
man.
don't be like doing good radio now, okay?
I'm sorry about that.
Hey, where was this last week?
Jeez.
It's going to be an offensive game, high scoring.
Hey, that's what this idiot thought. And he picked the wrong team. Got to do something for a bet payout. I got to figure that out this weekend, by the way. Okay.
This weekend?
This week.
Yeah, this week.
You know, week.
He's going to do it. No one's
This
watching.
week. They say
like that.
somehow, I don't think this is possible. They say retain Dan Quinn. I don't see how this happens.
Wait, so you're booking it now? Quinn's gone?
I think he is.
Gosh dang you, Broadus.
I just think
Our only hope is that he doesn't get an offer.
Are you telling him to leave?
No, hell no.
Why
I'm
are you
not
running
telling
him out of town?
The OC can. I'll help the OC along if you'd like to. If you need me to call Carolina and tell some good things about him.
I think you should.
I can't fathom. Have we ever seen a guy maybe being fired at his current job while also taking a promotional job with a different organization?
It seems
Kellen
like
Moore's
it's
in a
brilliant.
weird place, dude.
It's brilliance.
He's
is what
probably going to get fired from his OC job, and one team at least wants to check him out for their head coaching position.
Yeah,
it's weird.
Aren't they doing the same thing with Ken Dorsey? Like the Bills are thinking, I don't know. And they're interviewing Dorsey, I think, too.
Wait, you've been around Josh Allen before?
Yeah.
All right.
Make prudent free agent choices. They got Pollard as a priority, but how about Donovan Wilson? How about Dalton Schultz?
No.
How about Leighton Vander Esch?
Yes.
How about Connor McGovern?
All these are questions, man. I mean, these are
I prefer Cody Mock.
I'm told you play him at
Get
center.
that mock out of my face right now.
How about this though? I think Donovan Wilson's pretty important to this crew.
Dang right he is. He's a dog. The D in Donovan stands for damn right I'm here and I'm ready to take your face off.
Kind of like Dalton Schultz. I'm okay. Vander Esch, you guys are on board with that one?
I'm on board with Vander Esch. I think you're going to be able to get a relatively solid price on Vander Esch because of the injuries.
One more here, or actually a couple more. I'll say them real quick. Move on from Odell Beckham.
Yeah.
Move on from that. Don't worry
That's
about
easy.
it. How about this one? Let's be honest. Talk to Sean Payton.
Nah, I'm good. I got. We're gonna be fine. I'd rather have Quinn.
That's your next coach. We're gonna ride this thing out with McCarthy for a while longer.
Gotcha. Last one here is fix Dak Prescott.
Yeah. By adding a bunch of good talent around him and spending a bunch of money and treating your quarterback like most teams have to treat their quarterback, which is getting him a boatload of talent if you want to arrive at a title game.
Maybe a new OC too. I think that might help him as well. New voice.
I'm calling John Kitna. I don't know how somebody in that building didn't convince Mike McCarthy when he took the job that John Kitna is a must keep. So he's coming on back to, unless Dak doesn't want it. But, that was get that back foot planted and let it rip.
There you go.
And we saw Dak come out balling. I guess that was 2019. He was on fire early on.
Sure was.
Okay, thank you, Brian.
Guys.
Krusty's
Thank you,
Corner
guys.
every afternoon about 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Now we're heading for hour number 2, and Wolchuk has 3 ways to fix the Cowboys. Which one of these do you like the best? Brian Baldinger coming up in 1 hour. And keep Merold Yellerham at 5 o'clock right here. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
Commercial-free fellowship.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Go low, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a great day. We are going to be talking Mavs coming up here. I know they play tonight against the Wizards, but Mavs trade deadline primer. If you haven't seen it, a great article today written by Tim Cato in The Athletic, sort of talking about a little bit of a catch-22 between a rock and a hard place, and how should the Mavs best negotiate this trade deadline. Will set expectations. That Mavs conversation's coming up at 4:40. Between now and then, it's a lot of NFL with lessons about the Cowboys and looking forward to the conference championship weekend. And here is Zach Wolchuk for a discussion on 3 different ways you could fix the Cowboys. Here he is.
Let me ask you guys
Bijan Robinson
about this name. Not Bijan.
Oh, sorry.
Draft a quarterback.
This is going to be...
If it ain't Bijan, then I don't want to hear it.
Bijan, I think, could play quarterback if you had to.
He might be able to do it. Put your best
Say
athlete
corner
there.
back?
All of them.
Quarterback.
Oh, you put a D in quarter.
Quarterback.
All
I like
of them.
that.
Quarterback.
And this is going to be courtesy of CBS Sports. But I got one, as we were just talking about, like how to fix Dak Prescott. Just outside the box thinking here. There happens to be a guy that got the most out of him that is not employed right now.
Shimon Schmidtna?
No. And that guy I don't think is realistic because he's kind of dealing with a lot right now with his son
he is dealing
Jalen.
with a lot.
And we talked about that on our show, and I don't know that John's going to be going back to coaching this year. What about as a quarterback coach at the least? He's got offensive coordinator experience.
Dan Mullen?
Dan Mullen.
Okay.
He knows the guy.
What about Dan Mullen? Former head coach at Mississippi State, Florida. He is currently unemployed. He's been a quarterback coach at multiple stops. I think he was the quarterback coach for Alex Smith at Utah under Urban Meyer.
There is a chance that he is going to end up at Alabama.
Oh, it's the new offensive coordinator.
Yeah, Bill O'Brien just took the New England Patriots job.
Yes.
Wait, the Patriots aren't going with a rocket scientist and a special teams coach to be their play callers?
No, they went with Bill O'Butchin.
They're thinking inside the box.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
Now, Dan Mullen would be a fantastic hire for Nick Saban, who knows him very well. But former Urban Meyer guy and did a great job with Dak at Mississippi State. I just wonder, you have the familiarity there. Somebody that knows him, knows how he ticks, right? Knows how to get the most out of him. Just wanted to throw his name out there. I don't know if it's realistic or whatsoever.
I've liked the name in the past. I would wonder with Dan Mullen how much of it is getting Dak on the run. Now, if we want to talk about it, 30 years old, making Dak more and more of a running quarterback, I'm here for it. I think with the 2 years left on the contract, you're evaluating whether or not. And at 30 years, you saw the other day, he can still run. So if Dan Mullen's thinking like the path to success is going back to the future and play more like college Dak, I think that would be awesome. Beyond that, I don't have a great idea of what Dan Mullen's going to bring to the table in the NFL level to really feel like I have much of an opinion on it other than that.
How about a best friend?
No, I don't want another bestie.
Oh, no. Hear me out on this one. He's the quarterback's coach.
Yeah.
He's not the OC.
Right.
Okay? So he's the guy that when the OC is drawing stuff up and talking about stuff, that now Dak has somebody that he's completely, and not that he's not comfortable with Doug Nussmeier and all that, but Dan Mullen was the guy that recruited Dak Prescott to Mississippi State. He knows all the warts. He knows all the problems.
Like spring break and stuff.
Yeah.
Well,
maybe
is Dan Mullen
and I say
committing to be a quarterback's coach?
But
in the NFL, maybe.
But see, that's what I'm saying. Dan Mullen's still getting paid by Florida.
Yeah, and ESPN. He's.
But that's what I'm saying. No, he's getting paid. So if you take him on as the quarterback coach, I'm just saying for Dak, for somebody that he has this like relationship with.
Yeah.
That like could say, okay, Dan Mullen, you watch what I remember an LSU game where Dak ran for like 300 yards against LSU in a game. Didn't throw the ball. It was great throwing. But Dan knows the issues that he deals with, that Dak deals with.
maybe he can help and be that, maybe that guy, he could, while the OC's trying to put things in, Dan could be the guy like, okay, this is what we're talking about here. This is what you need to think about.
Yeah.
That whisperer, the guy that, that knows better or knows best about the guy.
Right.
I like the name.
I'm not asking to be an OC. I'm asking him to be the quarterback.
Yeah, because I think it could be a big jump, right, to go from, not being employed and have been at the college level to all of a sudden now you're offensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys. But as a quarterback coach, maybe it makes a little bit of sense.
Yeah, and I don't know.
Look what Brian Greasy's done at San Francisco.
Absolutely.
Brian Greasy went from the Monday night booth to he's the quarterback coach in San Francisco. How many quarterbacks have they played with this year?
Sure.
Maybe that's what you need, somebody like that.
Well, I mean, Greasy's a quarterback lifer. It's in his blood. It's who he is. It's what he does. I honestly don't know the level of which we describe Dan Mullen as like a quarterback whisperer. I'm not totally sure. Is he an offensive coordinator because he was an O-line coach, or is he an offensive coordinator?
Well, he was a quarterback coach.
Yeah.
Okay, so and then evolved to being an OC.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Well, then that's certainly good news. I like the idea. I certainly like the name Dan Mullen thrown at me much more than these Schottenheimers I keep getting pegged with.
Yeah. He's got to get outside the friend bubble.
Yeah.
The Dan Quinn thing proved to you if you get outside the friend bubble, you can do some good.
Yeah. I also don't mind the name, and I don't know if Mark Sanchez wants to coach. We got that texted in. We know Mark Sanchez and Dak had a good relationship. That might be too close to being friends, but that's definitely the guy that helped him his rookie year.
We interviewed Mark, and he talked about he still texts Dan. He still texts Dak every day, talks to him about stuff. Yeah.
So you take the snap under center, you go to hand it off to the running back, but you don't. You take it yourself. You run right up your quarterback's ass or your guard's ass, and you don't want the football.
Don't want both fumbles.
That's how you want to do it.
So here's the CBS Sports article about the 3 ways to fix the Cowboys. Acquire another Pro Bowl caliber receiver. We know they wanted Brandon Cooks. Maybe those go ahead and spike up. I think your best bet is you draft a wide receiver. This is a sexy draft class when it comes to wideouts, baby.
You want your guy from Ohio State is who you want.
Yeah, I'd
He's
love
from
him.
The Colony. Where's he from?
He's from Rockwall.
Rockwall, yeah.
Yeah, and
Smith
I don't
and Juba.
look. I think teams would be foolish to let him slide to 26 if he is there and Jackson Smith and Jigba is sitting there. This dude was better than Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave. Don't overthink this, people. Okay.
Is he soft tissue guy,
He's
though?
going. Well, if he is, maybe he is. This past year, certainly the hammy got him.
Yeah.
All right, but previously he didn't have an issue with it.
Yeah.
So if you want to go based on one season, do that. If he's sitting there at 26, I'm not hesitating.
There's nobody in the free agent class. It is pretty weak. So yeah, I'd love that idea, drafting a guy. But I would think that there's enough depth that you don't have to use the first rounder to find more quality. I do want to throw out we need more for Dak. Okay, it is time to seriously talk about Stephon Diggs. He does, he's not happy in Buffalo. These are the kind of moves that the Cowboys would make.
That's what I was going to ask you.
Go get a best player at his position.
Hopkins.
This is the most Dak-friendly receiver possible in the NFL.
If you move the 26th pick for one of these wide receivers, it has to be better than a wide receiver you're going to draft at 26.
Yeah,
especially
I'm with you.
if it's Diggs, Adams, somebody like Hopkins,
who wants out.
Yeah. To me, yeah.
And that's a dude who's been awesome with no matter what quarterback he's got.
You already know that those guys can play.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you want to get into the situation where you drafted Tolbert right now and you're like going, oh, what did we just do?
So you can't afford that again.
Yeah, that's not if you're going to draft one at 26.
No.
They'll probably believe in kicking it down, kicking the can, and hoping Michael Gallup bounces back. But you get Michael Gallup to bounce back, and you go acquire one of those 3 guys that you mentioned, and now you can really have a 40-burger offense again.
And you're going to have the option. I mean, there'll be guys in the second round that you could look at. Whether it's Rashee Rice. I know you're not a huge fan based on the speed, but I love him from
speed.
SMU.
He catches everything.
He does.
But there might be some off the fields.
Oh, really? Jalen Hyatt, if he slips from Tennessee, I mean, he could end up being the Justin Jefferson of this class. So the draft could be a way to do that as well. But I'm with you. Maybe explore the trade market. They did it last year. The other is you acquire another solid player at linebacker and corner opposite Micah and Trayvon Diggs. Now, linebacker, draft ain't going to do it for you. This is going to have to be free agency. So you got a Devin Bush who's going to be out there. Maybe you just re-sign Leighton Vander Esch, but I think you're going to have to go and look at free agency if you want to address linebacker. I don't think the draft class is the way to do that. Corner, I do think the draft is the way to do that.
Yeah, the corner can help in the draft. I wonder if they would look at Drew Sanders from Arkansas as a linebacker, right around there where they're picking.
That might not be a bad place to take him.
Yeah.
He's the best linebacker in the draft, and he's a local kid as well from Denton Ryan.
Yep.
Man, he was a monster beast. You want to talk about Bijan Robinson being one of these play any position? Wasn't that him? Wasn't he doing a bunch of quarterback in and tight end?
At Ryan,
and
he was. Wide receiver. He could play him anywhere.
Brian Urlacher was like
beast.
that at New Mexico.
Yeah.
Played all these different positions.
He first went to Bama, then transferred to Arkansas, and he can do a little edge rush, but I think he's truly like a middle linebacker type.
I do too, yeah.
And then you've got draft another offensive lineman in the first 3 rounds. And I'm always about replenishing the offensive line, and I do think you're going to need to do this because you have a question mark about Tyron. What happens with Terrence Steele? Are you able to get a contract worked out there? And then Connor McGovern is a free agent. And then the backups that you have drafted, Matt Waletzko, they like a lot. But, you've had the injury this year. So hopefully he's able to develop into something, but there's concerns. I think we've realized Josh Ball isn't an answer for you.
No, he's not going to do
that. Guy can't play. So I do think you're going to have to pump some fresh blood.
It'll be really interesting to see how they manage free agency going into that, because I assume you're going to do everything it takes to keep Steele. Biotis, you're going to be looking for a deal that works for you. Now, if he gets a big offer from somewhere else, then suddenly center is a big position of need. Do you want to bring Biotis back? He's sufficient. But is he a weapon at center? A few games, it was like, wow, his athleticism really came into play, but I don't think I want to lock into Biotis. I'm looking at let's but you can't replace everybody on the offensive line. Now, going into that pick, if it's a left tackle, obviously you're moving on from Tyron post June 1 and you're moving Tyler Smith to left guard permanently, right?
Yeah.
But I think you have to be very open-minded about what is likely going to be there at 26 and how it can give you a premium offensive line. That's how Jalen Hurts is here with the best offensive line in football.
Hey.
You're holding Dak to a completely different set of standards to expect him to do that too.
100%. If you're hanging out there and somehow a Broderick Jones from Georgia, that's a name to just consider.
Good player.
Really good,
too.
athletic guy.
Yep.
If he slides to you, he's a plug and play at left tackle, and you can kick Tyler Smith to guard.
Yep.
Just throwing out a scenario for you. But I think you're spot on there, Gavin. Offensive line to me is a position you never pass on if there's a guy there that you like, and he's high on your board. Because you always win up front. Look at the team. To your point, look at the teams playing on Conference Championship Sunday.
Yeah.
You got a really, really good offensive line.
Hot dang. Yeah.
Darn it.
Unfortunately, you don't have Joe Burrow, who can be like, 3 replacement offensive linemen, most pressure in the NFL back-to-back years. Let's go to the Super Bowl again, guys.
Well, he's the only quarterback that does that.
Yeah. Well, Tom Brady speeds it up so quick that it doesn't matter that his lineman can't block.
Yeah,
but it's rare. Yeah. It's rare is the point.
100%.
Yeah.
And that's been a Cowboy problem is building your team around a quarterback that they looked at like he was one of these Burrow Mahomes guys. And when in reality, he's not. And that's okay. He's still very, very capable. But you're going to have to put immense talent around him like you see pretty much every other team have to do with their quarterback if they're going to do substantial playoff winning.
The one thing this team has proven when they draft first-round offensive linemen, it tends to work out for them.
It's very true.
Mm-hmm. That's a real big safety thing safety net right there.
They got a good eye for that.
They do have a good eye for that.
It's very, very true.
Yeah, and I think you have to weigh that, especially because late in the first round, it's going to be tough to find some positions. It's tough to find quality late in the first round at edge, for example, at wide receiver. It is a lot more tricky than the top 15. But if you're taking offensive line late in the first round, the hit rate is through the roof still. It's essentially, as good as you can get as far as a sure thing.
And they've done a fantastic job. I mean, I think a lot of people were, hey, the Tyler Smith pick, where the heck did this come from? But they did an excellent job in their scouting department to evaluate that, and it was a home run.
All righty, thank you, Wolchuk. There it is, multiple ways to make this team better. As we start to take a look at the offseason, we are going to have some amazing draft coverage for you once again, leading up to that draft and all the way through it, of course, all 7 rounds. Can the Cowboys still be successful if that guy is goners? Let's take a deep dive on how challenging it would be and some of the important things to know. It's next here, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
You can wait 24 hours. Or you can find out Cowboys and NFL insider info.
The upcoming segment of The Fan is brought to you by Willard Heating and Air.
Welcome back, G-Back Nation. Hope you're having a great day. You see the news, Dan Quinn interviewing now with Arizona as well. So Denver, Indy, Arizona. Segment's brought to you by Soda. How big of a challenge would that be to still be good at defense if he leaves? You know, and how concerning is it for you? They have led the league in takeaways 2 years in a row, and this year was awesome because they fixed so many things during the season. They turned around the run defense that I thought was Dunsky. They fixed a broken secondary at the end of the year when they led the league in giving up big plays for the last 5 weeks. They totally stopped that in the postseason. You know, and then they smacked the Niners in the mouth for 60 minutes. That was a hell of a defensive performance against San Francisco, who bullied them last year. Dan Quinn turned it around, you know, and you give up one drive that required a miracle Kittle catch and 3 defensive penalties. That's how the Niners scored. So it seems pretty daunting to keep a good defense without Dan Quinn. How challenging would it be for you if you're a scout here and you're working on this? How important is the coach in your mind, Brian?
I think the coach is huge, but I'd also think about, like I said, going out and getting somebody outside. I'd think about getting Vic Fangio. And I'd do it just because if people are starting to figure out what to do, how to play Micah Parsons, maybe I need some different ideas. Vic Fangio, you know what he's done?
Turn it into a blessing if you can go get another savant.
Von Miller, Chubb. They've always had really interesting pass rush guys in Denver or Chicago, wherever he's been. They've always had a way to attack you, and I wonder if all of a sudden you change over to maybe some different ideas, some different philosophies of how to play things, and now teams don't have a book on you. Now they're having to start over with your personnel. I mean, we all know the personnel. Dan and this staff does a great job of taking the personnel and kind of moving them around and making it work. So
you put Fangio on like a Shanahan level of defensive minds?
Yeah, I would. Him. I think Brian Flores is another guy that, you know, you look what he's done. He was with Belichick all those years. The Dolphins, the head coach, it didn't work out for him. He's just now been with Mike Tomlin at Pittsburgh for a year. You know, players respect guys like those, Brian Flores, when they stand there and, you come off the field, he's willing to fight you. You know, that kind of guy. To me, I love George Edwards. Trust me, I worked with George Edwards when I was with the Cowboys in the early 2000s. Him and Mike Zimmer and those guys. George is a great, great coach. But I'm kind of thinking about, I'm not interested in just staying the same. I'm interested in maybe turning this thing into something a little different, and maybe you could take a little bit of what you did, but maybe make it a little bit better with some other things. That's the whole idea, was to go out and get, when you got Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn was the one that went out there and reinvented himself, right?
Right. That's the thing, man.
So now do you have that opportunity with another coach from the outside?
And from your experience, Bryce, that's not a skill set that most coaches have, right?
No.
The reinventing themselves,
no,
the not being
don't.
stubborn to
They
what
don't.
it is
Yeah,
I do. Dan Quinn's unique in that.
Yeah, because he knew the 2 years that Dan Quinn has been with the Cowboys has made him even more valuable.
100%.
Like nobody remembers about giving up a 28-3 lead. Some people, they talk about it, but everybody talks about, man, you see that Dallas defense on tape?
Sure.
Right.
Yeah, Dan Quinn. You see what he's doing with Michael Parsons?
Any other coaches like this that you know are available that match that Dan Quinn, or I guess you're putting Vic Fangio up here?
I'm putting Fangio in there. I'm putting Flores in there. I'm trying to think of some guys that get the teams that is anybody that's just got their Carolina. Steve Wilkes. Steve Wilkes at Carolina is a pretty salty dude.
He did a great job.
Players love him.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the kind of route I would go.
So it doesn't have to be bad if they hire the right coach.
Right, because you hired Dan Quinn and it got better.
Yeah. There's like a Fangio guy that's established, that's out there, and then I'm also interested in the idea of how quickly the game moves offensively.
Look what. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, you're
you,
good.
but I have to do this or I'll forget it. Look what Wink Martindale did with the Giants.
Yeah,
I mean the Giants. Patrick Graham with the Giants was pretty good under the Joe Judge administration. Remember they were good. They were just terrible on offense. But then you have these players, and all of a sudden you bring Wink Martindale in there, and the Giants are playing much better.
Yeah,
they're playing much better on defense. See, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes you get that guy that the players just totally buy into.
Yeah.
Totally buy into.
Yeah, and I think what Dan Quinn figured out, though, was that in this league, you can't have a system. And I think that's kind of what you were getting ready to talk about, Chiafalo. It's the flexibility. You can have basically what you believe in and a foundation for your system. You got to have something you hang your hat on, but you have to be flexible inside that system to build something possibly every week or to shift that foundation over the course of an offseason to match an upcoming trend. And a lot of coaches, want to believe like everything that's been invented about the game that's important has already been invented.
Right.
And I just need to teach my guys to execute what I know to be the best system. And that's a trap, and a lot of those guys can make it sound damn good when they're talking about it.
Yeah, like a guy like Lovie Smith who's getting texted in, like that's a dude who is running his base defense. That's not a guy that I think
Lovey's
really
a name.
adjusting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Lovey's a name, but like I say, I respect Lovey. I really, really do. But that to me, that's Rod Marinelli to me.
Yeah.
Maybe a little.
I agree with you.
That's the Rod Marinelli influence, and I respect Rod Marinelli. I just kind of thinking something that the Cowboys haven't seen.
What's interesting is if Dan Quinn were to go to Denver, they had a great defense this year, and their defensive coordinator is a young guy.
He's interviewing for the Houston Texans job right now.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what happens with him and his situation. I think it's Evero is his last name. But, I mean, if he's available, that'd be an interesting name to maybe bring in and just talk with.
If Evero gets put on the street, he's going to get snapped up.
Absolutely.
Who's this guy?
They had arguably the best.
Denver.
Oh, Denver.
Yeah, Denver's defensive coordinator.
Gosh.
Young, up-and-coming head coach.
Players love him, too.
I mean, he's a guy that's getting opportunities already for head coaching interviews. I don't think he's going to get any of them, but if they end up with a new head coach, they might want to move on, and he ends up on the streets. That's a great candidate for you.
Well, especially if that new head coach is a Dan Quinn or a defensive guy that's got his deal. And so, yeah, that would make a ton of sense. And I like that idea of a younger mind. We see all these young offensive minds, and we see how the game has changed offensively. And teams are so different now week to week when you talk about the adaptability. And we're going to get into that a little bit in a few minutes when we talk about what we've learned from the teams that are still remaining in the playoffs here. And the adaptability of your defensive coordinator is so big, and it's partially what you see on a week-to-week basis. Hey, some teams got running quarterbacks now, but not everybody does.
Yeah.
So what I play against you one week is not the same as the next week. It's not as uniformed where every quarterback's a drop-back passer. Every team likes to kind of run the ball relatively the same unless you're a Shanahan. Things are different now, and so you have all these different spins on these offensive philosophies and coaches being willing to adapt offensively to the players they have. Okay, I got a mobile quarterback. Let's lean into that a little bit. But that's not every single week. But then there's also the idea, and what Dan Quinn did so well this year, my own resources are leaving me daily through injury and whatever else. And so how am I using my own ingredients to make up for what my team continuously, like my week 1 defense is not the same as my week 8 defense from a personnel standpoint, and it sure as heck is not the same as my week 18 defense. And so being able to adapt on the fly that way as well has been extremely impressive from Dan Quinn. Okay, fine, I'm losing corners all over the place. We might, it might be struggle a couple of weeks, and then boom, McQuamu's going to come in here and he's going to fix that thing. He's going to get it figured out. And so that is not easily replaceable.
No, not
ultimately,
at all.
going back to the question, losing Dan Quinn is going to freaking suck hard. And maybe you get Fangio, maybe you get lucky on a young, rising, up-and-coming dude, but that's what it's going to take.
You move on from Mike McCarthy to make sure that you don't lose that guy?
I am.
You want to go on record on that one?
I'm down. I'll go on record for it. If Dan Quinn is willing to be my head coach, boom, I got my defense figured out. I trust Dan Quinn to go get an offensive coordinator the same way when Atlanta, he went and got Kyle Shanahan. I would trust that.
I like it.
Yeah, both guys are so impressive to me. I said in the opening segment, if that's what you want to do, I'd be okay with it. You know, I'm not going to stand up and on a table and insist that we go in an opposite direction. I think you have two great head coaching options right now with this football team.
Yeah, I'm to the point, though, like I said earlier, I think it was yesterday, was like, listen, if you're Jerry Jones and you ask the question of Dan Quinn, who would you, if you were to be hired, who would be your OC? And if he tells you a guy that's better than what Mike McCarthy is saying for his OC, and you feel that strongly about Dan Quinn, to me, and you're thinking maybe long term,
that would definitely be the tiebreaker.
My fear is that guy is Brian Schottenheimer, and I don't think that's a very good
Joe Philbin.
Hire.
If Mike McCarthy says somebody from inside his social circle, you know, that he's going to feel comfortable with, you know, and not the best possible candidate, then that would be an absolute tiebreaker in that kind of situation.
And just to reiterate it even more, on the broadcast, Greg Olson relaying a conversation that he had with Kyle Shanahan, who was on staff with Dan Quinn in Atlanta, saying, yeah, you know, all the familiarity. And Shanahan's like, yeah, not really. I used to know everything this guy did. He's a different defensive coordinator now. How many coaches can you say that about? 5 years ago, he was one thing, and now he's evolved to another.
Well, he knew he had to do it to get a gig.
Yeah, and respect to him that he did it, though, because most coaches don't. Well, they just continue to shove the square peg into the round hole, and this is what I do, and that's it.
Your head coach talked about going out on the farm and reinventing himself and all that stuff.
And
that.
Did he? I don't really know.
He's
the proof is in the pudding with Dan Quinn.
Yeah.
He knew that would make a great story.
Certainly did.
Pelissero was loving that thing.
It was,
but I do think this offensive coordinator hire is vital. I mean, we've spent a lot of time.
They haven't got rid of the Kellen Moore yet.
Yeah, but I think that's.
I shouldn't say yet. I'm sorry.
We're worried about Dan Quinn if he gets one of these head coaching jobs. I think the Kellen Moore thing, you need to move on from.
I think a lot of people would like that right now, but boy, this Cowboys team loves their continuity and loves status quo. And they rarely agree with what the outside says.
Yeah,
you know,
if they not getting better,
if they haven't made a move now, it doesn't necessarily mean they're not going to. But every day that goes by with Kellen Moore at the job, it has to increase the probability that he stays by 5 to 10%. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Thanks for making us part of it. Brian and Bobby are still doing the Love of the Star podcast, by the way, and wherever you get your podcast, you can get that. It's the number one podcast in all of the NFL and happens to be a Cowboys podcast, so you know it's the best. Now, when we return, Chiafalo, where are we heading?
Yeah, we have the things that the final 4 teams remaining in the NFL playoffs, what did they teach us? That's next.
35 minutes of commercial-free Fan. Holy mackerel. It's the Express. Is 105.3 The Fan.
Even though shortages in demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is Classic. Found new roads.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. It's time now for Eric Chiafalo to give us some lessons from the 4 remaining NFL football teams. Here he is, the Chief.
Yeah, 877-881-1053. What do you feel like you've learned from these final 4 teams, if anything? Like I would say with San Francisco, holy smokes, man. We talk about Joey Bosa all the time, but it's that gosh dang Fred Warner that was just ticking me right off for 3 hours on Sunday.
He's everywhere.
Holy smokes, man. I mean, and we talk about the play where Dak throws it to Lamb and he probably should have thrown it to T.Y. Hilton, but we also just have to respect the play where Fred Warner's in like an opposite A or B gap
on the opposite hash.
And then
Old
he's
school,
sprinting
Tampa too,
all the way back to cover what we all consider to be a bona fide number 1 stud beast receiver in CeeDee Lamb.
Not only will he make better plays than your linebacker, but also like some of your defensive linemen, some of your safeties. He'll outplay them at their positions too.
Like
Incredible.
I'm comfortable saying he's one of the best linebackers I've ever seen play. The versatility that he plays with.
When he came out of BYU, he was one of those guys that can always cover. That was the thing that you noticed more when you watched his tape is, and he played.
At the very least, he's a third down linebacker.
Yeah, you're thinking because he can run, he's super smart.
Yeah.
That's the thing that these coaches last week were telling me, like, oh, it's Fred Warner. You know, you try and trick him, you try and run at him, try and do this, that. He's so smart. But the thing that you notice about him at BYU was how he can run, how he can close space quickly, and then how he finished and tackled, and I mean, he's
sideline to sideline.
He never comes
he's
off the
rangy.
field. Guy never comes off.
And
the field.
Drain Greenlaw's a beast too.
Yeah.
He either plays right next
They've
to him.
done a great job with that. They really have.
Nick Bosa and those two are freaks.
Yeah, bro. Both those linebackers are menacing. Absolutely menacing. Greenlaw is coming to smack
He
you
really is.
every time. And Warner had a huge hit coming across the field. I think it was on Lamb at one point where it's like, man, this dude is just vicious. He's violent. He's athletic. It was, and we all know Fred Warner's a beast, but watching that for 3 hours was like, oh man, this is next level kind of stuff. And Joey Bosa's the headliner, Nick Bosa. Gosh dang it!
I do that
we
a
need
lot.
to have we should have had some sort of fine
coin
system
jar.
last week, or coin jar or whatever it may be.
I didn't think
but
it was bad as it was going to be
with Warner.
Yeah, well, no,
Just
with
the Joey and Nick thing?
the Joey and Nick thing, yeah.
And I didn't even realize the text has already been crushing me. I guess I probably said Joey 10 times. Maybe
You
in the
opened it
last-
up with Joey, yeah.
Wonderful.
But it's okay.
That's all they heard.
I
They
got
didn't
you,
hear
buddy.
any of my love for Fred Warner. They just heard Joey Bosa.
That's all they heard.
And they can't get his that chin and that nose out of
Nick's
their
way better than
brain.
Joey now.
Yeah, in all facets. So here's what the Ringer is alleging we've learned from the final 4 remaining teams. And I think you can agree with some of this stuff, and some of it you might say, yeah, well, that's also, Pat Mahomes or whatever. But we'll start with the Eagles, and they taught us that the value of playing 11 on 11 in the run game with the
Hat on a hat?
with the dimension of the Jalen Hurts running abilities. And having a guy that's also and Jalen Hurts was the runner last year and he wasn't much the thrower, and then he evolved and they evolved around him with talent and scheme to propel him in the passing game as well. And it makes the Eagle offense so dang hard to defend, because if he could only run, then he's the Eagles of last year. And yeah, you'll win a bunch of regular season games and then you'll show up in Tampa in round 1 and you'll get boat raced because your quarterback's not quite good enough to do both. But now he is, and that's a credit to him and it's a credit to them. And the challenge that it does, because to account for the extra potential ball carrier, teams are dropping safeties in the box, play one high coverages that offenses, of course, love to see. And so then it becomes you create a more passer-friendly environment there. And so this is the evolution of it. We're going to start seeing it. Justin Fields was that this year. These quarterbacks that can really, really run. And eventually, I think it's going to be a huge status quo.
It's a massive advantage, and that's exactly what I was thinking about as you were talking about that, is how surprising it is that you have Joe Burrow emerging without the ability to run as maybe the second or third best quarterback in the game. And it's obviously very, very helpful if you can run, but it's not necessary.
Mm-hmm.
And between the two, like a guy that only ran or a guy that only throws, the guy that only throws is still the better player. But guys that can't dominate throwing, guys that won't be starters throwing, guys that aren't Pro Bowlers throwing, if you run, now you're putting yourself in the conversation. And I think it's got to become the status quo for every team that doesn't have an elite pocket quarterback.
Right.
Like you can't go average pocket quarterback. You're Dunsky,
Mhm.
you know, but average thrower who can also run can put up numbers along with the MVP candidates.
Yeah.
You know, and that's an exciting place to be because more guys can play winning football now, hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely. And the shelf life of these guys, you'll start to see come down. But for a few year stretch or whatever, yeah, I'll just lean on the legs of my guy. He's still good enough to pass. And gosh, what an advantage that is, dude.
What do you think that Joe Burrow's best trait is when you watch him play?
I mean, his accuracy is unbelievable. His pocket awareness is pretty dang good, and his processing is super strong.
I think the processing and seeing the field is probably the best thing he does.
Yeah.
You got to have
but
that.
he's also accurate as freak.
Where are the windows going to be?
Yeah.
And
The
95% of quarterbacks can't see that a window's
That's what I'm
about to
saying.
break open right
yeah,
there.
he's got his anticipation
Yeah.
is next level, and it just his poise in the pocket is. I mean, nothing rattles him. He's not fazed by anything.
I just think his eyes never leave downfield.
And he has an ability to stay on the move while looking downfield. Like
Yeah.
you don't have to be fast if you can be evasive while also tracking what's going on downfield.
Yeah, it's really, really impressive what he's got going on. Okay, so the Niners have taught us that they write the best offenses live in the middle of the field, and that's something you see and have seen for years in the passing game for Kyle Shanahan. And if you look back at all his quarterbacks, Jimmy Garoppolo, everything is from a passing game standpoint over the middle of the field. And it's at different levels, different depths, but they crush you over the middle of the field. And Brock Purdy's been no different. You saw McDaniels take it from San Francisco into Miami and use it where all season long until different teams started to get the hang of it a little bit. Tua and Hill, Tua and Waddle, just in-breaking routes at every depth, and it was just dominant. And no one's really figured out how to stop it with Shanahan. Whether he's got Garoppolo, Purdy, it's like that's how they do it. And next-gen stats tell you Brock Purdy threw 177 of his 214 passing yards targeting in-breaking routes in the 49ers game versus the Cowboys. So, I mean, and when you look at it since week 13, Brock Purdy on in-breaking routes, fourth in next-gen stats passing score, first in expected points added. He just has this incredible ability, Shanahan does, to create these throwing windows in the middle of the field.
It's the mesh.
It's very, very special the way he's able to do it. And so what you see is their offense is consistently dominating and moving the ball down the field and making it easy on his quarterback. Hey, you don't have to go outside the numbers, bro. I'm going to set up the windows all right here in front of you. You just put it where it needs to be. And with the way they design their passing concepts, these wide receivers, a Brandon Ayuk who ain't that special. Let's be real. He's got great yak ability. He's always wide open, because his play caller has found a way to get dudes open at a very consistent rate.
Well, and as a quarterback, harder throws naturally outside the numbers.
Yeah.
More arm strength. It's easier to throw the football over the middle, typically, especially when you have these receivers that are getting so wide open.
It's
by
easy,
the natural
but
pick.
also there's a degree of difficulty with the accuracy and throwing to where the guy is running to. And that's
hitting him on the move, sure.
Having that ball laid out there with the perfect amount of pace in the spot is tough to do. You know?
And Nick Mullins can't do it when Kyle Shanahan has to use him, or who was the other one? Beathard is another guy. Hey, you can't do it, but I can take a 7th round guy, or I can take a pretty average, as we'd all mentioned, Jimmy Garoppolo, and get it done there.
Yeah,
I just can't do it with the worst of the worst, which is a Mullen or a Beathard or whatever.
And the reward is you also get your players catching the ball on the move. So, I mean, the yak isn't all about their athleticism. It's about the play design that lets you catch it, being able to see where the defenders are, not staring back at the quarterback, and being on the move.
They say the Chiefs taught us that you don't need to throw downfield to be explosive. because when you look at Pat Mahomes, okay, you don't have Tyreek Hill anymore. How does that change things? It certainly does, but Mahomes adapted, and he's been seeing the too high coverage for for a couple of years now. So he's had to understand, okay, I gotta be more quick processor guy at times, get the ball out quick underneath stuff, and that's what he's done this year. And they're still just as dominant as ever offensively. And I would say it goes back to your quarterback, Mahomes, on this one.
No question.
Like, yeah, of course, you can get away with it when your quarterback has the ability to be the best on the planet.
And when you have Travis Kelce, who is their number one receiver.
Boom. That's a great point as well.
That comes down to OC, though. That's Andy Reid and Bieniemy, though, right? Isn't that?
No question.
You have a much tighter space, and you got to design things to hatch guys open, and you're going to have a split second to hit it with the right timing. So I think a lot of the stuff that the Cowboys need is being demonstrated by other teams.
And then finally, the Bengals taught us what we've kind of been talking about with Dan Quinn, which is that the best defense is an adaptable one. Modern problems require modern solutions. In today's NFL, we're seeing an increasingly diverse array of offensive systems. It's becoming more and more difficult to get by without a defensive coordinator who's willing to adapt to the opponent. Offenses have too many buttons to press for defenses to sit in the same personnel grouping, same fronts, all these different things. And so, and the Bengals and Lou Anarumo have done that this year, and it really dates back to last year as well. When you go look at all the top quarterbacks they've faced, they found a way to make them a shell of themselves. And the way you play Mahomes is not the same way you play Allen, is not the same way you play Herbert or name that badass quarterback. And so they're giving a ton of credit to the DC and Cincinnati. And he's got really good players, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
And you can still win defensively if you are a Niners team who's got dominance from a personnel standpoint almost all over the field.
Yeah.
Then you can be DeMeco Ryans
Players
and say, hey,
matter.
we do our couple of things.
That goes without saying.
Yeah, but he didn't figure out Cooper Rush. Lou didn't figure out Cooper Rush. Cooper Rush took him to task.
That's a good
You remember
call.
that in week 2?
I do. I'll never forget it.
Cooper Rush, that Cincinnati.
Best quarterback games I've seen in a long time.
Whatever. He had no answer for him.
Cowboys are close, man. But by the time we get to the Super Bowl, they might be able to say they beat both contenders.
I'd say so.
I love that idea.
You know what? They were just up on the screen. They showed the 4th and 5 play. It was 6 minutes left in the third. You got to go for that, man. Of course.
No kidding, bro.
You got to go for that.
Thank you, Chief. It is the G-Bag Nation. There you have it. Lessons from the final 4 teams remaining. Brian Baldinger joins us next here in the G-Bag Nation.
Listen. Stream the Fan 24/7 all day, every day. fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and we're about to talk with one of our favorites, the former Cowboy lineman. Yes, on the line is Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger. Insider calls are brought to you by Driveway.com. Looking for a car? Go to Driveway.com, where you can get pre-qualified, buy a car, get it delivered. You can also hear Brian with Jason LaConfora on Baldy's Breakdowns, with new episodes out every week. Just search Baldy on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcast. Good afternoon, Brian. How the heck are you?
I'm doing fantastic.
Right
I'm
on.
Here at LA, nice sunny day, getting ready for Championship Sunday. Just, talking some football. I mean, it's a good time of the year.
Yes, sir. So what exactly are you doing in LA? Talking football with Odyssey, or what's going down out there?
No, the NFL Network. I'm just out here at the network right now and getting ready to do a 2-hour total access. Just kind of, basically talking about the 4 teams still standing.
Yes, sir.
And some of the matchups that we're all getting forward. Just getting ready to watch this Sunday.
Well, we love seeing you on there. Of course, we love getting you on here, and I guess for the Cowboys, it's another so close and so far away type of feeling. What's missing from this team to get it done? Were they just unlucky again?
Well, I don't think they're not unlucky. They played against a really good football team that really doesn't have a weakness, and so I thought Dallas defensively played great. They give up 1 2-yard touchdown the entire day. They really kind of contained a red-hot quarterback and a lot of weapons. I mean, they played well. Offensively, they just didn't make enough. Didn't make enough plays. Now, San Francisco did a lot in that game defensively that are difficult to defeat. They've got good players at every position. They've won 12 games in a row for a reason. So I don't think they're unlucky. They just didn't make enough plays. And then, the interceptions were costly. The interceptions led to 2 field goals. And you can say, okay, you got to play perfect, but it's hard to be aggressive and be perfect. But, the throw to the outside picked off by Lenore to Gallup there, is a throw that Dak made against Washington for pick 6. Like, he has made that throw late in the progression outside, and it almost looks like he makes the throw without really looking at the coverage. It's almost like a reaction throw when they take CD and Schultz away, and he's coming late in the progression. That's where he tends to make some of these mistakes, and it was a costly mistake.
Is it fair to say for Dak that, he's around 30, he's in his prime? If you are going to get it done and be able to execute against that level of team in the playoffs, he's going to need better protection and better weapons, or how would you? Yeah,
I think so. I mean, I think that's well said. Like, it's clear that he can't, and I don't mean this in a negative way, because I don't know how many guys can do this, but he needs more help around him to be more successful. I think that's what it comes down to. CD is a really good player. You want him on your team. You want to be throwing the football to him. I don't know that he's a real number 1. Just from the standpoint, I know they move him around like he's number 1, but sometimes you just need that horse. There's just a difference between a number 1 and kind of a faux number 1. They need another guy on the outside that can really win. Whether it's man, whether it's zone, he's just got more dog in him than some of the guys they have. And that's just, San Francisco has that. Cincinnati certainly has that. Philadelphia and A.J. Brown has that, and Devontae isn't too far away. So if you look at the teams that are standing, they've got those dogs on the outside. Now, Michael Irvin was that guy, and, Dez was that. I mean, they've had those guys in Dallas. They know what they look like. I don't know that they have that guy.
Baldy, we're going to miss your breakdowns from our unicorn that is Micah Parsons. I know he's going to miss him too. What'd you think about his game against San Francisco, and how'd you see him evolve throughout the course of the season?
Well, they asked him to do a lot on Sunday. I mean, George Kittle is the best blocking tight end in the league, and he slapped George to the ground. He couldn't block him in the run game. He slapped him to the ground in the pass game. He humped Mike McGlinchey at 315 pounds to the ground like it was Reggie White out there. He chased the quarterback from sideline to sideline and forced him into, incompletions. The first sack of the day by Odigizua, I mean, Micah just reads the play, instinctively jumps right in the passing lane on a bubble to Debo, and really Purdy had nowhere to go with the ball, and he took the sack. I mean, he just changes the game in so many different ways. He's just an unusual player. Scouts, their job is to study the movement of players. And his movement is unlike anybody else's. And a lot of it is just natural instincts for the game. And when his instincts just take over, he's rarely wrong. And physically, he's as dominant as anybody in the business. Now, you can say, okay, well, he went up against Trent Williams. He didn't beat him. Well, he didn't. Nobody really beats Trent. But it's not like the play's over. You can still, force a sack because you're in the passing lane. You can still get off the block and go chase Brock Purdy to the sideline and force an incompletion. I mean, there's a lot of ways to influence the game. And then he's covering backs. McCaffrey has a backfield. He's running to the middle in the Tampa 2, and he's taking away, Debo in the middle of the field and forcing a check down. Like, he just influences the game in ways that really nobody else can.
Baldy, how big of a loss is it going to be for the Cowboys defensively if Quinn gets a head coaching job? And what would you pivot to if you were the Cowboys and replacing him?
Well, I've always said this from really my days of playing with Tom Landry, when every year he was losing assistant coaches. I've always said it's harder to replace good assistant coaches than it is good players. Dan Quinn he's been great. They played a great defensive game against a really good offense on Sunday. I think it would be huge. I mean, I don't think San Francisco is where they're at right now, as good as they are defensively without DeMeco Ryans. I don't think the Cowboys are nearly as good defensively without Dan Quinn running it. Now, they have got great team speed, and the speed showed up. Donovan Wilson, Leighton, I mean, those guys can flat out run and chase. But I thought he did a great job of covering up a weakness for a long part of the season at the left corner position when they had injuries there. I thought he did a good job of masking that a little bit. His ability to play with, rookies like he did this year with, whether it was Deron Bland or whoever, like be able to integrate those guys into the system, I think it would be huge if they lose Dan Quinn.
Baldy, and I'm going to circle back with Dak. And I know after the game, Jimmy Ward said Dak struggles against zone coverages. In your studies, is it something that you've noticed yourself? Is he just making a statement? Or is this something that, throughout it's like, yeah, he's right. When a team plays zone coverages, it's a little bit more difficult for him to have to read the coverage.
Well, I mean, Jimmy's talking from, that play that he made where Fred Warner intercepted it and that took points off the board of the Cowboys and got the ball back to the 49ers. So he was in zone coverage.
Right.
And it was pretty clear that Dak didn't see him. Either that or he thought he could fit the ball in, and he couldn't. And the ball got tipped and it got intercepted. Look, their zone, there's not many teams that play zone like San Francisco. They disguise a lot, but they're basically a zone team. But you just don't have inside linebackers like Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw. I mean, they're just different animals. Their speed that they play with, the intensity they play with play to play, their ability to break on a ball. And you can add Azeez Al-Jalairi in there, Al-Shahir as well. I mean, those guys, their speed is as fast as anybody. And then if you add Fafanga down there or Jimmy Ward, like those windows close fast. And you could say, okay, well, Dak, he's better against man. Well, okay, maybe. Maybe if the guys separate quickly, and I have questions about some of the receivers they have, if they can do that. But you can throw the ball with a little easier anticipation if you're going up against man coverage than you are against zone. And all of a sudden, you pull the trigger, and there's Jimmy Ward breaking on the ball, and you're like, oh, man, what I just do here? Like, they play zone a little bit different than a lot of teams. That's why they're the number one defense in football.
It's Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Over the last 4 years, nobody has more per-down production than Dak and his defenders. There's a big debate raging nationally and locally here. But what do you say when they mention the stats with Dak Prescott? Because, boy, they do accumulate those well in the regular season.
Yeah, they do. They score a lot of points against bad teams. And I'm not downgrading the stat. I mean, the stat's the stat. But, I mean, you can make stats do whatever you want. The only stat really that's important to a Cowboy quarterback is how you play in the postseason. Fair or unfair, you're going to be measured against Roger and Troy all the time. And so Tony Romo is a really good quarterback. He didn't win a lot of games in the postseason. And that's where Dak is at right now. And so until you can get through that hurdle, and Peyton Manning had to get through that hurdle for the first few years of his career, until you break through that barrier, people that support Dak are going to throw those kind of stats at you. But either you have big game genes or you don't. Some guys, they just raised their level in the postseason. Troy did. Troy was a better postseason quarterback than he was a regular season quarterback. Guys have done that, throughout their careers. And that's where Dak is at right now. He's going to win a lot of games. He's going to look really good like he did, the week before against Tampa with no pass rush and a zone team that, really wasn't very good and broke down. And he can look all world, and he can put up great numbers. And then you go up against, because this is what happens in any playoff year. The further you go in the playoffs, the better the defense is. I saw it in Philadelphia with Donovan McNabb. Won a lot of games, put up a lot of stats. He'd get far into the playoffs, and all of a sudden his production fell off because the other team was better than what he had seen. And that's what happened to Dak on Sunday. He saw a defense that they hadn't seen. Philadelphia at times can be that good. So that was a good test. But really, San Francisco doesn't have a weakness in any position. They're fully healthy. And so that's what he saw. That's what he's going to be up against every year in the postseason. So you either get better around Dak or somehow Dak elevates his game in these big games.
But you can't consider moving on from him, right? Like his contract's up in 2 years. You got to build better around him. You don't think about moving on and finding a different quarterback, would you?
I wouldn't right now. I mean, you're going to be in the postseason probably next year. You got to play better in these divisional round than you do in the wild card round. And this round, championship round is another level. And each week when you play these teams, you got to raise your level. We said that about Kirk Cousins. He wins a lot of games, puts up a lot of stats, doesn't win big games. It's just, you have to make that. That's a organizational decision if you think that guy can do it. Baltimore is faced with that decision with Lamar Jackson right now, whether to give him a guaranteed contract, knowing what he's done in the postseason so far, and with an injury history. So it is a factor. It is a conversation that should take place because, Cincinnati isn't where they're at without Joe Burrow, and right now San Francisco is not where they're at without the play of Brock Purdy, rookie or no rookie. They're not where they're at without him right now. So that position is so important. And Dak does everything right, leadership and work ethic. All those are all wins all the way around. But it's about production in the postseason. And we saw what Joe Burrow did on the road in Buffalo. We saw what he did in Kansas City last year. There's not a bunch of them. There's a handful of those guys. And you say, okay, can we get one of those guys? Because if you can upgrade a position, you upgrade a position. But nobody really knows that position until they get out there and they play in these kind of games.
You obviously know line play very, very well. Cowboys asked their rookie Tyler Smith to do a lot this year, moving from guard to tackle, back to guard, back to tackle. Did they find another gem there in the first round moving forward?
Yep, they did. He's a good player. And, I talked to guys. I remember I talked to Steve Hutchinson, the Hall of Fame guard of the Vikings in Seattle in the offseason about him. And he had him, and he does all kinds of draft work for Seattle in the organization. And he had Tyler. They drafted Charles Cross out of Mississippi State. Mm-hmm. But he had Tyler Smith as the number one ranked left tackle or tackle, period. And I said, why? And he said, because he's the nastiest tackle in the draft. And that's what I saw. I saw a guy that's just got a lot of nasty in him, got a lot of ability to move big bodies. He's a very, very powerful kid. I think they found gold in Tyler Smith. Now, nobody wants to commit the penalties that he committed. Sure. And he had a few of those, probably too many. But I thought he was a really good player. And I think whether they play him at guard or play him at tackle, I think they got themselves a Pro Bowl player in his ability.
And this might be an unfair question here, Baldy, but as somebody who studies the film, I don't know if you noticed, maybe a regression, but do you think maybe we saw Tyron Smith's last game in the NFL?
I don't think so. I mean, Nick Bosa couldn't beat him. I mean, he got his grips. Nobody has, grips like Tyron. Like, the strongest hands ever. He got his hands on Nick Bosa. He couldn't get off him. I don't think so. I mean, I think Tyron can still play. Now, I know he's got an injury history and all that, and that does accumulate over time. But I thought he played really well on Sunday. And throughout, I thought he got better. Initially, I thought there was going to be a little trouble going to the right side. But I thought he settled in real well. And, Terrence Steele was a really solid player before the injury. But I thought Tyron, as the games went on and he kind of got locked in, that I thought he looked really good on the right side. And I think he could still play.
What's the Super Bowl matchup going to be?
Well, I don't know how anybody could go against Cincinnati right now. And San Francisco's got a 12-game win streak, but I live in Philadelphia, and if I said San Francisco's going to win, I got to go back into Philly. I'm not going to be let back into the city. So the Eagles are better in the trenches than the 49ers, and I just believe that that's where you win these games. So knowing Jalen Hurts and Lane Johnson, some of the guys like I do, I think Philadelphia will take care of business. I think Philadelphia and Cincinnati is going to be the matchup.
Baldy, who is the better defense between Philly and San Francisco?
I think Philadelphia has a better defensive line. I think the 49ers have a much better linebacking core and rely on Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner and Al-Shahir way better than Philadelphia. And I think the secondary, as far as just matching up and playing the ball in the air, I think nobody's better than Philadelphia.
Were you offended at the Pizza Hut order of Nick Sirianni? And then he doubled down. He said that he went Little Caesars to watch Cowboys and Niners.
You know, one thing I like about Nick is Nick's not afraid to put anything out there. And I don't know of any head coach in any sport that's having more fun than Nick. And it rubs off on the players. So if Nick wants, Little Caesars pizza, versus, Pizza Hut versus the local pizzeria on Oregon and Passyunk, more power to Nick. Go do it.
Would you be willing during the Super Bowl, if we bump into each other, would you be willing to put your hand on my face, palm my face like a basketball with your messed up pinky fingers so we could take a picture?
If you want that photo op, I'll provide that photo op.
Hell yeah, baby. I'll see you at the media party.
Just be prepared for, how fast that thing goes viral. All right? Just be prepared for the feedback.
Perfect. I'm ready, baby.
Thanks, Baldy. Appreciate you as always.
Yep.
Enjoy your time in
guys.
LA. That was Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger. Insider Calls brought to you by Driveway.com. Head to Driveway.com. Shop more than 25,000 new and used cars and Driveway's nationwide inventory. Tyron Smith can still play. Do you agree? And if the medical staff would give you a thumbs up, he's not that old. Could you let Steele go? That's a chance to save $10, $12 million against the cap right there. If you think Tyron's got a couple of years left, sound like Baldy still did. That's an interesting question. He compared the Dak situation to Kirk Cousins and Donovan McNabb. Just every level that you go to requires a higher competency at quarterback in order to execute and get the win there, or you have a team that can help carry the quarterback through that. I thought he was really dishing out some wisdom there in that. We always appreciate Baldy joining us. Now, Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420 is coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
Brady lashes out at this question in the top 10 things that taste good with peanut butter on National Peanut Butter Day, next on The Fan.
Be a part of the show.
Zach Wolchuk's Top 10 420. Segment's brought to you by Soda, state of the art. It's brought to you by Window Nation and the Frankels. If you think there'll be less big company trucks on the road because of gas prices, think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation. They won't settle for less. It's the Frankels at truckwreck.com. Here's the bully.
Thank you very much, General. Do you want to give a 40th birthday shout-out to Tolo Chris? Happy birthday, Chris.
See money from Cleburne.
Absolutely.
Oh, Cleburne, I love you.
Yeah, it's a great place. They always
retire there.
Go Yellow Jackets, right? Isn't it the Yellow Jackets over there?
I got to look up the Cleburne mascot.
I think it's the Yellow Jackets.
Might be.
I feel good about that.
Might be.
I think it's Forney.
Forney is the Yellow Jackets. I know that for sure. And I don't trust
Could be multiples.
But there's a lot of Yellow Jackets
Is there
out there.
enough room for 2 Yellow Jackets?
They are the Yellow Jackets in Cleburne as well.
Let's go!
Nailed it.
Also, do want to inform you, Thursday night, we got Rangers Hot Stove cooking with the Get Right from 7 to 8, but we're going to have it downstairs here, 41.
Oh, in our backyard.
31 North Central Expressway. Yes, right here, downstairs the Performance Showroom. So you can come to right here, the Odyssey Studios, and we're going to have Brock Burke, Taylor Hearn. You can party with the Get Right. So that'll be Thursday night from 7 to 8.
Taylor Hearn, you can ask him like rodeo questions.
And that's whatever you want. Taylor Hearn's awesome.
So he raises bulls, those bucking bulls.
He sure
and
does.
Stuff like the rodeo bulls.
Yeah.
And rumor has it, our boss Gavin Spittle, a.k.a. Spitzy, is going to be around, and he'll give you a little station tour if you're interested in that, too.
Wow.
Be a nice little intimate setting.
Ooh.
Come on, say what's up.
I wonder which part-timer is going to be crashed out on the couch up here during that particular
My
tour.
guess, probably Ruben.
I was going to go Medford there. But
So was I. Yeah.
Were you? Yeah.
I'll tell you what, after the game on Sunday night, our guy
Peyton.
Yeah,
because he had to do the Cowboy game and then produce Sean and RJ.
Exactly. I walked out of here.
Bobby.
Yeah, I walked out of here in midnight, and he was putting stuff together. And I'm like, bro, you going home? He goes, no, I'm just going to crash on the couch.
Yeah, he did. I felt bad for him.
Whenever you see a blanket, you know Peyton arrived. He never sleeps without a blanket, that guy.
My bad.
gotta get
Forney is the
cuddly.
Jackrabbits.
Jackrabbit.
I conflated Yellow Jackets with Jackrabbits.
Jackrabbit is
That's my bad.
That's a badass.
Wow.
It was
The
the
ultimate
jack in there.
backfire.
Yeah, it really did, bro. Forney's
Really
coming
jacked
after
it
you
up.
now, bro.
He did jack that one.
The Forney Jackrabbits.
My bad, Forney.
Jackhole.
You're
Let's
a
go.
Jack A for it. Yeah.
All right, here, before we slide into the top 10, what's your favorite food to pair with peanut butter on National Peanut Butter Day? Tom Brady was on his podcast with Jim Gray, and it's the Let's Go podcast. So Gray asks him about retirement, right? Everybody wants to know about this. Jim's just doing his job. Here's Brady's response. Let me know if you think he's annoyed.
Tom, you're leaving everybody guessing. And you said you'll take your time. Do you have any type of a timetable as to what you might want to do regarding your football career?
Jim, if I knew what I was going to fucking do, I'd have already done it. Okay? I'm taking it a day at a time.
I sense you're antagonized by the question.
You're scratching.
It's only the question
scratchy.
that everybody wants to hear.
You're scratchy. I appreciate your asking. Thank you.
How dismissive was that there? I do wonder if that was pre-planned, but Brady didn't hear the question. I'm not asking for an answer now. I'm asking for a timetable. When will you have the answer? I'm admitting and acknowledging with the question that I know you don't know it now. The question was, do you have a timetable for it?
I think Jim did a great job.
Well, all right. The next question is, was Larry Fitzgerald on the program with him that night? Did Larry do what we would all do in that case and like throw up our hands like, I got no more questions?
I'm out.
Thanks for the time, Tom.
Did like on that Zoom.
Let me get my bag
Tom
of popcorn.
Tom wins.
On that Zoom, do you think Larry just threw the hands up like, Jim, you got it?
I think
Jim.
Larry would have been laughing.
Jim.
I think you could hear Jim laughing. I mean, they've been doing this interview every Monday night.
Yeah, they're boys.
For a long time. So I do think Tom's trying to be funny, but he's not that funny.
No, he's not.
So it might have come off sounding a little bit awkward, but I think you could tell there was no tension. There was no tension on the set. Like Jim knew what Tom was doing and he kind of liked it.
Yeah, because Jim is ready for the fight, isn't he? When he's had guys like in fighting, like in rings, and they want to take the mic, and he's like, "No, this is mine. Like I don't care who you are. I know you can crush me."
It.
Yeah.
If Jim was actually like perturbed, he would have punched back a little bit verbally.
Yeah, no, and Jim,
he's got the skins on the wall.
Jim's got some shystiness to him.
Yeah.
No question.
They call him Jim Shiesty.
They call him Jim Shiesty, much like Joe. We also have Joe Shiesty. From one Hall of Famer to another Hall of Fame quarterback. Rodgers, Peter King, his Football Morning in America blog. Yeah, Pumpkinhead, Peter King. He is talking about the possibility of Rodgers, and these possibilities are getting delicious, writes Peter King. Maybe Rodgers to the Jets, and it could be reteaming him with his ex-Packer aide, Nathaniel Hackett, who's interviewed with the Jets for their offensive coordinator job. Or what about Rodgers to the Patriots, which is seeming to be way more viable because it seems like Belichick might be a little bit out on Mac Jones right now. So Rodgers,
but they just hired the
butt chin of Bill O'Brien.
Bill O'Brien, who was with him in Alabama, right?
They did, but I don't think that would mean, hey, we're not going to go ahead and get Aaron Rodgers if that is possible. But King also does note that, of course, as we've heard, the Raiders, but also the other one NFC team that he is throwing out there, the Seahawks, could be in contention for one Aaron Rodgers.
I think it was Schefter that said the Packers are open to trading him, but the AFC is where they want to send him.
Right.
So if you're an NFC team, like you're the Commanders, like you're probably not gonna land them.
Yeah, and it's going to be a minimum of 2 first-round picks if you want.
That's got the Jets written all over it.
Yeah, you're right. Rodgers. The Bengals are also now favored in this road matchup against the Chiefs. They are 1.5-point favorites according to Caesars Sportsbook. So you've got a Mahomes home playoff dog right now.
Mahomes is not going out like that.
Ankle injury.
No, it doesn't matter. You know, okay, so he can't run a little bit. He and Andy Reid are going to get this figured out.
You like that bet? Is it
3
juicy?
in a row? Oh, it's so juicy.
Vegas is asking for it.
Yeah.
Dude, I think it's up to 2.5 now.
Uh-oh.
Let me get on the phone here to my mortgage guy.
Call Bassick. He's our bookie.
Got to take out a second lien here. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's great value. At home,
it's Burrowhead.
You could still lose. You could lose and win this bet. Sure. I mean, the ankle is tough, but you know, Patrick Mahomes is tougher. And,
he's tougher.
Okay. And here, I mean, they have things for this.
Couple of Coors Lights.
Wraps, hydrocodone,
yellow
the
bellies.
T-train, the pain shots they do. Yeah.
Well, Toradol will get you right.
That'll get you going.
You know, the NFL is well versed in how to take an injured important player and get him ready for the biggest game of his life.
Finally, country music star Chris Stapleton will hit next month's Super Bowl stage to sing the national anthem, and R&B legend Babyface will perform America the Beautiful. So we have that to look forward to.
Dude,
of course, Rihanna's going to do halftime, and I'm really looking forward to that.
Me too, man. Rihanna has an endless amount of fire bangers. Like they could double up the halftime show. She can just rattle off just hit after hit.
Yeah, man, the stuff that she's been posting lately. Whew, my gosh, Riri. Baby girl.
The
Holla at your
Fenty.
boy.
Are you getting
I hope she's
some
at the media
Fenty
party.
undies?
Like, I don't even know, man.
That's her. That's what she's
I'll buy
been
whatever
promoting
she's
there.
selling.
All those photos that you're enjoying.
Yeah.
It's her business. Okay?
She looks way better than I do in there. 903, who at the station used to work at Chick-fil-A? That was me.
And Pedro.
It's and Pedro, yes, Ruben. It's absolutely worth it. It's a good company to work for. All right, let's slide into the top 10. 10 things that taste good with peanut butter on National Peanut Butter Day. We head into the Pimp Cup. Lucius Alexander, what happens to be your favorite pairing with the peanut butter?
Celery or a protein shake. Throw some peanut butter in there.
Pretty pumped. He's right about the protein shake. Really good stuff.
Saw that. Very popular on a lot of lists. We got the peanut butter on a burger from the 214.
That was really interesting. I got to try that.
Yes.
On a bacon cheeseburger, a little.
So you say hold the mustard. Let's bust out a little. Are we going creamy or are we going crunchy on that?
It's interesting because actually when I was over at Derek Holland's before I came over to watch.
Pick up that name you just dropped there.
Well, he's a friend of ours at the station. He's on with the KNC Masterpiece every Wednesday. He'll be on tomorrow.
Broadus, were you over there hanging out?
We were over there too
after
Dawson for the game.
No.
But Brian, when I came over to watch the game with you, afterwards, his chef was telling me about these peanut butter burgers that he used to make.
Yeah.
So this is a thing. I'd love to try this. It sounds absolutely delicious.
You also have somebody texting that some warmed up crunchy peanut butter over the top of some vanilla ice cream will set it off.
Oh my!
That sounds divine.
Gosh, bro.
Apples, chocolate, PB&J, all of those,
Yeah.
and we have some waffles. They're getting some love.
See, I used to do the pancakes.
Me too.
Yeah.
Yep.
With the syrup, obviously.
And butter.
But
Yeah.
No.
Okay, and Dutch is listening because he's a loyal Tolo, and he said everyone is invited. You guys do not need to feel left out. And we love you, Derek.
It was seeing Shaquille O'Neal's actual sneaker on the shelf of his memorabilia room, by the way, was one of the most jaw-dropping experiences.
We're going to be moving in very,
existence.
very soon, Eric. Don't you worry.
I think the distance from my knee to my ankle is the same size of a Shaquille O'Neal sneaker.
And yeah, all of his Batman stuff really just blew my mind. I loved it. Okay, number 10 is the saltines. Some saltines and peanut butter.
It's a good snack. Yeah.
Dries the mouth a bit, but it's delicious. Number 9, we've got the Eggo waffles.
Okay. Yeah, bro.
All right.
I was an Eggo kid. I know, like I had a ton of respect for the cereals, but it was like Eggos in the morning. That was my jam.
I would do like a jelly or a jam.
Me
speaking
too.
of jams,
Yeah.
but I'd never thought to do peanut butter on the Eggo. I'm gonna have to try that out tomorrow.
Bro, you go. I mean, have you guys ever done the peanut butter and jelly sandwich, but instead of bread, it's Eggos?
No.
Yes, I have.
I know you have, because you're a legend. And you're a mixer. You try things. I'll never forget about the ramen noodles Dr. Pepper concoction.
That was one time I was like 6 years old.
16, 6, whatever.
Shut up, man. Number 8 is pancakes.
Yeah, bro.
Peanut butter pancakes. I've also done that, where you take the mini pancakes and you put the peanut butter in between.
Oh, oh, wow. Okay, so the pancake is now the bread of the peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Yeah, I've done that.
That's strong.
Number 7 is jelly and bread. PB&J.
Yeah.
Number 6, sliced banana.
So much banana peanut butter conversation going down on the truckwreck.com fan text right now.
Could even
And
put
it's
that on a
true.
bagel.
Is that the Elvis?
Yeah.
I think they're deeming it the Elvis. Yeah, maybe
It's
you
the
put a
Elvis.
little honey on
Yeah,
there. A little honey
a
action.
little honey.
Now we're
yeah, let's go. Number 5 is pretzels.
Yep.
And those like pretzels that are stuffed with the peanut butter.
Yes, dude.
Brother.
Oh my
Those are
gosh,
nice.
those are fire.
Number 4 is the orange crackers. And those things are the best.
Orange crackers?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it's things that are
packaged like a
they're
vending
they're in
machine.
the
Ritz?
vending machine. Yeah, no, they're known as Lance.
Square
Lance-
orange crackers.
Lance
It's peanut
crackers.
butter.
Lance, yeah.
Yes.
Lance.
Yes, those are awesome.
Amazing. Number 3 is apples.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I like
dude.
that better than bananas.
Yeah, me too. Number 2, shout out to you, Lucius. I was surprised it's this high, but it's celery.
Yeah, a lot of people want to get the healthy, get the protein.
Celery and the peanut butter. But number 1, the best thing that tastes good with peanut butter is indeed
chocolate.
Chocolate.
No doubt about it. Thank you, Wolchuk. Top 10 at 420 every afternoon here on The Fan. Now, coming up next, we're going to slide out just a little bit early because Chiafalo has a Mavs trade deadline primer, and the most important thing to decide on before the NBA trade deadline gets here as far as what you want to see the Mavs do. Keep 'em or old yeller 'em. Cowboys editions coming up at 5 o'clock. We got to chat about Men's Tea Clinic before we do anything. Welcome back, Nation. Coming up at 5 o'clock at G-Bag Staple, we will decide to keep him or old yeller him. Taking a look at the Cowboys' free agents and big roster decisions, coaching decisions as well, Brian.
Did we get approval for the sound effects, Lucius, on that one? The old yellow sound effects?
I don't know if we got approval. I think we're just going to have to risk it.
Just do it?
Risk it for the biscuit.
Ask forgiveness later.
Here's Eric Chiafalo with a map segment.
So you have the NBA trade deadline approaching, and I believe it'll be when we're in. Did I just channel my my inner Kevin Hagelin right there?
Yeah, it just
I'm
made
not
me
mad
think,
about it.
Just made me think of Hagee.
It'll be when we're on Radio Row, I believe. For
February
Super Bowl
9th.
week, we'll get a little trade deadline action, and a lot of people are expecting the Mavericks to be active one way or another, but they're in a bit of a conundrum, and Tim Cato of The Athletic really spelled that out for us, and I like the way he closes it down in the article, and we'll get into some of the stuff that he specifically talked about. But basically, he says, like, look, there's an infinite combination of players and trade structures that the Mavericks could and have already considered, and we'll continue to talk about that. But the need for change might be obvious to anyone, but the actual decisions that this team must make are complicated by the present-future conundrum, because you have the report of Tim McMahon last week or whatever, and he throws in, Luka's, kind of putting a little pressure on them, them being the Mavs front office to help make this team better, because he's probably frustrated. He's playing the best he's ever played, and they're not winning the best they've ever won. And so it's like, okay, so you feel this pressure to win right now, but at the same time, how much is that going to cost you for your future? And the moves that you can make right now, are they really moves that for sure could make you better right now, but is it better enough to get you past the Western Conference Finals or even to the Western Conference Finals? And then you're sacrificing assets in, future years. And so you're in this conundrum of, okay, we want to be better right now, but is it better off to actually just lean into ridding ourselves of some of these things that we have bad contracts in order to capitalize on things that we can do a year or two from now? And how much is it going to hurt you if you're trying to get better in the present? How much is that going to hurt you in the future? And are you getting better enough in the present to make that worth it?
Yeah, you can make an incremental improvement now, but it might hurt your chances of making a huge improvement. So I think it's really tricky because of the dynamic you just described, Eric. I'm lowering my expectations significantly for the trade deadline, because I think the only thing they're going to be able to pull is like, do you want one of our players that aren't part of our long-term future for somebody that might help us a little bit? And maybe that could be like Bullock for Cam Reddish or Tim Hardaway Jr. for Karis LeVert. Not putting you over the top. Maybe if things come together chemistry-wise, you're a little bit better.
Or maybe you're worse.
Yeah.
Like Tim Cato spells it out where, maybe you just go the 1-for-1 Hardaway Jr. for LeVert, because then you rid yourself of Tim Hardaway Jr. and his contract over the next couple of years for an expiring deal in Karis LeVert. And he makes the argument that you're probably worse off right now in doing that in terms of your team right now with Tim Hardaway Jr. Like, Cato's like, you need Tim Hardaway Jr. on this team. When he's hitting the three ball, you're a much different team. You actually win games. When he's obviously not hitting the three ball, you're in a world of trouble. But getting Karis LeVert for THJ probably hurts you a little bit more for this particular season. But how much does that help you moving forward that you don't have the Hardaway Jr. contract here? And it's like, okay, I'd be willing to do that.
I think the cool thing is they can be patient. And I think the reason they can be patient is that Luka, while he would like something, isn't putting a ton of pressure on you. Like, I don't think Tim writes this story if Luka's like, make us better now.
Right.
Right.
That's
because
fair.
then you're backed into a corner.
See, it's tough because I think any even type of small move that makes you better can be a massive impact. Like, even last year, you get a Spencer Dinwiddie, who was a big help for you. Like, is Spencer Dinwiddie a huge move? No, it's not. But that was an impact player for you. And because you have a guy like Luka, who is a top 5, in my opinion, top 3 player in the NBA, you've got a chance to make a run. Whenever you have a player like that is borderline the best player in the league, all you need is maybe a piece here or there. And you've got a chance to get hot and go make a run. I mean, the West is not a juggernaut like it's been in years past.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think you've always got to play for the now. To think about the what if in the future, it's great if the Mavs do that to where they have more wiggle room. I'm totally cool with that too. But how many times have we seen that to where they're working about let's open up cap space and it's just swing and misses in free agency or whatever the path might be?
So you could trade your first rounder that you have, the first one you're eligible to trade, the 2025 first rounder, and you could do that, and you could go get like a Bojan Bogdanovic out of Detroit, solid player, gonna make you better right now. He's 33 years old, so that's something that you could consider in the short term. It makes you better. Does it make you a title contender? I don't know, but I certainly get the argument that hey, you got Luka, so. This time last year, you didn't think you were a title contender, and you ended up being one. So I totally understand that, and that's a tough spot to be in. And I don't know exactly how much pressure Luka's putting on them, but there's always that pressure, even if he's not, and the idea of we can't just punt on a season when we have one of these top three players, and he's playing at the height of his powers. And last year we were in the Western Conference Finals when we didn't think we could be. So to ever rule out that we could do something special is probably foolish, but it's a tough call.
It is.
It's a really, really tough call here for Nico and company.
It gets complicated because you want to save up all your draft picks and trade them for a star. And that's what teams trading stars want now, is all of your future picks that you can give. And the way the collective bargaining is structured, they've made it very difficult. You can't just give an unlimited amount of picks. They have to be in alternating years. And you already have one due to the Knicks coming up this offseason. So you're not in a position where you can do that now. You need to let that pick go, and now you're in the game. Now, so you have to get through the end of June when the draft is, and now you become eligible to make that bigger trade. And I definitely understand how, because the Mavs talk to agents all the time, and they know who's going to be available, even though it's not in the news and it's not in the speculation right now. And you could get a Bogdanovic, or you could go get a big and make yourself a little bit better. You're still hoping, right? And you're still probably not going to beat either of the three best teams in the East.
Yeah, I was looking at that because I was thinking five. I was thinking there are 5 teams in the East you can't beat. I don't think you can beat Boston, Philly, Milwaukee, Brooklyn, or Cleveland.
Yeah,
and so now you have to determine what do you have to do to potentially put yourself in a better position in the West. Because, to me, I was thinking, are there games before the trade deadline that'll let you know what you are as a team? I know you've got games coming up with the Suns. They're behind you. The Jazz are behind you. The Pelicans are ahead of you. So, you kind of sometimes you could what your team is after you play all the top teams. You kind of like, man, we just don't match up well. Or, hey, maybe we are a piece away. And then it'll make you think about making that trade or that deal that you can, maybe help your team a little bit better. I personally feel like what you guys are all saying to me is I don't make any moves. I just let it ride. Just let it ride, see what happens. And then, once you get past that pick of giving it to the Knicks and all that, then you're better suited to. I think this is more about next year than it is right now.
And it's, to me, it's hard to say right now how good they are because they're missing their most versatile big man defender, shot blocker in Kleba. Like 817, Kid will lose this team if he keeps going small. Dorian Finney-Smith was the center. He didn't have good options at center even when Kleba was healthy. And now that you take him out of the rotation, it's pretty miserable. You got a lot of work to do on this basketball team, but point taken that the league is down. And if you think it's your opportunity and you go for it, you could find yourself in the finals. That would be an incredible ride to go on, and I wouldn't be mad at that either.
Well, at least 2 teams in the West feel that way. Mark Stein letting us know that the Suns are trying to get some level of CP3 replacement. Chris Paul, I believe, has only played like 20-something games this year. They want to get a Rozier, Terry Rozier, or Emmanuel Quickley, Fred VanVleet are some guys that they're looking at maybe making a move for because obviously they feel like they're ready to do something. They've had some injuries with Paul and Booker this year. And then the Clippers, same thing. They're ready to improve off of Reggie Jackson. Their window is certainly closing. Leonard, George, what do? They're looking at a VanVleet or a Kyle Lowry. So you do have some teams. It's not going to look the exact same. Some of these teams are probably going to get involved, and the teams at the top of the West will be making some trades here.
I mean, VanVleet's nice. And if you go for him, but you miss the opportunity to get like a perennial all-star or a Hall of Fame candidate coming up in the summer, I think it's worth being patient. Now, the time to be patient is quickly coming to an end, but I think we're still in that patient window. Okay, this Thursday night, we at the Fan are hosting our Rangers Hot Stove 7 to 8 in the showroom with Jared Sandler and the Get Right. It's completely free, and you get to hang with Rangers pitchers. And Fan Bowl is coming back February 4th at Revolver Brewing at Texas Live. And we're back with the fourth hour of the show with some Cowboys Keep 'em or Old Yeller 'em next on the Fan.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation's From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan on a very chilly Tolo Tuesday afternoon / evening here on 105.3 The Fan. We are going to do some Keep 'em or Old Yeller 'em, our annual seasonal tradition. Whenever a sports season ends, we take a look at the pending free agents, the big roster decisions, and we decide as a show would we like to keep them or we'd like to, have them move along and head on about their way. Old Yeller 'em, if you will. Damaging tornado has struck the Houston metro area today. So, best of luck to our friends down there. Hopefully not too many people got hurt. There's ice up in Sherman today. Like on the morning news, as I'm cruising around listening with one ear on the TV this morning, I'm like, did they just say possible snow or sleet in some elevations of North Texas today? And I know that's the case in Oklahoma. It's a northerly weather pattern that's descending here. It's very offensive.
It is.
It is 39 degrees right now.
Borderline offensive.
When it's cold, when you get the cold wet combo.
Yeah.
Frustration.
All old weather the old Yeller this weather.
Yeah, bro.
Tell you that much. Get the party started right now. Okay, we probably still have another month or so, wouldn't you say? Another month of unfortunate
February.
Yeah,
weather patterns.
February is probably your coldest month. Yeah.
I remember that year that it snowed at the All-Star break. That was insane.
March.
Yeah, that was a crazy year. So you never know. But here before too long, hopefully we should be out of the woods. But 3 years ago, that was the month where we'd still be short of that massive winter freeze pattern. That was like late January, early February, right? Mm-hmm. All right, so let's do this though. Keep 'em or Old Yeller 'em at 877-881-1053. We do have quite a few free agents. We'll start with two non-free agents, and that's Tyron Smith and Ezekiel Elliott. Did Tyron Smith play well enough that you're at all interested in this scenario where Terrence Steele in free agency gets paid somewhere else and you save money by keeping Smith, who's got a very team-friendly contract that he's got 1 year left on it? Would you be interested in that at all? Or has Steele played so well that you got to lock in that right tackle of the future, Brian? How do you look at that?
I feel like that the route that they're going to go is they're going to extend Steele, even though he's restricted right now. So I think they're going to go for the extension for him. I'm interested in keeping Tyron Smith at the left tackle spot and playing Tyler Smith at left guard.
Oh, okay. All
to
right.
make up for the loss of you're going to lose McGovern likely. So, but I know we're going to have the same conversation. It's going to be, hey, when is he going to break down? Is it week 3, week 4, week 8?
You got to draft another swing tackle too, don't you?
Is it week 3 of training camp?
Well, exactly. That's the but to me, it's such an affordable tackle, and
the upside's huge if he stays healthy.
We had Baldy on talking about it, and I know when Krusty's Corner talking about watching the film, the 3 plays I mentioned against Bosa, but yeah, I don't. To me, I'm just kind of thinking about. I'm thinking about a way to keep him if I could.
Yeah, if it's going to be a cap hit to let Tyron Smith go, I like the idea of keeping him. And
at least one more year.
He got experience at right tackle. Yeah. He can help you at left tackle. He allows Tyler Smith to play left guard. Like Tyler Smith at left guard, Steele at right tackle with Zach Martin and Biotish. That might be kind of a nasty look.
Yeah.
I think you could do a lot worse for yourself.
Yeah, I need to see. I think you're freeing up about close to $10 million if you move on from Tyron Smith. I mean, and his cap hit right now is going to be like close to $18 million, $17.6 million for Tyron Smith. So, I mean, to me, that's way too pricey for me for a guy that I think is basically a swing guy now that I can depend on for hopefully half the season.
So you're going to eat 8. Instead of having him and go 17.
Yeah, like he's now worth $17.5 million to be a part-time player.
No, you're keeping.
It's an additional 9.
He's going to be the left tackle.
No, but I'm saying he's a part-time player because he's going to miss time due to injury.
Yeah. Would you be interested at all in restructuring that $13 million salary, creating some voidable years and bringing his cap number way down and keeping him?
Then okay. I would certainly be open to that.
You could find cap space like that as well.
But you can't go into the season relying on Tyron Smith as my left tackle. You have to have built-in contingency plans at left guard.
So
knowing
Tyler
that
could kick
Tyler
out there.
can kick
Yeah, okay.
out.
I like that.
You at least have to have that because
Yeah.
otherwise you're just going to look like a fool when 5 seconds into the season, Tyron Smith is inevitably missing time.
Yeah, if he wants to play one more year, you let him play the year.
But even if you keep Steele and Tyron, you have to be acquiring somebody because you're going to lose Connor McGovern there at left guard. So you're going to need another Lego that you could plug in there at one of those spots to give yourself the depth. Is Farniak good enough? Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
He played well. He played all right week 1.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So are you keeping Tyron?
No.
You're not keeping Tyron. Wolchuk's keeping. Brian, you're keeping?
For 1 year.
I'm going to keep for 1 year.
I'm keeping him as well by a score of 3-1. Tyron Smith has been retained. Ezekiel Elliott.
Against my will, Tyron.
You know, I
can't wait for him to see you and hit you straight in the face.
This Zeke thing is uncomfortable. You know, hopefully the Cowboys can do this well and it does not get awkward. But I think if you hang on to Zeke, it could only be in a fullback role. Like I know the news today is he's willing to take a pay cut. There's not a number low enough that I want to use the roster spot on him. I'm intrigued by the fullback idea though.
Yeah, if I got a play caller that knows how to use them, otherwise, and he's really committed to that situation, but there's too many ifs and variables, and to me, I would just cut bait here. That would be me.
Just not fast at all. He's not quick enough.
No, absolutely not. Yeah,
it's Old Yeller time, and I'm loving me a lot of what I'm seeing in this draft class at running back.
Have you seen that Bijan?
Oh, don't get the text fired up about Bijan again.
Let's get some. I
Holy
like
cow.
Bijan, and I like his running mate too, Roshan Johnson. If you want to,
That's something they've talked about. Yeah,
go get the other Longhorn.
Yeah, the one maybe.
I like A-Chain at Texas A&M.
He's really good.
He's pretty damn good.
You trade this whole draft to move up to 1 to get Robinson, then you trade next year's haul to get to the second round to get Roshan.
This isn't Ditka and Ricky Williams.
I think that's the plan.
You hate offensive tackles over there, so what's the difference?
Why do I hate offensive tackles?
Tackles and running backs?
Yeah.
What's the difference?
I do love me. I love me some offensive linemen and some tackles. I don't like a 33-year-old, $17.5 million cap hit on a guy that's a part-time player.
No,
I don't think anybody wants that.
No, I don't either. But I do think that they'd work.
What did you say about Zeke then? Did you keep in Zeke?
No.
Okay.
No. Here you go.
Bye-bye.
Here you go.
Yeah, we're
Here you
moving
go.
on. Yeah.
Ezekiel Elliott. It was great Cowboys career. You, sir, have been Old Yeller. Oh, no, not that. He's a Cowboys legend. Next on the list is Cooper Rush. Man, that hurt my ears. Next on the list is Cooper Rush. It just comes down. Are we getting him for league men? Right? Like nobody's going to come in and offer him anything else. So the guy can win you games as a backup.
Yeah,
this is the guy, right?
Yeah, I need to look and see what's the average backup quarterback going for these days, and I think I'd be willing to, give him roughly
I think
that.
somebody might overpay for Cooper Rush.
Yeah,
he gone then.
Yeah, I think there's a very real chance that he could be gone, and I wouldn't lose any sleep over it.
Nah, I'm good.
Yeah, I mean, that was not a product of him playing great. It was just him not throwing interceptions and letting the defense get the job done. The defense was definitely at the top of its game. I don't give Cooper Rush too much of the credit. It is more difficult than it looks to not throw picks, but I'll go ahead and just go with the theory that usually if your starting quarterback goes down, you're bleeped.
Man, it's tough because the guy won 4 out of 5 games. And I think a lot of it depends on if the OC's still here too.
Nobody's going to offer Cooper Rush money. We're keeping him.
Okay, no,
under $1 million, right?
No, that's what I'm saying. I mean,
how much under $1 million? No, it won't be under $1 million.
No, I think
he'll. Mason Rudolph's making $5 million.
Yeah, somebody's
Case Keenum's making $6 million. Bridgewater's getting $6.5 million. Brissett's getting $4.5 million. Flacco's getting $3.5 million.
These are all guys signed to start though.
Change your tune.
No, these are all backups.
Change your tune over there.
Bridgewater signed to be a backup. Keenan signed to be a backup.
I'm the same way.
Taylor signed to be a backup. Rudolph signed to be a backup.
No,
Brissett,
Mason Rudolph's getting 4.5, but they've needed a starting quarterback. Like he's on a team where he might end up being the starter. This is you're coming in to back up. Case Keenum played at a near all-pro level one season in Minnesota. He did.
The Minnesota Miracle. He was part of that.
Yeah, it was a
Gangers,
good run.
So, yeah.
I think Cooper Rush is a clear step down from those guys, but hey, maybe I'm wrong. Okay, Cooper Rush I guess he's been Old Yellered then because the money's going to be too big. Cooper Rush, you've been Old Yellered. Up next on Keep 'em Old Yeller, I'm here, and the truckwreck.com fan text is open. No animals were injured in the production of this radio segment. Tony Pollard, Old Yeller. I hate to say it.
Yeah, me too. I hate to say it as well. This was going to be a tough one for me. Had he not gotten injured, I'd be really, really struggling. But he did get injured. And the one reason why you'd be like, oh, he's a running back, but there's the caveat, there's not much wear and tear. Well, we just got the tear. And so I'm out.
Yeah, screws had to be inserted today. There was a surgery.
Holy moly, this is a toughie.
Some kind of procedure.
I think you might tag this guy.
What's the tag on this now?
10 and some change.
My gut, the way that I operate, this is an old yeller. I'm drafting.
No, well, that's your gut. What about you?
This is what I'm doing.
Okay, so
This
you're
is
following
me.
your gut.
I'm moving on. I'm getting new stable of backs. We're going fresh legs.
I truly believe that the league adjusted to Tony Pollard, and what we saw in the first half of the season is not what you would get.
I found my replacement last night. I texted Brian about him.
Is it Bijan Robinson?
Where are we drafting?
Nope.
Oh, yeah, draft him up. Broadus?
I think you're going to get a new set of backs.
Tony Pollard, thanks for your service. Congratulations on earning a big contract somewhere else. You, sir, have been old Yellered.
That's bad. I didn't like that one.
That might get peed on the horn.
Well, Tony Pollard's not going to go down easy. You're going to have to double bang that bad.
That's right. That's right. He is not an easy guy to bring down.
Wow.
Now, a
Who
guy
have we kept? Who's still standing here? Who's still got a pulse? It looks like you guys are allowing that for Tyron.
Tyron?
Okay.
This next guy, and keep him or old yeller him, is a player that we attempted to old yeller last year, but they did give the tag to. And at times he played well. He did not have a good finish, especially on that final drive.
Oh.
Dalton Schultz, I vote old yeller.
Yeah, gone. See ya. Bye.
See you later.
I see Schultz going down way easier than that, though.
Yeah,
and this is a heck of a tight end class, man. You saw the way he lackadaisical went out of bounds. He's going to be ready. He's going to say, just bring it.
No fight.
Yeah.
And they got
Schultz ran off the property.
Fergus shots, they're built in to some, but they've got, this is a loaded draft class of tight end.
You got to draft one, though.
Yeah.
You got to draft one in the first 3 rounds, I would think.
Up next, and keep Earl Yeller. I'm speaking of drafting. I think he will draft another wide receiver, but dang it, I would love to have T.Y. Hilton back. I wonder if there would be a good role for him.
Ooh, I would be open, but I will lean see you later.
Man, T.Y.
This guy's a leader.
Bring him back.
Kind of like T.Y.
Top off the defense.
I'd bring T.Y. back.
Yeah,
I like T.Y.
Nobody's going to money hit
I don't
him.
think he's
James
gonna be,
Washington, guys like that you were trying to work with.
Yeah, I
Come
don't
on,
think
man.
T.Y. is going to be that expensive. I think he liked it here. I'd bring T.Y.
Yeah,
back.
absolutely. I'd bring him back.
T.Y. Hilton has been retained. Congratulations. We have to.
Are we comfortable putting him on one of these we'll see after Thanksgiving kind of deals?
Yeah, I would love that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I think that's got to be the plan.
Oh, you mean you're saying because
T.Y. Hilton is
soft
not, yeah,
tissue injury and
he
stuff?
lasted the 5 weeks that you needed him to. Like he's a specialty thing. If I wake up on Thanksgiving and I need somebody like you, T.Y., I'm calling you, baby.
I like that idea.
That is you can also see it maybe in training camp too. See how Tolbert and guys like that. I mean, I know I'm asking a lot there on Tolbert.
Noah Brown's a free agent. I know the end of the season did not go well. He had a nice start. And he's their best blocking wide receiver, isn't he?
He's your personal. He does all the punt stuff too.
So is there still a spot on the roster for you and Noah Brown?
I think that if he continues to be as a veteran minimum, sure, absolutely.
Well,
I'm kind of. Yeah, he seems to always be around, but
I think Dak likes him too much too.
I'd move on from Noah Brown.
I've seen too much of him, and they seem to like him a little too much for my liking. So I think he probably just needs to get out of there.
We just got to get him in the right role. You draft another wide receiver. He doesn't touch the field that often on offense. I'm going to vote keep him at the right price.
All right.
We need some guys, and that's our first standoff. We're tied at 2-2.
We're going to have to discuss this one further.
Okay, left tackle Terrence Steele. It's a must keep. We see how important offensive line is for everything involved. You found a good one.
Right, the right tackle.
The right tackle. My bad. It said left tackle here on the Blog and the Boys thing that I'm reading.
Oh, let's take that apart.
Left tackle Jason Peters, though.
Old Yeller.
Yeah.
By the time he's 45 now, he'll be in the Hall of Fame. They get the 5-year window.
There's not even a discussion to be had there, right? I mean, it's retirement age.
Yeah, we're done.
You're looking like my guy Berger out there. I think he might have lost like another couple of pounds. That Jason Peters, Hall of Fame career. Salute to you. You've been Old Yeller.
Dawson, I think you and Jason Peters have similar hip problems.
Yeah.
Except his are like understandable.
I think Jason Peters probably needs to retire.
Let's get some yoga going for Jason Peters, and I feel like all players should do an hour and a half of yoga every day.
It was, I think it was a mic'd up Dexter Lawrence, 300 plus pounds, interior D lineman, Giants, one of the best in the sport. He's mic'd up and he's talking to his teammate, saying like, "Dude, the Pilates is really working for me."
Yeah,
like the flexibility.
Yes.
He's really seeing a difference there. What's going on over there, Broadus? You all right?
Nate Newton texts me, he goes, I like the Old Yeller game.
That's fun.
Love you, Nate.
Okay.
Well, how about this guy in the 469? He says, "Man, I have been having a bad day because of work. But when that dog hollers like that, I laugh so hard I almost couldn't get this text through.
Oh, no.
Thank you."
You're right.
No animals are hurt. No animals are hurt.
It's very polarizing. Very polarizing, right down the middle.
Yeah.
I've been told doing a good job and to stop.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nate,
You are doing a good job.
Nate likes the game. I don't know why. But he
I like the game, but that makes me want to cringe.
I just keep looking over the hotline. Like, as long as management's sitting this one out.
Spiller just walked in here, right?
Yeah,
100%.
Shout out to Jesse Holly, also toloing right now. Yeah. He likes the conversation about Tyron and Steele.
Okay, 2 left on offense, and I think we're going to have to do maybe some more tomorrow when we get to the defense and the specialists. But you have Connor McGovern. He played well. Fullback too.
Yeah.
But he's got to go, right?
Could play center as well.
Maybe he's your guy. Could you get him back for a couple of mil? Or is somebody going to pay him to start like $8 million a year? Probably that.
And they paid Connor Williams to walk away, didn't they?
They sure did. Yeah, he got a nice payday.
Teams are just so desperate for halfway decent offensive linemen.
The guy, he can play guard and center. That's the thing.
Yeah.
That flexibility is important.
So
Connor, he's going to get paid, which is going to cause him to get Old Yeller.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Connor, you've been Old Yellered.
We do appreciate your service.
Yeah, it was a good run. And then the center, Alec Lindstrom, hockey name.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Are you sure it's pronounced Lindstrom?
I don't know who he is.
Boston College,
left-handed.
left-handed center.
Ooh.
He's a guy that would probably
shouldn't have done what I did there.
Yeah, the way you showed
why
that
were
he
you
was a
why were you
lefty.
doing that towards me?
Well, because I was trying to get confirmation that he was a lefty.
He is a left-handed center. He has been.
Why does that matter?
It was because I
It's
don't
a
know.
little different.
It's different, and I don't think that overall it worked for him. I think he's moving on to greener pastures.
With the CFL?
It sounds like you're taking him off to a farm somewhere and doing that whole bit.
I think he's a pretty good
Got
athlete.
some new ownership.
I had high expectations for
I
him,
did too.
but unfortunately, I don't think it worked out.
Okay.
All
There
these
it
Michael
is.
Vick texts, by the way, on the truckback.com fan text need to settle down.
Very inappropriate. 254. You did not like the dog sound. Thank you so much for your reply. It has been registered.
Love you guys.
Okay. When
Mike Vick, like, this is my favorite segment, man. This is what I listen to the fan for right here.
Yeah. He does have a key to the city. It wouldn't be surprising if he's in town. All right. When we come back, it is time for the Expressway. 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content here in the G-Bag Nation. But hey, if one of your resolutions this year is to save money or be a smarter shopper, you got to hear my message.